Just as he was preparing to return, his eyes inadvertently swept over a nearby bridge, where he noticed a silhouette standing there, seemingly clutching something in its arms. Mo Yang paid little heed to it, however. In the next moment, the figure leaped from the bridge and plunged into the river. Goodness! Mo Yang instantly became alert. Although he frequently encountered news of individuals taking their own lives, this was the first time he had faced such a situation directly. Despite not being the type to meddle in others' affairs, he could not bear to witness a vibrant life extinguished before his very eyes. Without hesitation, Mo Yang shed his outer garment and jumped into the river. An adept swimmer, he quickly located the individual who had jumped and, with determination, swam towards the shore, dragging her along. Nearby anglers soon gathered, and with a collective effort, they pulled both individuals onto the bank. Once ashore, Mo Yang discerned that the one who had jumped was a girl, appearing not much younger than himself, with fair skin and striking beauty, one of those rare individuals who remained stunning even without any enhancements that true vision of youth. Achoo! Before Mo Yang could fully appreciate the girl's features, a sneeze unexpectedly escaped him. Fortunately, the weather had warmed in recent days, otherwise, it would have been more than just a sneeze. Although the girl had lost consciousness, she still clutched a small box tightly in her hands. An elderly fisherman beside, Mo Yang gently pried her hands apart, revealing a cremation urn, adorned with a photograph of a middle-aged woman. It seems she too has endured great suffering, the old man sighed. The fisherman, evidently seasoned in such matters, calmly instructed Mo Yang on how to expel the water the girl had ingested from the river, confirming she was not in serious danger before leisurely contacting emergency services to the rescuer. Mo Yang accompanied her to the hospital. The girl regained consciousness in the ambulance, and upon realizing her surroundings, she fell silent. At the hospital, after a thorough examination confirmed her well-being, Mo Yang finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Inevitably, the girl faced a stern lecture from the police. Mo Yang did not enter her hospital room. As his clothes were drenched instead, he enlisted a courier to bring him a fresh outfit. After changing in the hospital restroom, he settled into a chair in the corridor, idly scrolling through his phone. Before long, the door to the ward opened, and two police officers, one older and one younger, emerged. Mo Yang put away his phone and stood up, addressing the elder officer. "Uncle Zhang, how is she?" Zhang Yong sighed. "Not a word has escaped her lips. I am beginning to wonder if she is mute." There was an unspoken part of Zhang Yong's statement. He had encountered many individuals like her before. He recalled one instance of a person who had attempted to jump into the river 3 times, only to be rescued each time, yet ultimately took their own Lefino amount of persuasion. Was effective. He was quite certain that the girl was of a similar disposition, yet there was little he could do. That it is difficult to persuade someone intent on self-destruction. They are police officers, not their parents, and cannot accompany them at every moment. Ultimately, their fate rests solely upon their own choices. Thanks to you this time, I shall ensure you receive a commendation for your bravery, Zhang Yong remarked, patting Mo Yang on the shoulder before departing with the young officer. Mo Yang rubbed his nose, never anticipating that his first fishing experience would yield no fish, but instead result in saving a life and receiving an award for valor. His grandparents would likely brag about it for years if they knew it. Lu Lezhi sat dazed upon the hospital bed, sunlight streaming through the window and casting a radiant glow upon her face, enhancing her beauty. "Are you all right?" The sudden voice pulled her thoughts back into focus. Lu Lezhi turned to the source of the sound. "Did you save me?" Her voice was as soft as a kitten's, nearly inaudible to Mo Yang. "Yes. Thank you to— I don't need to thank me, you." Mo Yang initially intended to offer some words of encouragement to Lu Lezhi, but he swallowed his advice. After all, one cannot counsel others on virtue without having endured their suffering. "What about my mother?" Lu Lezhi suddenly inquired. Mo Yang paused, then realized she must be referring to the urn. "It's in the trunk of my motorcycle. I'll fetch it for you." He quickly returned with the urn and handed it to Lu Lezhi. Once again, she expressed her gratitude, cradling the urn in silence. The hospital room fell into an unusual quietude. "Are you hungry? Would you like me to get you something to eat?" Mo Yang ventured. Lu Lezhi shook her head. "Should I contact your family? They will be here shortly to pick me up." A flicker of unease crossed her eyes. Seeing that she was indeed all right, Mo Yang prepared to leave. He pulled a payment receipt from his pocket and presented it to Lu Lezhi. I covered your medical expenses. Though he was kind-hearted, he did not intend to forfeit this amount after all. His money did not come easily. Lu Lezhi glanced at the receipt, then attempted to retrieve her phone to transfer funds to Mo Yang, only to realize that it had been ruined by the river. With her lips pressed tightly together, she said, "Just give me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you at the ATM shortly." Mo Yang nodded, stepped outside to ask the nurse for paper and a pen, wrote down his bank account number, and handed it to Lu Lezhi. After offering her a few more words of advice, he took his leave. He did not linger in the hospital to wait for Lu Lezhi's family. He was not overly compassionate. They were merely strangers, and he had already done enough by rescuing her from the river and covering her medical costs. Mo Yang first returned to the riverbank to retrieve the borrowed fishing rod and bucket. "You're back. How's that young girl?" The elderly man nearby continued fishing. "She is fine now." Mo Yang glanced into the old man's bucket and found it completely empty, leading him to reasonably doubt whether the old man would catch anything by nightfall. "Say, sir, do you often return empty-handed like this?" Mo Yang couldn't help but inquire. His neighbor, the owner of the eyewear shop, typically managed to bring home a fish or two, albeit of a size barely suitable for feline consumption. The old man chuckled softly. "Young man, you do not understand fishing is more about the journey than the outcome." "All right then, I shall leave you to your angling," Mo Yang responded, though he struggled to comprehend this philosophy. Nevertheless, he chose to show respect. Just then, his phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw a message from the bank indicating that Lu Lezhi had transferred the medical expenses to him. "She is indeed a woman of her word," Mo Yang murmured quietly to himself. He mounted his motorcycle and headed towards Pengcheng No. 3 Middle School. After approximately 20 minutes, a large bridge came into view, and on it stood a figure that seemed familiar to him. It didn't take him long to recognize the person. He quickly slammed on the brakes. Goodness, the figure was none other than Lu Lezhi. At that moment, she was holding an urn and appeared poised to leap off the bridge. Below lay the Grand Canal, and should she jump, the chances of recovering her body would be grim. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Yang dismounted and ran towards Lu Lezhi. If he didn't save her, she would jump. If he did save her, and she still jumped, would his efforts be in vain? As Lu Lezhi prepared to jump, Mo Yang, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "Don't jump yet. Let me jump first." The Grand Canal was far more treacherous than the river she had previously leapt into. If she jumped, rescue would be difficult, if not impossible. Lu Lezhi looked bewildered. Is there a cue for jumping off bridges now? When she recognized him, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Wasn't he just fine in the hospital? Why was he now about to jump off a bridge like her? Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Mo Yang seized her arm and pulled her beside him. "What could possibly drive you to such despair?" he asked, frustration creeping into his voice. After he had pulled her from the water, she intended to jump again. Surely, after having ventured to the gates of death, one should find a new perspective on life. His voice rose, and whether it was fear or something else, Lu Lezhi's eyes brimmed with tears as she sank to the ground. "My mother is gone, and I don't know how to continue living without her." Mo Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing she might be overly dependent on her mother. "And your father?" "I have no father. My mother was my only K. I N T, a loss for words." Mo Yang found himself unsure of how to comfort Lu Lezhi. If her distress stemmed from a heartless lover, it would be simple to rouse her from her stupor with a few harsh words. However, in this situation, he genuinely did not know how to console her, as he lacked similar experiences to draw upon. Mo Yang pondered for a moment before crouching down to inquire, "What is your name?" "Lu Lezhi. Did your aunt name you?" Lu Lezhi nodded in affirmation. "Your aunt likely bestowed this name upon you with the hope that you would live joyfully and happily. Do you believe you are honoring her wishes?" Mo Yang had no intention of delivering a lengthy sermon after articulating this thought. He rose and casually pulled Lu Lezhi up alongside him. "Come with me." Lu Lezhi instinctively felt the urge to resist, but Mo Yang firmly took her hand and led her towards his motorcycle. He discerned that, given Lu Lezhi's situation, involving the police would yield little benefit. Thus, he resolved to employ his own methods to dissuade her from her thoughts of ending her life. If he had not encountered her, it would have been one matter, but since their paths had crossed, he felt compelled to offer assistance, as if accumulating benevolence in the process. Upon reaching the motorcycle, Mo Yang handed Lu Lezhi a pink helmet. Though she initially intended to refuse, the expressionless countenance of Mo Yang compelled her to swallow her words and accept the helmet. Mo Yang then escorted Lu Lezhi to a nearby RT Mart. As she disembarked, Lu Lezhi stood bewildered, gazing at the supermarket before her, uncertain of Mo Yang's intentions. Mo Yang opened the trunk and stated, "First, place your hand in here. What exactly do you intend to do?" Lu Lezhi queried, her confusion evident. Not concern yourself with that. Even if you choose to leap into the Pacific, I shall not hinder you." Reluctantly, Lu Lezhi set aside her doubts, placing the urn in the trunk before following Mo Yang into the supermarket. Inside, Mo Yang pushed a shopping cart, directing Lu Lezhi straight to the snacks aisle. He did not scrutinize the variety of snacks. He simply grabbed a pack of each and tossed them into the cart. Lu Lezhi trailed behind, pushing the cart with growing intrigue. Could he possibly want to assist him in carrying items? A peculiar thought crossed her mind. Curious glances from passers-by fell upon them. Typically, it is the girls who select snacks while the boys push the carts. Why had they reversed roles? Moreover, neither appeared to be there for a leisurely shopping experience. The boy's expression was impassive as he continued to toss snacks into the cart, while the girls seemed distracted. Before long, the cart was brimming, and without a word, Mo Yang took it from Lu Lezhi and headed to the checkout. After a brief interval, he emerged from the supermarket carrying 2 large bags filled to the brim with snacks. Lu Lezhi followed closely behind, increasingly curious about his intentions. They arrived at a nearby bench, where Mo Yang gestured for Lu Lezhi to sit down and then handed her the bags of snacks. Lu Lezhi was taken aback. "What is this for?" "I am one who delights in facilitating the wishes of others. Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall not stand in your way, however. Even as a ghost, one ought not to starve, should they?" Lu Lezhi was momentarily stunned. Were all these provisions meant for her? She felt an inexplicable sense of emotion stirring within her. "Will you eat?" Lu Lezhi hesitated for a moment before ultimately accepting the snacks. On one hand, she found Mu Yang's words to be quite reasonable. On the other, she realized she was quite hungry, having not eaten anything that day. Witnessing this, Mu Yang let out a silent sigh of relief. As long as she was eating, he feared more for her refusal that he settled down beside Lu Lezhi and began to recommend which snacks to try. Lu Lezhi initially tore open a bag of chips and started munching away. However, feeling that it was rather inappropriate to indulge alone, she picked up a pack of spicy strips and offered them to Mu Yang. That a faint smile graced Mu Yang's lips as he accepted the spicy strips and began to eat as well. It was unclear whether Mu Yang was eating too slowly or if Lu Lezhi was genuinely hungry, but by the time he finished one pack of spicy strips, half of the plastic bag in front of Lu Lezhi had already been depleted. That Mu Yang sensed it was the right moment to inquire, "Is it delicious?" Lu Lezhi popped an Oreo into her mouth and nodded in affirmation. "Did you often eat snacks when you were a child?" Lu Lezhi's movement paused, evidently recalling something, and her tone took on a melancholic note as she replied, "Yes, my family's circumstances were not favorable, yet my mother never deprived me. Whatever I wished for, she would always accommodate me." The thought of her late mother made Lu Lezhi feel as though the taste of the cookies had turned to ashes in her mouth. Have you ever pondered why, despite your family's hardships, your mother chose to do so? After all, one could survive without snacks. Lu Lezhi certainly understood the reason. She was not foolish, merely too shy to voice it. Yet Mu Yang did not require her answer, continuing instead, "The vast majority of parents in this world love their children unconditionally, just like your mother. No matter how difficult circumstances were, she never deprived you of food. Some of the snacks I purchased, you likely haven't tried before, have you?" Lu Lezhi nodded. Certain treats were far too expensive for her family to afford. That Mu Yang remarked, "In this world, there exists an abundance of beautiful things that can evoke happiness, and food is one of them. I believe your mother wished for you to experience all the wonderful things life has to offer. I do not wish to impart any moral. But with your mother gone, the joys you have yet to experience are also joys she never encountered. Isn't that a profound regret for her? The world is not as beautiful as one might hope, yet it is not as dreadful as it seems. That I believe that rather than succumbing to despair, you should strive to live, to feel and embrace those experiences for your mother, and more importantly, for yourself." Chapter 3. A much-needed employee. After finishing his words, Mo Yang quietly observed Lu Lezhi, awaiting her response. He had conveyed all he needed to say. If Lu Lezhi remained intent on ending her life, there would be little he could do. Fortunately, Lu Lezhi was not one to stubbornly cling to a singular thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, she eventually nodded in agreement with Mo Yang's sentiments. A smile graced Mo Yang's face. It was a relief that she wished to live. "Thank you. What is your name?" she inquired. Mo Yang, he replied. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Lezhi spoke. "Brother Mo Yang, could you do me a favor?" "What kind of favor?" he asked. "Take me to a place. I need to ensure my mother rests in peace." Mo Yang, of course, would not refuse such a modest request and promptly agreed. An hour and a half later, the two worked together on a small hill in the outskirts, excavating the grave of Lu Lezhi's father, who had passed away many years prior. They placed her mother's urn within, allowing the couple to be reunited in their final resting place. After filling in the earth, Lu Lezhi knelt before the grave, bowing 3 times, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Mo Yang chose not to disturb her. Instead, he turned to descend the hill, returning the borrowed shovel. The kind woman from whom he had borrowed the shovel sighed as she took it back. Little Hui had a hard life. Just days after marrying, her husband died in a car accident. She later found Lezhi and raised her with great effort, only for her to finally graduate from university and for good fortune to beckon, and then she succumbed to cancer. Alas, turning her gaze toward Mo Yang, she continued, "Young man, Lezhi is a wonderful girl. You must treat her well and not bully her." The woman mistakenly assumed Mo Yang was Lu Lezhi's boyfriend. He rubbed his nose and clarified his relationship with Lu Lezhi. Upon returning to the hill, Mo Yang found Lu Lezhi quietly waiting for him, her eyes red, suggesting she had wept profusely. "Brother Mo Yang, thank you once again for today," she expressed her gratitude. Mo Yang waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small act. "No need for thanks. By the way, what are your plans moving forward?" Lu Lezhi pondered for a moment before responding. "First, I need to find a job while reviewing for my postgraduate entrance examination." Mo Yang nodded. As long as she wished to live, that was what mattered. "Where to?" "I'll give you a ride." 40 minutes later, Mo Yang gazed at the makeshift tent fashioned from plastic sheeting before him, glancing up at the arch of the bridge, feeling somewhat as though he were watching a short video online. "Is this your home?" Mo Yang asked Lu Lezhi uncertainly. She nodded, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Mo Yang's lips twitched in response, unsure of what to say. He had only seen similar scenes on TikTok or other platforms. Sensing his thoughts, Lu Lezhi explained, "I didn't used to live here. When my mother fell ill, I returned our rented apartment to save money and moved here." "And how long have you been living here?" he inquired. "About 3 months," she replied. Upon hearing those words, a peculiar sensation stirred within Mo Yang. Although this winter was not particularly harsh, it was far from comfortable. One could only imagine the hardships a young girl must endure living in such conditions. "Are you still planning to stay here?" he inquired. "Yes," Lu Lezhi replied, having spent her last bit of money on Mo Yang's medical expenses, leaving her utterly destitute, unable even to afford a packet of instant noodles. After a brief silence, Mo Yang asked, "You mentioned you want to work while preparing for your postgraduate entrance exams?" Lu Lezhi nodded. In fact, she had intended to pursue further studies right after her graduation last year. But her plans were abruptly derailed when her mother was diagnosed with late-stage cancer, forcing her to abandon her aspirations. "How about this? My bookstore is in need of a clerk, and there's an empty room on the 2nd floor. If you're willing, you could come work for me," he offered. Mo Yang could no longer bear to witness Lu Lezhi's living situation. A young woman residing beneath a bridge was simply unacceptable. The safety concerns alone were significant. If it were anyone else, he would not have made such an offer. Lu Lezhi was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Perhaps it was the dazed expression on her face that amused Mo Yang, for he chuckled. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Soon after, Lu Lezhi expressed her gratitude for the 3rd time that day. "All right, it's getting late. Let's pack up your things." Lu Lezhi had very few belongings, and she quickly gathered them. She even decided to leave her meager possessions, a solar panel, a small heater, and an electric blanket, for her neighbor, a homeless man who had only recently arrived. "You're nearly starving yourself, yet you're giving your things away?" Mo Yang teased lightly. "Everyone has their struggles. Every little bit helps." Lu Lezhi smiled, revealing 2 deep dimples. This was the first time Mo Yang had seen her smile, and he thought she looked even more beautiful when she did. By the time they arrived at the bookstore, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Lu Lezhi stepped out of the vehicle and glanced at the bookstore's name, Sunshine Bookstore. For some reason, she felt that the name suited Mo Yang perfectly. Mo Yang first returned the borrowed fishing rod and bucket to the owner of the neighboring optical shop before guiding Lu Lezhi into the bookstore. Ascending to the second floor, he pointed to a room and said, "You can stay there. My sister's room is next door, and I live across the hall." Lu Lezhi expressed her thanks once more before dragging her suitcase into her new room. Mo Yang settled onto the sofa, took out his phone, and published the chapter he intended to update that day. He had begun writing online literature since his first year of university, and after several years, he had achieved a modest level of success. After graduating last year, he rented a space across from the third middle school, operating a bookstore on the first floor while residing on the second. Mo Yang, may I use the kitchen? Lu Lezhi's voice pulled his attention from his phone. Of course. Are you hungry? He asked. Lu Lezhi shook her head. I was thinking of preparing something for you. You haven't eaten much today, have you? Initially, Mo Yang had not felt particularly hungry, but Lu Lezhi's words made him realize that he indeed felt a twinge of hunger. With that, you need not trouble yourself. There are vegetables in the refrigerator, and you can prepare them as you see fit. Subsequently, Mo Yang recalled something. If possible, please prepare a bit more, as my sister will be back soon and will also need to eat. Lu Lezhi nodded, opened the refrigerator, retrieved some noodles, eggs, and tomatoes, and busied herself in the kitchen. Observing Lu Lezhi's industrious figure, Mo Yang felt no hesitation in remaining idle. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and entered his room to fetch his recently outdated mobile phone, returning to the living room. Before long, Lu Lezhi had finished cooking the noodles and had also stir-fried a plate of tomatoes and eggs. She placed the dishes on the dining table and called out, "Brother Mo Yang, the meal is ready." Mo Yang approached and handed her his phone, saying, "This is my old phone. You may use it for now." "Thank you, Brother Mo Yang," she replied. Mo Yang glanced at the food and inquired, "Why is there only one bowl of noodles? Aren't you eating?" "I'm not hungry. I had quite a few snacks this afternoon," she explained. "Oh," Mo Yang said, and not wishing to be polite any longer, he sat down and began to eat. Lu Lezhi took a seat across from him and said, "Brother Mo Yang, you can deduct my share of the rent from my salary." Chapter 4. It won't happen. Lu Lezhi had never been one to take advantage of others, although Mo Yang had not mentioned it. She felt it was only fair to contribute to the rent since she was living in his home. Mo Yang paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. "Then I will deduct 1,000 each month from your salary." He had initially considered refusing, but then realized that if he did not agree, Lu Lezhi would likely feel uneasy about staying. Lu Lezhi nodded in acceptance, and Mo Yang returned to his meal while she went back to her room to tidy up. Soon, Mo Yang had finished his meal. He had to admit that Lu Lezhi's cooking was quite commendable, as he had unknowingly devoured the entire plate of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. After a contented burp, he prepared to wash the dishes. At that moment, Lu Lezhi emerged from her room, carrying a set of clean clothes, a small bottle of shampoo, a nearly empty bar of soap, and a towel. Her face flushed slightly, revealing her embarrassment. Upon seeing the items in her hands, Mo Yang instantly understood her intentions and pointed toward the bathroom. Lu Lezhi quietly expressed her gratitude and hurried into the restroom, locking the door behind her. Mo Yang, witnessing this, couldn't he help but smile. Lu Lezhi's bashfulness had a certain charm. After washing the dishes, Mo Yang retreated to his room, feeling it somewhat inappropriate to linger outside while a girl was bathing. A short while later, Lu Lezhi emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed, her cheeks still tinted with pink. This was her first time bathing in someone else's home, especially in a male's residence. Her shyness had compelled her to engage in a lengthy mental preparation before daring to step out. Noticing that Mo Yang was absent from the living room, she quietly sighed in relief. Just as Lu Lezhi contemplated whether to go to Mo Yang's room to express her thanks once more, a sudden sound of the doorknob turning broke the silence. "My dear brother, your sweet and adorable sister has returned." The door swung open to reveal a girl clad in a uniform from the third middle school, her short hair framing a youthful face that appeared to be around 16. Upon opening the door, she locked eyes with Lu Lezhi, who had just turned to behold the sound. Lu Lezhi's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe crab. "I'm sorry, I must have come to the wrong place," the girl quickly responded, apologizing to Lu Lezhi before abruptly shutting the door with a resounding thud. However, it was only after closing the door that she realized something was amiss. Wasn't this the second floor of her own bookstore? There was no way she could have gotten lost with her eyes closed. Just as Lu Lezhi contemplated chasing after her, The door swung open once more, and the girl re-entered with a smile, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Mou." Before Lu Lezhi could explain, Mo Yang emerged from the room, interjecting, "Don't be ridiculous. This is my new employee." Mou responded with an "oh," her gaze drifting toward Lu Lezhi's damp hair, casting her brother a look that seemed to question whether he believed her. What kind of employee bathes at the boss's house, especially at such a late hour? Mo Yang, uninterested in her antics, introduced, "This is my sister, Mou. She is a sophomore at the 3rd middle school, a bit eccentric, but don't mind her." Mou approached, smiling as she said, "Hello, Lezhi's sister. You are so beautiful. Even the school bell from our school pales in comparison." "Thank you." Mou was an extroverted social butterfly, capable of chatting with a passing dog for an entire morning. Lu Lezhi felt a mix of envy and uncertainty on how to respond to such a personality. Just as Mou seemed poised to continue her chatter, Mo Yang promptly interrupted, "There's noodles and scrambled eggs with tomatoes in the pot. Help yourself." "Okay, I'll come find you once I'm full, Lezhi's sister." As Lu Lezhi watched Mou head toward the kitchen, she let out a sigh of relief. "She yes like that. Please don't take offense." Lu Lezhi shook her head. "Not at all." When Mou sat down at the dining table with her steaming noodles and dish, Lu Lezhi had already retreated to her room, while Mo Yang settled on the sofa, engrossed in a video. Observing this, Mou decided to scoop her food into a bowl and plop down beside her brother. "Come on, confess honestly. What is going on between you and Lezhi's sister?" Mo Yang knew that if he didn't divulge the details to this inquisitive girl, he wouldn't be getting any sleep that night. So, he recounted the events to Mou. Upon finishing, she regarded him with a peculiar expression, inquiring, "Brother, are you sure you don't have any ulterior motives?" It wasn't that Mou doubted her brother's character. Rather, Lu Lezhi's striking beauty was undeniable. She had the potential to debut as a star right then and there. Given that Mo Yang was a spirited young man, it was hard for Mou to believe his intentions were purely altruistic. Raising an eyebrow, Mo Yang replied, "What else could it be? Why can't you be more helpful?" "Brother? Such a young age should not harbor such base thoughts." Mou silently mused, "I have yet to utter a word. Who truly possesses the more sordid thoughts between us?" She added, "And do not dare to spin tales to our parents. I assure you, you will see not a single penny of your allowance before the college entrance examination." Mou scoffed, "What is so remarkable about that? You only know how to leverage my allowance against me. Just wait. Once I graduate, I too shall pen web novels, achieve literary acclaim, and then the roles shall reverse. I shall be the one bestowing you with pocket money." Mo Yang clapped dismissively. "Go on, brother. I shall await the day you declare that." After their meal, Mou retreated to her room to fetch the hairdryer, then knocked on Lu Lezhi's door. Lu Lezhi quickly opened it. "Sister Lezhi, you might catch a chill if you don't dry your hair. Let me help you." Mou handed the hairdryer to Lu Lezhi. "Thank you," she replied. Mou smiled. "May I come in?" Of course. Lu Lezhi stepped aside to allow her entry. Once inside, Mou pulled a chair and sat down. Lu Lezhi settled onto the bed, her head lowered, her right thumb and index finger nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes. Mou noticed this subtle behavior. It seemed her sister was somewhat socially anxious, prompting her to take the initiative. "Sister Lezhi, my brother has shared your circumstances with me. Are you not concerned that he might harbor ill intentions in bringing you home?" Lu Lezhi shook her head. "I believe Brother Mo Yang is not that kind of person." "Why is that?" "You have known my brother for less than a day. Are you not worried that his intentions might be ulterior?" "Not at all," Lu Lezhi replied. "How could someone who saved me and went to such lengths to dissuade me from despair possibly harbor malicious intent?" Chapter 5. This man does not seem like a good person. Just as Mou was about to inquire further, Mo Yang's voice echoed from the doorway. "Mou, do you wish to be late tomorrow?" Mou stuck out her tongue and said to Lu Lezhi, "We shall continue our conversation tomorrow." With that, she stood and exited the room. "It's getting late. You should rest early," Mo Yang advised Lu Lezhi before closing the door. "Now, what scheme are you concocting?" Mo Yang inquired, turning his gaze to his sister. Mou smiled. "I was merely assessing Sister Lezhi's feelings towards you. I believe she would make a splendid sister-in-law." Mo Yang, somewhat exasperated, responded, "Do I truly appear so unappealing to the public? Are you concerned I might struggle to find a partner?" While he may not be a paragon of beauty, he was certainly attractive among his peers and had received his fair share of love letters during his school days. Mou adjusted her imaginary glasses and retorted, "That notion is misguided. Consider this. You have known each other for such a brief time. Yet she has willingly accompanied you home and feels secure enough to bathe here. From my extensive reading of romance novels, I would wager she has likely fallen for you at first sight. The male protagonist rescued the female lead, granting her redemption. And thus they embarked on a passionate romance, a truly delightful tale. Mo Yang, both amused and exasperated, playfully tapped Mo Yu on the head, advising her to read less romantic fiction and retire for the night. In truth, Mo Yu had completely misunderstood Lu Lezhi. Her agreement to Mo Yang was solely driven by a singular word: poverty. She found herself in dire straits, unable even to afford instant noodles. And if she did not acquiesce to Mo Yang, she would have no choice but to scavenge in trash bins the following day, competing with the elderly for scraps. The next day, at precisely 7:30 in the morning, Mo Yang awoke on schedule. After yawning, he dressed and stepped outside his room. Upon entering the living room, he was momentarily taken aback, for there on the dining table lay 2 bowls of soy milk and a plate of fried buns. Could this culinary offering truly be the work of Mo Yu? The very thought was quickly dismissed by Mo Yang. Every morning, she ventured out to a local vendor for breakfast and always arrived at school just on time. The possibility of her rising early to prepare breakfast seemed utterly implausible. If not Mo Yu, could it be the legendary Tian Luo girl? As Mo Yang pondered this, Lu Lezhi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of scrambled eggs. It dawned on the still drowsy Mo Yang that there was indeed an additional occupant in the household. "Brother Mo Yang, you're awake. Hurry and freshen up. Then join me for breakfast," she urged. Mo Yang nodded and made his way to the bathroom. After completing his morning routine, he sat at the dining table, sipped the soy milk, and inquired, "Did you make all this?" Lu Lezhi, seated opposite him, nodded. "I had intended to prepare more for Xiaoyu, but by the time I got up, she had already left for school. Don't worry about her. She always eats out in the morning," Mo Yang replied, taking a bite of the fried bun. "Honestly, there's no need to go through all this trouble. You could have slept longer. I usually cook only in the evenings, purchasing my meals in the morning and at noon. Were it not for his mother insisting that Mo Yu eat home-cooked meals daily, Mo Yang would likely resort to ordering takeout for dinner." Lu Lezhi shook her head. "It's no trouble at all. I'm accustomed to rising early. And since I live here, I can't just do nothing, can I? Besides, I need to eat as well." Seeing her determination, Mo Yang refrained from further protest, nodded, and continued with his meal. After breakfast, Lu Lezhi descended the stairs with the old phone Mo Yang had given her, making her way to a nearby service center to top up her card and subsequently log into WeChat. Instantly, dozens of unread messages flooded her screen, causing her phone to freeze momentarily. All the messages were from her only close friend, Song Lianga. The last message she sent was a voice note. "Lele, you haven't been swindled out of your kidney, have you? If you don't reply within half an hour, I'll notify the authorities." Lu Lezhi glanced at the time, realizing she had a minute to spare before the half-hour mark, and quickly replied with a voice note. "Lianga, I'm fine. Don't worry." After sending her response, she returned to the bookstore, where Mo Yang awaited her. Upon her arrival, he commenced her pre-shift training. The so-called training was merely a matter of familiarizing oneself with the arrangement of various books and the cash register. It posed no challenge, and Lu Lezhi quickly memorized everything. Observing her progress, Mo Yang settled down at a small table next to the cash register, opened his laptop, and began to type. Lu Lezhi approached him, her expression somewhat conflicted. "What's the matter?" Mo Yang inquired. Mo Yang, would it be possible for you to advance me 3 months' salary?" To cover her mother's medical expenses, Lu Lezhi had borrowed 5,000 yuan from Song Lianga, although Song Lianga had assured her that repayment could occur at any time. The thought of not returning the money weighed heavily on her conscience. "Sure, no problem. Let us add each other on WeChat first," Mo Yang readily agreed. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and soon after, Mo Yang transferred 6,000 yuan to Lu Lezhi. In such a small establishment, the maximum monthly salary for an employee was merely 3,000 yuan, and Mo Yang deducted 1,000 for rent, leaving Lu Lezhi with only 2,000. Nonetheless, she felt quite content. Having grown up in a financially constrained environment, even if her monthly income were merely 800 yuan, she would still approach her work with diligence. As Lu Lezhi received the funds and intended to return the borrowed money to Song Lianga, she noticed a lengthy message from Song Lianga. It was filled with concern and inquiries about her whereabouts throughout the day, mentioning that she had gone to find someone at her home, but was informed by the landlord that they had already vacated the premises. Lu Lezhi succinctly recounted her day's experiences to Song Lianga. Upon reading it, Song Lianga became restless, her intuition warning her that the man in question did not possess good intentions. Her dear friend, though somewhat naive, must not be taken advantage of. With that thought in mind, Song Lianga promptly requested a leave of absence from her boss, asked Lu Lezhi for her location, and hurriedly took a taxi to Sunshine Bookstore. You scoundrel, prepare to have your true nature exposed. Chapter 6. Two untrustworthy individuals. When Song Lianga stormed into the bookstore, she found only Lu Lezhi present. Mo Yang was nowhere to be seen. Hearing footsteps, Lu Lezhi lifted her head from her studies. Upon seeing Song Lianga, she was momentarily taken aback. Lian, why are you here so early? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Given that you might be sold off, how could I possibly focus on work? Song Lianga retorted with irritation. Lu Lezhi looked puzzled. Who would sell me? Song Lianga was at a loss for words. Her friend, while academically inclined, exhibited a certain obliviousness in other matters. Him, your boss. He went out to collect a delivery. By the way, how are you staying here? Aren't you renting that house anymore? Lu Lezhi had never dared to disclose her living arrangements under the bridge to Song Lianga. Otherwise, despite her friend's assertive nature, she would insist on moving in together. Hearing the question, a flicker of discomfort crossed Lu Lezhi's eyes. It was just a moment of confusion. So I decided to terminate the lease. No wonder I couldn't find anyone there. Song Lianga, being somewhat oblivious, did not ponder further. At that moment, Mo Yang returned, carrying a parcel. Upon noticing others in the store, he assumed they were customers there to purchase books and paid them little heed. Song Lianga approached confidently, extending her hand. Hello, I am Leilei's close friend. Thank you for saving her yesterday. As she spoke, she discreetly assessed Mo Yang, who was, to her estimation, quite handsome. Though little else was known at that moment. Mo Yang paused for a moment before extending his hand in return. Politely grasping only half of Song Lianga's palm, it was merely a small act, no need for thanks. Noticing he only held her hand lightly, Song Lianga thought to herself, he is rather courteous. After their handshake, Mo Yang turned aside to open a package, showing no inclination to continue their conversation. Song Lianga furrowed her brow. She considered herself not lacking in attractiveness, so why did he remain unperturbed? Was he truly a paragon of virtue? Or perhaps biding his time to reel in a bigger catch? Mo Yang, unaware of Song Lianga's musings, would likely have found them amusing. Just as sunlight pierces through the night, heralding the dawn, Missouri Yang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his childhood friend, Wang Haoming, calling. What is up? Mo Yang answered the call directly. This young man would never call him without good reason. Old Mo, Lezhi is coming back today, arriving at noon. Shall we go pick her up together? Mo Yang glanced at the time. All right, I'll head out now. Let us meet at the airport. With that, he hung up and informed Lu Lezhi. I'm stepping out for a bit. I want to be back for lunch. Lu Lezhi nodded, watching Mo Yang's departing figure. Song Lianga pursed her lips. Well then, I shall take my leave as well. Just arrived and already leaving? I have no choice. I need to return and earn my keep. By the way, do keep your wits about you. Don't let someone take advantage of you foolishly. Lu Lezhi intended to offer some words of explanation for Mo Yang, as he had scarcely spoken to her since last night. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Song Lianga had already exited the bookstore, leaving her to swallow her words. As noon approached, Mo Yang arrived at the airport. Upon entering the arrivals hall, he spotted Wang Haoming, not due to any remarkable features, but rather because of the sign he was holding aloft. Wang Haoming held a sign, towering above him, adorned with colorful letters. Welcome, the adorable Miss Yi, the invincible and beloved girl from heaven and earth, back to the embrace of our motherland. It was unclear what medium Wang Haoming had used, but the letters shimmered enticingly. The sign drew considerable attention, yet he seemed unbothered by any embarrassment, reveling in his pride instead. Mo Yang couldn't help but smirk. It was no wonder that Mo Yu enjoyed spending time with Wang Haoming, two social butterflies effortlessly navigating their world. He approached and pointed to the sign. If you have the guts, write her name on it. Wang Haoming immediately shook his head. I dare not. Lezhi would chase me down with a knife. Mo Yang chuckled with a hint of regret, remarking that he wished he had brought a marker to assist with the modifications. What the hell? Lao Mo, are you betraying our friendship, forged in the fires of childhood? He exclaimed, exasperated, just as the two were exchanging playful banter. A tall girl wearing sunglasses emerged from the exit, pulling along a pink suitcase. She immediately noticed the sign held high by Wang Haoming, momentarily halting her steps. Fresh off the plane, and my childhood friend has put me in this embarrassing situation. As Yi Qing pressed her toes into the ground, she felt a flicker of relief that she had only given a last-minute notice. Wang Haoming would not have had enough time to prepare, or else he would undoubtedly have produced an extravagant, multicolored light sign. In that case, Yi Qing would have turned on her heel and flown back home. Mo Yang and his companion spotted her and waved. With a sigh, Yi Qing approached them and said to Wang Haoming, "Are you planning to welcome me back with a lavish 3-bedroom apartment? Why don't you think it's Lao Mo's doing? He would never pull off something so cringeworthy." Mo Yang smiled. "Welcome back. You're not leaving again, are you?" Yi Qing nodded. "Now that we've VE graduated, what is there to leave for? The three of us can create chaos together again." She corrected herself. "Actually, it's the formidable duo. Lao Mo isn't joining us anymore since he is busy with his secret romance." Yi Qing's eyes lit up at the mention, "Lao Mo. Is there something going on with you? What secret romance? Don't listen to his nonsense. And you, Lao Wang, trust less in that girl Mo." Removing her sunglasses, Yi Qing casually draped her arms around both their shoulders, declaring, "All right, enough of that. I'm hungry, let us go eat." Mo Yang suggested. "Shall we head to our old haunt?" "Absolutely," they chorused. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Wang Haoming approached a brand new car, saying, "This is a recently acquired vehicle. Lezhi, would you like to be the first girl to ride shotgun with me?" Before she could respond, Mo Yang interjected, "Don't believe him, Lezhi. He has had at least 3 or 4 girls in that passenger seat. You're definitely not the first." "Lao Mo, don't ruin my game," exclaimed Wang Haoming. "By the way, where's your vehicle?" Yi Qing inquired. Mo Yang pointed to a motorcycle nearby. "Lao Wang, I entrust my suitcase to you." Mo Yang's motorcycle had a strikingly cool appearance, and Yi Qing quickly made up her mind. Wang Haoming took the suitcase, his expression resembling that of a jilted lover. "Are you really going to leave me all alone in the car?" he lamented, but they ignored him and walked towards the motorcycle. Wang Haoming pouted. "Once I get my motorcycle license, I'll definitely buy a ride cooler than Lao Mo's. You'd first need to ensure that your next road test doesn't become your 8th failure," Mo Yang quipped unexpectedly. "Let us not dwell on that. We're still good brothers," Wang Haoming retorted, clutching his chest in mock injury. With a slight smile, Mo Yang donned his helmet and protective gear, started the engine, and sped out of the parking lot with Yi Qing. "What a pair of ungrateful rascals," Wang Haoming murmured to himself. Chapter 7. A matter to discuss. Half an hour later, the trio arrived before a barbecue restaurant. Yi Qing alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the illuminated sign displaying Jinggu Barbecue, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. "Let us go," Mo Yang urged. Upon entering the establishment, they found it nearly filled to capacity, as it was mealtime. "You 3 haven't visited in quite a while," a portly middle-aged man approached with a warm smile. Yi Qing returned his smile. "Long time no see, Jinggu. I recall you mentioning a desire to lose weight last time. You seem to have grown rounder. Even drinking water seems to add pounds. What can I do?" he replied, chuckling. "What will you be having?" "The usual," they replied in unison. "Very well. I shall personally tend to your grilling." "Thank you, Jinggu. Don't mention it." They found an empty table and sat down. Yi Qing turned to Mo Yang. "So, what is this about a hidden beauty in the Golden House?" "Don't pay any attention to Lao Wang's nonsense. She is merely a new recruit," Mo Yang replied. "A recruit you allow to stay at your place?" Wang Haoming's eyes brimmed with skepticism. "She is all alone and has nowhere else to go. Is it wrong for me to lend a hand? Besides, she is not staying for free," Mo Yang asserted, exuding a sense of righteousness. Wang Haoming smirked, fully aware of their shared history and Mo Yang's nature. While his sense of justice was commendable, he doubted the sincerity behind Mo Yang's intentions, suspecting ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to Mo Yang, his act of kindness was being misconstrued by Wang Haoming. Fortunately, the barbecue arrived promptly, halting their discussion. As Mo Yang took a bite of a skewer, he inexplicably thought of Lu Lezhi and, almost instinctively, pulled out his phone to send her a message. "Have you eaten?" Lu Lezhi quickly replied, "I have." After a moment's contemplation, Mo Yang felt it inappropriate to inquire without bringing her something. Thus he called out, "Jinggu, grill a few extra skewers. I'll pack them up later." Wang Haoming, observing this, couldn't help but smirk, thinking his earlier suspicion was validated. By the time they finished their barbecue, it was nearly 2 o'clock. Yi Qing called for a ride and departed. Wang Haoming turned to Mo Yang. "Old Mo, Let us invite the class monitor and the others for a meal and karaoke sometime. A proper welcome for ye. Sure, you can handle the arrangements, Mo Yang replied. Just don't forget to bring along that girl from your bookstore. Mo Yang raised an eyebrow. Why should I bring her? Isn't it the duty of a brother to ensure you're making the right connections? Wang Haoming teased. Get lost, Mo Yang retorted, playfully kicking at him, which Wang Haoming nimbly dodged. Mo Yang, uninterested in further banter, hopped onto his motorcycle and sped away. Upon returning to the bookstore, he found Lu Lezhi studying alone, her head bent over her notes. Mo Yang tapped on the counter, prompting her to look up. Brother Mo Yang, you're back, she greeted. Nodding, he placed the skewers of grilled meat before her. I brought you something. Enjoy. Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. Thank you. You're welcome. With that, Mo Yang ascended the stairs. Lu Lezhi retrieved a skewer of grilled meat from the plastic bag and took a small bite. Although the meat had cooled somewhat, affecting its flavor, she was nevertheless pleasantly surprised. If only my mother could taste this too, she murmured to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon reaching the second floor, Mo Yang was about to enter his room when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the dining table. There lay a plate of pickled vegetables and a half-eaten steamed bun. Is this what the girl had for lunch? Mo Yang pondered. He recalled having purchased these items several days prior and had intended to discard them. The bun had hardened to the point of being as solid as a stone. He couldn't fathom how Lu Lezhi managed to swallow it. It seemed necessary to inform her that she need not be as frugal here as she had been before. Mo Yang was not particularly concerned for Lu Lezhi. Rather, he mused that if she continued eating such meager fare despite his assistance, what purpose did his help serve? After tossing the pickles and bun into the trash bin, he retreated to his room to charge his phone before descending the stairs once more. Lu Lezhi was still eating, though her eyes were red and it was evident she had been crying. Mo Yang was startled. What's wrong? Is it too spicy? That shouldn't be the case. He had specifically instructed Jean Gu to use less chili powder, so there was no reason for her to be brought to tears. Lu Lezhi sniffled. No, I was just thinking about my mother. I've never eaten barbecue before. I had planned to take her out once I earned some money from my part-time job after getting into graduate school, but Mo Yang handed her a tissue. Then you must help your mother indulge a bit more in the future. It would serve as a way to compensate for your regrets. To be honest, Mo Yang was at a loss as to how to comfort Lu Lezhi. Though his family was not wealthy, they had never experienced a lack of food or resources, making it difficult for him to empathize fully with her situation. Fortunately, Lu Lezhi seemed to appreciate his clumsy attempt at consolation, nodding her head. Thank you, Mo Yang, for treating me to barbecue. Mo Yang smiled. I told you not to mention it. By the way, there's something I need to discuss with you. What is it? Mo Yang's expression turned serious. I understand you are accustomed to being frugal, but this is excessive. That bun has been sitting there for days. Don't you find it hard? Lu Lezhi initially wanted to say it was fine, but upon seeing Mo Yang's earnest gaze, she swallowed her words. I thought it was just me for lunch, so I figured a little would suffice. Even so, a little shouldn't mean eating something so stale. While I may not be a wealthy heir, I am not impoverished either. You need not save for me. Eat what you should. One meal won't impoverish me. I can manage leftovers for a couple of days. In truth, Mo Yang had another reason for wanting Lu Lezhi to abandon this habit. There were countless news stories about individuals ending up in the hospital due to eating expired food from their fridges. He certainly did not wish to witness Lu Lezhi suffer such a fate. I understand. Lu Lezhi lowered her head slightly, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. This demeanor left Mo Yang at a loss for words. He paused momentarily and said, be more careful next time. He did not expect Lu Lezhi to rectify her habit overnight, as it was something ingrained since childhood. A gradual change would suffice. Xiaomo, do you have any English practice books for elementary school? A voice inquired as an elderly man entered. The shopkeeper, Uncle Zhang, from a nearby store. Yes, I'll fetch one for you. Mo Yang approached a bookshelf, retrieved an English workbook, and returned to hand it to Uncle Zhang. 10 yuan. Uncle Zhang extracted a bill from his pocket and passed it to Mo Yang, then curiously glanced at Lu Lezhi. This is my newly hired employee. Oh, Uncle Zhang responded. Then pulled Mo Yang to the shop's entrance. What are you doing, Uncle Zhang? Mo Yang asked, puzzled. Uncle Zhang cast another glance at Lu Lezhi and earnestly advised Mo Yang. Xiao, you must not bully the young lady just because you are the boss. Mo Yang was bewildered. What are you talking about? When have I ever bullied her? Wait, Uncle Zhang, when did you see me bullying her? Why did she cry then? Mo Yang found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized that with Lu Lezhi's reddened eyes and his presence before her, it did indeed appear as though he was the one tormenting her, which might explain Uncle Zhang's misunderstanding. I did not bully her. Please do not worry unnecessarily. After dismissing Uncle Zhang, Mo Yang returned to the shop. He glanced at Lu Lezhi, intending to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. He greeted her and then ascended the stairs. It would be better to wait a while before coming down, otherwise. The sight of Lu Lezhi with tear-streaked eyes could easily be captured and circulated on social media, leading to a scandalous headline like, "Unethical bookstore owner bullies female employee." Sisters, beware of this shop. Mo Yang certainly did not wish for his bookstore to gain notoriety in such a manner. As time slipped away, it became 4:30, marking the dismissal time for nearby elementary schools and kindergartens, as well as the peak hours of foot traffic for the bookstore. Though it was bustling, the customer flow paled in comparison to other shops during the same period. The two worked diligently until after 5 before they could take a break. Mo Yang handed Lu Lezhi a bottle of water. "Are you managing all right?" Lu Lezhi nodded. This job was infinitely better than her previous part-time experiences. After just a brief period of activity, she still had ample time to review her studies. Mo Yang checked the time and remarked, "I doubt anyone else will come in to buy books now. We can close for the day." "All right," Lu Lezhi replied, and then picked up a broom to sweep away the dust in the shop. Observing her diligence, Mo Yang felt a strong sense of satisfaction in having made the right choice in hiring her. After spending a short while in the store, he decided to step out. The refrigerator was bare, and he needed to procure some groceries. At that moment, the market was bustling with activity, filled with elderly folks shopping for vegetables, making him feel like an anomaly among the crowd of seasoned shoppers. Mo Yang, feeling indifferent to haggling, chose to follow behind an elderly lady and reap the benefits of her bargaining skills. As he only prepared dinner for the day, his purchases were minimal, just a pound of potatoes and a pound of meat. Upon completing his meat transaction, he unexpectedly encountered Aunt Chun, the mother of the owner of the computer store located 2 stalls away. With a warm smile, Mo Yang greeted her, knowing she had always treated him kindly, often bringing him food. "Little Mo, may I ask you something?" Aunt Chun paused her shopping, turning her attention to him. "What is it, Aunt Chun?" "Please, go ahead." "It's about your new employee, little Lu. Does she have a boyfriend?" I believe not." "Why do you ask?" "My elder brother has asked me to find a suitable partner for his grandson, and I think that girl Lu is quite nice." Mo Yang was taken aback, realizing that within a day, Lu Lezhi had already caught someone else's interest. He rubbed his nose and suggested, "You might as well ask her directly. However, I think she is not in the mindset to pursue a relationship right now." Upon returning from the market and reaching the entrance of the store, Mo Yang noticed 2 boys in school uniforms from the 3rd middle school lingering by the bookshelf. Though they appeared to be selecting books, they were sneakily glancing at Lu Lezhi. Shaking his head, Mo Yang recognized them as classmates of Mo, both of whom were boarders. He entered the store and cleared his throat a couple of times to redirect their attention. "Mo, you're here. Why are you out so early after school?" The boys stammered in response. Mo Yang found their hesitance amusing, reflecting on how, back in his day, he had faced a teacher while sneaking out and had merely laughed it off. Truly, this generation is becoming less bold. "All right, this is the last warning. Hurry back, or I'll have no choice but to inform your homeroom teacher." "Thank you, Mo." The boys quickly set down the books they had been holding and hurried out of the bookstore, forgetting their earlier intentions. "Did they say anything to you?" Mo Yang inquired of Lu Lezhi. She shook her head, replying, "No, they just greeted me with 'Hello, sister.'" Mo Yang smirked at her response. During his high school years, there had been a beautiful older sister in the bookstore opposite, and his friend Wang Haoming had boldly asked for her WeChat, even planning outings during the holidays. This world belongs to the post-00s, or perhaps even the post-10s, but ultimately, it is the bold ones who prevail, he mused. "How about potatoes stewed with meat for dinner?" Mo Yang suggested, waving the vegetables in his hand. "I'll take care of it," Lu Lezhi responded, having mustered the courage that morning to inquire with the owner of the nearby glasses shop. She learned that even sharing rent in this area would not amount to less than 1,000 yuan a month. Mo Yang was already being considerate by managing his share of the rent, so Lu Lezhi felt it would be inappropriate to accept his meals. It was best she prepared the food herself. Momentarily taken aback, Mo Yang quickly regained his composure and replied, "All right." Lu Lezhi accepted the potatoes and meat he handed her and ascended to the 2nd floor, securely closed the shop door and ascended the stairs. Upon finding Lu Lezhi diligently chopping vegetables, he proceeded to wash rice and steam it. Just as he pressed the button on the rice cooker, his phone chimed. And upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Yiqing. "What is it, Lezhi?" he inquired. "My grandmother insists on inviting you over for dinner," Yiqing replied. Her tone, tinged with exasperation, mirrored her expression of resignation. It had been quite some time. Why was the old lady still intent on matchmaking him with Yiqing? In their childhood, their families were neighbors, and their grandmothers shared a close friendship. On one occasion, they whimsically suggested that the two children should be betrothed. While Mu's grandmother dismissed it as a jest, Ye's grandmother took it to heart. Each time Yiqing returned home for holidays, her grandmother would insist on inviting over for dinner, seizing every opportunity to bring them together. Moreover, she frequently extended invitations to join them for meals. As for sentiments regarding this so-called betrothal, he could only express it succinctly. Feudal remnants are to be shunned. Although he and Yiqing could be regarded as childhood sweethearts, who would fall for a childhood companion who, at the age of 7, was still wetting the bed and blaming it on the boy next door. They were better suited as friends. Yiqing's feelings mirrored his. Their familiarity made the thought of them together quite unappealing, evoking a shiver down his spine. After ending the call, fell into contemplation. He certainly could not accept the invitation. Otherwise, the old lady would only intensify her efforts to unite him with Yiqing. However, outright refusal was also not an option. Firstly, Ye's grandmother had always treated him kindly, and secondly, with Yiqing now graduated and back in the country, avoiding her this time would only lead to future encounters. One could evade the initial encounter, but not the subsequent ones. A strategy was essential. Chapter 9. Beef Buns. As grappled with his dilemma, his gaze inadvertently landed on Lu Lezhi, who was bustling in the kitchen. An idea sparked in his mind. "Hey, Lezhi, could you come over for a moment?" "Sure," Lu Lezhi replied, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached. "What is up? Could you assist me with a small favor?" "What do you need?" Succinctly recounted the situation to Lu Lezhi. "It's just a matter of taking a photograph. You need not do anything else. If you're unwilling, then just pretend I never asked." "Not a problem," she readily agreed, considering her savior. This small task was nothing for her. "I'll just take off my apron," she said. "There's no need for that. This way it appears more authentic," replied, moving closer to her. This proximity caused Lu Lezhi's ears to flush slightly, not out of shyness, but due to the novelty of being so near to a male for the first time, excluding the incident when had rescued her from the river. "Could you lean in a bit closer?" requested. "All right," Lu Lezhi complied, activated the front camera, and raised it above his head, capturing Lu Lezhi's serious expression in the frame. He initially considered prompting her to smile, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Ready to shoot. 321. Lu Lezhi had seldom taken photographs. Recalling Song Liang's pose during their selfie, she extended her fingers in a peace sign, her lips curving into a smile. As the shutter clicked, the picture was captured. Mo Yang glanced at the photo. It appeared quite natural. "Thank you," he said. "No need for thanks, just a small favor," Lu Lezhi replied as she returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Mo Yang, however, forwarded the photo to Yiqing. Yiqing quickly responded, "With this picture, I trust you can manage the rest. Grandma, you won't meddle in your affairs anymore." Yiqing gazed at the photo Mo Yang had sent and murmured to herself, "They seem rather well matched." "Xiaoqing, has Xiaoyang arrived yet?" "He hasn't." After sending the photo, Mo Yang stepped into the kitchen and inquired, "Do you need any help?" After all, it was his home, and he felt a twinge of guilt for allowing Lu Lezhi to cook alone while he lingered idly. "No need, brother Mo Yang. You should rest. I will call you when it's ready." Upon hearing this, Mo Yang felt as if he had hired a caretaker. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately chose silence. Back in his room, Mo Yang opened his computer, logged into the author's backend, reviewed yesterday's data, and uploaded today's chapter. Just as he finished, his phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call from his grandmother. Mo Yang promptly answered, "Grandma, do you have a partner?" "No." "Then why did Grandma Yi just call me to ask?" Mo Yang was taken aback by the swiftness of the old lady's actions. She had sent the photo and immediately sought confirmation from his grandmother. "What did you say?" "What could I say? I told her I didn't know." Mo Yang sighed with relief, fearing that his grandmother might blurt out a no, which would have been troublesome. "Grandma, listen to me." After hearing Mo Yang's account, Grandma Mo sighed on the other end. "We used to treat this as a joke, but ever since your grandpa Yi passed, she has been a bit unhinged. Fixated on pairing you with Xiaoqing. It might be for the best to dispel her thoughts. By the way, Xiaoqing is a good girl. And you know her well. Do you truly not have any feelings for her? If I had feelings, I would have acted during high school. Why wait until now? True. After chatting for a while, the two hung up. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lu Lezhi stood at the entrance. Brother Mo Yang, dinner is ready. I'll be right there. Upon reaching the dining table, Mo Yang found that Lu Lezhi had already served rice. The only dish was a hearty potato stew. But it smelled delightful and was likely quite tasty. After last night's tomato scrambled eggs and this morning's breakfast, Mo Yang had already realized Lu Lezhi's culinary skills were impressive. Yet the potato stew still caught his eye. Typically, his appetite was 2 bowls, but tonight, accompanied by the savory broth, he devoured 3 bowls. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Mo Yang leaned back against the chair and gave Lu Lezhi a thumbs up. Lu Lezhi smiled, revealing her 2 charming dimples once more. She then stood up from her chair, preparing to wash the dishes, but was halted by Mo Yang, who insisted that she should wait for Mo to return and do it, as had always been the case. Lu Lezhi acquiesced with an "oh" and settled onto the sofa, picking up a book to review her studies. Observing her, Mo Yang couldn't help but wonder if she had any other interests beyond her studies. While at the bookstore on the first floor, apart from customers purchasing books or using the restroom, she spent all her time reviewing, never once reaching for her phone. Mo Yang mused that had he possessed even half of Lu Lezhi's diligence during his high school years, he would have surely gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. He moved closer and sat beside her, inquiring, "Which school did you graduate from? Where do you plan to pursue your graduate studies?" "I graduated from Pengshida, and I aspire to attend Peng University," Lu Lezhi replied. Upon hearing Peng University, Mo Yang felt a sense of familiarity, as it was his alma mater. Given Lu Lezhi's determination, gaining admission to its graduate program seemed well within her reach. At 9:40 p.m., Mo returned from school, and Mo Yang had already anticipated the time, having warmed up the meals. Mo's first reaction to the braised potatoes and meat mirrored that of Mo Yang, and she quickly fell into a mode of hearty eating. Watching her devour the food, Mo Yang couldn't help but chide, "Slow down, no one is competing with you. With such an appetite, one would think I was starving my own sister." What was with this girl? While Lu Lezhi's culinary skills were commendable, his own were not lacking either. Did she really need to eat like a famished ghost? Concerned that Mo might choke, Lu Lezhi poured her a glass of water. Mo smiled as she accepted the drink. "Thank you, Sister Lezhi. Your cooking is simply delightful. I feel like I'll gain weight in no time." Lu Lezhi returned her smile. After swallowing the water, Mo continued, "By the way, brother, let us make beef buns tomorrow night, with onions. My deskmate gave me one her mother made today, and it was delicious." "Are you already thinking about tomorrow's dinner when you haven't even finished what's in your bowl?" "Not happening. Just kidding. Making buns was too tedious for him. Were it not for their mother's insistence, the kitchen would still be idle. How many young people today actually cook? Most would rather order takeout for every meal, which was more in line with their lifestyle. Then I'll call Mom and tell her you're starving me. You don't want your allowance anymore, do you?" Mo Yang sometimes felt that this sister of his was sent by heaven to annoy him. Always a good brother when needed, but a source of exasperation otherwise. He imagined that when he grew old and lay on a hospital bed, this girl would unhesitatingly pull out his oxygen tube, all while smiling sweetly. Chapter 10. I just want to repay kindness. As soon as the topic of allowance arose, Mo softened. After all, while delicious food was indeed important, pocket money held even greater significance. Since Mo Yang graduated from university and opened the bookstore, he had been the one providing her with her allowance. Thus, he now had her wrapped around his finger. Upon encountering a firm refusal, Mo swiftly shifted her approach. "Brother, I genuinely long to eat. Please prepare it. You are the best brother in the world." Mo Yang sighed, stating, "The main issue is that I lack the skills to make the filling and knead the dough." Jokingly, he thought to himself that he had surpassed the majority of young people in cooking, filling, and dough making. Apologies, but those skill points remain unallocated. At home, with his mother and grandmother around, he had relied on takeout or, at the very least, frozen meals, rendering any necessity to learn such skills quite unnecessary. Mo gasped. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had not anticipated that her elder brother could not perform these tasks. It seemed she would have to wait until her next visit home for their grandmother to prepare it. "Well, I can make the filling," interjected Lu Lezhi. Mo paused in surprise before joyfully wrapping her arms around Lu Lezhi's neck. "Sister, from this day forth, You shall be my beloved sister by another mother. Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback by Mo's enthusiasm, her body stiffening. For someone with social anxiety, such close contact was undeniably a monumental challenge. Mo Yang opened his mouth, intending to say something to Lu Lezhi, but upon witnessing his sister's joyful demeanor, he ultimately swallowed his words. Brother. Mo turned her gaze toward Mo Yang, who wore an expression of resignation. All right, I shall buy meat and onions tomorrow. Long live Oni-chan. The following day, as dawn broke, Mo Yang opened his door to find that Lu Lezhi had already prepared breakfast, laid out on the table. Good morning, Mo Yang ji. Morning. Mo Yang yawned and made his way to the bathroom. As he reached the doorway, a thought struck him, prompting him to halt and turn back to Lu Lezhi. Lezhi, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? While you reside here and are indeed my employee, you are not my maid. Last night, it was entirely unnecessary for you to mention your ability to make the filling and knead the dough. Mo Yang observed that Lu Lezhi appeared to have assumed the role of a caretaker. Upon rising, he noticed the living room floor was impeccably clean, the traces of mopping still faintly visible. Approaching the bathroom, he discovered a few of his worn garments had made their way into the washing machine. It was only 7:30. How early must Lu Lezhi have risen to mop and prepare breakfast? Furthermore, had she not mentioned it the previous evening? The dumpling making was not her responsibility, let alone the laundry. Ordinary roommates would not act in such a manner. Although Mo Yang did not mind Lu Lezhi aiding him with some household chores, he did not wish for her to adopt the role of a maid, as such an arrangement could become burdensome. Lu Lezhi lowered her head and softly replied, I didn't consider myself a maid. I merely wished to repay a kindness. Repay a kindness? Mo Yang was taken aback. Lu Lezhi nodded. She held traditional views, and Mo Yang had saved her life on 2 occasions. After being rescued, she realized how misguided her thoughts had been in contemplating such a drastic decision. She feared that even in death, she would be filled with regret and face her mother's wrath. Thus, Lu Lezhi held a profound appreciation for Mo Yang's life-saving grace. Although she could not offer herself completely, she yearned to repay him to the best of her abilities. However, her current means of gratitude were limited to cleaning and cooking. Mo Yang fell silent for a moment, remarking, My act of saving you is not motivated by a desire for recompense. Besides, it is only 7:30 now. How early must you rise to both mop the floor and prepare meals? Gratitude is not akin to servitude. I do not rise particularly early. I wake around 6 every day, Lu Lezhi replied. Mo Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had believed that his unwavering routine of rising at 7:30 was commendably early among his peers, only to discover that Lu Lezhi awoke even earlier. He had never anticipated that even the act of waking could become a competitive endeavor. Well, you need not concern yourself with repaying me. In the downstairs realm, we are simply employer and employee, while on the second floor, we are merely roommates. There is no need for such gestures, he added. Lu Lezhi shook her head, saying, My mother taught me that kindness must be repaid. Otherwise, one lives with a troubled conscience for life. Very well, Mo Yang sighed, turning to enter the bathroom. He realized he could not alter Lu Lezhi's convictions, so he would have to acquiesce, perhaps even offer a slight increase in her wages. As he shut the bathroom door, Lu Lezhi quietly exhaled in relief, grateful that Mo Yang did not insist on forbidding her expression of gratitude. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. After their meal, it was already 8 o'clock. Lu Lezhi intended to wash the dishes, but Mo Yang stopped her, stating, I'll handle it. You should go downstairs and open the shop. He felt somewhat embarrassed to delegate all the tasks to her, as though she were a mere housekeeper. All right. Lu Lezhi nodded and proceeded downstairs. Mo Yang quickly washed the dishes, then recalled that his sister, Mo, had expressed a desire for beef buns. He assessed the size of his pot and promptly placed an order for a suitable steamer online. Though he pretended to find it cumbersome, Mo Yang, as an older brother, was determined to fulfill Mo's wishes. Upon reaching the first floor, he noticed Aunt Chen conversing with Lu Lezhi at the entrance. Raising an eyebrow, he observed how decisively Aunt Chen acted. She had only inquired about him the previous evening and had already returned to seek him out that very morning. He approached them, saying, Aunt Chen, Xiao Mo. Aunt Chen responded with her usual cheerful demeanor, leaving him curious about the nature of their conversation. All right, you both carry on. I'm off to play cards, she announced before departing. What did she say to you? Mo Yang inquired of Lu Lezhi. She mentioned her nephew. who has just returned from military service, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, and asked if I would be interested in meeting him. Did you agree? Emoyang questioned. Lu Lezhi shook her head, stating, I am solely focused on reviewing my studies to gain admission to Pengda's graduate program. Engaging in a romantic relationship would only impede my progress. She settled at the cash register, opened her textbooks, and commenced her review for the day. Such discipline. Emoyang mused inwardly as he sat at the small table beside the cash register, opening his laptop to begin typing. 2 hours later, Moyang closed his laptop. Rising from his seat and stretching, he was surprised to find Lu Lezhi still immersed in her studies, her expression one of intense focus. Unchanged from when he first began typing, Moyang harbored doubts that she could maintain such a posture for 2 consecutive hours. After a moment's contemplation, he approached the cash register and gently tapped on it. Lu Lezhi looked up, her gaze slightly bewildered. What is the matter? Moyang rubbed his nose and inquired. Do you have any games you enjoy playing? Games. Lu Lezhi paused, momentarily taken aback. Moyang nodded. I generally don't play games. But I was hoping to find someone to guide me. His pretense of wanting guidance was merely an excuse to give Lu Lezhi something to do. He feared that if she continued studying relentlessly, she would surely lose her mind. I don't play games either. Do you have any other hobbies? Does studying count? Moyang was at a loss for words. He never anticipated that, in 2025, there would still exist such an unadulterated bookworm. It was truly a rarity. His plan to find Lu Lezhi a distraction was thus dashed. Although he was her employer, he could not very well chastise her for studying when there were no customers in the store. Moyang reluctantly returned to his small table. As he settled down, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Wang Haoming. Tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. at Jinshiyuan Hotel to welcome Lezhi. After dinner, we'll go sing. This fellow was always the most enthusiastic about such matters, Moyang muttered under his breath. At that moment, a bespectacled young man entered, heading straight for the cash register. Recognizing that he was looking for Lu Lezhi, Moyang discreetly kept silent, lowering his gaze to his novel. Lu Lezhi frowned slightly. Wang Rue. How did you know I was here? Noticing her somewhat displeased expression, Wang Rue quickly clarified. It's not what you think. I was just passing by. Saw someone who looked like you, and came to check. I didn't expect it to actually be you. Oh, Lu Lezhi replied indifferently, returning to her studies. Wang Rue, feeling awkward, attempted to make small talk. Are you working here? Want to grab lunch together? No, I have things to do at noon. I don't have time. Lu Lezhi's tone remained flat, devoid of emotion. All right then. Although Moyang kept his focus on the screen, he overheard every word exchanged between them. There was no way to avoid it. His small table was situated right next to the cash register. At this point, Moyang had discerned their relationship. Wang Rue harbored feelings for Lu Lezhi, but she seemed utterly disinterested. Bro, are you the owner here? Wang Rue asked. And Moyang was momentarily taken aback, realizing Wang Rue was addressing him. He lifted his head and replied, yes. Could we speak privately for a moment? Sure. The two stepped outside the bookstore. Wang Rue glanced at Lu Lezhi to ensure she could not hear before whispering to Moyang. Bro, do you need more staff here? I want to ask for payment. Moyang immediately understood the intentions of this young man, who was attempting to pursue a romantic interest under the guise of work. I'm sorry, but my store is small. 1 employee is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Wang Rue felt a pang of disappointment, but soon rallied with, what about next door? Moyang couldn't help but interject, buddy, haven't you realized that the girl has no interest in you? Wang Rue sighed. I'm not a fool. How could I not notice? I've confessed 3 or 4 times. And yet you persist? What can I do if I like her? Moyang rolled his eyes internally, thinking such behavior was pathetic. If it were him, no matter how deep his affections, he would not bother someone after being rejected. This was merely a testament to Lu Lezhi's good nature. Had it been Yi Qing, she would have knocked his teeth out for such relentless pursuit after being turned down multiple times. Well, good luck, Moyang offered in a perfunctory manner before turning back to the store. Wang Rue exchanged a brief greeting with Lu Lezhi before departing. Moyang resumed his seat at the small table. Moyang, what did he say to you? Lu Lezhi inquired. Nothing much, just asked if I was hiring. He wanted to work here. Don't worry, I turned him down. Hearing this, Lu Lezhi sighed in relief. Thank you, Moyang. No need for thanks. By the way, is he your classmate? Lu Lezhi nodded. I've told him several times, but he still behaves this way. I'm at a loss. She wasn't the type to lead someone on. Wang Rue had made his feelings abundantly clear with each confession, yet he continued to pursue her, leaving her quite exasperated. Moyang merely acknowledged with an "oh," refraining from expressing his thoughts, as he and Lu Lezhi were not yet well acquainted. As the bustling afternoon rush at the bookstore came to a close around 5, Lu Lezhi sighed in relief. She was still unaccustomed to interacting with so many people. Moyang stretched his neck and announced, "I'm off to buy groceries. Could you take me with you?" Lu Lezhi stood, summoning her courage. She felt that since she would be living there for several months, it was rather inconsiderate to always send Moyang to fetch groceries alone. So she wished to accompany him to the market to familiarize herself with the route. Moyang paused for a moment, then nodded, "Let us go." He had assumed Lu Lezhi was solely focused on her studies, so he was pleasantly surprised by her initiative to go grocery shopping. They exited the store, and Moyang locked the door, leading Lu Lezhi toward the market. The bookstore was not far from the vegetable market. They crossed the intersection to the west of the bookstore and walked a few more minutes. Upon arriving at the bustling market, Lu Lezhi instinctively stepped back behind Moyang, overwhelmed by the crowd. Noticing her reaction, Moyang recalled that she struggled with social anxiety. Her interactions with him had been so seamless that he had nearly forgotten this fact. "Don't be nervous, just stick with me." For some reason, upon hearing Moyang's words, Lu Lezhi felt her anxiety dissipate somewhat. The two individuals initially visited a stall selling onions, only to unexpectedly encounter Aunt Chen there. Upon seeing Lu Lezhi trailing behind Moyang, a look of realization crossed Aunt Chen's face. No wonder Lu Lezhi had not acquiesced to her. One must admit, Moyang was far more handsome than her own grandnephew, and the sight of him alongside Lu Lezhi was truly harmonious. Unbeknownst to Moyang, Aunt Chen's thoughts drifted elsewhere as he greeted her and proceeded to haggle with the vendor. After a while, Moyang, carrying a bag of onions, led Lu Lezhi toward the beef stall. Just as they were nearing their destination, he felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Turning his head, he inquired, "What is it?" Lu Lezhi glanced at the stall before whispering, "Don't buy from this place. It's water-added meat." Moyang was taken aback. "How do you know?" Lu Lezhi replied, "Back in high school, I used to help at my neighbor's butcher shop during weekends and holidays. I can spot water-added meat at a glance." Moyang glanced at the vendor, whom he did not recognize, likely a newcomer. "Scoundrel!" he silently cursed, leading Lu Lezhi away while pulling out his phone to report the issue to the relevant authorities. Meanwhile, Song Lianga, burdened with 2 large bags of groceries, stood in contemplation before the firmly shut bookstore door. "Where is everyone?" At that moment, Aunt Chen, having just finished her shopping, passed by. Song Lianga stopped her, asking, "Auntie, do you know where the people from the bookstore are? Are you inquiring about Xiao Mo and Xiao Lu? They've gone grocery shopping." "What? This is a disaster." Chapter 12. Moyang and Lu Lezhi continued to browse the market and soon found a second stall selling beef. In these times, few dared to sell water-added meat in the market. After Lu Lezhi, a semi-professional, confirmed the quality, Moyang confidently purchased several pounds. With plans to freeze the excess for future use, he figured the dumplings would not require such a quantity. After acquiring a box of 13 spice seasoning, they prepared to head home. As they exited the market, Moyang's phone suddenly rang. Upon reading the message, he fell into deep thought, intrigued by how his sister, Mou, managed to be so severely imbalanced in her academic performance. While her other grades ranked at the top of her class, her English score was dismally low. Both of their parents were educators, with their mother teaching English. If others were to discover Mou's English results, they would likely assume it to be a jest. "What's wrong with you, brother Moyang?" Lu Lezhi asked, unable to hold back as she noticed him standing still. Moyang's thoughts returned to the present as he regarded Lu Lezhi, recalling that her days were consumed with study. An idea sprang to mind. How proficient are you in English?" "Not bad. I passed the CET 6 in my junior year." This was precisely what Moyang hoped to hear. He continued, "The thing is, Mou's English grades are rather poor. Would you be able to tutor her for an hour after school?" "Don't worry. I want to let you do it for free. It's 100 per hour." Is quite considerate, not compelling his employee, Lu Lezhi, to work overtime voluntarily or to underpay her. An hourly wage of 100 is already among the highest for university students in tutoring jobs. After pondering for a moment, Lu Lezhi nodded. She is indeed in need of money, particularly due to her mother's illness, and she still owes several thousand to relatives and neighbors back home. Fortunately, these relatives have been understanding, seeing her as a solitary figure, and have refrained from pressuring her for repayment. Nonetheless, this debt looms large in Lu Lezhi's mind, a weight that will only lift once the money is repaid. Thus, she is eager to earn whatever she can, otherwise, given her gratitude-driven nature. She would undoubtedly offer free tutoring to MOU. Having settled the matter with MOU, felt a bit relieved, as he would have an explanation ready when his mother called. As he approached the bookstore, he paused a few meters away, noticing a girl with short hair squatting at the entrance, her left hand propping up her chin, with 2 large bags of food in front of her, her legs shaking incessantly. He recalled that she was Lu Lezhi's close friend, Song Lianga. Upon seeing Song Lianga, Lu Lezhi hurried over. Song Lianga stood up, glanced at the seasoning mix in Lu Lezhi's hand, and shot a warning look at. Confused by her gaze, wondered if he had inadvertently offended her. Lele, where have you been? I tried calling you, but your phone is off. If you don't return soon, I'll have to call the police. I went to the market to buy groceries. My phone died, Lu Lezhi replied. Song Lianga was taken aback, genuinely surprised that her friend had gone grocery shopping. Her close friend, after all, was notoriously socially anxious, having once been too timid to even greet classmates in school. Remembering this, she cast another odd glance at, leaving him even more perplexed. Regardless, this man seemed to possess some charm, managing to coax her socially anxious friend out into the world. Pulling Lu Lezhi aside, Song Lianga proposed, Lele, why don't you move in with me? We can squeeze together. If necessary, you can take the bed while I sleep on the floor. As a recent graduate, Song Lianga's finances were also tight. The 5,000 she lent Lu Lezhi was the result of her frugal savings, and she could only afford a small room near her workplace. Otherwise, she would have forcibly dragged Lu Lezhi away yesterday. Her intention today was to observe further. But having seen how dangerous this man appeared, she felt compelled to protect her friend, who seemed blissfully unaware, likely to be exploited without realizing it. Lu Lezhi contemplated the suggestion. She would love to live with Song Lianga, yet the thought of Song Lianga's cramped room dissuaded her. Moreover, she had just committed to tutoring MOU every evening, and living with Song Lianga would complicate that arrangement. Perhaps not. Your place is quite far, and it would be inconvenient for work, she replied. Upon hearing these words, Song Lianga immediately felt a chill in her heart. It was over. Her little white rabbit was destined to be devoured by the big bad wolf. Mo Yang, oblivious to the impression he left on Song Lianga, noticed the 2 friends engaged in hushed conversation. He scratched his nose and approached, opening the door to the bookstore. Well, it's getting dark. Would you like to stay for dinner before you leave? Mo Yang was merely being polite, but to his surprise, Song Lianga readily accepted. Then I shall thank the boss for his hospitality. Mo Yang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. You're welcome. The 3 ascended to the 2nd floor, where Mo Yang headed to the kitchen to prepare the beef and onions, while Song Lianga followed Lu Lezhi to her room. These are for you, all your favorites, Song Lianga said, handing over 2 large bags of food. She then began to look around. What are you searching for? Lu Lezhi asked, puzzled. I'm checking if there are any cameras in this room. Mo Yang is not that kind of person. Song Lianga pursed her lips and solemnly replied. You are simply too naive. You may know his face, but not his heart. Just because he appears presentable, who knows what he is truly like? One must always be cautious. After meticulously searching the room twice and finding nothing, she finally sat on the bed. Why did you go grocery shopping with him? Well, upon hearing Lu Lezhi's explanation, Song Lianga breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not Mo Yang who urged her to go, or else she would have immediately dragged Lu Lezhi away. By the way, I noticed you only bought beef and onions. What are you planning to make? Stir-fried beef with onions? No, we're making dumplings. Just as Song Lianga had relaxed, she became agitated again after hearing Lu Lezhi's words. Wait, his sister wants to eat dumplings. So he has to make them himself? Why are you volunteering for that? You're not his maid. Realizing her voice had risen, Song Lianga lowered her tone. Lele, tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for Mo Yang? Otherwise, Song Lianga could not fathom why Lu Lezhi would go to such lengths for someone who was not even her own brother. Lu Lezhi quickly shook her head. How could that be? I just want to repay his kindness. Repay him? Song Lianga was taken aback. Chapter 13. What kind of look is that? Lu Lezhi nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that time, in a moment of confusion, I contemplated ending my life. Mo Yang saved me twice. I owe him my life. So I must repay him. But there are many ways to repay kindness. You don't need to act as a maid. However, I currently have nothing to offer. So this is all I can do. Thanks to her mother's upbringing, Lu Lezhi's values were remarkably simple. Mo Yang had saved her life, and thus she felt compelled to repay him to the best of her ability. Unfortunately, being utterly broke, she could only express her gratitude in this manner. Song Lianga was at a loss for words. This was indeed something her Navi, a friend, might do. Fine, do as you wish, but you should still remain vigilant. Rest assured. By the way, what are these snacks? Song Lianga inquired, pointing at a bag of treats resting on the bedside table. Oh, those. They were bought for me by him after he rescued me for the second time. Yesterday, he even shared half with his sister. Song Lianga picked up the bag and observed that the snacks were rather expensive. He is quite generous towards you, she remarked. Would you care for some? No. They were bought for you, she replied. The two friends conversed in the room before making their way to the living room. At that moment, Mo Yang was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing them, he rose and informed Lu Lezhi, I have prepared the filling. Now it's your turn. Lu Lezhi nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. Unlike Lu Lezhi, Song Lianga had no culinary skills and felt she would only hinder the process. Moreover, it was unseemly for a guest to intrude upon the kitchen. Glancing at Song Lianga, Mo Yang suddenly recalled that he had yet to offer the guest some water. This was a matter of hospitality, and whether she chose to drink it was beyond his concern. He approached the water dispenser, took a disposable cup, filled it with water, and handed it to Song Lianga. Thank you, she said, accepting the water and settling onto the sofa, setting the cup on the coffee table. Mo Yang returned to the sofa, his attention fixated on his phone screen. He was only talkative in the presence of familiar company. With strangers, he would remain taciturn unless absolutely necessary. For a time, the only sounds were those of Lu Lezhi bustling about in the kitchen, while Mo Yang remained absorbed in his device, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Song Lianga. She had not come to seek his company. A simple glass of water sufficed to fulfill his role as a host. After a while, unable to endure the silence any longer, Song Lianga took the initiative to speak. Excuse me, could I ask if running a bookstore is profitable? Mo Yang looked up. I was thinking, if it is profitable, I could save up for 2 years and open one myself. Her words were sincere. She had no desire to attend that dreadful class any longer. How wonderful it would be to be her own boss. Mo Yang chuckled lightly. You think you can earn a living by opening a bookstore? My dear girl, I advise you to stick to your job. It's tough for brick-and-mortar bookstores these days. I only manage to break even because I'm situated near several schools. Occasionally, I might make a small profit. If it doesn't earn you money, why open one? Opening a bookstore has been my dream since childhood. My sister studies at the nearby Sanzhong, and I'm just here to accompany her. I don't rely on it for income. Then what do you rely on? Writing. Web fiction. What is the title? Mo Yang mentioned a title, and Song Lianga searched for it online. It was a fantasy novel with considerable popularity. I didn't realize you were a renowned author. Author? More like a writer. Just then, Lu Lezhi emerged from the kitchen. The filling is ready. And the dough is prepared. We can start wrapping. Coming right away, Mo Yang replied as he got up. I'll help too. Song Lianga raised her hand. Lu Lezhi shot her a skeptical glance. Are you sure you can manage? Song Lianga was both amused and exasperated by her reaction. What kind of look is that? I can still manage to put the filling on the dough and pinch it together. Indeed, Song Lianga was not speaking falsely. She was quite adept at making dumplings. However, from Mo Yang's perspective, the dough in her hands seemed to resemble buns more than dumplings. He opened his mouth, contemplating a retort, but considering his unfamiliarity with Song Lianga, he swallowed his words. Feeling a bit embarrassed herself, Song Lianga admitted, I only know how to make dumplings, not buns. Isn't it common to learn one method and naturally grasp the other? Mo Yang couldn't help but silently scoff at that notion. Lu Lezhi sighed, knowing she couldn't rely on Song Lianga in the kitchen. I'll make them, and you can watch and learn. She had no choice but to guide Song Lianga step by step on how to create the pleats for the buns. Otherwise, the sight of a batch of buns mixed with a few oddities upon steaming would be rather jarring. At least that was how Lu Lezhi perceived it. The trio toiled until 7:30, finally finishing the filling. Song Lianga brushed the flour off her hands and remarked, making buns is indeed a skill. The pleats are quite tricky. Hearing this, Mo Yang shot her an odd glance. Thanks to Lu Lezhi's careful instruction, what Song Lianga made could finally be called buns. Although he couldn't ascertain whether it was her technique or something else, the pleats she created were astonishingly short. If he hadn't had a good rapport with Song Lianga, he might have suspected her of doing it on purpose. Regardless, Mo Yang reassured himself that the essence of buns lay in the filling. Their appearance should not detract from the taste. He then placed the buns into the steamer, set it on the stove, and began the steaming process. Turning around, he noticed his two friends washing their hands. Mo Yang scratched his head and took out his phone, opening a delivery app to order 2 dishes. After all, Song Lianga was a guest. He couldn't let her have only buns to eat, could he? Just as he placed the order, his phone rang. It was his mother. Moving to his room, he closed the door and answered the call. "Hello, Mom. I know, Mr. Mang, the homeroom teacher, has already informed me. Don't worry. I've arranged a tutor for her to help for an hour after school each day. Not yet. I just started steaming the buns. It's your precious daughter who wants to eat." After hanging up, Mo Yang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his quick thinking. Upon learning of Mo's English grades, he had promptly sought Lu Lezhi as a tutor. Otherwise, he would have faced a lengthy lecture from his mother and possibly had to tutor Mo himself, which was his greatest dread. He knew that if he attempted to help, she would undoubtedly divert the conversation, driving him to frustration. Meanwhile, Li Lingxin stared at the disconnected call, unable to suppress her murmurs. Isn't this kid incapable of kneading dough and preparing fillings? When did he learn how? Chapter 14. After 20 minutes, the buns were ready, and the takeout that Mo Yang ordered arrived just in time. As she gazed at the steaming buns, Song Lianga, who had initially felt only a slight hunger, suddenly found her stomach rumbling. Mo Yang unpacked the takeout and set it on the dining table, saying to Song Lianga, "Don't be polite, go ahead and eat." Upon hearing this, Song Lianga promptly seated herself, picked up a bun, and deftly maneuvered it between her hands until it cooled slightly before taking a small bite. "My dear Lele's culinary skills are truly exceptional," she exclaimed, her face brimming with satisfaction as she offered her most sincere praise for Lu Lezhi's cooking. Mo Yang also took one, and after a bite, his eyes lit up. It was indeed delicious. If Lu Lezhi were not so focused on her studies for the graduate entrance examination, Mo Yang would certainly have suggested she pursue a culinary certification. The three of them relished the meal, particularly Song Lianga, who devoured 6 buns, each nearly the size of her palm, and filled predominantly with beef. Mo Yang couldn't help but wonder if this girl had eaten anything earlier that day. She seemed unconcerned about indigestion after such a hearty dinner. Song Lianga slouched in her chair, exclaiming, "Lele, if I were a man, I would surely marry you. Honestly, having you as a wife would be a culinary delight." Lu Lezhi responded with a smile. Mo Yang chose not to engage in the conversation between the two friends. Instead, he grabbed a plastic bag, packed a few buns, and prepared to deliver them to Aunt Chin. He was quite considerate, as Aunt Chin often treated him to delicious meals. So he made it a point to share any good food he made or brought from home with her. Once he had packed the buns, he bid farewell to the two ladies and headed downstairs. Upon seeing Mo Yang leave, a previously languid Song Lianga straightened her posture. "So far, he seems like a decent person, but you should still be cautious. One can know a person's face but not their heart," she remarked. Lu Lezhi responded with exasperation. "He hasn't done anything wrong. Why do you always suspect him of ill intentions?" Song Lianga playfully poked Lu Lezhi's forehead. "Silly, I'm just looking out for you. You're so beautiful. What if he has ulterior motives for wanting you to stay?" Just as Mo Yang stepped out of the bookstore, he suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. He murmured to himself, "The wind has picked up. It is a bit chilly." After delivering the buns to Aunt Chin, who insisted on giving him a few freshly made flatbreads in return, he made his way back to the bookstore. As he walked, his phone rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from Yiqing. "Hello, Lezhi," he answered. "There is something I must discuss with you." "What is it?" "Regarding the photo you sent me yesterday, my grandmother has decided not to matchmake us anymore after seeing it. Isn't that a good thing?" "It is indeed a blessing. But my grandmother insists on visiting to meet your partner." "What?" "She's going tomorrow. You need to discuss this with your staff to avoid any awkward situations." After hanging up the phone, Mo Yang revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Such a scenario, if it were from a city drama over a decade ago, would likely involve an elderly lady storming in, fiercely questioning the male lead on why he has wronged her daughter, or perhaps confronting him in a scandalous manner. It all seemed rather theatrical. However, this was not a television show, and he was not a troubled protagonist. Mo Yang was acutely aware that Grandma Yi would not be so dramatic. She had always regarded him as her own grandson, and this visit was likely motivated by her desire to assess a future granddaughter-in-law. After all, if the son-in-law role was unattainable, one could still embrace a grandson. Mo Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Regardless of the circumstances, he must not allow the elderly lady to uncover the truth. For the sake of his and Yi Qing's peace of mind, and to spare Grandma Yi any heartache, he needed to discuss matters thoroughly with Lu Lezhi when he returned home. At the very least, they should manage to navigate through this situation unscathed. Upon arriving home, he found Song Lianga on the verge of leaving, with Lu Lezhi having prepared a bag of buns for her. Mo Yang, of course, had no objections. He wasn't so petty, and it was Lu Lezhi's effort that deserved the most credit for this meal. Before long, Song Liang's ride arrived, and the two accompanied her downstairs. Just before getting into the car, she exchanged WeChat contacts with Mo Yang. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though the look she cast upon him resembled that of a protective mother watching over her daughter from a potential kidnapper. As he contemplated the upcoming discussion with Lu Lezhi, Mo Yang felt a twinge of guilt and absent-mindedly touched his nose. After bidding farewell to Song Liang, they returned to the shop. Lu Lezhi intended to head upstairs to review her studies, but Mo Yang called out to her. He recounted the situation to her, asking, "Could you pretend to be my girlfriend in front of Grandma Yi tomorrow? Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded, 100%. Lu Lezhi replied, "I will assist you, but there's no need for payment. It's merely a small favor." Hearing that Lu Lezhi was willing to help eased Mo Yang's anxiety. He dreaded the thought of her refusal, for that would spell disaster for him and Yi Qing the following day. At 9:40, Mo Yu returned home from school and immediately spotted the buns on the table. "Sister Lezhi, from now on, I shall follow your every command. If you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west," Mo Yu exclaimed, swiftly tossing her backpack onto the sofa and approaching the dining table to grab a bun. Mo Yang swatted her hand away. "Have you washed your hands before reaching for food?" The phrase struck him as oddly familiar, reminiscent of something his mother would say. Mo Yu mumbled under her breath and obediently went to wash her hands. Once her hands were clean, Mo Yu returned to the table and took a bite of a bun, her eyes lighting up with delight. "Sister Lezhi, your buns are far more fragrant than those made by my deskmate's mother. If the cafeteria staff at our school possessed your culinary skills, I would have become a chubby girl by now," she remarked while enjoying her meal. Lu Lezhi smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Mo Yang pulled over a chair and sat beside Mo Yu. "Mo Yu, don't you have anything you wish to discuss with me?" Mo Yu's action of eating the dumpling paused. "Did Teacher Li speak to you?" "Of course not. I simply do not understand. Our mother teaches English. Yet how is it that your English grades are so poor? What connection do these two matters share? You do not smoke even though our father does." Mo Yu protested. "Indeed, our mother is an English teacher, but my mother tongue is not English, so it is quite natural for me to struggle." She appeared quite self-righteous. Mo Yang, uninterested in her excuses, stated, "I have already arranged for a tutor for you. Starting tomorrow, you will have an hour of English tutoring from 10 to 11 after school." Mo Yu suddenly found the dumpling in her mouth less appetizing. "A tutor? Who is it? Male or female?" Mo Yang pointed with his thumb at Lu Lezhi, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Just as Mo Yu was about to voice her thoughts, she heard her own voice emanating from her brother's phone. "Sister Lezhi, from now on, I shall follow your every command. If you tell me to go east, I will not go west." What a dog. Chapter 15. Pretending to be a couple. Mo Yang wore a proud expression. Having engaged in a playful rivalry with her for many years, he knew precisely how to deal with her. "You have sworn to follow her lead. You cannot go back on your word." Mo Yu pouted. "Rest assured, I, Mo Yu, am steadfast in my commitments and will not waver." Although she felt somewhat disgruntled by her brother's actions, she recognized that he had captured her words on tape. "Fine, if I must attend tutoring, so be it. I refuse to believe that a clever girl like myself cannot master the English language." After finishing the dumpling, Mo Yu retreated to her room to play on her phone. Mo Yang, being considerate, did not compel her to begin tutoring that day, but instead granted her a day of grace. Mo Yu intended to fully enjoy this last night of freedom, for she did not know when she would next have the opportunity. After a while, she planned to wash up and sleep. Mo Yang stood at the door, offering a reminder. "I know," she replied. He glanced back at Lu Lezhi, still busy reviewing her studies, and could not help but say, "You ought to stop reading. Don't you know that studying at night is bad for your eyes?" Mo Yang held great admiration for Lu Lezhi, the queen of revision, believing that even in another life, he would not possess half of her diligence. "I will go to bed after I finish this page," Lu Lezhi replied, seemingly oblivious to the world outside, fully focused on her studies. Mo Yang shrugged. "Very well, good night." "Good night." After completing his evening routine, Mo Yang returned to his room, lay on his bed, and began contemplating the events of the following day. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yi Qing. "How about we go over tomorrow? It would be inconvenient for the elders to run around." Before long, a reply from Yi Qing arrived. "No need. My grandmother said you are busy with your shop. If you come over, you'll have to close it and lose out on earnings. It's better for her to come." It was evident that the elderly lady truly regarded Mo Yang as her own grandson. Given this, Mo Yang did not press the issue further. He pondered for a moment before dialing his grandmother's number. "Grandma, are you asleep?" The next day, as Mo Yang rose from his slumber and opened the door, he was greeted by the familiar sight of a breakfast spread meticulously prepared on the dining table, just as it had been 2 days prior. At that moment, Lu Lezhi was in the kitchen ladling out porridge. Observing her silhouette, Mo Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had risen earlier than he to prepare breakfast, allowing him the luxury of waking to a meal, which made him feel rather like a pampered landlord. "Perhaps I should add an extra 50 to the tutoring fee?" he mused silently. "Good morning, brother Mo Yang," she greeted cheerfully. "Good morning," he replied, their voices intertwining in the morning air. Lu Lezhi placed 2 bowls of porridge onto the table, took a seat, and began to eat. This action relieved Mo Yang, evidently. She did not perceive him as her caretaker, sparing him the effort of rectifying any misconceptions she might harbor. Once they finished their meal, Lu Lezhi descended to the first floor to open the shop. After Mo Yang washed the dishes, he glanced at his phone and noticed a message from Yi Qing. "I have already set off." "How early?" he muttered to himself. Upon entering the shop, he addressed Lu Lezhi. "Prepare yourself. The old lady will be arriving shortly." Just as Lu Lezhi was about to delve into her studies, her focus shifted upon hearing his words, and she instantly became anxious. Mo Yang discerned her unease. She was clearly an honest girl who had never deceived anyone. "Relax," he reassured her with a smile. "Grandma Yi is very kind and will not be harsh with you." Lu Lezhi nodded, striving to calm herself. Mo Yang casually handed her a comic book, believing it might help alleviate her tension. He then stepped outside the bookstore, intending to purchase some fruits and sunflower seeds. Just as he crossed the threshold, a sudden realization struck him, causing him to halt abruptly. "What is this? As if I am genuinely meeting the parents." With that thought, he glanced back at Lu Lezhi, who was completely absorbed in the comic and unaware of his fleeting gaze. The comic was about Ultraman, though it was termed a comic. It merely consisted of stills from the original series accompanied by dialogue. Seeing Lu Lezhi so captivated, Mo Yang couldn't help but smile. She was a girl who believed in the light. When he returned from his errand with fruits and seeds, he found Lu Lezhi had ceased her fascination with Ultraman and had resumed her studies. It was astounding that she could resist the allure of Ultraman and return to the embrace of her textbooks. Mo Yang sighed. 20 minutes later, a white sedan came to a halt outside the bookstore. It was Yi Qing accompanied by the elderly lady. Mo Yang immediately signaled to Lu Lezhi that their guests had arrived. She set her books aside, took a few deep breaths, and together they stepped outside to greet them. Yi Qing emerged from the driver's seat, followed by a kindly elderly woman in her 70s, her face radiating warmth and joy. Mo Yang approached with Lu Lezhi. "Grandma Yi. Yang, it has been such a long time since you last visited me. Have you forgotten your Grandma Yi?" With a gentle smile, Mo Yang said, "How could that be, Grandma Yi? Allow me to introduce my partner, Lu Lezhi." Lu Lezhi, aware that it was her moment to step forward, took a step ahead and greeted, "Hello, Grandma Yi." Due to her social anxiety, her words came out somewhat haltingly. Good. Grandma Yi responded with a warm smile. Some individuals possess an innate charm that endears them to their elders simply by their presence. And Lu Lezhi was one such person. Observing Grandma Yi's kind smile, Lu Lezhi suddenly felt her tension dissipate. Yang, you found such a lovely partner, and didn't he even inform Grandma Yi? We've only just established our relationship. There hasn't been time yet, he replied. The group exchanged a few words at the entrance of the shop before making their way inside. Throughout this, Grandma Yi's gaze towards Lu Lezhi grew increasingly approving, akin to how one would look at their future granddaughter-in-law. Initially, Lu Lezhi spoke with some hesitation, but gradually her conversation with Grandma Yi flowed more smoothly, albeit in a soft voice. Mo Yang grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to Yi Qing, who was seated on a small stool nearby. Yi Qing accepted the seeds and whispered to Mo Yang, "You two look even more compatible in person than in the photos. Why not turn it into reality? This girl seems quite wonderful." "Your mouth is too busy eating to speak," he teased back. After conversing for a while, Grandma Yi prepared to take her leave. "Grandma Yi, please stay and have dinner first," Mo Yang urged. No, the weather is nice, and I've arranged to meet some old friends for tea," she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Chapter 16. Refusal subsequently, Grandma Yi pulled out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Lu Lezhi. I'm not sure what you like, dear, but take this and buy something you enjoy. Lu Lezhi quickly stepped back a couple of paces, shaking her head. Grandma Yi, this is far too generous. I cannot accept it. In their tradition, when a young man introduces his girlfriend to his elders for the first time, it is customary for the elders to present a token of appreciation to the young woman. The amount is not fixed. It can range from several hundred to several thousand. And in affluent families, it might even reach tens of thousands. Grandma Yi truly regarded Mo Yang as her own grandson, which was why she offered such a gift. However, it was precisely for this reason that Lu Lezhi felt unable to accept it. She was not genuinely Mo Yang's girlfriend and did not feel right taking money. What does it matter how much it is? Yang is like my own grandson. Isn't it normal for me to give my future granddaughter-in-law a meeting gift? Take it. Don't be so polite with Grandma Yi. Still, Lu Lezhi refused to accept the red envelope. If you don't take it, it means you don't regard me as your grandmother, and that would make me unhappy. With such words from the elderly woman, Lu Lezhi had no choice but to accept the envelope, feeling a pang of guilt within her. What a kind old lady. Yet here she was, deceiving her. Thank you, Grandma Yi. Lu Lezhi whispered her gratitude. Grandma Yi finally revealed a hint of a smile, saying, That's more like it, Lezhi. Now that you have my phone number, should Yang ever bully you, just call me, and I will set him straight. Lu Lezhi was at a loss for words and could only nod in agreement. All right, you both carry on. I won't disturb you any longer. Yang, do bring Lezhi over for dinner when you have the chance. Yang readily agreed. After bidding farewell to the elderly lady, the two returned to the shop. Lu Lezhi hastily handed the red envelope to Yang without even glancing at its contents. As if it were a scalding hot potato, Yang chuckled, teasing, You're just giving it to me like that? This could very well be equivalent to a month's salary for you. I can't possibly accept such a sum, she replied. The gift from Grandma Yi was essentially a token for Yang, so Lu Lezhi thought it only fitting to pass the money to him. Observing her earnest demeanor, Yang found it quite amusing. As he opened the envelope and counted the cash, he discovered it amounted to 2,000. Indeed, Lu Lezhi's monthly wage. He extracted 2 bills and handed them to her. Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback. This is your payment as we agreed upon yesterday, Yang clarified. I told you. It's unnecessary. Just keep it. Consider it savings for your graduate school tuition. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Lezhi ultimately accepted the money. Yang then took out his phone and transferred 2,000 to Yi Qing. Lu Lezhi could not keep the money, and he certainly couldn't accept it either. Otherwise, it would appear as though they conspired to deceive the elderly lady out of her pension. That would tarnish his character. Better to send it to Yi Qing, who would find a way to return the money to Grandma Yi discreetly. Yi Qing did not respond immediately, as she was currently driving, sitting in the passenger seat. Grandma Yi suddenly sighed. It seems that you and Yang truly lack that kind of fate. That was merely a jest from your childhood with Grandma Mo. Why take it so seriously? Grandma Yi chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. Speaking of which, Yang already has a partner. When will you bring someone home for me to meet? Yi Qing was left speechless. Grandma, I've only just returned a few days ago. Are you so eager to marry me off? It's mainly because your grandmother is uncertain how much longer she has to live. She wishes to see you with someone who can accompany you for a lifetime before she departs to meet your grandfather. Before Grandma Yi could finish her thought, Yi Qing interrupted. Pish-posh. What nonsense are you talking about? You will certainly live to be 100. All right, a long life it is. Sensing her granddaughter's disinterest in such topics, Grandma Yi decided to refrain from pursuing the matter further. Yang had been typing for a while, then stood up to stretch his limbs. Accidentally glancing outside the shop, he noticed a vibrant red mass approaching. Initially taken aback, he then tapped the cash register and said to Lu Lezhi, Your classmate has arrived. Huh? Lu Lezhi was startled, following his gaze to see Wang Rui approaching with a large bouquet of roses, a smile adorning his face. Instantly, Lu Lezhi's expression darkened. Hello, brother. Wang Rui entered the shop, greeted Mo Yang, and then turned to Lu Lezhi. Lezhi, you two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Mo Yang picked up his cup and left the bookstore, heading into the adjacent eyewear store. It was evident even to the simplest observer what Wang Rui intended. And Mo Yang, not wishing to play the role of a romantic atmosphere creator, decided to retreat for the time being. What brings you here? Zhang Yu, the owner of the eyewear store, inquired upon seeing Mo Yang enter. After all, there was merely a wall separating the two establishments, and he had witnessed Wang Rui's arrival. A confession, perhaps? Of course not. I'm not blind. I was inquiring how Xiao Lu suddenly became your partner. Is it customary for someone to confess to her now? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he regarded Mo Yang with a peculiar gaze. The youth these days certainly play the field quite extravagantly. Get lost. It's not like how you imagine it. What are you doing here? Lu Lezhi asked Wang Rui, her face devoid of expression. Upon seeing her demeanor, Wang Rui felt his heart sink, yet he maintained a smile and presented the rose to her. However, before he could utter a word, Lu Lezhi interrupted. Wang Rui, I believe my previous rejections were quite clear. I do not harbor feelings for you, nor do I wish to engage in a romantic relationship. Must you tarnish our faces like this? Lezhi, I understand you are not interested in dating, but could you possibly consider a trial for 1 week? If you haven't changed your mind by then, I shall not persist. Mo Yang, eavesdropping while sipping tea next door, nearly choked on his drink at this remark. Such audacity in pursuing a girl was truly unprecedented. Wang Rui, filled with hope, gazed at Lu Lezhi. Yet her subsequent words plunged his heart into despair. Why should I try with someone I do not like? Wang Rui, are you incapable of understanding human language? Please refrain from bothering me in the future and do not waste our time. I desperately need this job and do not wish to lose it over avoiding someone I dislike. Even someone with Lu Lezhi's good temperament felt an urge to sweep Wang Rui out at this moment. She had endured enough of his persistence over the years. Meanwhile, Mo Yang had risen from his seat and approached the door of the eyewear store, prepared to intervene should Wang Rui react poorly to Lu Lezhi's rejection. Though the likelihood of such a situation was minimal, it was not entirely absent. Fortunately, this scenario did not unfold. Wang Rui stood frozen for a moment, before forcing a smile. Then I shall let you be. I won't disturb you any longer. He placed the rose on the counter and left the bookstore without a backward glance. Although pursuing a girl required a thick skin, it was clear that staying longer would be undignified. Wait. Lu Lezhi's voice called out from behind Wang Rui as she emerged from the store holding the rose. Witnessing this moment, Wang Rui, who had felt despondent, found a flicker of hope rekindled within his heart. Lu Lezhi approached Wang Rui and preemptively spoke before he could say anything. You can take the flowers back? I do not want them. Wang Rui's spirits plummeted once more, and he forced a smile, replying, No need. I already said they were a gift for you. A flicker of hope lingered in his heart, as he believed that as long as the flowers remained in Lu Lezhi's possession, there might still be a glimmer of possibility for them. Lu Lezhi understood that the flowers could not remain with her under any circumstances. Taking a deep breath, she said, I initially intended to give you some face, considering our camaraderie as classmates. Since you refuse, so be it. With that, she walked to a nearby trash bin and, without hesitation, tossed the flowers inside. This was not her original intent, but after declining Wang Rui several times, his persistence left her no choice but to take drastic measures for the good of both parties. Witnessing this scene, Wang Rui's body froze again, his expression becoming as rigid as that of a wax figure. Seeing him like this, Lu Lezhi couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Had she perhaps gone too far? What if something happened to him? Would she be held responsible? After a full half-minute of silence, Wang Rui finally came to his senses. This time, he did not utter a word to Lu Lezhi and simply turned away, leaving with a speed akin to one fleeing for their life. He resembled a frightened dog. Zhang Yu observed Wang Rui's hasty retreat and offered his opinion. Mo Yang sighed, candidly stating that Wang Rui was not entirely at fault. It's natural to have feelings for someone and to pursue them relentlessly. However, one cannot persist in the face of repeated rejections. Mo Yang, unlike others, looked down upon such behavior. If someone shows no interest, clinging on only leads to self-deception and disdain from others. Is there truly no other woman in the world? You may harbor feelings, but she does not reciprocate. Isn't that rather pathetic? Knowing when to let go is a form of wisdom. Once the fruit was consumed, Mo Yang poured himself a cup of chrysanthemum tea that Zhang Yu had brewed, sipping it as he exited the glasses store. I reasonably suspect you are using the excuse of clearing space to mooch off my chrysanthemum tea, he remarked. You've seen right through me, Zhang Yu replied, rolling his eyes. Upon returning to his bookstore, Mo Yang found Lu Lezhi had resumed her usual quiet demeanor. However, instead of studying, she leaned against the cash register, gazing outside. Regretting it? Mo Yang inquired. How could I? I'm merely adjusting my mood, she answered. Mo Yang took a sip of tea and remarked. As long as you have no regrets. By the way, you truly startled me just now. I thought you were the kind of person who was always quiet and gentle. Yet you acted so decisively. Lu Lezhi smiled slightly, saying, that was a last resort. Otherwise, he would surely come back again. It's just a bit of a pity. What do you regret? Regretting those flowers. Such a large bouquet must have cost quite a bit. Although she was unaware of the market price of flowers, it was evident that during this season, Pengcheng was not a place for cultivating blossoms. Thus, a substantial bouquet of roses would surely cost no less than 200. No sooner had Lu Lezhi's words faded than an elderly man passing by a trash bin noticed the bouquet. He picked it up, inspected it, and found it to be quite fresh and clean. Subsequently, the old man took the flowers with him, muttering about how the younger generation truly lacked the skills to live well. Observing this, Mo Yang chuckled softly and remarked, it seems a certain lady will find joy in this bouquet. Thus, it is not a waste. Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement, having adjusted her mood, and returned to her station at the cash register to continue her studies. Watching her, Mo Yang shook his head in mild exasperation, thinking that he might as well refer to Lu Lezhi as the innate scholar of revision. In the afternoon, as Mo Yang finished arranging the newly delivered books on the shelf, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Wang Haoming. Rest assured, I won't forget. I will certainly arrive on time. No, that's not what I wanted to discuss. Then what is it? Well, Zhou will also be attending the dinner tonight. Upon hearing that name, Mo Yang paused momentarily, then recalled some unpleasant memories, saying, did we not agree it was just the few of us who get along well? Why invite her? I swear, old Mo, I am fully aware of her antics, and I wouldn't invite her if I had the choice. She happened to be next to the class monitor when I called, and upon hearing you would be there, she insisted on coming. I had no choice. All right, I understand. I'll hang up now. Mo Yang ended the call and rubbed his temples. Zhou Ying was a former classmate from high school, known for her infatuation with handsome boys. During their high school years, the boys in their class who were deemed the most attractive were Mo Yang and Wang Haoming. However, Wang Haoming was notoriously fickle, frequently changing girlfriends, and Zhou Ying had set her sights on Mo Yang. This would have been inconsequential. But the crux of the matter lay in Zhou Ying's simultaneous pursuits of Mo Yang, while maintaining ambiguous relationships with other boys from different classes and even some outsiders. Yi Qing had once witnessed her in an intimate embrace with a middle-aged man, ultimately getting into his car. Mo Yang had never been interested in Zhou Ying, and upon hearing these rumors, he became even less inclined to reciprocate her affections. Consequently, spurned by Mo Yang, Zhou Ying began to spread false rumors about him and other girls at school, even claiming that they had been intimate, all in an effort to coerce Mo Yang into submission and become her boyfriend. With just over 3 months until the college entrance examination, those days became particularly distressing for Mo Yang, adversely affecting his classes and studies. One of Zhou Ying's sycophants even enlisted a few thugs to confront him outside of school, claiming they were there to teach him a lesson on behalf of Zhou Ying. Naturally, they ended up receiving a sound thrashing from Mo Yang and his companions. The rumors eventually escalated to the point where the school administration and both sets of parents became involved. Fortunately, Mo Yang's parents and homeroom teacher believed in his innocence, ultimately uncovering the truth and clearing his name. Initially, Mo Yang and his parents had considered reporting Zhou Ying to the authorities. However, her elderly grandparents, both in their 70s, knelt before them, pleading desperately for mercy. A family of 3, all imbued with kindness, looked upon the 2 elderly individuals and, in a moment of compassion, chose to spare Zhou Ying. However, they insisted on a compensation of 20,000 yuan as a form of emotional restitution, an amount equivalent to the income the elderly couple would earn from 2 years of laboring the land. Subsequently, Zhou Ying's parents returned from their jobs outside and facilitated her transfer to another school. Since then, Mo Yang had not heard Zhou Ying's name until today. Chapter 18. Old Mo, you're quite something. Mo Yang had long since become indifferent to Zhou Ying. That incident was merely a fleeting episode in the tapestry of his life. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback by the news that Zhou Ying would be attending the evening gathering. He could not discern her intentions. Was she simply seeking a free meal? Or did she harbor ulterior motives? Mo Yang, what are you pondering? Lu Lezhi, who was organizing the bookshelf, passed by Mo Yang and noticed his momentary daze. She could not help but wave her hand in front of him. Mo Yang's thoughts were jolted back to reality as he shook his head. It's nothing. Lu Lezhi responded with an "oh," before returning to her post behind the cash register to continue her studies. Observing her, Mo Yang suddenly formed a plan. It was likely that Zhou Ying was indeed coming for him, and if he went alone, he might find himself bothered by her. Thus, he decided to bring a companion along. With that resolution, Mo Yang approached the cash register and inquired, "Lu Lezhi, do you have any plans for this evening?" "Nothing at all. Why do you ask?" "Well, I could use a favor," he replied, succinctly recounting the grievances between himself and Zhou Ying. After listening, Lu Lezhi remarked, "Perhaps she has seen the error of her ways and wishes to apologize to you." Reflecting on Zhou Ying's character during their high school years, Mo Yang deemed the likelihood of such a possibility to be rather slim. "Just to be safe, I would prefer you accompany me. I was thoroughly annoyed by her back in high school. It's better to be cautious." After some contemplation, Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go." Mo Yang's face brightened at her acquiescence. "Don't worry, you won't have to do anything. Just focus on enjoying your meal." Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away until dusk descended. After bidding farewell to the last customer who came to buy a book, the two exited the shop. Mo Yang pulled down the roller shutter and secured it before walking over to the motorcycle parked nearby. As he donned his helmet, he handed a pink one to Lu Lezhi. "Ah, off to a date, are we?" Aunt Chun, who happened to be passing by on her way home from grocery shopping, teased upon seeing them. At Aunt Chen's words, Lu Lezhi hesitated momentarily while putting on her helmet and slightly lowered her head. In contrast to the bashful Lu Lezhi, Mo Yang's demeanor was considerably bolder. "Not at all, just going to have dinner with a classmate. Make sure to eat well, little Lu. Look at those slender arms and legs." Aunt Chen chuckled before merrily returning home to prepare dinner. Mo Yang cast a glance at Lu Lezhi, who had now fastened her helmet but still had her head bowed slightly. He smiled silently. There was something rather endearing about her current demeanor. He climbed onto the motorcycle and said, "Hop on." Lu Lezhi nodded and settled onto the back seat of the motorcycle, resting her hand on Mo Yang's shoulder. "Hold on tight," Mo Yang advised before starting the engine and heading towards their destination. The restaurant, Jian Shiyuan, booked by Wang Haoming, was not far from the bookstore. A mere 10-minute ride on the motorcycle sufficed. Upon arriving at the entrance, Mo Yang spotted a familiar figure pacing back and forth. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his high school class monitor, Zhang Ling monitor. Mo Yang called out, waving to Zhang Ling as he approached with Lu Lezhi. "Ah, you've arrived. Old Mo. And who is this?" Zhang Ling inquired, his gaze fixated on Lu Lezhi. "This is Lu Lezhi, my friend," Mo Yang replied. Understanding the introduction, Zhang Ling acknowledged her, and the two exchanged pleasantries, establishing a basic acquaintance. After the initial small talk, Mo Yang asked, "Monitor, why haven't you gone inside yet?" Zhang Ling sighed, "I was waiting for you. You know my family runs a store, and Zhou happens to be from the same village as me. When old Wang called, Zhou had just come by to shop. I swear I didn't invite her." As Mo Yang's high school class monitor, Zhang Ling was well aware of Zhou Ying's antics, and since he shared a good rapport with Mo Yang, he wished to avoid any disruption in their friendship over such matters. Mo Yang patted Zhang Ling on the shoulder. "I understand, monitor." Just then, a vehicle approached from a distance. Mo Yang instantly recognized it as the one Wang Haoming had recently acquired. Wang, despite being a wealthy heir, had an odd penchant for dressing in humble attire and driving a modest wooling vehicle, even using a rather ordinary budget smartphone. His explanation for this was a desire for humility, yet Mo Yang felt he took it to an excessive degree. Wang Haoming parked the car and stepped out, followed by a girl exiting the passenger seat. She was adorned with heavy makeup, boasting long legs and an alluring figure, clearly fitting Wang Haoming's preferred type. Lu Lezhi turned to glance as well. The girl was clad in a sleeveless top and a short skirt, undeniably attractive, yet Lu Lezhi felt a chill for her. In March, Pengcheng had yet to fully embrace spring, with mornings and nights still bearing the remnants of winter. Dressing in such a manner during this time was indeed audacious. "I don't recall this girl being the one Wang brought last time," Zhang Ling murmured to Mo Yang. "Are you not aware of him? He changes girlfriends almost as frequently as he changes clothes. The one you met last time was a former flame, and this one will likely only last until the 20th. Mo Yang replied. "Such extremes in love. Yet I find myself envious of old Wang's vigor," Zhang Ling remarked. Mo Yang nodded in agreement, admiring Wang Haoming's prowess in this regard. However, he did not envy him in other aspects. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. With a playboy like Wang Haoming, one could hardly expect him to attract any truly virtuous girls. Love? Nonsense. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Wang Haoming brought the girl before a few individuals, Lao Mo and the class monitor, Zhang Ling. "You called us here. Yet you are the last to arrive? Zhang Ling remarked. I was attending to my dear companion. Please forgive me. At that moment, Wang Haoming noticed Lu Lezhi standing beside Mo Yang, and his eyes sparkled with interest. Allow me to introduce Lu Lezhi. This is Wang Haoming. Upon hearing Mo Yang's introduction, Wang Haoming immediately dismissed his initial thoughts. Though he was indeed a man of desires, he held steadfast principles. One must never encroach upon a brother's territory. Were Mo Yang to discern Wang Haoming's current musings, he would likely deliver a swift kick to him. Hello, Wang Haoming greeted Lu Lezhi politely. She returned the courtesy, and the group began to make their way towards the restaurant. With his hand resting on Mo Yang's shoulder, the two walked at the rear. Lao Mo, you're quite impressive. In just 2 or 3 days, you've already won over the lady, Wang Haoming whispered with a mischievous grin. Do not conflate me with you. I merely invited her to assist. Assist? Wang Haoming paused, then recalled that Zhou Ying was also present today, and the realization dawned upon him. Chapter 19. Are you finished? Wang Haoming continued. Actually, I encountered Zhou Ying at a bar a few days ago. A bar? Yes. She works there, and even attempted to flirt with me. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang shot a glance at Wang Haoming. And then you both retreated to a hotel for a heart-to-heart? How could that be? Do you truly perceive me as a fool? A woman who has harmed my brother is someone I could never entertain in that manner. Don't speak as if I've suffered deeply at her hands. Mo Yang rolled his eyes. As for Zhou Ying's current situation, it aligned closely with Mo Yang's estimations. This was not mere prejudice against her. Rather, it stemmed from the understanding that by high school, one's worldview had largely crystallized. Beyond that point, little would change. Zhou Ying had been as she was in high school, and it was not difficult to predict her current demeanor. What surprised Mo Yang, however, was that even after all these years, Zhou Ying still harbored feelings for him. Pondering this, Mo Yang instinctively touched his face, questioning the allure of his countenance. The private room Wang Haoming reserved was on the 2nd floor, where Yi Qing had already arrived. In addition to her and Zhou Ying, there were 5 others, 3 men and 2 women, all of whom had maintained close friendships since high school. Upon seeing so many unfamiliar faces in the room, Lu Lezhi instinctively took a step back. As someone who struggled with social anxiety, such gatherings were particularly daunting for her. Her palms were clammy with nerves. Noticing her distress, Mo Yang realized he had miscalculated. Lu Lezhi's demeanor had momentarily made him forget that she was indeed socially anxious. Do not be anxious. I am here. Mo Yang's voice resonated in Lu Lezhi's ear. His words acted as a soothing balm, alleviating her previously tense disposition. Lao Mo and Lao Wang have arrived. Now the 3 musketeers of Class 7 are complete. A tall boy jested. Mo Yang, Wang Haoming, and Yi Qing have been classmates since elementary school. Excelling in academics and renowned for their prowess in physical confrontations, even the school bullies would yield to them. Due to their frequent assistance to classmates in distress and those who were bullied, they earned the nickname the 3 Musketeers, Old Mo, Old Wang. Why not introduce us to the 2 lovely ladies by your sides? Another boy inquired. Wang Haoming graciously introduced his fair and beautiful girlfriend. Though everyone was well aware that this relationship would soon transition into the realm of ex-girlfriends. When it was Mo Yang's turn, he mentioned that he was friends with Lu Lezhi, having brought her along primarily to keep Zhou Ying at bay, deeming it unnecessary to present her as his girlfriend in front of Yi Grandma. Once the introductions were complete, Mo Yang settled down beside Lu Lezhi on Yi Qing's left, while Wang Haoming occupied her right. Just as Wang Haoming was about to summon the waiter to place their orders, Zhou Ying interjected, directing her gaze at Mo Yang. Mo Yang, are you doing well these days? Upon her utterance, silence enveloped the group. They were all acutely aware of Zhou Ying's past actions, which had rendered her rather unpalatable in their eyes. Zhang Ling, who had brought her along, shared this sentiment. Had it not been for the amicable relationship between their families and Zhou Ying's relentless insistence, he would not have invited her. Zhou Ying, cognizant of her tarnished image among her old classmates, sat silently, engrossed in her phone, as her sole focus remained on Mo Yang. Upon hearing her address him, Mo Yang frowned slightly. In recent days, Lu Lezhi had been calling him Mo Yang frequently, and he had grown accustomed to it. However, hearing it from Zhou Ying's lips stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. Despite this unease, Mo Yang politely replied to Zhou Ying, I'm doing well, before turning his attention back to Lu Lezhi. Observing Lu Lezhi, who appeared more beautiful even without makeup, Zhou Ying could not suppress a slight pout of discontent. To be frank, Zhou Ying was quite attractive, which had allowed her to engage in ambiguous relationships with numerous boys during high school. However, today her heavy makeup, particularly her excessively long false eyelashes, was ill-suited to her, rendering her appearance somewhat peculiar. Wang Haoming cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Ying, stifling a sneer before calling the waiter to begin ordering. Throughout the wait for their meals, Zhou Ying sought opportunities to engage Mo Yang in conversation. But her attempts were fruitless. Mo Yang had noticed her persistent pursuit. It seemed she was determined to flirt with him. Surprised by Zhou Ying's audacity, especially considering he had brought a companion, he contemplated his next move. Rising from his seat under the pretext of visiting the restroom, he exited the private room, thinking, "If you wish to flirt with me, I shall grant you that opportunity, lest you remain there restless. I am, after all, a kind-hearted person." Upon witnessing this, Zhou Ying's eyes brightened, realizing that her opportunity had finally arrived. She took out a mirror to confirm that her makeup was flawless, then gracefully rose to leave the private room. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Haoming and Yi Qing exchanged a glance, both perceiving a hint of regret in each other's eyes. Alas, the spectacle would now be lost to them. Mo Yang approached the sink in the restroom, turned on the faucet, and began to wash his hands. "Mo Yang, dear." A voice, sweet enough to be cloying, rang out from behind him, followed by a strong waft of perfume. Mo Yang smirked inwardly. She had indeed taken the bait. He swiftly turned around to prevent Zhou Ying from embracing him from behind. Zhou Ying had anticipated this, and upon seeing Mo Yang's sudden movement, she retracted her outstretched hand. Nevertheless, accustomed to interacting with various men, she quickly shifted her strategy. She leaned closer to Mo Yang, her breath fragrant. "Mo Yang, did you know that I have missed you these past few years?" Truth be told, her demeanor was quite alluring. A man like Wang Haoming might have already succumbed. However, Mo Yang was no ordinary man. He subtly sidestepped, replying, "Oh really? If you miss me, why not come find me?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying felt a flicker of joy. There was potential here. "Is it because you were afraid I might not welcome you?" she queried. "So what made you seek me out this time?" "Because I have summoned the courage," she confessed. "From the very first day of high school when I laid eyes on you, I was taken with you. I know I have wronged you in the past, and I was immature then. I have realized my mistakes. Please forgive me." After a brief pause, she continued, "Over these years, I have thought of you almost daily. I have come to muster the courage to ask you to be my boyfriend. I understand you brought a companion today, but you are not yet in a committed relationship. Are you? I promise I will treat you far better than she does. Will you be my boyfriend?" What Zhou Ying did not anticipate was Mo Yang's derisive response. "Are you finished?" Chapter 20. A perfect match at his words, coupled with the cold smirk on his face. Zhou Ying felt a jolt of apprehension and steeled herself to say, "Mo Yang, do you mind that I work at a bar?" I had no other choice. Before she could finish, Mo Yang raised a hand to interrupt her. "I am not one of those men who can be easily manipulated by superficial charm." As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhou Ying from head to toe, finally resting his gaze on her abdomen. Zhou Ying felt a twinge of unease under his scrutiny and instinctively took 2 steps back. Her intentions were not rooted in affection for Mo Yang. Her purpose was quite straightforward. She sought someone to take responsibility. A few days prior, she had discovered she was pregnant, the father unknown to her, having previously suffered several miscarriages. She knew that another loss would complicate any future attempts at conception. Thus, she aimed to find someone to step in, yet she held herself in high regard. Dismissing the average man, her primary objective was Wang Haoming. Marrying him would elevate her status significantly. Unfortunately, Wang Haoming was wealthy but not foolish, and he quickly discerned her ulterior motives. After encountering disappointment with him, Zhou Ying began to seek alternative targets, though the young men who met her criteria were not gullible. And the outcome was predictable. Yesterday, while visiting her hometown, she happened to overhear Zhang Ling conversing with Wang Haoming on the phone. Upon learning that Mo Yang would also be attending, she felt a surge of interest. Although Mo Yang's family background could not compare to Wang Haoming's, it was commendable among ordinary people. Both his parents were educators within the system, and he was a burgeoning online literature author with promising prospects. More importantly, Mo Yang was quite handsome. Thus, she relentlessly implored Zhang Ling to accompany her. Observing her reaction, Mo Yang realized he had correctly guessed her intentions. It would be prudent for him to reform his ways and refrain from any unscrupulous thoughts. He had only been spared last time due to the heartfelt pleas of his grandparents, and he should consider them more often. With that, Mo Yang turned and entered the men's restroom, having initially claimed he needed to go as an excuse, but now he genuinely required it. Upon exiting the restroom, Zhou Ying was no longer outside, and he paid it no mind as he proceeded to the private room. Upon returning, he found that Zhou Ying had also vanished, along with her bag. Noticing Mo Yang's return, Zhang Ling could not contain himself. "Old Mo, what did you say to Zhou Ying?" She came in, said nothing, and just took her bag and left. Mo Yang shrugged. "Nothing much, just a few truths. Perhaps she couldn't handle it." With Zhou Ying absent, the others felt more relaxed and began to converse and laugh. Soon enough, the dishes ordered by Wang Haoming were served, and everyone began to eat while chatting. In contrast to Mo Yang, who was animatedly engaging with others while eating, Lu Lezhi remained considerably quieter, focusing intently on her food. Occasionally, she stole glances at Mo Yang. This was the first time she had seen him in such a demeanor. Although he was not unkind in her presence, he spoke little, making him seem like an entirely different person now. Was it perhaps because they were still unfamiliar with each other? Mo Yang took a sip of his cola, glanced at Lu Lezhi, and noticed that her plate held only a few dishes within her reach, while the farther ones remained untouched. Initially taken aback, he soon realized that she must be socially anxious and, in front of so many unfamiliar faces, was likely reluctant to reach for the dishes that were farther away. Mo Yang mentally chastised himself. He had brought her here and had been so preoccupied with his own eating and drinking that he had neglected to look after her. He used the serving chopsticks to place a piece of chicken from the casserole into Lu Lezhi's plate. She was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. "Thank you," she said quietly. Mo Yang smiled. "You're welcome. Feel free to take what you want. There's no need to feel shy. If you're having trouble, just let me know, and I'll help you." Lu Lezhi picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in her mouth, her eyes immediately lighting up. The clay pot chicken was the restaurant's signature dish. That girl, Mayu, had devoured half a pot in one sitting. After finishing her initial serving, Lu Lezhi glanced at the clay pot chicken placed in the center of the round table, then at Moyang. After a moment's hesitation, she reached for her chopsticks and took another piece of chicken. Before long, a small pile of chicken bones had accumulated beside her. Moyang observed this with a silent smile. Realizing that, like Moyu, this girl was quite the foodie, he picked up the communal chopsticks once more, delicately placing a piece of pot stickers onto Lu Lezhi's plate, saying, "Try this. It's soaked in broth and even more delicious." His favorite part of the clay pot chicken had always been the pot stickers, which exuded a delightful aroma. Lu Lezhi took a small bite of the pot sticker and nodded in enthusiastic agreement, a smile gracing her lips. Witnessing their interaction, Wang Haoming and Yi Qing exchanged glances, each reading the same thought in the other's eyes. What a perfect match. The meal was enjoyable for all, and once everyone was satisfied, Wang Haoming called the waiter and settled the bill. Though this gathering was intended to welcome Yi Qing, it was orchestrated by Wang Haoming, making his offer to pay quite fitting, and no one contested it. The total came to over 1,300, a rather reasonable sum for 10 people. Moyang also packed some dishes to take home, as he and Lu Lezhi were full, but with Mayu returning in the evening and nothing to eat. If he didn't bring back some food, she would surely remind him for a month. After the satisfying meal, everyone prepared to relocate to the karaoke venue across the street. Moyang glanced at the time. It was already 9:10. "Well, you all go ahead. We need to head back," he stated. "So early to sleep, Lao Mo. Are you practicing self-care?" teased a bespectacled boy. "Self-care? I'm merely the designated guardian. My sister will be back from school in half an hour. Are you already living the life of a babysitter? Get lost." After exchanging playful banter with old classmates, Moyang took Lu Lezhi and left. "Are you full?" Moyang asked as they walked. Lu Lezhi nodded. "Was it delicious?" "Yes." Among the dishes, Lu Lezhi's favorite was undeniably the clay pot chicken. It was her first experience with it. As she reminisced about the flavors, she instinctively swallowed, but upon glancing at Moyang beside her, she stifled the urge. She couldn't allow herself to appear so eager. Lu Lezhi had resolved that upon returning home, she would search for the recipe for clay pot chicken. After all, if she didn't succeed in her graduate entrance exams, starting a small restaurant could be a worthwhile venture. If Moyang were to learn of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly say, "You're overthinking it. If someone like you can't make it, then no one can." Chapter 21. You are a comforting presence. The two exited the restaurant and approached the motorcycle, preparing to depart. At that moment, Mo Yang's phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was a number he rarely contacted, Zhang Yang. Mo Yang promptly answered, "Uncle Zhang, what instructions do you have? So soon?" Having connections in the government certainly makes things easier. Very well, I shall visit tomorrow. After hanging up, Mo Yang pondered for a moment and turned to Lu Lezhi, saying, It was the police officer you encountered the other day who called. He wants me to receive a commendation for bravery tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me? Why would I go? Lu Lezhi replied, somewhat puzzled. Realizing his expression had been somewhat unclear, Mo Yang clarified, If you prefer not to join, that is perfectly fine. However, could I use your name to create a banner? Lu Lezhi was even more confused now. It was Mo Yang who had rescued her. So if a banner were to be presented, it should rightfully be for him, and have no connection to the police officer. You see, Uncle Zhang, that police officer, is currently at a crucial juncture in his career, and I wish to lend a hand. Back in his first year of high school, brimming with youthful audacity, Mo Yang had antagonized a group of delinquents while trying to assist a classmate. On one occasion, he found himself cornered in an alley by thugs wielding steel pipes. Had it not been for Zhang Yong, who happened to be patrolling nearby, Mo Yang would likely have faced severe injury or even hospitalization. He had always remembered Zhang Yong's kindness, and with Zhang Yong on the verge of promotion to deputy director, Mo Yang thought to offer assistance to ensure his success. After contemplating Mo Yang's words for a moment, Lu Lezhi finally said, In that case, let us go together. It is better for the banner to be presented in person. She could tell that Mo Yang shared a special bond with that police officer, and wanting to repay the life-saving favor Mo Yang had granted her. She naturally agreed to assist. Although there was an element of deception in this arrangement, she was willing to overlook it. Grateful for her agreement, Mo Yang thanked her and then dialed another number. Hello, Old Lee. Could you expedite the creation of a banner for me? I need it for tomorrow and will pay double. I'll send you the details shortly. After ending the call, Mo Yang exhaled, uncertain of whether this would truly aid Uncle Zhang's promotion. Let us go home, he said to Lu Lezhi. Upon hearing the long-absent words go home, Lu Lezhi paused. Since her mother had been diagnosed with late-stage cancer, it had been a long time since anyone had uttered that phrase to her. Mo Yang handed her a pink helmet, and she quietly murmured, Thank you. Why thank me? I should be thanking you, Mo Yang replied. Lu Lezhi shook her head. It's nothing. Let us go? At 9:40 in the evening, Mo Yu returned home from school. Upon entering, she was greeted by a delightful aroma. Soon spotting the dishes that Mo Yang had brought back and reheated in the microwave. Brother, did you eat out? This is takeout for you from Sister Lezhi to welcome you back, he explained. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Sister Lezhi in quite a while. I miss her. As she washed her hands, Mo Yu continued talking. After washing up, Mo Yu sat at the dining table, picked up a steamed bun that Mo Yang had recently purchased, and began to eat with the dishes. Unlike her usual pace, this time she savored her food with meticulous slowness, chewing each bite with a deliberate grace. Mo Yang immediately discerned the mischief in the girl's demeanor. He cleared his throat and urged, Hurry and eat. Once you've finished, we shall commence your English tutoring. Sister Lezhi has everything prepared. Oh, dear brother, please refrain from mentioning academic matters while I am dining. It dampens my appetite. Enough of that. Should I call our mother to discuss this with you? Brother, mother has already exhausted herself today. Let us not disturb her. With that, Mo Yu quickly acquiesced. Hastening her pace, Mo Yang smirked, thinking to himself, What makes you think I cannot handle you? A mere few moments later, Mo Yu completed her meal and delicately wiped her mouth with a napkin. Lu Lezhi approached, saying, Prepare yourself. We shall begin shortly. Upon the thought of an impending hour of English, Mo Yu's expression soured, and she voiced a sentiment shared by many students. As a Chinese individual, why must I learn English? While collecting the dishes, Mo Yang caught her remark and smirked. Do you wish to avoid learning English? Quite simple. Mo Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Pray, enlighten me. It is rather straightforward. Invent a time machine, travel to the past, and bring with you a modernized army to conquer the world. That way, not only will you evade the necessity of learning English, but you shall also compel the entire globe to learn Chinese. What do you think? Care to consider it? Mo Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, her elder brother was perfectly aligned with their family name, outwardly pristine, yet his thoughts were as dark as ink. The audacity of your words. If I possessed such abilities, I would not be lamenting here now. Precisely, I am aware of your limitations, which is why I made such a suggestion. Mo Yang flashed a particularly annoying grin before turning to wash the dishes. What is so remarkable about that? Just wait until you are astonished by my next English results. Sister Lezhi, let us begin. Very well. Lu Lezhi cast a glance at Mo Yang's retreating figure, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Is it any wonder that they are siblings? A few exchanged words ignited Mou's fighting spirit. However, the reality of studying proved to be another matter entirely. After an hour, Mou felt dizzy, the letters on the page appearing as mere shadows. When Lu Lezhi announced the conclusion of today's tutoring, Mou felt as though that hour had stretched longer than a week. She rose and approached Mo Yang, completely devoid of the spirited resolve she had possessed an hour prior. Brother, what if I fail to gain admission to university? Fear not. In that case, we shall return to our hometown, and father can arrange a position for you as a school security guard, sparing you countless years of wandering. Mou chuckled softly. You do have a way of comforting others. Lu Lezhi chimed in. Do not lose heart, Xiaoyu. Your foundation is not as weak as you believe. You simply have yet to discover the learning approach that suits you. Once you do, your English scores will undoubtedly soar. Really? Absolutely. Sister Lezhi, you are truly kind to me, unlike my brother, who only knows how to mock me. Mo Yang glanced at her, remarking, All right, go wash up and rest. School awaits us tomorrow. Oh, good night, brother. Good night, Lezhi. Mu obediently followed Mu Yang's instructions and went to freshen up. At that moment, Lu Lezhi heard her phone emit a sound. Upon checking, she found that Mu Yang had transferred her 150 yuan. It was the tutoring fee for today. Did we not agree on 100 per hour? Why is there an extra 50? Well, I believe your teaching is exceptionally good, so I added an extra 50. Just accept it. Mu Yang offered a pretext rather than revealing the truth. Thank you, brother Mu Yang. Lu Lezhi, not giving it much thought, accepted the 150. Chapter 22. Milk tea. The following day, Mu Yang awoke punctually at 7:30. He pushed open the door and entered the living room. Breakfast was already laid out on the dining table, just as it had been in the previous days. Lu Lezhi was busy in the kitchen. Mu Yang scratched his somewhat tousled hair and suddenly felt that having a roommate like her was rather pleasant. Brother Mu Yang, you're awake. Hurry and wash up for breakfast. All right. Half an hour later, after finishing breakfast, Mu Yang honestly thought that Lu Lezhi's cooking was quite good. He suspected that if this continued, he would soon gain weight. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and, after a moment of contemplation, suggested to Lu Lezhi, let us discuss something. What is it? You see, now that we are roommates on the second floor, it's not quite fair to have you doing all the cooking. How about this? Starting tomorrow, we take turns. One of us cooks for a day. Although Lu Lezhi's meals were delightful, Mu Yang felt it was inappropriate for her to bear the burden alone. As a gentleman, he should actively share the responsibilities. Don't worry, although my cooking may not match yours, it's still decent. He had merely been lazy before, and since he often had breakfast and lunch alone, he found little reason to cook, opting instead for takeout, not because he lacked the ability to prepare food. Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. All right. Also, I wake up later than you, so if you're hungry, feel free to grab something to eat in the meantime. Got it. After washing the dishes, Mu Yang left with Lu Lezhi, as they had to go to the police station to collect a prize and present a banner. As they passed by, Aunt Chin saw Mu Yang pulling down the roller shutter and cheerfully remarked, Little Mo, Little Lu, are you going out for fun? Mu Yang lowered the shutter while clapping his hands and replied to Aunt Chin, No, we're just handling some matters. Aunt Chin wore an expression that suggested she understood. After all, why would two people go out together unless it was for leisure? Mu Yang chose not to elaborate to Aunt Chin. In the eyes of the nearby elderly, living and dining together meant they were a couple. There was no point in explaining. It would only complicate things further. He decided to let it be, knowing that his relationship with Lu Lezhi was entirely innocent. Mu Yang first took Lu Lezhi to a friend's place to collect the completed banner, then headed straight to the police station where Zhang Yong was located. Upon arriving at the police station at precisely 9 o'clock, Mu Yang parked the car and entered with Lu Lezhi. At this moment, Zhang Yong had just brewed a cup of tea. Upon seeing Mo Yang enter, he remarked, You've arrived quite early. Of course, if one is not proactive about money, there must be a flaw in their thinking, Mo Yang replied with a smile. However, you'll need to wait a moment. The people from the newspaper and the publicity office haven't arrived yet. Very well. Zhang Yong then noticed Lu Lezhi, who was following Mo Yang. Aren't you the one? Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Yang interjected, Yes. She is indeed the girl who jumped into the river that day. Her name is Lu Lezhi, and she is now an employee at my bookstore. That is good to hear. Little Lu, now that the past is behind you, focus on living well, Zhang Yong encouraged. Lu Lezhi nodded silently. By the way, what is that banner you're holding for? Zhang Yong inquired, pointing at the banner in Mo Yang's hand. This is a gift from Lezhi to you. Thanking you for guiding her, Mo Yang said, unfolding the banner. Zhang Yang's expression immediately darkened. He pulled Mo Yang aside and whispered, "What are you scheming? Why don't you consider it her idea?" Mo Yang replied, "That girl seems like a sincere child. Who else could be behind this but you? Speak up. What do you intend to do? I heard that you, Uncle Zhang, are about to be promoted, so I thought I could help in any way I can. Rest assured. We discussed this on our way here." She relinquished her thoughts of ending her life thanks to your counsel. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong felt a mix of amusement, annoyance, and a touch of gratitude. He had indeed offered her advice, but at the time, she had not heeded it. Given that she had come with Mo Yang today, it was likely that Mo Yang had persuaded her back. "I appreciate your sentiment, but I truly cannot accept this banner. It would be a deceitful act, a violation of principles. If this were to come to light, any hopes of promotion would be dashed, and avoiding criticism would be a feat." Mo Yang pondered for a moment and realized he had indeed been inconsiderate. "I understand now, Uncle Zhang. Are you Lu Lezhi?" A voice interrupted. The two turned to see an elderly police officer standing before Lu Lezhi, visibly excited. Lu Lezhi, somewhat taken aback, nodded. "It is you. After all these years. How much you've grown. Lu, do you know her?" Zhang Yong approached with Mo Yang and inquired. "Lu Chang, the deputy chief, an old comrade nearing retirement. Zhang Yong is preparing to take over his position. Indeed, years ago, her mother found her near our station, and now, over 20 years have passed. The last time I saw her, she was just 5 years old," Lu Chang reminisced. It had been a frigid winter when Lu's mother stumbled upon Lu Lezhi beside a trash bin while attending to matters in the city, at which time Lu Lezhi was suffering from a high fever. Lu Chang, then a regular patrol officer, had attended to Lu's mother and assisted in processing Lu Lezhi's adoption procedures. "The last time I saw your mother was several years ago. She mentioned you were accepted into Pengshida. How is she doing now?" "She has passed away." Lu Chang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation, before he hastily offered some words of comfort to Lu Lezhi. Perhaps reminded of her mother, Lu Lezhi's spirits waned, and she sat on the bench with her head bowed, lost in her thoughts. Observing her melancholy, Mo Yang felt compelled to take action. After all, it was he who had brought her out, and she had been joyful upon their departure, yet now she appeared despondent. What could possibly account for such a shift in demeanor? After some contemplation, Mo Yang exited the police station, returning shortly with several cups of milk tea in hand. Approaching Lu Lezhi, he remarked, "Keeping your head down is not good for your neck." Lu Lezhi looked up at him, and Mo Yang shook the cups of milk tea, adding, "I've heard that milk tea can uplift one's mood. Choose a cup." After a brief hesitation, Lu Lezhi selected a cup of red bean milk tea. Subsequently, Mo Yang carried the remaining cups to the on-duty police officers, cheerfully stating, "Thank you, officers. Allow me to treat you to some milk tea." A minute later, Mo Yang settled beside Lu Lezhi, holding a cup of red bean milk tea himself, coincidentally his favorite flavor. He inserted a straw, took a sip, and then turned to Lu Lezhi, inquiring, "Is it to your liking?" Lu Lezhi nodded, saying, "Thank you, Mo Yang." Chapter 23. Skateboarding. Mo Yang smiled gently. "No need for thanks. Has your mood improved?" Lu Lezhi nodded once more. "That's the spirit. This is the countenance your mother would wish to see from above." "I understand," she replied, placing the straw in her mouth and sipping delicately. Rarely did she indulge in buying milk tea, not due to a lack of fondness, but rather because even the most inexpensive cup cost 10 yuan, a price she hesitated to spend. Fortunately, she had a dear friend who cared deeply for her. During their university days, Song Lianga would always buy her a cup of milk tea whenever she treated herself, typically in flavors such as pearl or coconut. However, this was her first experience with the red bean flavor, and her delight was apparent. Mo Yang observed her enjoyment and smiled quietly, recognizing that she was, much like his former self, enchanted by red bean milk tea on her first encounter. Initially, he had not been much of a consumer of such beverages until one day, Mo Yu mistakenly purchased a cup of red bean milk tea and generously offered it to Mo Yang. Since then, he had occasionally indulged himself with a cup of red bean milk tea. After finishing their drinks, the pair waited for about an hour until personnel from the Public Security Bureau's publicity department and reporters finally arrived. The ensuing events unfolded in a rather predictable manner: interviews, photographs, and awards. The entire process took nearly 20 minutes before concluding, at which point Mo Yang exhaled in relief, for he was not particularly adept at handling such situations. Acts of bravery are often rewarded with monetary compensation, typically ranging from 1 to 2,000 yuan for rescuing someone. Mo Yang received 2,000 yuan on this occasion. While the sum was not particularly substantial, he felt a sense of joy, for it was the honor that truly delighted him. Without further ado, my grandparents will surely have something to boast about for a while. After receiving the phone from Lu Lezhi, he sent the photos she had just taken to the family group chat and also posted on his social media. Though he is not one to flaunt, a little display in such circumstances is permissible. Stepping out of the police station, Mo Yang waved the envelope containing his reward and asked Lu Lezhi, "Shall we dine out for lunch?" "My treat." Lu Lezhi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Eating out can be quite expensive. What would you like to eat?" "Brother Mo Yang, I can prepare it for you." This girl, accustomed to frugality from a young age, instinctively sought to save even when it was not her own money. "How about fried noodles? It's been a while since I've had them." "All right, I'll check the market to see if they have the right noodles and cumin." Noticing Mo Yang still waving the envelope, Lu Lezhi couldn't help but interject, "Brother Mo Yang, you should put the money away. It could attract unwanted attention." Mo Yang chuckled. "My dear, have you forgotten this is a police station? Who would dare to steal or rob here?" Indeed, Lu Lezhi felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. Having overlooked that detail, "Let's go home." When they returned to the bookstore, it was already past 11. Lu Lezhi glanced at the time and prepared to head to the market for supplies. However, just as she reached the door, Mo Yang stopped her. "Are you sure you can go alone?" This time, he remembered that she was prone to anxiety in crowded places. "I should be fine." "Then go ahead." Although Lu Lezhi spoke with a hint of uncertainty, Mo Yang still allowed her to proceed. He couldn't accompany her every time. She needed to practice her social skills. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. As he watched Lu Lezhi leave, Mo Yang ascended to the second floor with the banner, intending to store it away. Since he had paid for it himself, even though it wasn't given away this time, it might come in handy in the future with a few modifications to its inscription. Upon arriving at the market, Lu Lezhi found a stall selling noodles and steamed buns. After mustering her courage and encouraging herself 3 times internally, she finally approached and stammered, "Annie, do you have noodles suitable for fried noodles?" Despite her nervousness, the stall owner, a kindly plump woman, smiled and replied, "Yes, I have those. And I also have mung bean sprouts. Would you like some?" Lu Lezhi nodded. After purchasing the noodles and mung bean sprouts, she also acquired a bottle of cumin powder and some vegetables. With all the ingredients for the fried noodles gathered, she stepped out of the market. At the entrance, Lu Lezhi let out a sigh of relief and mentally cheered herself on. "This is a wonderful start. Keep it up, Lu Lezhi. Things will only get better." Upon returning to the bookstore, she found Mo Yang wiping down a skateboard. As he noticed her return, he asked, "You're back. How much did it cost in total?" 15. Noodles and mung bean sprouts are quite economical, primarily because cumin powder and vegetables tend to be more expensive. Of course, there is also the factor that Lu Lezhi is not adept at bargaining. Mo Yang let out a sound of acknowledgement and transferred 15 yuan to Lu Lezhi via his phone. Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Mo Yang, what are you doing? The fried noodles are what I wish to eat. How can I let you pay?" She pondered for a moment and added, "From now on, when we buy vegetables, it should be split between us." Upon hearing this, Mo Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite naïve. With her culinary skills yielding delicious yet modest portions and the added benefit of healthiness, along with the fact that he had Mo Yu, who had quite the appetite, it seemed that he was the one truly benefiting from the arrangement. Nevertheless, seeing Lu Lezhi's earnest expression, Mo Yang acquiesced, "All right. We shall share the cost of groceries from now on." At that moment, Lu Lezhi's attention was drawn to the skateboard in Mo Yang's hand. "Where did you get this skateboard?" she inquired. "I unearthed it from beneath my bed. I used to ride it during my university days." "Do you know how to ride?" Lu Lezhi shook her head. "Then I suggest you learn. It serves as a rather excellent means of transportation." Lu Lezhi found Mo Yang's reasoning quite sound. She indeed required a mode of transport. Yet she harbored some reservations. "But what if it's difficult to learn?" "It varies from person to person. I learned it in just about 10 minutes. While Wang Haoming, the one you met last night, took an entire day to master it," he replied. "Then I shall practice after dinner," Lu Lezhi said, her eagerness palpable. "All right, I'll teach you." Mo Yang felt a surge of happiness. At last, there was something to divert this girl's attention from her incessant studying. If Lu Lezhi continued to immerse herself in her studies day in and day out, Mo Yang would genuinely worry she might transform into a true bookworm. He certainly did not expect that the old skateboard he had found would serve such a purpose. After agreeing to learn skateboarding post-dinner, Lu Lezhi headed upstairs with the groceries she had purchased at the market. Like sunlight piercing through the night, dawn quietly brushed across the horizon. Chapter 24. I am a victim too. Suddenly, Moyang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lu Lezhi. The sight of Mom on the screen filled him with an inexplicable sense of guilt. He and Moyu had tacitly agreed not to inform their family about the incident of heroic valor, and now that his mother was calling, it was undoubtedly to inquire about the matter. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Hello, Mom. As expected, Lu Lezhi's first question was, what is this about your award for bravery? Well, it was the day I went fishing. I encountered someone jumping into the river and managed to rescue them. Are you all right? I'm fine. The person is now lively and well. I meant you. What could possibly happen to me? You know well my swimming skills, don't you? I wouldn't dare jump in without sufficient confidence. Lu Lezhi seemed poised to say more, but ultimately kept her thoughts to herself. From the time Moyang was in diapers, she had instilled in him the values of righteousness. As she grew older, she indeed displayed a commendable sense of righteousness, yet a mother's instinct inevitably led her to worry. It can only be said that humans are inherently contradictory. By the way, is the new employee you hired the one you rescued? Yes, and she is also tutoring MOU in English. Regarding this matter, Moyang felt no need to conceal anything and candidly informed Lu Lezhi. Lu Lezhi responded with an "oh," saying, all right, I'll hang up now. Keep a close eye on Xiaoyu's studies. Rest assured, he replied. And after Lu Lezhi ended the call, Moyang was about to tuck his phone back into his pocket when another call came in. It was from his grandfather. Upon answering, the voices of his grandparents echoed from the receiver, each speaking in turn. Their purpose for calling was similar to that of Lu Lezhi. They wanted to check on Moyang's well-being. Naturally, Moyang was subjected to a gentle admonishment from Grandma Mo. And after soothing the elderly couple, he hung up the phone. Inhaling the delightful aroma of fried noodles wafting from upstairs, a smile crept onto his face. With caring family, delicious food, and a charming young lady by his side, life felt exceedingly pleasant. This was Lu Lezhi's first attempt at making fried noodles, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing a potential mishap. However, her apprehension evaporated the moment Moyang gave a thumbs up after taking his first bite. Sighing in relief, Lu Lezhi was glad there had been no disaster. After consuming 2 generous bowls of noodles, Moyang let out a satisfied burp, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and remarked, Lezhi, your culinary skills are more than sufficient to run a restaurant. Hearing this, Lu Lezhi smiled and replied, thank you for the compliment. Noticing that Lu Lezhi had finished her meal, Moyang retrieved 2 boxes of milk with a malt flavor from the milk crate beneath the table and handed one to Lu Lezhi. Initially, Lu Lezhi had intended to prepare porridge, but Moyang found that too cumbersome, so they opted for the milk instead. After their meal, Moyang took out his skateboard and led Lu Lezhi outside the bookstore. He placed the skateboard on the ground and said to her, let me demonstrate first. With that, Moyang stepped onto the skateboard and began his demonstration. During his university days, this device served merely as a means of transportation, and he hadn't touched it since graduation, resulting in a bit of rustiness. Nevertheless, demonstrating for Lu Lezhi posed no difficulty. Moyang glided back and forth a few times before finally stopping in front of Lu Lezhi. He jumped off and instructed, remember my movements on the board. Don't be afraid of falling. The more you fear it, the harder it becomes to learn. Lu Lezhi nodded in acknowledgement. After donning the protective gear, she stepped onto the skateboard and began to practice. Soon, Moyang witnessed the scene Lu Lezhi had just observed. But this time the one gliding back and forth on the skateboard was Lu Lezhi herself. Her posture on the board was remarkably steady, unlike that of a novice. Moyang began to wonder if she had been deceiving him. Although he had learned to skateboard in just a few minutes, he had fallen several times, and he had never encountered someone who could glide with such poise on their first attempt. After sliding for a while, Lu Lezhi found it quite enjoyable. Have you played before? Moyang inquired. Lu Lezhi shook her head. No, this is the first time. Moyang found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that she truly is a prodigy? Initially, he had intended to instruct her, only to discover that she seemed capable of mastering it independently without his guidance. Practice diligently. This skateboard is now yours. Thank you, brother Moyang, Lu Lezhi replied, a smile gracing her face, revealing her fondness for the skateboard. Rarely did she forget her studies, but this time, She stepped onto the skateboard, ready to glide a few more laps. Observing her retreating figure, Mo Yang felt a twinge of discontent. Why was it that the giant of light could do nothing against the review monster, yet a skateboard could triumph over it? Clearly, Lu Lezhi was also a believer in light. Just yesterday, he had noticed a sticker of Diga adorning her bedside. Just as he was about to return to the shop, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw a message from Wang Haoming. Yuanlai Hotel, room 402. Help me, Mo. Surely, this fellow had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Why was he sending WeChat messages about a hotel room? Had he forgotten his money or neglected to buy a bag for his offspring? Mo Yang initially intended to ignore him, but reconsidering, he decided to investigate. After all, such a plea for help from Wang was a rarity. He first retrieved the key and helmet from the shop, then called out to Lu Lezhi, who was gliding nearby. Lezhi, I'll be stepping out for a bit. All right. With urgency, Mo Yang arrived at Yuanlai Hotel, taking the elevator to the 4th floor. As the elevator doors opened, he was immediately met with a cacophony of noise. A crowd had gathered outside room 402. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly squeezed his way into the room. Excuse me, let me through. Inside, several people, both men and women, were present. A few women were grappling on the bed while the men engaged in a brawl beneath it. Wang Haoming and his girlfriend also appeared disheveled in the chaos. The scene on the bed was a classic catfight, with Wang Haoming's girlfriend being overwhelmed by several other women. However, Mo Yang was more concerned about Wang Haoming. While it seemed like a mutual confrontation, in reality, Wang was on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. Although Wang could hold his own, he was outnumbered, and with some guilt weighing on him, he merely curled up, trying to protect his head while exclaiming, I didn't know anything. I'm a victim too. Mo Yang quickly approached, forcefully separating those who were attacking Wang. Stop it. Though Wang was tough, even he couldn't withstand such relentless blows. Upon seeing Mo Yang, Wang felt an overwhelming urge to cry. In moments like these, a brother was invaluable. Listen here, you meddler. If you don't back off, I'll make sure to include you in the beating, growled a particularly burly man, glaring menacingly at Mo Yang. Do not speak. His physique, combined with his expression, appears rather endearing. However, Mo Yang is not easily intimidated. He glanced at the man and remarked, there must be a reason for violence. No. What offense has he committed against you? This scoundrel has seduced my wife and has made a fool of me. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang was momentarily taken aback. His attention had been solely focused on Wang Haoming upon his arrival, and only now did he realize that the scene in the room was indeed one of infidelity. Yet, Mo Yang found himself perplexed. While Wang Haoming was indeed a lecherous man, he had no inclination towards married women. When did he inherit such disgraceful tendencies? I'll make you pay for this, you scoundrel. The man raised his fist and aimed it at Wang Haoming once more. Quick as a flash, Mo Yang seized the man's wrist. Though he sympathized with this individual and harbored disdain for third parties interfering in others' relationships, he could not stand idly by and watch his friend be assaulted. The man struggled, only to find Mo Yang's grip unyielding, like a vice. Release me. We live in a society governed by law. If you hurt him, you will face dire consequences. Fortunately, at that moment, the police arrived just in time to prevent the escalation of the conflict. Among them was a familiar face, Zhang Yong. A female officer accompanying Zhang intervened to halt the brawl on the bed, while several other officers and auxiliary officers began to separate the parties involved and conduct individual interviews. Upon noticing Mo Yang's presence, Zhang Yong paused momentarily before approaching him. What brings you here? What is the situation? Mo Yang shrugged. I came to help. I'm not fully aware of the details. Master, a young officer approached Zhang Yong and whispered a few words into his ear. After listening, Zhang Yong rubbed his forehead. Visibly exasperated, he dreaded encountering such tangled situations. First, let us take everyone back to the station. Zhang Yong glanced at Mo Yang and then at Wang Haoming, who was crouched on the floor, clad only in a bathrobe, his body marred with bruises. You two will accompany me as well to provide statements. Mo Yang nodded. All right. Zhang Yong turned and left. Wang Haoming stood up. Old Mo, you truly are a brother. It was better when he remained silent. The moment he spoke, Mo Yang felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. He had just received a commendation and a reward for his bravery earlier that day at the police station. And now he was required to return there to provide a statement. What a predicament. Quickly get dressed, Mo Yang said irritably. A large group proceeded to the police station to give their statements. The situation was not overly complicated. The woman had concealed her marital status while engaging with Wang Haoming, and they were caught in the act by her husband during an intimate moment at a hotel. Mo Yang, having arrived late and knowing little, was the first to complete his statement. As he exited the station, he encountered Wang's father, who appeared furious. Upon seeing Mo Yang, his expression softened slightly. Yang, what on earth is going on? How could that rascal be caught in such a compromising situation? Uncle Wang, please remain calm. Haoming is also a victim. He was unaware that the other party was already married. Otherwise, he would not have become entangled with them. Wang's father let out a cold snort, calling him a disgraceful fool. After a while, Wang Haoming emerged from the interrogation room. The moment he saw his father, he instinctively wanted to flee. But where could he run? Wang's father swiftly approached and seized Wang Haoming by the ear. Ouch! Dad, please let go. My ear feels like it's about to fall off. Shut up. Are you not embarrassed enough? He could not comprehend how his parents had produced such a troublesome offspring. One who spent all his time indulging in pleasures and provoking his anger while neglecting any serious matters. Even a roast pork would be a better child than he. Muyang stepped forward. Uncle Wang, please calm down. Excessive anger is harmful to your health. Only then did Wang's father release Wang Haoming's ear. Although Wang Haoming had desperately shielded his face at the hotel, it was still bruised and swollen. Muyang, observing his condition, couldn't help but smirk. With a face like that, you won't be attracting any girls for a while. Aren't you going to ask for some compensation? With a pained expression, Wang Haoming replied. How can I possibly ask for compensation? Wang's father interjected. So you do care about your reputation? Let me tell you, if you can't control that thing from misbehaving again, I will personally take care of it, and then your mother and I will have a second child. You won't inherit a single penny. You'll only squander what little you have. At that moment, Muyang felt a chill run down his spine, reflecting inwardly on how ruthless Uncle Wang could be. To speak such words. As the three of them exited the police station, Wang's father turned to Muyang and said, Yang, do come over for dinner sometime. And bring Xiaoyu along. Your aunt has mentioned you both several times. Muyang smiled. Sure, we'll visit when Muyu has her next break. Then it's settled. Muyang bid farewell to the father and son and departed first. Watching his retreating figure, Wang's father couldn't help but lament for the umpteenth time the vast disparity between people. Old Mo's son was so exceptional and considerate, while his own was utterly incompetent, only knowing how to provoke his anger. How he wished they could swap sons. Growing increasingly frustrated, Wang's father kicked Wang Haoming once more. Dad, why did you kick me? Do I need a reason to kick you? You unfortunate child. If only you had half of Yang qualities, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Wang Haoming fell silent. He had learned from experience that the best response when his father compared him to Muyang was to remain mute. Unbeknownst to Muyang, his presence had inadvertently led to Wang Haoming receiving yet another scolding. When he returned to the bookstore, it was already past 4 o'clock. Lu Lezhi was quietly studying behind the cash register, with a skateboard leaning against the side. Seeing this, Muyang sighed helplessly and walked into the store. Hearing his footsteps, Lu Lezhi looked up and, upon seeing Muyang, abandoned her intention to stand. Brother Muyang, you're back. Nodded thoughtfully and finally couldn't help but ask. Why are you reviewing again? Lu Lezhi, puzzled, responded. What do you mean by again? Without hesitation, reached out and took the book from her hands, saying, I understand that you are preparing for your postgraduate entrance exam, but you cannot spend every waking moment studying. You are human, not a machine. You must learn to balance work and rest. Or are you worried that you won't make it? Lu Lezhi shook her head. No, I am confident I will succeed. It's just that apart from studying, I don't know what else I should do. Having grown up in a poor family, the phrase knowledge changes fate was almost etched into her being, and she had always studied diligently throughout her life. This dedication left her with very few pursuits outside of her studies. However, despite her hard work, she still could not bridge the gap defined by talent, ultimately achieving only a mediocre score that secured her a place at Pengcheng Normal University. Paused, surprised by Lu Lezhi's response. Do you truly have no other hobbies? He inquired. None, she replied, rubbed his nose, wishing to divert Lu Lezhi's focus from her studies. This task, while simple in theory, was complicated by the fact that himself did not play games, let alone engage Lu Lezhi in one. A glance at the nearby bookshelf sparked an idea. After all, he owned a bookstore, and there was no shortage of novels and classic literature. Do you read novels in your spare time? He asked. Lu Lezhi shook her head. The phrase poor children grow up fast aptly described her life. Upon returning home from school, Her time was consumed with homework and assisting her mother. After turning 16, she spent her vacations working odd jobs to help support her family, leaving no time for novels. Her familiarity with literature was limited to merely knowing their titles. Then this is easily remedied, declared, closing the study materials in his hands. I'm assigning you a task. Starting tomorrow, do not study in the mornings, read novels instead. You may choose any book from the store. Do bookstore employees need to read novels? She asked. Of course. As a bookseller. What will you do if a customer inquires about the story of a novel you cannot summarize? Replied with a serious expression. Lu Lezhi recognized that was trying to help her shift her focus away from constant studying, and she felt a warm sense of gratitude. Thank you, she said. Why are you thanking me? Just enjoy reading, he responded, and she smiled, nodding in agreement. At that moment, a middle-aged woman entered the bookstore, prompting Lu Lezhi to immediately rise from her seat. Welcome, she exclaimed. Mom, what brings you here? Asked. At his words, Lu Lezhi paused, only then noticing the resemblance between the middle-aged woman and hurried over. Mom, didn't I tell you I'm fine? Why did you come here yourself? Li Lingxin raised her hand and playfully tapped Mo Yang's head, saying, Dream on. I am here to enjoy a wedding feast today. When I called you at noon, I was already at the hotel, not for your sake. Mo Yang smiled and replied, Mom, let me introduce you. This is Lu Lezhi, my newly hired staff. Hello, Auntie. Lu Lezhi greeted Li Lingxin somewhat awkwardly, while secretly observing her. Although she was over 40, Li Lingxin was well-preserved and still quite beautiful, exuding a certain aura that Lu Lezhi found familiar, perhaps a quality unique to teachers. Hello, young Lu, Li Lingxin said with a warm smile, easing Lu Lezhi's tension. Mo Yang handed over a stool, and Li Lingxin accepted it, sitting down and looking at him. What are we having for dinner tonight? Your mother is hungry. The greatest downside of hotel banquets was the insufficient portions, often consisting of pre-prepared dishes that lacked flavor. Li Lingxin had barely eaten enough at noon and felt that exchanging 1,000 yuan in gifts for such a meal was a significant loss. Hearing Li Lingxin's words, Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback. In her understanding, it was usually the son who would complain of hunger to his mother. However, in this mother-son duo, the roles seemed reversed. Mo Yang was already accustomed to his mother's demeanor. He said, Wait a moment, and headed upstairs, intending to scavenge some snacks from Mo's room. For a brief moment, only Li Lingxin and Lu Lezhi remained on the first floor. Lu Lezhi, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed her hands together. Still unaccustomed to being alone with strangers, Li Lingxin noticed her discomfort and opened her handbag, taking out a box of wedding candies to offer Lu Lezhi. Here, young Lu. Have some sweets. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Lezhi quickly accepted the candies. Observing her demeanor, Li Lingxin smiled, thinking how daughters should be gentle and quiet, rather than like her own child, who was always bouncing around like a monkey escaping from a zoo. Li Lingxin engaged Lu Lezhi in conversation, primarily asking questions while Lu Lezhi responded. When Mo Yang came downstairs with a few snacks, Lu Lezhi let out a silent sigh of relief. Finally understanding how Mo's social nature had developed, it was evidently hereditary. The person before her was also someone who could chat for ages with a passing dog. Mo Yang handed the snacks to his mother and inadvertently caught a glimpse into her handbag, which was filled with candies. Mom, are you planning to rob a candy store? He couldn't help but remark. Blame the hotel. As if the pre-prepared dishes weren't bad enough, they're also tasteless. If I don't bring back some sweets to justify that 1,000 yuan gift, what is the point? Don't look at me like that. Aunt Lu knows about this. And she helped me pack the candies, Li Lingxin retorted. Mo Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his mother-esque character, always determined not to come away empty-handed. You should step up your pace, so we can ensure Mom gets her gift money back sooner. Then you must be patient, she replied. Do not speak of marriage. At present, Mo Yang has no inclination even towards dating. On one hand, he has yet to encounter someone he fancies. On the other, he perceives no necessity for it. Isn't single life delightful? Why complicate matters with romance? Shortly thereafter, the nearby elementary school and kindergarten dismissed their students, and the bookstore experienced a peak in customer traffic for the day. Today, with Li Lingxin's assistance, the workload felt considerably lighter, though it had never been particularly strenuous. After bidding farewell to the last customer who purchased a book, Mo Yang exhaled deeply and took a sip of water from his cup. Lu Lezhi picked up her phone, stepped out from behind the cash register, and inquired of Li Lingxin, Annie, what would you like to eat? Li Lingxin momentarily hesitated, instinctively replying, anything is fine. Lu Lezhi nodded and grabbed her skateboard, saying, "Brother Mo Yang, I'm off to buy groceries." "All right, be careful on the way," he responded. Lu Lezhi then glided away on her skateboard. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Li Lingxin turned to Mo Yang and asked, "What is going on? Didn't Ti mention? We're not just employer and employee, we're also roommates. We agreed that one person would cook each day, and it's that simple with the grocery expenses. Do tell me more about your situation." Mo Yu had already recounted the events to Li Lingxin, albeit omitting the heroic version of Mo Yang's actions. However, she only provided a brief overview, and Li Lingxin was not privy to the finer details. Mo Yang elaborated on how he had rescued Lu Lezhi, assisted her mother in finding peace, and upon discovering her residing beneath a bridge, offered her a job at the bookstore and a place to stay. After listening, Li Lingxin regarded Mo Yang with a peculiar gaze and remarked, "She's a child of misfortune. You must not take advantage of her." "Wait, why does everyone think I would bully her? Am I really that kind of person?" Chapter 27. It's such fun to play with children. Mo Yang was at a loss for words. While he could understand others' perspectives, he was taken aback that even his own mother held such a view of him. Li Lingxin simply smiled in silence. Indeed, playing with children was quite amusing. Meanwhile, Lu Lezhi, energetically gliding on her skateboard, arrived at the market. However, upon reaching her destination, she began to feel anxious. Her social anxiety made the prospect of navigating the bustling market alone quite daunting. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lezhi repeatedly encouraged herself in her mind before mustering the courage to approach a stall selling cauliflower. "Excuse me, how much for the cauliflower?" Although she had mentally prepared herself, her words came out somewhat awkwardly. The stall owner, a middle-aged woman, glanced at Lu Lezhi and replied, "1 yuan per jean." Lu Lezhi felt this price was somewhat steep. She contemplated haggling, but ultimately, what escaped her lips was, "Then I'll take 2. As she left the stall, carrying 2 cauliflowers, she sighed internally, realizing she had a long way to go. Otherwise, how much more money might she waste? At that moment, she spotted a familiar figure not far away, Aunt Chun. Lu Lezhi's eyes brightened instantly. Although he couldn't bargain himself, Aunt Chun was an adept negotiator. He could simply follow her lead and reap the benefits. With a determined mindset, Lu Lezhi quickly approached her. "Aunt Chun." Upon seeing Lu Lezhi, Aunt Chun's face broke into a smile. "Ah, it's young Lu. What brings you here alone to buy vegetables today? Where's Xiaomo? He's busy at the store." Lu Lezhi cleverly omitted mentioning Li Lingxin's arrival, not wanting Aunt Chun to misconstrue it as Li Lingxin coming to see him. The mere fact that he lived with Mo Yang was already enough to invite misunderstandings. Adding this would complicate matters further. "Aunt Chun, may I accompany you while you shop for vegetables?" "Of course, you young ones often find it hard to haggle. Just follow me. And I guarantee you'll get the best prices," Aunt Chun replied cheerfully. "Thank you, Aunt Chun." After purchasing the vegetables, dusk had just begun to fall. Inquiring about the total spent, Mo Yang took out his phone and transferred half of the amount to Lu Lezhi, who accepted it without hesitation. Witnessing this, Li Lingxin shot a look of exasperation at Mo Yang, wondering what he was doing. Clearly, he hadn't inherited his father's boldness. Mo Yang, aware of his mother's gaze, understood its meaning but chose to ignore it. He harbored no such intentions toward Lu Lezhi, at least not at the moment. After all, one must keep accounts clear. After sipping some water, Lu Lezhi picked up the bags of vegetables, preparing to head to the kitchen to cook. However, Li Lingxin reached for the bag and said, "Xiao Lu, you've worked hard all day. Go rest. Auntie will handle dinner." "Don't worry, Auntie's cooking is quite decent." Lu Lezhi nodded. After all, Auntie had come all this way to prepare a meal for her son and daughter, and he certainly couldn't take that away from her. As Li Lingxin made her way to the kitchen, she paused beside Mo Yang, who was engrossed in a novel, and playfully kicked him. "Come help out. Mom, I've been busy all day too. This afternoon, I almost got into a fight over Wang Haoming. I need to rest." "Oh, spare me." Li Lingxin rolled her eyes and dismissed him. Although he claimed he needed rest, Mo Yang eventually put away his phone and followed her to the kitchen. He wasn't lazy. He simply enjoyed portraying himself as still a child in front of his parents. It was a testament to his youthfulness. As it turned out, Li Lingxin's assertion that her cooking was decent was not mere modesty. It truly was quite satisfactory, neither unpleasant nor particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, Lu Lezhi was gracious, eating heartily. To him, the taste of the food was secondary. The primary concern was simply to fill his stomach. Mo Yang, on the other hand, savored every bite. For him, It was the long-missed flavor of his mother's cooking. Li Lingxin watched the two eat with a smile. Ever since becoming a mother, she finally understood why her mother-in-law used to urge her to eat more. Witnessing her children enjoy the meal she prepared brought her joy. After finishing their meal, Mu Yang proactively washed the dishes, prompting Li Lingxin to think of taking a stroll outside. Lu Lezhi had initially intended to review his studies, but upon recalling Mu Yang's words from the afternoon, he quietly set aside the study materials he had picked up and instead retrieved a copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea from downstairs. Once Mu Yang completed his dishwashing, he exited the kitchen and observed Lu Lezhi seated on the sofa, engrossed in his novel. He smiled silently, recognizing this as a promising beginning. At 9:40 in the evening, Mu Yu returned from school. She arrived at the bookstore, pulled down the rolling shutter, secured the lock, and then ascended the stairs. "Hey, brother, sister Lezhi, I'm back," she cheerfully announced as she opened the door, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Li Lingxin standing in the living room. Li Lingxin smiled and asked, "My dear, have you missed your mother?" To her surprise, Mu Yu abruptly slammed the door shut. Li Lingxin, perplexed, turned to Lu Lezhi on the sofa and inquired, "Is there something on my face?" Lu Lezhi shook his head. She then looked at Mu Yang seated in the chair and asked, "Do I look frightening because of my face mask?" Mu Yang also shook his head. With gritted teeth, Li Lingxin exclaimed, "Why did that girl run away?" Other daughters would rush to their mothers after a long separation, wrapping their arms around them and expressing how much they had missed them. Why did her own daughter behave so differently? Was she truly that intimidating? Just as Li Lingxin was about to succumb to self-doubt, the door swung open again, and Mu Yu dashed in, enveloping Li Lingxin in a warm embrace. "Mommy, I've missed you so much." This gesture brought Li Lingxin a sense of relief, albeit overshadowed by the earlier incident. "Miss me? Then why did you slam the door just now?" Li Lingxin asked with a neutral expression. Mu Yu chuckled awkwardly. "I was just too excited after not seeing Mommy for so long." Li Lingxin sighed, acknowledging that while Mu Yu's playful spirit was endearing, it sometimes bordered on the unreliable. Fortunately, Mu Yang was not like that. "All right, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner," she instructed. "Understood." Mu Yu set down her backpack and headed to wash her hands. Li Lingxin turned to Lu Lezhi and said, "Little Lu, you can take a break today. I'll tutor Mu Yu." Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Mu Yu, who was washing her hands, froze mid-soap, her smile faltering. After all, her mother was a serious English teacher, far stricter than Lu Lezhi. It seemed this hour would not be easy for her. Chapter 28. Will you accompany me to a place? Feeling somewhat anxious, Mu Yu finished her meal and followed Li Lingxin into the room. During the next hour, Li Lingxin found herself questioning whether she had mistakenly taken home the wrong child from the hospital. As an English teacher, she remembered her son excelling in English during his school years. How had her daughter's proficiency become so poor? Although Mu Yu's English skills were not limited to merely participating in class for the sake of it, they certainly left much to be desired. "You mentioned the city gate tower, yet she misheard it as the hip bone axis." Li Lingxin, on several occasions, felt an urge to clutch her heart, simultaneously harboring a sense of relief that during her time in junior high, Mu was not in her class. Otherwise, she feared she might have aged 10 years. It was no wonder that in the past, her husband forbade her from tutoring Mu in English. Otherwise, she would surely have developed heart issues by now. At long last, the seemingly interminable hour for this mother-daughter duo drew to a close. Li Lingxin exhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Go wash up." At that moment, Mu dared not be mischievous, obediently responding and rising to leave. After Mu exited, Li Lingxin cast a glance at the papers Mu had completed on her desk, feeling a wave of headache wash over her. She rubbed her temples and turned to exit the room. "Mom, here is some water with sugar," Mu Yang said, approaching Li Lingxin with a cup in hand. He had long anticipated that his mother would be quite upset with Mu, so he had stayed awake and prepared the sweetened water she adored. Li Lingxin accepted the cup and drank it all in one go. In most families, daughters tend to be more considerate than sons, yet in hers, it was quite the opposite. After finishing the drink, Li Lingxin opened her mouth, initially intending to advise Mu Yang to pay more attention to Mu. But the words caught in her throat, and she refrained from speaking. As an older brother, Mu Yang had been quite attentive to Mu. He had always been the one to tutor her, and the decision to open a bookstore here was largely influenced by Mu's admission to the third middle school. Moreover, Mu struggled only with English, while her other subjects were satisfactory. Even if Mo Yang were to be more diligent, it likely wouldn't yield any significant change. I'll transfer you some money later. Make sure to give a little extra for Xiao Lu's tutoring fees. It's not easy for a young lady to manage on her own. Li Lingxin had begun to admire Lu Lezhi, given Mo's poor English. She couldn't fathom how Lu Lezhi managed to tutor her. She was certain that at Lu Lezhi's age, she would not have been able to tolerate such a lack of proficiency in English and would have been unable to assist at all. Mo Yang nodded in agreement. All right. The following day, Li Lingxin rose early to prepare breakfast, ensuring Mou could eat before heading to school. Though she was angry, it was still her own flesh and blood. How could it not hurt? After finishing the meal, she returned to her room for a brief nap, not awakening until after 7. After sharing breakfast with Mo Yang and Lu Lezhi, she drove back, having only taken a day and a half off, as she needed to attend classes in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to his mother, Mo Yang prepared to open the store. Mo Yang, wait, Lu Lezhi called out. Her expression conflicted. Mo Yang halted. What's wrong? Could you accompany me to a place? Arranging blind dates for children is a common endeavor among parents. Indeed, Song Liang's parents had set her up with a blind date, claiming the young man was a friend's nephew and quite an exceptional fellow. Unable to decline, Song Liang had dragged Lu Lezhi along for support. The crux of the matter is that Lu Lezhi has no experience with such affairs. In a bid to bolster her own courage, she desires that Mo Yang accompany her. Upon hearing Lu Lezhi recount the events, Mo Yang readily assents, noting that during this particular time, few patrons visit the bookstore, rendering its operation inconsequential. Half an hour later, as Mo Yang beheld the illuminated sign of Sophia CF, he fell into a contemplative silence. This establishment was exceedingly familiar to him. It belonged to Wang Haoming. However, unlike Wang, who was inherently affluent and treated the CAF as a mere pastime, he seldom graced the place with his presence. Mo Yang, what's wrong? Lu Lezhi inquired. Noticing his pensive demeanor, Mo Yang snapped back to reality and shook his head. It's nothing. Let us go in. All right. The two entered the CAF, which, at this hour, had only a scant number of customers. Song Lianga was listlessly stirring her coffee when she caught sight of the two. Her face brightened instantly, and she waved them over. They approached her table. Lianga, I'm here. On their way, Lu Lezhi had already informed Song Lianga of Mo Yang's accompaniment, so she was not taken aback upon seeing him. They exchanged nods in greeting. With Lu Lezhi's arrival, Song Lianga's chatter flowed freely as she pulled Lu Lezhi to sit beside her, engaging in animated conversation. Mo Yang took a seat at a table behind them. Before long, a server approached with a smile. Mo Gu, welcome. What would you like to drink? Given Wang Haoming's unreliability, Mo Yang had overseen the establishment's decor and staffing. Thus, the employees recognized him well. The most expensive one, Mo Yang replied without hesitation, recalling Wang Haoming's assurance that he and Yi Qing could drink freely without charge. Despite this, it was Mo Yang's first visit to enjoy a beverage here, as he was not particularly fond of coffee. Certainly, please hold on. Shortly thereafter, the requested coffee was served. Mo Yang added a sugar cube and began stirring leisurely. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he found Wang Haoming had joined him. Mo, the esteemed writer, what brings you to my humble CAF? Wang Haoming inquired. Taking a seat, Mo Yang gestured dismissively. I'm here to offer some moral support. He took a sip of his coffee, his expression contorting slightly. I must ask, is this establishment a front for something dubious? This most expensive coffee tastes remarkably like instant coffee. Wang Haoming rolled his eyes. The issue lies with your palate. Please do not question my integrity. It's akin to a wild boar unable to appreciate fine grains. Mo Yang set down his cup, acknowledging his inability to discern the nuances between different coffees. By the way, why are you here at the CAF today? Wang Haoming sighed. It's due to yesterday's debacle. My father has suspended all my cards and insisted I run this CAF properly, or there will be consequences. Currently, my sustenance relies solely on this establishment. Where else could I possibly be? Upon witnessing Wang Haoming's plight, Mo Yang let out a mocking chuckle, exclaiming, serves him right. Wang Haoming attempted to articulate a response, but was interrupted by Mo Yang's hissing gestures, as he noticed a man approaching the table occupied by Lu Lezhi and Song Lianga. The man stepped forward and inquired, Good afternoon. May I ask which of you is Song Lianga? That would be me. Hello, Song Lianga replied, rising to greet him politely. Chapter 29. Are we still brothers? Seeing that the one engaging in conversation was not Lu Lezhi, The man's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, he maintained his courtesy, stating, "Hello. My name is Yang Li, with Li meaning strength." Mo Yang, seated at a distance, scrutinized Yang Li in silence. He noted their similar heights and observed that Yang Li possessed a respectable appearance, complemented by a pair of glasses that lent him an air of refinement. Yang Li took a seat, summoned a waiter, and ordered a cup of coffee. He then turned his attention to Song Lianga, saying, "Miss Song, I am aware that everyone's time is valuable, so I shall not dilly-dally. I am 32 years old, a graduate of Xiamen University's finance department, currently employed as a product manager with an annual income exceeding 30. I own a car and a house, and I can offer around 20 as a bride price. I seek a woman who can wholeheartedly care for the family, meaning I would prefer that she not work after marriage, as I am quite busy and have little time to manage household affairs. Additionally, I hope my partner possesses a reasonable level of education, as I wish to have 3 children, and it would be advantageous for them to receive guidance from a cultured individual. Furthermore, Miss Song, if you are amenable, I would appreciate it if you could consider losing some weight, as I am not fond of those who are overweight." While Yang Li's earlier remarks might have merely discomforted some, his final statement thoroughly provoked Song Lianga. Though she was not as slender as Lu Lezhi, she was by no means overweight. Rather, she was of a standard curvaceous build, far from the label of fat. "What audacity! How presumptuous to assume that I would wish to marry you." Song Lianga silently berated him, although she maintained a polite smile on her face. "I apologize, Mr. Yang, but I am unable to meet your expectations." While she did not consider herself a fiercely independent woman, the thought of becoming a housewife at such a young age, having to ask her husband for money to purchase anything, was simply unacceptable. If the marital relationship were harmonious, perhaps it would be bearable, but should it falter, the consequences would fall heavily upon her. In Song Lianga's view, possessing her own financial independence far outweighed any wealth he might offer. Mo Yang, observing the exchange, furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, Yang Li's qualifications were indeed commendable. He could certainly find a partner if he sought one. However, it was his condescending tone that rendered the situation uncomfortable. And Mo Yang would not wish to be in Song Lianga's position either. Wang Haoming scoffed, muttering under his breath, "This guy has no appreciation. Being slightly plump is truly the best." Yang Li adjusted his glasses, smiled, and appeared unfazed by Song Lianga's response. "Since Miss Song is unwilling, what about this lady?" He shifted his gaze toward Lu Lezhi. Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback. Despite her best efforts to diminish her presence, it seemed her affairs were still under scrutiny. "This young lady, should she be willing, I could offer an additional 50,000 for the betrothal gifts, but I wish to marry by the end of next month." Lu Lezhi longed to speak, yet her words stumbled forth, not from excitement, but rather from sheer social anxiety. At this critical juncture, Song Lianga interjected, "I apologize, Mr. Yang, but my best friend has yet to graduate." Yang Li chuckled, "No worries, college students can marry too. By the way, may I inquire about your health? Please do not misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. Primarily, I wish for our first child to arrive next year." Song Lianga could no longer contain her frustration. "Do you fancy yourself a monarch or a prince? Why the lofty demeanor?" Just as she prepared to unleash a tirade, Mo Yang, who had been seated at the back, approached and inquired, "Sir, might I ask if we are currently in the Sui dynasty?" "What?" Yang Li was momentarily at a loss. Mo Yang persisted. "Since this is not the Sui dynasty, being a Yang does not confer noble status upon you. Henceforth, I suggest you refrain from speaking with such an air, lest you provoke unwarranted consequences. Furthermore, just because someone does not regard you does not grant you the liberty to fixate on her friend as if you were selecting a consort. Perhaps you should reflect upon your own qualifications." Song Lianga felt a surge of admiration for Mo Yang. Her own tongue faltered in such situations, resorting only to curses, never possessing the eloquence to retort in such a manner. "What business is it of yours? Am I inconveniencing you?" It seemed Mo Yang's words struck a nerve with Yang Li, who began to display signs of agitation. He attempted to rise, only to be gently but firmly pressed back into his seat by Mo Yang. "Calm down. A sudden outburst could lead to a cerebral hemorrhage." "What are you doing? Are you attempting to restrict my freedom?" "That is illegal." Yang Li's voice began to rise. Mo Yang was perplexed. His intention had merely been to ensure Yang Li settled the bill before departing, not to infringe upon his liberties. "Mo Yang, let him go," Lu Lezhi whispered, genuinely concerned that Yang Li might report Mo Yang for restricting his freedom. At that moment, Wang Haoming approached with the payment code, which Mo Yang took and placed before Yang Li. When courting a young lady, it would be rather unbecoming for you to let her pay, would it not? He then increased the pressure on Yang Li's shoulder. Feeling the weight upon him, Yang Li realized he had but one course of action. The total came to 168. Thank you for your patronage. Wang Haoming's voice chimed in at the right moment. Yang Li comprehended that these individuals were all in cahoots. He dared not voice his anger and, pulling out his phone, settled the bill. Only then did Mo Yang release him. Yang Li promptly rose and exited the CAF. Mo Yang, was that really appropriate? Lu Lezhi inquired. Mo Yang, now regaining his senses, recognized that his earlier actions may have been somewhat inappropriate. Yet upon hearing Yang Li's words to Lu Lezhi, an inexplicable ire had stirred within him, prompting his earlier behavior. There is nothing amiss. I merely instructed him on the importance of humility in conversation, for arrogance can lead to dire consequences. Had I not intervened earlier, you would have found yourselves footing the bill. Rising from her seat, Song Lianga shouldered her bag, affirming, Boss Missouri is right. One must handle such self-important individuals in this manner. Thank you for today, Boss Missouri. After exchanging a few words, Song Lianga departed from the CAF. She had taken leave from work and needed to return to earn her living. Once she had left, Wang Haoming pulled Mo Yang aside. What is up? Did you get that girl's WeChat? Pass it to me. Mo Yang rolled his eyes at the request. It was apparent that Song Lianga, with her slightly plump figure, was precisely Wang Haoming's type. There was no need for further inquiry. He had set his sights on her. No way. Go entertain yourself, Mo Yang replied without hesitation. Having grown up together, he knew Wang Haoming all too well. His penchant for changing girlfriends was more frequent than changing his underwear. And Song Lianga was evidently not the type to be trifled with. He could not let her down. Come on, we're still brothers, right? Wang Haoming pleaded. But Mo Yang dismissed him and turned to leave. Chapter 30. Should I change my outfit? After the incident involving Song Lianga, more than 20 days passed, and April had arrived, heralding the official onset of spring. On this particular morning, Lu Lezhi was nowhere to be found at the bookstore, while Mo Yang wielded a feather duster, aimlessly tidying the shelves. With the Qingming festival approaching tomorrow, even though the students were on break, business in the store was likely to be sluggish, as parents generally preferred to keep their children indoors during this time. The Chinese hold a certain reverence for such matters, subscribing to the belief that it is better to err on the side of caution. Just then, Lu Lezhi returned, lugging 2 large bags of paper money. It was evident that during the Qingming holiday, the business most prosperous was that of funeral supplies. Even those who do not believe in the supernatural would still partake in the ritual of burning paper offerings as a means of honoring their dearly departed. Lu Lezhi placed the bags on the ground, her expression one of dismay. She was acutely aware that such items were pricier during this period. Yet the cost had exceeded her expectations. She had spent 60 yuan on those 2 bags. Had I known, I would have bought some yellow paper to fold gold ingots myself. She lamented. Mo Yang approached, noting her distressed expression, and couldn't he help but chuckle. It was amusing how someone slightly younger than him could exhibit such frugality, reminiscent of the older generations. Don't fret. They rely on these few days to make their money for the year, he reassured her. Lu Lezhi nodded, lifting the bags. I'll take these back to my room. With that, she ascended to the 2nd floor. Just as sunlight pierces through the night, dawn quietly brushes the horizon. Mo Yang's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Grandma Yi calling. He paused for a moment before regaining his composure and answered, Hello, Grandma Yi. Yang, have you forgotten about me? Grandmother Ye's robust voice emanated from the other end of the phone. How could I forget? I could never forget you, she exclaimed. With a huff, Grandmother Yi retorted, I knew you would say something flattering. The other day, I asked you to bring little Lu over for dinner when you had the time. Did you? Mo Yang felt a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his nose. After all, there was nothing between him and Lu Lezhi. They had merely pretended to be a couple for a brief moment to appease Grandmother Yi, and thus, he hadn't taken her words to heart. However, upon hearing her request, he finally understood why she had called. She wanted him to bring Lu Lezhi over for dinner. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Mo Yang replied with a smile, I've been rather busy lately and haven't found the time. How about I bring her over this evening? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Grandmother Ye's spirits soared. Wonderful. Little Yu is on holiday today, right? Bring her along as well. Of course. Mo Yang responded before hanging up the phone, letting out a sigh. Indeed, fabricating feelings in front of elders was not a wise choice. Just then, Lu Lezhi descended from the second floor. Lezhi, do you have any plans for the evening? Mo Yang inquired. Lu Lezhi shook her head. No. Could you do me a favor? You remember grandmother Yi, right? She just called and asked me to bring you to her house for dinner. So could you pretend to be my girlfriend once more? After pondering for a moment, Lu Lezhi nodded. Thank you. I won't let you help for free. How does 200 sound? Mo Yang proposed. Aside from his family and his close childhood friend Wang Haoming, he was always meticulous in financial matters with others. All right. Lu Lezhi agreed without hesitation. Over the past month, she had come to understand Mo Yang's nature well enough to know he was simply that way. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Mo Yu finished school. Instead of heading straight back to the bookstore, she stopped by a milk tea shop to purchase 3 cups before returning home. Brother, Lezhi, enjoy your milk tea, she said, handing the drinks to them. When will this be consumed? Mo Yang asked while inserting a straw. 2 o'clock the day after tomorrow, she replied. Nodding, Mo Yang took a sip. Upon seeing him drink, Mo Yu adorned her face with a charming smile. Big brother, it's been ages since I've had hot pot. Take me out for dinner tonight. Mo Yang shot her a glance, realizing that the girl had been waiting for him to return with milk tea. Hot pot is fine, but not tonight. I just agreed with grandmother Yi to go to her house for dinner, and Lezhi will be joining us. Lezhi is going too? Mo Yu was taken aback. Then her expression shifted to a knowing smile. Seeing her smile, Mo Yang discerned her thoughts and quickly said, Don't overthink it. It's not what you imagine. After hearing her brother recount the situation, Mo Yu felt a pang of disappointment. She would still have to call her sister. However, this sense of loss did not linger for long before it vanished. After all, her elder brother was quite the charming gentleman, and Lu Lezhi was both beautiful and gentle. As long as the two of them had no issues with their orientations, living under the same roof would surely lead to that fateful day when they would find themselves drawn to each other. There was no need to rush. At that moment, Lu Lezhi was blissfully sipping her milk tea, entirely unaware that Mo Yu had already designated herself as the future sister-in-law in her heart. At 5 in the afternoon, after bidding farewell to the last customer who came to purchase books, Mo Yu wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. She approached Mo Yang and extended her hand. Boss Missouri, where's my pay? Mo Yang pretended to rummage through his pockets and eventually produced 2 coins, placing them in Mo Yu's hand. Thank you for your hard work. Go buy yourself some lollipops. Only 2 yuan. How miserly of you. I've been busy all afternoon. At the very least, I should receive 50. Too little? Give it back. Mo Yang said as he reached for the coins. Mo Yu immediately clenched her fist, holding onto the 2 yuan tightly. I think 2 yuan is just fine. If you don't change your mind, you'll end up with nothing. Mo Yu sighed inwardly. It seemed that her elder brother would never bestow upon her a fortune, and it was already a miracle that he had given her these 2 coins. Lu Lezhi emerged from behind the cash register and asked, Mo Yang, should I change into something else? Upon hearing this, Mo Yang assessed Lu Lezhi from head to toe. She wore a white top paired with denim jeans and complemented them with a pair of white shoes. Although they were all from street vendors, they were clean. Coupled with Lu Lezhi's beauty, even the elders would have no complaints. No need, you look just fine. Let's go buy some gifts at Uncle Zheng's store. One mustn't arrive empty-handed when invited for dinner. The 3 of them headed to the small supermarket, where Mo Yang purchased a box of pure milk, a box of black sesame paste, and some fruits. Mo Yu indeed used the 2 yuan given by Mo Yang to buy 2 Alpen bars. But she did not indulge alone. Instead, she shared one with Lu Lezhi. Chapter 31. Visiting the Yi family after completing their shopping and exiting the supermarket. Mo Yang faced a dilemma. His vehicle was a motorcycle, which made carrying items manageable. But how to transport people? The motorcycle's passenger seat could accommodate only 1 person. Yet there were both Lu Lezhi and Mo Yu to consider. Who to take was a pressing issue. Fortunately, Mo Yu was a sensible sister. She spoke up, Brother, you take Lu Lezhi. I can just take a taxi. Mo Yang nodded, all right. Just then, a taxi happened to pass by, and Mo Yu quickly waved it down. After getting in, she informed the driver of the address and departed first. She glanced back through the rear window at Mo Yang and Lu Lezhi, letting out a sigh. She had a premonition that her elder brother's motorcycle passenger seat would likely be forever out of her reach from now on. Let us set off as well, Mo Yang said to Lu Lezhi. She nodded in agreement. The 3 of them soon arrived at Fengyuan Garden, a well-known upscale neighborhood in Pingcheng, designed with a 1-unit per floor layout. After registering as visitors at the entrance of the community, 3 individuals entered and made their way toward Building 11, where Yi Qing resided. Upon arriving at the base of the building, Mo Yang spotted a familiar figure pacing back and forth. Sister Yizi, Mo Yu called out, dashing over and affectionately wrapping her arms around Yi Qing's. A smile graced Yi Qing's face. It has been so long since we last met. You've grown into quite the young lady. I must say, given our familiarity, isn't it a bit excessive for you to come out just to greet me? Mo Yang approached with Lu Lezhi, saying, you're overthinking it. Yi Qing first exchanged pleasantries with Lu Lezhi before turning her attention back to Mo Yang. You're mistaken. I sought solitude, not company. What is the matter? Yi Qing sighed. Ever since my grandmother ceased her efforts to matchmake us, she has been relentlessly arranging blind dates for me, as if fearing I would remain single forever. It's utterly exhausting. Just earlier at home, she set me up again, which prompted my escape. After a brief conversation, Yi Qing led them into the building and into the elevator. By the way, how is your work going? Mo Yang inquired. All sorted out, Yi Qing replied. I'm working as an assistant at my father's law firm. Once I pass the bar exam, I will officially practice as an attorney. Yi Qing's father is a well-known lawyer in Pengcheng, and influenced by him, she studied law abroad. She then produced a business card and handed it to Mo Yang. From now on, please refer to me as Lawyer Yi. Should you encounter any legal troubles, do not hesitate to contact me. I offer a 20% discount. Mo Yang accepted the card with a smile. I appreciate your kindness, but I hope to never require your services. Soon, the elevator reached the floor where Yi Qing's family resided, and they exited to stand before her door. Mo Yang extended his hand towards Lu Lezhi, as they were about to meet Grandma Yi, and it was essential for the couple to present themselves accordingly. Lu Lezhi's cheeks flushed slightly as she took his hand. So soft was Mo Yang's first impression of her palm. So large and warm was Lu Lezhi's initial thought about his hand. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qing suddenly had an idea. Do you think if I brought a girl home and pretended to be gay, my grandmother would stop arranging blind dates for me? Clearly, Yi Qing was feeling the pressure from her grandmother, resorting to such a scheme. Mo Yang paused for a moment before responding. Are you sure that wouldn't lead your grandmother to arrange even more blind dates for you? That is true. Yi Qing's flickering hope was extinguished by Mo Yang's words. With a slightly dejected heart, she pressed the code and opened the door to her home. Grandma, Mom, Dad, Mo Yang, and Mo Yu are here. Upon hearing this, Grandma Yi, along with Ye's parents, came forth to greet them. Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, Mo Yang called out with a smile, followed by Lu Lezhi and Mo Yu echoing his greetings. Wonderful. Yang, it has been ages since you last visited. Grandma Yi beamed brightly. At this moment, Mo Yu, who had been shouldering the burdens, set down the gifts she had been carrying and shook her hands in exasperation. This is too much. I'm clearly the youngest, yet all the items are left for me to carry, all in the name of losing weight. When have I ever been overweight? Upon witnessing this, Yimu remarked to Mo Yang, my dear child, how many times must I tell you? There is no need to purchase anything when you come here. Yi Nai added, exactly. We treat you as if you were our own child. What sort of family brings food from home while also buying things? Just listen, and later, we shall return what you've brought. Our household lacks nothing. These are not my purchases, Mo Yang clarified, but rather those of Lezhi, who thought it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed on her first visit. To avoid being chastised, Mo Yang swiftly pushed Lu Lezhi forward to shield himself from criticism. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yimu took Yi Qing into the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Mo Yang accompanied Yi Fu to the balcony. Lu Lezhi intended to assist in the kitchen, but was halted by Yi Nai. Dear Lu, why don't you keep me company and chat with me instead? How is your father faring? I heard he was recently promoted to the director of education. On the balcony, Yi Fu lit a cigarette and inquired. Mo Yang nodded. He was promoted right after the new year. He's busier than ever. My mother mentioned that his hair is thinning even faster now. Yi Fu chuckled lightly. Your father is still quite young. If he endures a few more years, by the time he's mostly bald, he'll likely be promoted to principal. He sighed gently. Your father, along with Wang Shu and myself, are all exceedingly busy now. We scarcely have time to gather. The three of them, having been childhood friends, shared a strong bond. Yet as they aged, their opportunities to convene dwindled, sometimes going a year without a reunion. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter erupted from the living room, prompting both to glance back. They saw Yi Nai laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face, causing Yi Fu to worry whether her dentures might pop out in the next moment. Lu Lezhi, being somewhat socially anxious, lacked the ability to evoke such laughter from the elderly lady, yet Mo Yu possessed that talent, consistently making Yi Nai Nai laugh heartily during her visits. Lu Lezhi gazed at Mou with envy, wishing she could possess even half of her social charm. Xiao Yu is truly a delightful spirit. She will undoubtedly avoid any mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts in the future, Yi Fu remarked with a touch of nostalgia. The three childhood friends found themselves envious of each other's children. Mo Fu admired Yi Qing for her thoughtfulness. Yi Fu envied Mo Yu for her jovial disposition, while Wang Fu equally admired both Mo Yang and Yi Qing for their exemplary qualities and the ease they brought to their families. As for Wang Haoming, he was regarded as a shared cautionary tale among the three. Yi Fu cast a quiet glance at the composed Lu Lezhi and said to Mo Yang, "This girl seems quite remarkable. Have you never considered turning your pretense into reality?" Both families were aware of the nature of Mo Yang and Lu Lezhi's relationship, except for Yi Nai Nai, who remained blissfully unaware. They dared not disclose the truth to her, while Yi Nai Nai appeared perfectly normal in most aspects. She harbored a peculiar fixation regarding Yi Qing's romantic affairs. If she were to discover that Lu Lezhi was not truly Mo Yang's girlfriend, it would likely lead to her fervent matchmaking efforts for the two young people. Chapter 32. Let me take you there. Mo Yang chuckled with a hint of helplessness. Just yesterday, during a phone call with his mother, he was advised to turn his playful antics with Lu Lezhi into something genuine. Today, he found himself receiving similar counsel from Uncle Yi, who had watched him grow up. Did he and Lu Lezhi truly appear so well matched? At present, he harbored no such intentions towards her, yet he refrained from dismissing the idea entirely. Who could predict what the future might hold? Uncle Yi smiled amiably but chose to remain silent. The meal was filled with joy, largely thanks to the cheerful presence of Mo Yu, whose laughter and banter never ceased. This infectious spirit even inspired a flicker of admiration in Lu Lezhi's gaze towards Mo Yu. After finishing their meal and lingering at the Yi residence for a while, the trio bid farewell. Grandma Yi grasped Mo Yu's hand with evident reluctance, personally packing 2 large bags of food for them to take home. Yi Qing accompanied them downstairs. Once they stepped into the elevator, Mo Yang and Lu Lezhi released each other's hands, both simultaneously exhaling in relief. Grandma Ye's warmth was overwhelming. Noticing Lu Lezhi's slim figure, she had been relentlessly serving her dishes until the rice in her bowl was nearly obscured. Feeling the lingering warmth in her palm, Lu Lezhi experienced a peculiar sensation within her heart. She glanced at her hand and then at Mo Yang. So this is what it feels like to hold hands with a partner. But why did the sensation seem so different this time, despite it not being their first hand-holding? During their initial clasp, she had only felt shyness, yet this time, an indescribable feeling enveloped her. After pondering for a moment, Lu Lezhi concluded that perhaps the time since their first hand-holding had dulled her memory of that feeling. Yes, that must be it. Once they reached the ground floor, the 4 of them walked towards the entrance of the community together. "Sister Yi, you needn't see us off so far. Just to the downstairs will suffice," Mo Yu remarked. "It's not solely for your sake. Mainly, I wish to escape my grandmother's incessant chatter about matchmaking after we return. A moment of peace is a blessing," Mo Yang replied, pulling out his phone to call a ride for Mo Yu. "By the way, have you really not found anyone appealing after so many blind dates? If I had, would I be hiding from my grandmother?" Many of those suitors either insist on steering the conversation towards hotel rooms or possess a terrifying lack of emotional intelligence. Others, despite being born in a new era, remain shackled by the remnants of outdated feudal thinking. Ultimately, I have no financial concerns at present, so why would I rush to entrap myself in the grave of matrimony? I'd prefer to relish a few years as a single aristocrat first. How liberating, Mo Yu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Yi Qing. "I aspire to be as carefree as you, Sister Yi. Such freedom requires financial stability. You should focus on excelling in your studies before contemplating these matters," Mo Yang advised. After delivering this dose of reality to Mo Yu, he turned to Yi Qing. "I support your perspective, yet it shouldn't be absolute. If you encounter the right person, it's essential to seize the opportunity." Mo Yang, the eldest among the trio, often assumes the role of a guardian, looking after the other 2 and worrying about them. "Don't worry, old Mo, I understand," Yi Qing remarked, casting a seemingly casual glance at Lu Lezhi beside her, feeling a bit anxious for them. Having lived under the same roof for over a month, the 2 of them had made no progress at all. They were truly slow to warm up. When would she be able to openly indulge in her affections? The following day, when Mo Yang awoke, Lu Lezhi was already seated at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. "Good morning, "Brother Mo," she greeted. "Morning," he replied, stifling a yawn. After finishing his morning routine, he joined her at the table and took a sip of the soy milk before him. "You're going to visit your uncle and aunt at their grave today, right? How will you get there?" he inquired while peeling a boiled egg. "I'll take the bus to a town near my home, and then catch a minibus from there," Lu Lezhi explained. The village where she hailed from was over an hour's drive away, and taking the bus would be even slower. Additionally, she had to carry 2 large bags of paper money, making the bus quite inconvenient. More importantly, this girl suffered from motion sickness. A few days ago, she had taken the bus for some errands and returned looking pale as a ghost. Mo Yang worried that if she took the bus back today, she might end up nauseated by the time they arrived. After some deliberation, he offered, "I'll drive you. It'll be more convenient." "Wouldn't that be a bit of a hassle for you?" she asked. "We are friends. What hassle could there be?" he replied. Although it was a holiday for Tomb Sweeping Day, he anticipated that not many would come to the bookstore to buy books. However, adhering to the principle that every little bit counts, Mo Yang decided to accompany Lu Lezhi back home and thus went to rouse his younger brother, Mo Yu, who was still indulging in sleep. As Mo Yu yawned and opened the door, scratching his disheveled hair, he looked at Mo Yang with a disgruntled expression and asked, "Brother, has the Trisolaran invasion begun?" "No," Mo Yang replied. "Then why did you wake me up so early? I was finally getting a chance to sleep in." Without further ado, Mo Yang transferred 200 yuan to Mo Yu via his phone, turning the screen towards him and stating, "You'll manage the store today. I'm taking Sister Lezhi out for a bit." Instantly, Mo Yu perked up, donning a big smile. "You can count on me to handle the shop, brother. Enjoy your time with Sister Lezhi." However, before he could finish, Mo Yang covered his mouth with his hand. He glanced back at Lu Lezhi to ensure her attention was elsewhere before whispering to Mo Yu, "Don't say anything silly. I'm just taking Sister Lezhi to visit the grave." Though the statement sounded a bit odd, it was indeed the truth. Mo Yu nodded in understanding, and Mo Yang withdrew his hand. When Mo Yu emerged from the bathroom, having finished his morning routine, Mo Yang and Lu Lezhi had just concluded their meal. Lu Lezhi pulled out a napkin to wipe her mouth and said, "Brother Mo, I'll wash the dishes first, and then we can set off." Mo Yang intercepted her, "No need. After Ma Yu finishes eating, she can clean up. Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return." Mo Yu, who had just received 200 yuan from her older brother, wore a radiant smile. "Indeed, Lezhi Jia, you go ahead and take care of your matters. I'll manage things at home." At the mention of home, a word that had become somewhat foreign to her, Lu Lezhi paused briefly before regaining her composure and nodding in acknowledgement. She then picked up 2 large bags of paper money and descended the stairs alongside Mo Yang. Observing their retreating figures, Mo Yu mused to herself, "It seems the day for a change of heart is drawing near." As they reached the motorcycle, Mo Yang handed a helmet to Lu Lezhi and, while donning his own, inquired, "What is the name of your hometown?" Lu Lezhi provided a geographical name, prompting Mo Yang to open his Gouda app, input the location, and secure his phone in the holder beside the handlebars. He mounted the motorcycle, lowered his goggles, and commanded, "Get on." Lu Lezhi nodded, effortlessly taking her place on the back seat and instinctively resting her hand on Mo Yang's shoulder. Chapter 33, The Coffin Shop. Over an hour later, Mo Yang was driving Lu Lezhi along the highway. Just 200 meters ahead, they would turn and arrive at the town she had mentioned, not far from her home. "Mo Yang Gu," Lu Lezhi suddenly called out, "Please stop by the roadside. I have something to attend to." "Okay," Mo Yang replied, halting the motorcycle. Lu Lezhi dismounted and walked towards a nearby building. The house, facing the road, featured a low wooden door. Reminiscent of styles from the last century, such doors were now only found in some older rural homes. Intrigued, Mo Yang turned off the ignition and followed Lu Lezhi to the entrance. It was only upon reaching the door that he noticed the words "coffin shop" written in white chalk. Mo Yang blinked in surprise. Was this truly a coffin shop? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to accompany Lu Lezhi inside. The door was quite low, requiring him to bend slightly as he entered. In stark contrast to the humble storefront, the corridor beyond led to a spacious courtyard, estimated to be around 70 or 80 square meters in size. However, the presence of a dozen or so coffins scattered throughout the yard served as a stark reminder of the shop's purpose. Mo Yang cast a glance at Lu Lezhi, having already surmised the reason for her visit. He had assisted in burying Lu's mother's ashes. She had been interred alongside her estranged, nominal father. After Lu's father passed away, the family's poverty had forced Lu's mother to forego a coffin, opting instead to bury the urn directly in the ground. When Lu's mother eventually passed, Lu Lezhi found herself in a situation similar to that of her mother years prior, unable to even afford a bag of instant noodles, let alone a coffin. Nevertheless, unlike her mother, who had never considered providing a proper burial for her husband, Lu Lezhi had always harbored the desire to ensure her parents received the coffins they deserved. The last advance on wages from Mu Yang amounted to a few hundred, and with the additional earnings from tutoring Mu Yu during this period, Lu Lezhi now had over 3,000, sufficient to purchase a modest coffin. What kind of coffin does one desire? A middle-aged man approached without preamble, directly posing the question. Those who came to him were undoubtedly not there for anything other than acquiring a coffin. Lu Lezhi surveyed her surroundings and finally pointed to a coffin resting in the corner of the courtyard, quietly inquiring, "How much is that one?" "Oh, that one is 3,006. Upon hearing the price, Lu Lezhi felt a pang of hesitation, with her current total being merely 3,004. She was short by 200. Mu Yang stood nearby, observing everything. He understood that this young lady suffered from social anxiety and would find it challenging to negotiate in such matters. Yet he had no intention of intervening to assist in bargaining. The reasoning was simple. How could one feel comfortable haggling over something as rare in a person's life as a coffin? If she were to bargain, the seller might even think less of her, questioning why someone would be so stingy over purchasing a coffin. At that moment, Lu Lezhi leaned closer to Mu Yang and whispered, "Brother Mu Yang, could you possibly advance me today as tutoring fee?" After being advised by Li Ling, Mu Yang had raised Lu Lezhi's tutoring fee to 200 per day, acknowledging that guiding Mu Yu in English without losing one's temper was no easy feat. Mu Yang nodded and promptly transferred 200 to Lu Lezhi via his phone. She cast him a grateful glance, accepted the payment, and turned to the middle-aged man. "I'll take that one." After completing the transaction, Lu Lezhi provided an address and phone number, requesting that the coffin be delivered in the afternoon. She then departed the coffin shop alongside Mu Yang. Upon reaching the motorcycle, Mu Yang donned his helmet and asked, "What will we do if the coffin arrives this afternoon?" Although he could offer assistance, a coffin was not something that could be easily lifted by just one or two individuals, especially considering that Lu Lezhi's parents' graves were situated on a hillside. "I spoke with my uncle yesterday. They will assist," Lu Yang replied. Mu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "That's good." The two mounted the motorcycle and continued on their journey. Lu Lezhi then used her huabei to purchase some fruits and milk in town. Despite her social anxiety, she was no fool. She understood the basics of social etiquette. Even when seeking assistance from her own uncle, one should not arrive empty-handed. By the time they reached the village, it was already past 10 o'clock. Instead of heading home, Lu Lezhi first made her way to her uncle's house, carrying her purchases. Mu Yang lingered at the entrance, feeling somewhat awkward. Had he known Lu Lezhi intended to conduct such an errand today, he would not have accompanied her back. Now, he found himself in a dilemma. To refrain from entering would seem impolite, yet entering alongside Lu Lezhi, who was laden with bags, made it appear as though he was merely her companion visiting her home. Lu Lezhi sensed the awkwardness and cast an apologetic glance at Mu Yang. Initially, she intended to return alone, thus refraining from disclosing her plans to Mo Yang. However, when Mo Yang accompanied her back, she found no opportunity to mention it. Mo Yang, why not take a stroll around the village? Mo Yang adjusted his demeanor. No need for that. Since we're here, it would be rather impolite not to enter. Let us go? Given the circumstances, avoiding entry would only imply a sense of guilt. After all, both she and Lu Lezhi could articulate their thoughts, and any misunderstandings could easily be clarified. Moreover, even if misinterpreted, she would suffer no detriment. The two entered the courtyard, one after the other. Within the courtyard lay a large yellow dog, initially basking in the sun, but upon noticing the presence of two unfamiliar figures, it sprang to its feet and raced over, barking ferociously. "Woof, woof, woof." Lu Lezhi was taken aback and instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. Mo Yang, however, remained unfazed by the dog's apparent aggression. As the saying goes, a barking dog seldom bites. In rural settings, dogs are expected to bark but are not meant to actually attack. Dogs that dare to bite are typically sold to dog traders, a practice that might draw condemnation from some animal lovers online. Yet, what weight does their online dissent carry? The elderly do not frequent the internet, and those who have suffered a bite would surely support such measures more than anyone else. Despite his lack of fear towards the yellow dog, Mo Yang, noticing Lu Lezhi's reaction, extended his leg and gave the dog a gentle kick. The previously fearsome canine yelped and scampered away, tucking its tail between its legs. Mo Yang found himself somewhat speechless. He hadn't exerted much force. So why the dramatic reaction? Onlookers might misconstrue it as animal cruelty. Silence, little pup. A voice called out, followed closely by a woman in her 60s emerging from the house. Good day, Auntie, Lu Lezhi greeted her. Upon recognizing Lu Lezhi, Aunt Lu's face brightened with a smile. Lulu, you've returned. It was evident that Lu Lezhi was quite favored by her elders, which was understandable given her beauty and thoughtfulness. It would indeed be strange if they did not take a liking to her. Lulu, is this your boyfriend? Aunt Lu inquired, her attention drawn to Mo Yang standing beside Lu Lezhi, her eyes sparkling with interest. He was tall and handsome, a fine young man indeed. Mo Yang anticipated this question, and just as he was about to respond, Lu Lezhi interjected, No, he asked my boss, who specifically brought me back. Mo Yang was taken aback. That sounded even more peculiar, as if he had ulterior motives for escorting an employee home. Realizing that her words might have been ill-considered, Lu Lezhi quickly added, We're still friends. Well, that explanation was arguably worse than none at all, only complicating matters further. Aunt Lu regarded them with an understanding look. Mo Yang decided to forego further explanation. After all, he had nothing to lose. Hello, Auntie, I am Mo Yang. You may call me Xiao Mo very well, she replied. Lu Lezhi glanced around and asked, Auntie, where's my uncle? Well, since you're back today, your uncle has gone to the fish pond to catch fish. He'll prepare your favorite steamed fish for lunch. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. He wondered if his uncle might not return until the afternoon. Don't just stand outside, come in quickly. Aunt Lu warmly beckoned the two inside. Lu Lezhi nodded and picked up the items that had been placed on the ground. You silly child. Why are you bringing things to Annie's house? Do you think of yourself as an outsider? Naturally, this resulted in a mild scolding. It turned out that many anglers failed to catch fish simply due to poor luck. Shortly after the two entered the house, Lu Lezhi's uncle returned with a large carp. Of course, it was also possible that the pond was part of their family property. The uncle, somewhat robust and with a kind demeanor, greeted Lu Lezhi with a smile before scrutinizing Mo Yang with a discerning gaze. Although Lu Lezhi had already clarified that she and Mo Yang were not in a romantic relationship, Mo Yang still felt the uncle's gaze bore a certain sharpness. However, he was not offended. After all, a man of integrity has no fear of shadows. It was evident that the uncle and aunt truly cared for Lu Lezhi. As soon as she sat down, her hands were filled with treats, whether it was sunflower seeds, peanuts, milk, or various snacks, and Mo Yang benefited from it as well. Mo Yang was not one to lack emotional intelligence. He pulled out a box of purple cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to the uncle, saying, Uncle, would you like a cigarette? He did not smoke, but carried them for such unexpected situations. A single cigarette could swiftly bridge the gap between two adult men. The uncle accepted the cigarette, and his gaze towards Mo Yang softened slightly. Lu Lezhi's social anxiety only applied to strangers. In the presence of familiar faces, she exhibited none. After chatting with her uncle and aunt for a while, Lu Lezhi picked up the other two items she had purchased and headed towards her other relatives, who would also lend a hand in the afternoon. Not knowing what to do at his uncle's house, Mo Yang followed her out, saying, Please give me your house key. I'll head over to clean up first. The coffin can't be placed at your uncle's house, can it? Since I'm here, I might as well help. Lu Lezhi nodded, retrieved a set of keys, and pointed to a nearby intersection, saying, Turn right at the first house after the intersection. That's my home, Mo Yang. Thank you for your help. Her words felt a bit distant. Lu Lezhi smiled. I'll come over to help after I drop off these things. Watching Lu Lezhi depart, Mo Yang turned back towards the courtyard. Auntie, may I borrow a broom? Mo Yang, with a large broom slung over his shoulder and a small one in hand, arrived at Lu Lezhi's doorstep. Lu Lezhi's home was a modest three-room flat that appeared somewhat dilapidated, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding two-story buildings. Mo Yang sighed, realizing that had he known he would have to work upon arriving, he would not have accompanied Lu Lezhi back. However, now that he was here, there was no point in dwelling on it. He first took a small broom to sweep the dust off the large door, then retrieved a key to unlock the rusted lock. The yard lay shrouded in dust, and it was likely that the state of the interior was no better. A thorough cleaning would probably take an entire day. Fortunately, Mo Yang intended only a cursory tidying up. In the yard, there was a well adorned with an old-fashioned hand pump, a relic of rural life that he had not seen in over a decade. Those born in the 2000s, like himself, had at least encountered such things. But those born in 2005, like Moyu, likely had no idea what it was. Nostalgic for his childhood, Moyang approached the pump and pressed the handle, which still functioned. Peering into the well, he found it filled with a pile of dry leaves. The door to the main room was wooden and bore a hole at its base, the origin of which was a mystery, while the lock above was broken, giving it a rather dilapidated appearance. Moyang gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The main room was modestly sized and simply furnished, featuring a sofa that had been gnawed beyond recognition by mice, eight immortals table, and a long table that likely once held a television. Each surface was coated in dust. On the long table lay a photograph of Lu Lezhi and her mother, in which Lu Lezhi appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, beaming with a sweet smile. Moyang leaned in for a closer look and chuckled, murmuring to himself that the girl had grown in perfect proportion. Lu Lezhi's current appearance was a magnified version of the girl in the photograph. She had been a beauty since her childhood. Additionally, Moyang noticed an entire wall covered with Lu Lezhi's certificates, spanning from kindergarten to middle school. There were none from high school, as he recalled Lu Lezhi mentioning that she had moved to the city with her mother to rent an apartment during that time. After surveying the room, Moyang officially began his cleaning, primarily focusing on the yard, as the coffin would eventually be placed there. However, it became evident that Moyang had underestimated the thickness of the dust accumulated in the yard. With each sweep of the broom, clouds of dust were raised, nearly overwhelming him. After several sneezes, he rubbed his nose, relieved that there was no wind today. Otherwise, he would have fared even worse. Setting down the broom, he stepped outside and approached the neighboring house, seeking to borrow some water to moisten the ground. Otherwise, he might choke before he could finish cleaning. The neighbor, a kind-hearted matron, readily offered assistance. Upon hearing of Moyang's plight, she dragged over an exceptionally long hose and connected it to her water pump, generously inviting him to use as much water as he needed. Moyang was deeply grateful, and just then, the matron's husband returned from a card game, prompting Moyang to offer him a box of purple trees, of which he had only taken one. As the sound of the water pump's motor filled the air, groundwater was continuously drawn up and sprayed onto the ground through the hose. When Lu Lezhi arrived, Moyang had just returned the water hose. Upon seeing Lu Lezhi, the neighbor lady chuckled, "Lele is back. Your boyfriend is quite impressive, diligent, and sweet-tongued." Lu Lezhi's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "You misunderstand. We are not in that kind of relationship." After explaining their connection to the neighbor, Lu Lezhi and Moyang entered the courtyard together. Moyang handed her a small broom and said, "I've watered the floor inside. You sweep the interior while I tidy up the yard." Lu Lezhi nodded and accepted the broom. They busied themselves for quite a while, finally making both the inside and outside of the house much cleaner. "Thank you, Brother Moyang," Lu Lezhi said sincerely as she approached him. Since moving away after high school, she had only cleaned the house twice in all these years. Had it not been for Moyang's reminder, she would have forgotten to clean altogether. Furthermore, he not only reminded her, but also actively helped with the chores. Moyang smiled. "No need to be so formal. By the way, your house is quite spacious. If you ever have the means, consider demolishing the old place and building a new one. If there's ever a redevelopment, it could be quite profitable." Lu Lezhi smiled but said nothing in response. At that moment, Lu Lezhi's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Aunt Lu, inviting them back for dinner. Aunt Lu had prepared 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, all enticingly fragrant and appealing. Uncle Lu brought out a bottle of white liquor and looked at Moyang. "Would you like some?" Moyang shook his head. He rarely drank and had to return home after finishing his errands in the afternoon, making it even more imprudent to indulge. Seeing that Moyang declined, Uncle Lu poured himself a glass and began to drink. "Lele, are you going back today?" Aunt Lu inquired. Lu Lezhi nodded. "Why?" "This afternoon. Regarding your parents' matters, although the help comes from our own family, it's only fitting that you provide dinner tonight. It wouldn't be right for you to be absent." Lu Lezhi paused, momentarily taken aback by the thought, as she was still young and hadn't considered it. However, she quickly composed herself and nodded, "All right." After agreeing, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Lianga, asking to borrow 500 yuan. After all, it was her own parents' affair, and the dinner expenses shouldn't fall on Uncle and Aunt Lu. True to her role as Lu Lezhi's only close friend, Song Lianga immediately transferred the 500 yuan without a second thought upon receiving the message. After dinner, Lu Lezhi volunteered to wash the dishes, and Aunt Lu, unable to dissuade her, relented. Meanwhile, Mo Yang sat at the entrance, chatting with Uncle Lu while nibbling on sunflower seeds. Once Lu Lezhi finished washing the dishes, she approached Mo Yang and said, "Brother Mo Yang, could you come with me for a moment?" "Oh," he replied, following her to a quieter corner. "What is it?" Lu Lezhi rubbed her hands together and said, "I probably won't be able to leave today. You should head back first. You still need to take Xiaoyu out for hot pot tonight, and if you miss her, she'll be disappointed. I can return to the shop by myself tomorrow." Mo Yang chuckled at her words, teasingly responding, "What's this? Are you trying to send me away? Are you worried that I might overeat tonight?" Lu Lezhi hurriedly refuted. "That's not my intention. I am merely concerned about Xiaoyu being home alone. Rest assured, that girl, Mai, is not experiencing her first night alone. There is no cause for alarm, as she can take care of herself. As for feeling sad, that is even less likely, for she possesses an untroubled heart. She has the holiday extending until tomorrow afternoon. Having hot pot for lunch tomorrow will suffice. It is ideal for us to return home together." The last remark about going home was merely an offhand comment from Mai, yet it stirred an unusual emotion within Lu Lezhi. Each time she heard Mai mention the word home during this period, this peculiar feeling would arise, though she could not articulate exactly what it was. She nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." After confirming with Mai, Lu Lezhi stepped out, as she had some matters to attend to. Mai then took out his phone and sent a voice message to Mai. "Mai, today, your sister Lezhi and I want to be returning. Lock the door tonight and go to bed early. We'll take you out for hot pot tomorrow at noon." Mai was likely engrossed in her phone, as she quickly replied with 3 consecutive messages. First, 3 question marks. Then, a shocked cat emoji. Finally, a comment. "Are you two progressing so quickly?" Mai found himself somewhat speechless, though he could hardly blame Mai. A young man and woman going out together only to return home late at night could easily lead to misunderstandings. "It's not as you think. Your sister Lezhi has some matters to attend to back home, and I am merely staying behind to assist her." After a moment's thought, Mai added, "Don't speak of this to anyone, especially to our parents and grandparents, or I will hold you accountable." Mai himself was indifferent, but for Lu Lezhi, being misinterpreted as a romantic partner was entirely different from being suspected of spending the night together. A girl's reputation is of utmost importance. Though Mai often appeared carefree, she was reliable when it came to serious matters, understanding that such things should not be carelessly discussed. She replied, "Understood." Lu Lezhi arrived at the village's small convenience store, where she exchanged the 500 yuan borrowed from Song Lianga for cash and purchased a pack of cigarettes using Huabei. She realized that she was still too young and somewhat thoughtless. It would be wiser to save more money before addressing matters concerning her parents. On her way back, Lu Lezhi encountered Aunt Lu, who was riding an electric tricycle to the town to buy groceries for an evening gathering. Lu Lezhi pulled out the 500 yuan she had just exchanged and handed it to Aunt Lu. The latter did not refuse, recognizing that this meal was for Lu Lezhi's parents, making it entirely reasonable for her, as their daughter, to contribute financially. Upon returning to her uncle's house, Lu Lezhi's phone rang. It was the coffin shop owner, informing her that he had arrived at the village entrance. Lu Lezhi hung up and promptly headed toward the village entrance, with Mai following closely behind. Uncle Lu then took out his phone to notify the helpers to gather. 20 minutes later, a brand new coffin was placed in Lu Lezhi's courtyard. Another relative of Lu Lezhi, an elderly woman, understood these matters and spoke up. "Let us wait here until 4 o'clock before we head up the mountain." The others expressed no dissent. Uncle Lu glanced at one of his cousins and inquired, "When will Daong return?" This Lu Daong owned a hearse and typically spent his idle hours transporting coffins between nearby villages. He had just received a call from him and was assured he would be back shortly, so there was no need for concern about delays. At that moment, it was just past 2 o'clock, with over an hour remaining until 4, yet none of the helpers departed. They gathered outside Lu Lezhi's home, engaging in conversation. The elderly woman instructed someone to carry out the 8 immortals table from the house and place it before the coffin. She retrieved an incense burner and incense from her tricycle parked outside, lighting the incense while murmuring incantations. Chapter 36. Do not cry. After placing the incense properly in the burner, she called Lu Lezhi over, instructing her to bow 3 times before the coffin while simultaneously reciting some incantation. Moyon, who had little interest in what could politely be termed folk customs and less charitably labeled as superstitions, cast a glance and retreated to the entrance to serve as an audience for the elders. An hour passed almost imperceptibly, and as the clock struck 4, The group loaded the coffin onto the hearse and set off towards the mountain. Upon reaching the gravesite of Lu Lezhi's parents, she knelt and bowed her head. The knowledgeable elderly woman spoke again. Xiangzi, sister-in-law, Lele has come to move you. Subsequently, Moyang, along with several of Lu Lezhi's cousins, each wielding a shovel, began to excavate the grave of Lu Lezhi's parents. Initially, Moyang hesitated to intervene. This was a matter for the Lu family, and as an outsider, it seemed inappropriate for him to assist in digging their graves. However, he reconsidered, realizing that since he had chosen to stay, it would be even more inappropriate to do nothing at all. His intention to help was devoid of malice. Surely the deceased would not haunt him in the dead of night. The group excavated with utmost care, anxious not to damage the urns. After some time, both an old and a new urn emerged from the earth. Lu Lezhi approached, similarly cautious as she stacked the two urns together and lifted them gently. She extended her hand, delicately brushing the dust from her mother's urn, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this scene, Moyang was reminded of the day they first met. At that time, Lu Lezhi had stood on a bridge, cradling her mother's urn, appearing utterly helpless. Reflecting on this, he stole another glance at Lu Lezhi and suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion swell within him. He paused momentarily, then composed himself, not dwelling on it. In recent days, he had occasionally experienced this feeling while observing Lu Lezhi, a sentiment he could not quite identify. He even suspected there might be an issue with his heart and contemplated scheduling an electrocardiogram at the hospital. Mo Yang stood close to Lu Lezhi, and he approached her, saying, "Do not weep. Your uncle and aunt will be worried." After speaking, he produced a piece of paper and handed it to Lu Lezhi. She expressed her gratitude and accepted the paper, wiping away her tears. "All right, Lele, let us move your parents," Uncle Lu interjected as he walked over. Lu Lezhi nodded, placing her parents' urns into the coffin, arranging them side by side. Subsequently, several of her cousins covered the coffin and secured it with nails. Once it was sealed, they collectively lifted the coffin and lowered it into the pit, beginning the burial process. During their effort to carry the coffin, Mo Yang stepped back until they started filling the soil, at which point he returned to assist. His retreat was not out of a desire to shirk responsibility, but rather because, as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to carry the coffin of the Lu family, especially since he had never even lifted the coffin of his own family, the Mo family. If his grandfather were to find out, he would surely have thoughts on the matter. His willingness to help was already a gesture of goodwill towards Lu Lezhi, and assisting with the burial was commendable enough. Lifting the coffin was beyond consideration. Once the grave was filled, Lu Lezhi retrieved 2 large bags of paper money she had purchased, scattered it before the grave, and set it ablaze. She then bowed 3 times at her parents' grave. With the coffin now sealed, a weight had been lifted from her heart. She resolved to save some money to provide a gravestone for her parents. As the paper money turned to ash, the sky was nearly dark, and the group began their descent down the mountain. On the way down, Mo Yang noticeably sensed that Lu Lezhi's steps had become much lighter. It was evident that sealing her parents' coffin had brought her a sense of relief. By the time they returned to Uncle Lu's house, night had fully descended. Aunt Lu was in the kitchen preparing dinner alongside several of Lu Lezhi's other aunts. Upon seeing this, Lu Lezhi washed her hands and intended to help, but Aunt Lu pulled her aside. She produced 200 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Lu Lezhi. Lu Lezhi was taken aback, asking, "Aunt, what is this?" "Silly child, this is the leftover money from buying groceries. We are not in the city, we do not need this much to buy food. If it weren't for spring just beginning and most of the vegetables still unharvested, we would have saved even more." At 7:30, the relatives who had come to help in the afternoon, along with Mo Yang, gathered, making a total of 10, filling a table to capacity. Lu Lezhi's aunts and several children sat at a separate table, not due to any outdated customs that prohibited women and children from dining at the main table. Such practices were non-existent in Pengcheng, but simply because the main table was too crowded. Besides, they preferred their own company, as they did not smoke or drink. Naturally, Lu Lezhi, as the guest of honor, occupied a seat at the main table, right next to Mo Yang. The two exchanged envious glances toward the adjacent table, despite being their own family. Lu Lezhi still felt somewhat out of place sitting among those with exuberant personalities. Indeed, all of Lu Lezhi's uncles and cousins are remarkably extroverted, while Lu Lezhi herself is the most introverted member of the Lu family. Moyang, on the other hand, simply wishes to avoid secondhand smoke. However, despite their envy, they cannot express a desire to sit at the children's table, so they remained seated. Before the formalities commence, Moyang discreetly nudges Lu Lezhi with his elbow, reminding her to be accommodating. Moyang is left-handed, a fact Lu Lezhi is aware of, yet this is her first time dining to his left. It's fine, she reassured herself. Suddenly reminded of something, Lu Lezhi hurried back into the house to retrieve a pack of purple cigarettes she had purchased earlier that afternoon. She opened it and distributed one box to each of the uncles and cousins present, even sharing with Moyang, who does not smoke. Moyang glanced at the cigarette in his hand and smiled silently. He had given his own box to the elderly neighbor next door that morning, thus saving himself a trip to the store. A pack contains 10 boxes, and with 10 individuals present, they were perfectly divided. As Moyang had anticipated, the main table soon became shrouded in smoke. Resigned, he endured the second-hand smoke while eating, thanks to his prior warning and the attentiveness of both him and Lu Lezhi. Their chopsticks, despite being on the same side, did not clash. He cast a glance at Lu Lezhi and quietly asked, "Is it choking?" Lu Lezhi understood he was referring to the smoke and replied softly, "You get used to the smell." "Xiaomo, would you like a drink?" Uncle Lu inquired, lifting a bottle of liquor. Moyang nodded, "Sure." Though he typically abstains from alcohol, it does not imply he cannot drink. In fact, he is quite good at holding his liquor. He usually exercises restraint and avoids it altogether. However, amidst a gathering of men drinking, abstaining would seem rather inconsiderate and disrespectful. Chapter 37. Intoxication. Drinking alone is manageable, but when in a group, it's challenging to stop after just one drink. Moyang initially intended to consume only 2 or 3 glasses for the sake of courtesy, but he found himself compelled to keep up with others who were not so restrained. The meal lasted an entire hour, during which Moyang drank several glasses, and his face began to flush. "Moyang, are you all right?" Lu Lezhi asked, concern evident in her voice as she observed his state. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I tend to look like this when I drink. It's nothing to fret over." "Please fetch me a bowl of congee," he replied. Lu Lezhi nodded and went to the kitchen, returning with a bowl of congee, which she handed to Moyang. He thanked her and began to drink it eagerly. He has a peculiar habit of needing a bowl of congee after drinking. It had even been a source of teasing from his college roommates. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group chatted for a while before each returned to their homes. Lu Lezhi helped Aunt Lu with the dishes. Moyang noticed Uncle Lu squatting at the front door to sober up, so he approached, opened a box of purple cigarettes, and offered one to him. Uncle Lu did not hold back, directly placing the cigarette in his mouth and igniting it with a lighter. He took a deep drag and remarked, "Xiaomo, why have I never seen you smoke despite carrying cigarettes? You turn down offers from others as well." Mo Yang crouched down and chuckled. "The reason I carry cigarettes is to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. As for smoking, I tried it once in high school and nearly choked to death. I have not touched one since." Uncle Lu laughed heartily. "Not smoking is a good thing. It preserves health and saves money. As for me, I have become accustomed to it and find it challenging to quit." After taking another puff, he continued, "Xiaomo, you must not bully Lele. Although her parents are no longer with her, we, her uncles, will not let you off lightly if you dare to mistreat her." Mo Yang sighed. "Uncle, haven't we gone over this? There is nothing between us." Uncle Lu chuckled softly, stood up, patted Mo Yang on the shoulder, and turned to head inside. After finishing the dishes, Lu Lezhi noticed Mo Yang squatting at the door, engrossed in his phone, and suddenly had an idea. She approached the main table, retrieved 2 and used disposable cups, poured 2 glasses of wine, and walked towards Mo Yang. "Brother Mo Yang, allow me to toast you," she said, handing 1 cup to him. Mo Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you toasting me?" "Thank you for saving my life back then, and for your care during this time," she replied. Mo Yang smiled in response, accepting the cup. "It is my honor to receive a toast from a beauty." Lu Lezhi smiled back, revealing 2 deep dimples. The 2 drank their wine in one go, and soon after, Lu Lezhi's face began to visibly redden. Mo Yang blinked in surprise. "Lezhi, are you all right?" Lu Lezhi did not respond. Instead, she let out a hiccup and displayed a silly grin. Noticing her eyes, Mo Yang realized something was awry. This girl was drunk. Before he could react, Lu Lezhi spread her arms wide, flapping them like wings, chanting, "I am a butterfly, I am a butterfly, flying away." With that, she dashed outside, her arms still flapping. Mo Yang had no choice but to chase after her. How could this girl, when intoxicated, seem like a completely different person? Uncle Lu's house was not far from the village's cement road, and as Lu Lezhi was about to run onto the road, Mo Yang reached out and grabbed her arm. Realizing she could no longer fly, Lu Lezhi pouted and said to Mo Yang with a pitiful expression, "You bad person. You want tea, let me fly." This was the first time Mo Yang had seen Lu Lezhi make such a face, yet all he felt was a headache. "Sister, how can you go overboard with just one cup? If you want a toast, that's fine, but your drinking etiquette is lacking. Now you're just making a fool of yourself." However, given the situation, Mo Yang knew he could not say much to Lu Lezhi. She would not comprehend him now. All he could do was coax her gently. "Be good. It's dark outside, and there are big bad wolves. Let us not fly anymore. Let us go back and sleep." Who knew that upon hearing these words, Lu Lezhi not only did not obediently heed Mo Yang's advice, but instead became even more exhilarated. "I am not afraid of the big bad wolf. I possess the magical fairy wand. I shall drive the wolf away. Behold my power. Valhalla energy." As she spoke, Lu Lezhi twirled around, almost losing her balance and falling headfirst. Fortunately, Mo Yang was quick-witted enough to catch her. "We are struggling to walk in a straight line. Let us refrain from spinning around," Mo Yang sighed. He finally understood the sentiment his mother felt when caring for his inebriated father. The difference, however, was that his father, no matter how intoxicated, merely vomited and slept. Unlike Lu Lezhi, who was quite the handful when drunk. Suddenly, Lu Lezhi leaned in close to Mo Yang, so near that he could catch a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. Do not misconstrue it. It was not her natural scent, but rather the aroma of her shampoo. Lu Lezhi gazed intently at Mo Yang, her breath fragrant and her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Coupled with her adorably dazed expression, it was quite the sight. Mo Yang instinctively swallowed. What is it? Although he was not the type to be easily swayed by beauty like Wang Haoming, he could not claim to be a paragon of virtue either. With such a lovely face so close to him, was this a test of character? Mo Yang go. Before Lu Lezhi could finish her sentence. Her eyes fluttered and she succumbed to slumber, her head gently resting on Mo Yang's shoulder. Youth certainly had its advantages. She could fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Mo Yang let out a sigh of relief, no longer pondering what Lu Lezhi had intended to convey. If she continued her drunken antics, he genuinely would not know how to handle the situation. Once he confirmed that Lu Lezhi was truly asleep, Mo Yang picked her up in a princess carry and made his way toward grandfather Lu's house. It was then that he realized Lu Lezhi had run quite some distance from her home, over 100 meters. Fortunately, she was not heavy, weighing merely 100 pounds, and Mo Yang, being accustomed to exercise, found it easy to carry her that distance. The moonlight was splendid that night. Even without streetlights or flashlights, everything was vividly illuminated. Under the dual glow of the moon and the streetlights, Lu Lezhi's serene sleeping face appeared remarkably enchanting. As Mo Yang walked, he lowered his head to take a glance at her. Upon seeing her slumbering visage, an unfamiliar emotion welled up within him. Mo Yang, when did you become like Wang Haoming, swayed by beauty? Besides, the girl is currently intoxicated. One must not take advantage of her vulnerability. He chided himself internally. Just then, the sleeping Lu Lezhi stirred, her lips moving as if she were chewing, likely dreaming of some delectable treat. Mo Yang chuckled. He found Lu Lezhi's drunkenness quite endearing. Chapter 38. The ex-girlfriend. When Mo Yang returned to grandfather Lu's house, while carrying Lu Lezhi, the elderly couple was seated on the living room sofa, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Lu Lezhi cradled in Mo Yang's arms, they hurriedly approached. Weren't you two just out for a stroll? What happened to Lele? Stroll? What stroll? She had just enjoyed a glass of wine at the door, only to find herself intoxicated, running out in a tipsy frenzy, and subsequently falling asleep once her revelry subsided. Mo Yang's tone held a hint of exasperation. Had he known the extent of Lu Lezhi's poor tolerance for alcohol, he would have resolutely refrained from drinking with her. However, hindsight is always 20/20. Upon hearing Mo Yang's words, the elderly couple finally felt at ease, relieved that nothing serious had occurred. Aunt Lu remarked, I have already tidied the bed. Shall Mo please assist in bringing Lezhi inside? Mo Yang nodded, carrying Lu Lezhi into the guest room, gently laying her on the bed before stepping out. Aunt Lu stayed behind to help Lu Lezhi out of her clothes. Your bed is also prepared upstairs. It is getting late, so you should rest early, Uncle Lu advised Mo Yang. He nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. Uncle Lu handed him an unopened toothbrush and a fresh towel. After a brief wash, Mo Yang borrowed a charger from Uncle Lu and ascended the stairs. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Lu Lezhi awoke. As she sat up in bed, a wave of dizziness washed over her, followed by a rush of memories from the previous evening. Once she recalled the events of last night, she felt an overwhelming urge to envelop herself in her blankets and never emerge. It was utterly mortifying. Had she been possessed by a spirit? Otherwise, how could she have behaved in such a manner? And what would Mo Yang think of her? Would he deduct her salary? Lost in anxious thoughts, Lu Lezhi dressed and neatly arranged the covers before stepping into the courtyard. Mo Yang was squatting beside the pomegranate tree, brushing his teeth, while Xiao Huang lay nearby, cautiously observing him. Ever since Mo Yang had given it a gentle kick the day before, the little creature had become wary of him, keeping its distance for fear of another unexpected nudge. Mo Yang rinsed his mouth, spat out the toothpaste, and upon turning around, noticed Lu Lezhi had risen. A smile spread across his face. "Good morning," he greeted. He then pointed to a glass of water and a brand-new toothbrush placed nearby. "Auntie prepared this for you." Seeing Mo Yang's demeanor, which appeared unchanged from usual, Lu Lezhi felt a slight sense of relief. She approached, squatted down, and took the toothpaste he offered, beginning to squeeze it onto her brush. "Mo Yang, do you remember what I did last night?" Mo Yang understood the answer she sought, and so he replied in kind. "Last night, after you had a drink, you mentioned feeling a bit tired and went to sleep. Why, is there a problem?" Lu Lezhi's tension dissipated entirely upon hearing his response. She shook her head. "No, it was just like that last night." After saying this, she lowered her head to brush her teeth. Observing her, Mo Yang silently smiled. For some reason, he found Lu Lezhi particularly endearing today. After they finished their morning routines and breakfast, the two prepared to head back. Certainly, the elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, would never allow them to depart empty-handed. They insisted on offering their homegrown free-range eggs, freshly harvested spinach, homemade pancakes, and their carefully prepared chili sauce. Had it not been for Mo Yang's remark about the motorcycle's limited capacity, the couple would have undoubtedly insisted on providing even more. After listening to the loving admonitions of their dear matriarch, Lu Lezhi donned his helmet and took a seat on the motorcycle's rear. They waved farewell to the elderly couple, and soon Mo Yang revved the engine, whisking Lu Lezhi away. An hour and a half later, they returned to the bookstore, where Mo Yu stood at the entrance, phone in hand, seemingly poised to make a call. Upon noticing her elder brother's return, her face brightened, and she hurried toward him. "Brother, you're back," she exclaimed. Mo Yang removed his helmet and inquired, "What's the matter?" Mo Yu glanced at Lu Lezhi before quietly replying, "Sister Zhu Wei is here." "Who?" Mo Yang paused, then peered into the store, where a long-haired girl was engrossed in a book, her focus unwavering. "What brings her here?" he muttered softly. Zhu Wei, Mo Yang's university classmate and first love, had pursued him during their freshman year. After 6 months together, they amicably parted ways due to incompatible personalities. Since then, Mo Yang had not ventured into another romance, not out of lingering feelings for Zhu Wei, but simply because he had not encountered anyone who piqued his interest and had no desire for a relationship. Being single had its advantages. It saved both money and heartache. So why complicate matters with romance? Mo Yang carried the free-range eggs and spinach into the store and approached Zhu Wei. "Long time no see," he greeted. Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Wei shifted her attention from the book, smiling. "Indeed, it has been a while. It's quite a coincidence. I was just speaking with Xiaoyu about you when you returned." At that moment, Lu Lezhi entered the store, carrying additional items. He glanced at Zhu Wei, noting her beauty and long legs. For reasons unknown, after hearing Mo Yu mention their past relationship, he felt an inexplicable discomfort at the sight of them conversing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mo Yang and Zhu Wei stepped outside the store to continue their conversation. Witnessing this interaction deepened Lu Lezhi's unease, and even his casual flipping through a novel became more agitated. Mo Yu observed this change in him, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she settled onto a chair, appearing to be engrossed in her phone while discreetly enjoying the unfolding drama. "What brings you here?" Mo Yang asked. Zhu Wei replied, "I have a short 3-day holiday, so I decided to visit Pengcheng. After spending 4 years here, I have developed a fondness for it. I heard from our classmates that you opened a bookstore, so I thought I would come take a look." "What's the matter? Am I not welcome?" Mo Yang chuckled. "How could that be? Of course. I welcome an old classmate." At the mention of old classmate, Zhu Wei pouted slightly and remarked, "You truly are our class monitor. Among our classmates, you are likely the only one who has realized your childhood dream." Upon opening the bookstore, I realized it was not as idyllic as I had envisioned. The number of patrons purchasing books has dwindled significantly, and I have only managed to break even due to the advantageous location. Zhu Wei smiled and reassured me. It's all right. After all, you can still earn from writing novels. Consider this bookstore a mere hobby. She paused for a moment before continuing. I will be heading back to Lanling this afternoon. It has been quite a while since we last saw each other. How about you treat me to lunch as a gesture of hospitality? At her words, a flicker of unease crossed Mo Yang's mind. What did she mean by that? Chapter 39. Shall we place a bet? After the breakup, Mo Yang ceased to follow Zhu Wei's life closely. There was no necessity in keeping tabs on someone with whom he had no future. However, it was impossible to resist the gossip-loving nature of Wang Haoming. Though Wang Haoming was not in the same class as Mo Yang during their university years, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was aware of every bit of gossip circulating in their grade. In their senior year, Wang Haoming once informed Mo Yang that Zhu Wei had not pursued any new relationships after their breakup and had been indifferent towards all her suitors, even inquiring whether there was a possibility of reconciliation between them. Initially, Mo Yang believed that Zhu Wei, like himself, had no desire for romance or had closed her heart. Yet, upon hearing Zhu Wei's recent words, he began to sense something amiss. After their separation, they had reverted to a typical classmate relationship, albeit with minimal communication. And each time Zhu Wei spoke to him, it felt as if she was indirectly asking about his romantic endeavors. Could it be that she had never truly forgotten him? If it were Wang Haoming in his shoes, he would have likely recognized the oddity the moment Zhu Wei began to inquire in such a roundabout manner. Yet, despite not being a fool, Mo Yang was remarkably oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. Otherwise, he would not have reached the age of 23 having only experienced one romance, and that was initiated by her pursuit of him. Lu Lezhi was engrossed in her book, though her attention was entirely absorbed in eavesdropping on the conversation between Mo Yang and Zhu Wei. When she heard Zhu Wei suggest lunch, she could no longer remain seated, raising her head from its lowered position. Meanwhile, Mo Yu, observing the scene from a distance, suppressed a smile and reached into her pocket to retrieve something. On the other side, after a brief moment of bewilderment, Mo Yang regained his composure and donned a polite smile. I'm sorry, old classmate, but Wang Haoming is undergoing a medical procedure and his parents are out of town. I must go to the hospital to bring him lunch. He effortlessly deflected the situation onto Wang Haoming, viewing him as a shield for his own intentions. Had this been within the 2 months following their breakup, Mo Yang would have accepted Zhu Wei's invitation. However, so much time had passed that he no longer harbored any feelings for her. Thus, there was no reason to acquiesce. Meanwhile, far away in the CAF, Wang Haoming inexplicably sneezed, wondering aloud, which lovely lady is missing me? Just as Zhu Wei was about to respond, Lu Lezhi approached, holding a lollipop that Mo Yu had just handed her, and offered it to Mo Yang. Mo Yang, have some candy. Mo Yang paused for a moment, quickly recovering, and extended his hand to accept the lollipop. Zhu Wei's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural as she finally noticed Lu Lezhi, who was more beautiful than herself and exuded an air of quiet elegance. Has he developed a fondness for this type? Mo Yang unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into his mouth, casting a glance at Zhu Wei. Old classmate, why not step inside and sit for a moment? I haven't poured you a glass of water yet. No, I merely passed by to take a look. I have some matters to attend to, so I must leave. Zhu Wei waved at Mo Yang before exiting the bookstore. After walking a short distance, she paused, glanced back at the bookstore, and sighed. It seems I truly must let go. Seeing Zhu Wei depart, Mo Yang breathed a sigh of relief, removed the lollipop from his mouth, and said to Lu Lezhi, "Thank you. You were a great help." "You're welcome." After a moment of impulsiveness, Lu Lezhi regained her composure and shyly responded before hastily returning behind the cash register. She herself did not quite understand why she had acted in such a manner. Upon hearing Zhu Wei's words, her already simmering frustration intensified, and just at that moment, Mo Yu had offered her a lollipop. In a moment of rashness, she had accepted it. Now, reflecting on her actions, she felt as though she had been possessed by some unclean spirit. It hardly seemed like something she would ordinarily do. After careful contemplation, Lu Lezhi ultimately concocted a rational explanation for herself. She was afraid of being left without a place to stay. If Mo Yang and Zhu Wei were to reconcile, it was highly probable that Zhu Wei would move in, and she certainly would not tolerate Lu Lezhi continuing to reside there. Consequently, she would have to vacate, potentially losing her job at the bookstore as well. She did not desire such an outcome. which led her to play the villain in that moment of impulse, a logically coherent and reasonable justification. Yet, just 2 seconds after persuading herself with this rationale, she realized something was amiss. Meanwhile, Mo, lollipop in mouth, approached her older brother. Brother, it's evident that Zhu Wei still holds a place for you in her heart. Aren't you considering it? Mo Yang shot her a sidelong glance. Mind your own business, little one. Just enjoy your lollipop. As for Zhu Wei's situation, it could be succinctly summarized. One only realizes they have taken a wrong turn after colliding with a wall. Had Zhu Wei invited him for a meal during the initial months following their breakup, the outcome would have been entirely different. Even bringing it up a year later would still have offered some chance. But to wait until now to speak of it, why the delay? Had she lost her voice? In the end, it was a mere waste of several youthful years, devoid of any significance. Mo pouted. What is so great about being an adult? I'll soon be one too. At 11:30, having finished typing, Mo Yang glanced at the time and said to Mo, pack up, we're going for hot pot. Mo cheered and dashed upstairs. Mo Yang closed his notebook, stood up, and approached the cash register, addressing Lu Lezhi, let us go together. Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps I shall forego it and simply prepare a bowl of noodles at home. We have known each other for some time now. So why are you still being so courteous? Or is it that you wish to spare me some expense? Lezhi, you must join us. Leaving you at home with your noodles while we indulge in a feast would diminish our enjoyment, Mu replied as she descended from the second floor, wrapping her arm around Lu Lezhi's. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Lezhi eventually nodded in agreement. The trio exited the bookstore, with Mu Yang shutting the glass door and pulling down the roller shutter securely. Just then, Aunt Chen passed by, noticing the three of them. She smiled and inquired, "Are you heading out?" "Indeed, we are off to enjoy hot pot," Mu replied with a grin. "Aunt Chen, would you care to join us?" Mu Yang asked. "Thank you, but I must return home to prepare dinner." "Enjoy your meal," Aunt Chen said, bidding farewell to the trio before returning to her son's computer shop. At that moment, Uncle Zheng from the nearby supermarket happened to be visiting, having witnessed the earlier scene outside the bookstore. "Old Chen, do you reckon that Xiao Mu and Xiao Lu are an item?" he asked. "Based on my experience, not yet, but it may not be long. What do you think?" "Old Zheng, shall we place a wager?" "On what?" "Let us bet on when Xiao Mu and Xiao Lu will officially start dating. What do you say?" "All right then." Chapter 40. The hot pot. Unbeknownst to Mu Yang and Lu Lezhi, they had become the subject of a wager. The trio arrived at a newly opened hot pot restaurant not far from the bookstore. As soon as Mu stood at the entrance, the savory aromas wafting from within tantalized her senses, causing her to involuntarily swallow. Lu Lezhi also detected the enticing scents. She had only dined on hot pot 3 or 4 times before, all courtesy of Song Lianga. They entered the establishment and settled at a table by the window. Despite being newly opened, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. After scanning the ordering QR code with her phone, Mu Yang handed it to Mu, who accepted it without hesitation, engaging in discussion with Lu Lezhi while selecting their dishes. Meanwhile, Mu Yang rose to prepare the dipping sauces. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something, stopped, and turned to Lu Lezhi. "What kind of sauce would you prefer?" Lu Lezhi paused for a moment before responding, "Perhaps the same as yours." Mu Yang nodded and turned away. As for Mu, he didn't inquire about her preferences, not due to neglect, but rather because he was well acquainted with her tastes, thus skipping that step and preparing her sauce accordingly. "Lezhi, if I recall correctly, you aren't particularly fond of spicy food, are you?" Mu asked. "Well, I can manage," Lu Lezhi replied tentatively. "Then let us opt for a yin yang pot," Mu suggested. Lu Lezhi initially intended to decline, as the yin yang pot was considerably pricier than a single broth. After noticing the many items Mu had selected, she felt a slight pang of guilt. Although it wasn't her money being spent, her ingrained habit of frugality from childhood still made her feel a twinge of discomfort. However, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back. After all, it was Mu's kindness, so she decided to accept it. After Mu finished selecting the hot pot base, she continued to order dishes. Lu Lezhi could no longer contain herself and said, "Xiao Yu, with so many dishes, the three of us surely cannot finish them all." Mu smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Lezhi Jia, my appetite for hot pot is quite different from that for other foods. Besides, even if we can't finish, we can take it to go. My brother is treating us. We shouldn't let him save money." Once Mu finished ordering, Mo Yang returned just in time after preparing the dipping sauce, and Mu handed him back his phone. Mo Yang glanced at the screen, Then at MOU. 498. Had this girl just hit the jackpot with her wealthy brother? However, Mo Yang kept his thoughts to himself. After all, he was there to enjoy the meal, and that was what mattered most. Soon, the hot pot and dishes arrived, and the three of them officially began their feast. The pot was half clear broth and half spicy, with Mo Yang and his sister opting for the spicy side, while Lu Lezhi savored the clear broth alone. In no time, Mo was sweating profusely from the heat. She pulled out a tissue to wipe her brow and took a sip of cola. Just as she prepared to pick up her chopsticks and continue her culinary battle, a voice suddenly called out, MOU. The trio turned to see a boy in a Sanjong uniform, looking about the same age as MOU. With an air of youthful innocence. Li Hao, you're here for hot pot too? MOU inquired. Li Hao nodded. I heard this place has a great reputation, so I came to try it. Well, you certainly came to the right place. The flavors here are indeed delightful. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my classmate Li Hao, and they are my brother and sister. Hello, brother. Hello, sister. Li Hao greeted Mo Yang and Lu Lezhi. Hello. Lu Lezhi responded, while Mo Yang merely nodded, his gaze appraising Li Hao. Having once been of that age himself, he recognized the glimmer of interest in Li Hao's eyes directed towards his sister. Mo Yang's demeanor instantly sharpened. Li Hao had intended to chat a bit more with MOU, but feeling the weight of Mo Yang's gaze, he inexplicably felt a bit uneasy and quickly bid farewell to MOU before leaving. Once the boy departed, Mo Yang turned his attention back to MOU and asked, Does this classmate of yours exhibit any unusual behavior? Unusual? Not at all. He's always quite normal. Why do you ask? MOU swallowed a piece of beef and queried. Nothing much, just a casual inquiry, Mo Yang replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. His sister, much like himself, was rather oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. But perhaps that was for the best. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, they finally finished their hot pot, primarily because MOU had just reached her limit. She slumped in her chair, patting her slightly round belly, and exclaimed, I am thoroughly satisfied. With that, she let out a contented burp. It was evident that MOU had indeed not been exaggerating to Lu Lezhi. Her usual appetite was simply incomparable to that when indulging in hot pot. Upon noticing some remnants of food on the table, Mo Yang summoned a waiter to clear the leftovers, which he then had packed for takeout. Let us depart, he declared, lifting the packaged meal and striding towards the cash register, with the two women rising to follow him. After settling the bill, the cashier produced a lottery box, announcing, As part of our grand opening celebration, any purchase exceeding 200 allows you to draw from our lottery. The grand prize is a complimentary meal. Second prize is a plush toy. Third prize is a discount voucher for our establishment, and fourth prize is a cup. Everyone is guaranteed to win. Such common promotional tactics often claim a 100% chance of winning, yet the likelihood of securing the grand prize is exceedingly rare, with most prizes being either third or fourth. Mo Yang paid little heed to this and casually reached into the box, drawing out a slip of paper. To his surprise, it was not the grand prize, but the second prize. Congratulations, you have won second prize, the cashier exclaimed, turning to retrieve a panda plush toy and handing it to Mo Yang. Thank you, he replied, accepting the toy, having always been rather unfortunate in games of chance, where he typically received the least favorable outcomes. This second prize brought him an unexpected sense of pride. This is for you, Mo Yang said, extending the plush toy toward Lu Lezhi. She paused, taken aback. Typically, such gifts would be bestowed upon one's younger sister, not herself. Though she desired the toy, she worried about how it might affect MOU, who had never shown an affinity for such things. Sensing her hesitance, Mo Yang offered an explanation. This is the truth. MOU has always been a bit of a tomboy. When our father bought her numerous dolls during her childhood, she scarcely glanced at them, preferring to play with my toy guns and remote-controlled cars. Upon hearing this, Lu Lezhi accepted the toy with a soft smile. Thank you, brother Mo Yang. Meanwhile, MOU observed with a bemused expression. This small gesture brought a wave of joy to Lu Lezhi, marking her first experience receiving a gift from a boy. If MOU were aware of her emotions at that moment, she would likely smile and quip, Are you happier about receiving a gift, or because of the person who gifted it to you? Chapter 41. This time, I truly experienced love at first sight as Lu Lezhi played with the panda plush. It was evident that she cherished it. Watching her, Mo Yang felt inexplicably uplifted. Let us return home. Just as the trio exited the hot pot restaurant, a voice called out, MOU. The speaker was none other than Li Hao, MOU's classmate whom they had encountered earlier in the restaurant. Li Hao, what do you need? Mou inquired. Could we speak privately for a moment? I have a question about a problem I cannot solve, Li Hao said, his gaze shifting nervously, clearly betraying his unease. Mo Yang then noticed a hint of pink peeking from behind Li Hao, seemingly part of a plush toy, and an understanding dawned upon him. As he gazed at Li Hao, his expression softened. Even though Mou was not fond of such trinkets, he still wished to pursue her. His little cabbage was not so easily swayed. Mou remained oblivious to Li Hao's peculiar demeanor, her warm-hearted nature shining through. All right, what is the question? She followed Li Hao to his side, where he cast a furtive glance at Mo Yang, who stood not far away. What is the question? If you don't speak, I'll take my leave. Wait, actually, I didn't call you over to ask for help. I simply wanted to gift you something. As Li Hao spoke, he revealed a small pink bear hidden behind his back, reminiscent of the panda in Lu Lezhi's hands, a prize he had just won in a store lottery. Mou furrowed her brow. She was not naive and quickly discerned the reason behind Li Hao's gesture. However, she was slightly astonished, noting Li Hao's audacity. Considering her elder brother was nearby, did he not fear a confrontation? Thank you for your affection, but I cannot accept your gift, Mou replied decisively. Li Hao's expression shifted from hope to disappointment. She did not offer him any consolation and turned to leave. Comforting him at this moment might only foster unwarranted hopes. Brother, Sister Lezhi, Mo Yang nodded, saying nothing further, confident that Mou would handle the situation adeptly. Before departing, he shot Li Hao a warning glance. My sister has already declined your advances. Refrain from being persistently foolish. Upon returning to the bookstore, Mou ascended to tidy her belongings, while Lu Lezhi settled behind the cash register, cradling the panda plush with great affection. Mo Yang chuckled at the sight. You really adore that, don't you? You've been holding it all the way. Lu Lezhi appeared slightly bashful as she replied. When I was young, all my classmates had a panda doll, and I envied them so much, but it cost over 100. I couldn't afford it or bring myself to buy it. Thank you, Brother Mo Yang, for helping me fulfill a childhood dream. A smile graced Lu Lezhi's face as she spoke. Although this panda plush differed significantly in quality and craftsmanship from the one she desired as a child, she was genuinely pleased. She was a girl easily satisfied. Observing Lu Lezhi's smile, Mo Yang felt his heart race unexpectedly. He instinctively placed a hand over his chest, wondering, what is happening? Is there something wrong with my heart? Startled by his sudden gesture, Lu Lezhi quickly inquired, Brother Mo Yang, are you unwell? I'm fine. No need to worry, he reassured her, waving off her concern as she contemplated fetching a remedy. At that moment, Mo descended from the second floor, saying, Brother, Sister Lezhi, I'm off to school. Mo Yang merely nodded, omitting the usual cautionary phrases, as Mo attended school just across the street. Nevertheless, he watched until she entered the school gates before retracting his gaze. Just as the sun pierces through the night, heralding the dawn, at that moment, Mo Yang's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Wang Haoming. Hello? The excited voice of Wang Haoming resonated from the other end. Old Mo, hurry to the CAF. I need your help to devise a confession plan. Mo Yang was no stranger to Wang Haoming's exuberance. He had assisted this fellow in planning confessions several times in the past, though he had ceased doing so recently. One reason was the rapid turnover of Wang Haoming's romantic interests. If he were to assist every time, Mo Yang would hardly have any time for himself. Another reason was that Wang Haoming had gradually come to appreciate the advantages of being a wealthy heir. Why bother with confessions when one could simply throw money at the situation? As for why he had suddenly chosen to pursue such an old-fashioned approach this time, Mo Yang surmised it was likely because Wang's father had suspended all his cards, leaving him unable to resort to financial means. Not going. It's merely a fleeting attraction that won't last long, Mo Yang thought, refusing outright without a second thought. You're mistaken. This time it's true love at first sight. I genuinely like her. Old Mo, you must help me. This concerns my lifelong happiness. Mo Yang chuckled. Isn't love at first sight synonymous with mere attraction? Without waiting for Wang Haoming to retort, he abruptly hung up. He would rather believe in the benevolence of capitalists than trust that Wang Haoming would settle down with a girl. This had long been a consensus between Mo Yang and Yi Qing. Staring at the disconnected call, Wang Haoming raised a middle finger, mumbling to himself. You really don't believe in me? I truly fell for her at first sight. With his good friend refusing to assist, Wang Haoming resolved to rely on himself. After all, as the young master of Pengqing, could he not manage a simple confession? With this thought, he opened WeChat, found the girl he had just added half an hour ago, and sent her a greeting emoji. At 5:30 in the afternoon, after finishing her shift at the bookstore, Lu Lezhi stepped out from behind the counter, picked up her skateboard, and said, "Mo Yang, I'm off to buy groceries." Mo Yang nodded, "Buy a little less today. We still have leftovers from the hot pot we packed at noon." "Got it," Lu Lezhi replied, gliding out of the bookstore on her skateboard towards the market. She had grown fond of the sensation of skating. Upon arriving at the market, she coincidentally encountered Aunt Chun. With a smile, Lu Lezhi greeted her and picked up a basket, effortlessly following Aunt Chun through the familiar aisles. After more than a month of acclimatization, Lu Lezhi no longer felt the initial nervousness when shopping alone. However, she still struggled with bargaining, so she typically lingered behind Aunt Chun or other skilled negotiators, waiting to benefit from their efforts. Aunt Chun increasingly appreciated Lu Lezhi, recognizing that young individuals who ventured to the market and were as thrifty as she was were quite rare. If it weren't for the fact that her grandson is still in elementary school, Lu Lezhi, entangled in an ambiguous relationship with Mo Yang, would have genuinely considered Aunt Chin's suggestion to take her home as his granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 42. Rest assured, Mo Yang. Lu Lezhi returned home after purchasing merely a few potatoes and a handful of greens. Upon her arrival at the shop, she discovered that Mo Yang had already prepared the rice. Although it was Lu Lezhi's turn to cook, he did not intend to remain idle. Mo Yang first transferred the money for the vegetables to Lu Lezhi and then glanced at her purchases, suggesting, "Let's stir-fry the potato strips and stew the greens along with the leftovers from lunch." Lu Lezhi nodded and made her way to the kitchen. At that moment, Mo Yang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his university roommate, Sun Zhao. He settled down on the sofa and answered the call. "Today, the sun has risen in the west. You actually took the initiative to contact me. This warms my heart. Are you incapable of not taking advantage of us?" Sun Zhao's tone carried a hint of exasperation. Mo Yang chuckled lightly before getting to the point. "What's the matter? Speak up." His close friends, like Wang Haoming, typically communicated via WeChat, only resorting to phone calls for matters of significance. "Did you not see my moments? I know you dislike scrolling through, so just get to it. I'm getting married on the 4th of next month. Will you be my best man?" Mo Yang was taken aback by the news. "Haven't you only known each other for a little over 3 months? You're marrying so soon? Did you get her pregnant?" "Of course not. Our parents are anxious, and we both feel quite compatible, so we reached a mutual decision." Sun Zhao's tone remained calm, revealing a lack of deep affection for his fiancée. Their relationship seemed more about cohabitation than romance. "All right, I understand." After a brief conversation, Mo Yang ended the call, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It seemed like only yesterday they had graduated, and now his friend was preparing for marriage. If his grandmother were to find out, she would undoubtedly urge him to find a partner as well. With this thought in mind, Mo Yang instinctively glanced at Lu Lezhi, who was busily working in the kitchen. The scene struck him as oddly familiar, reminiscent of his childhood, where his mother would cook while his father sat by, watching her. Reflecting on the dynamics of his interactions with Lu Lezhi during this period, he found it increasingly similar. His mother, while pregnant with Mo, had been engrossed in cross-stitching, spending entire days at home embroidering. To divert her attention from her craft, his father would engage her in card games and movies. Wasn't this akin to his efforts to prevent Lu Lezhi from becoming overly absorbed in her studies by encouraging her to read novels? Was there something amiss? Their relationship shouldn't be characterized by such dynamics. Just then, Lu Lezhi emerged from the kitchen, holding a plate of stir-fried potato strips. Noticing Mo Yang lost in thought on the sofa, she couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. "Mo Yang, what's wrong? Are you all right?" As Mo Yang regained his senses, he shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. I was just lost in thought." Upon realizing that he was indeed all right, Lu Lezhi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She set aside the shredded potatoes and turned back towards the kitchen. Observing her retreating figure, Mo Yang shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts cluttering his mind. Their mode of interaction, though unique, was quite normal given their status as roommates. Before long, dinner was ready, and they began to eat. Mo Yang, unbeknownst to himself, found his gaze drifting towards Lu Lezhi with an involuntary frequency. However, Lu Lezhi was acutely aware of his lingering stare. She lowered her head, pondering, "Is there something on my face? Why does Mo Yang keep looking at me?" The atmosphere at the dining table grew subtly awkward. After dinner, Mo Yang proceeded to wash the dishes while Lu Lezhi hurried to her room, grabbing a mirror to inspect her face from various angles. No matter how she examined herself, Her complexion remained pristine, not a speck of dirt or even a single blemish marred her features. Setting down the mirror, she muttered to herself in confusion, "How peculiar." From that day forth, Moyang began to experience an unfamiliar sensation whenever he glanced at Lu Lezhi, though he could not quite articulate what it was. After a few days of contemplation, he decided to disregard this feeling, reasoning that it did not interfere with his daily life or appetite, and his health remained unaltered. Thus, 20 days passed in relative tranquility, with both Moyang and Lu Lezhi settling into their routine, undisturbed by any significant upheaval. On April 30th, the eve of the May Day holiday, they were to enjoy a 5-day break. Moyang's school, in an unexpected act of kindness, granted the second-year students a complete holiday, marking the last substantial break before graduation. Moyang planned to take Moyu back to their hometown, as they had not returned since the winter vacation, and their family had longed for their presence. He intended to stay in their hometown until May 2nd, before heading to Yunqing, east of Pengcheng, to attend son Zhao's wedding. As for Moyu's return, he would arrange for their father to drive her back on the afternoon of May 5th. Moyu, sipping milk tea with one hand while carrying 2 cups in the other, entered the store. The place was bustling with customers eager to buy books, as the early school day had shifted the peak hours of business to an earlier time. Noticing the crowd, Moyu promptly set her milk tea on the counter and offered her assistance. The trio worked diligently for half an hour before finishing their tasks, leaving only a few scattered customers in the store. Moyu took a sip of her milk tea before handing the other 2 cups to Moyang and Lu Lezhi, who, feeling parched, accepted them without hesitation and began to drink. "Let us head upstairs to pack," Moyang suggested. Moyu nodded in agreement and ascended to the 2nd floor. Moyang turned to Lu Lezhi and asked, "Will you be all right on your own these days?" Lu Lezhi smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll manage just fine." Shortly thereafter, Moyu emerged after gathering her belongings, and the siblings stepped outside the bookstore, where Lu Lezhi came to see them off. As Moyang handed the helmet to Moyu, he advised Lu Lezhi, "Make sure to securely lock the doors and windows tonight. Also, don't compromise on your meals even if you're dining alone. Avoid just plain noodles and buns. If you feel scared in the evening, call your girlfriend to keep you company." After uttering that last remark, Moyang realized it was unnecessary. After all, this girl had lived under a bridge for months by herself. Fear was hardly an option for her. Lu Lezhi nodded. "Rest assured, Moyang, I will take good care of the shop and of myself." Meanwhile, Moyu, listening to their exchange, couldn't help but smile, realizing this would likely be her last time riding in the back seat of her brother's motorcycle. After giving Lu Lezhi a final set of instructions, Moyang mounted the motorcycle and departed with Moyu. Chapter 43. Returning home watching the siblings vanish into the distance, Lu Lezhi felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over her, leaving her unable to articulate the reason. Where were they headed? A familiar voice broke the silence, and Lu Lezhi turned to see Aunt Chun. "Isn't at a holiday?" Moyang took Moyu back to their hometown. "Back to their hometown? Did he not take you along?" Aunt Chun looked at Lu Lezhi with a teasing smile. Faced with Aunt Chun's playful banter, Lu Lezhi felt a tinge of shyness. Fortunately, a customer arrived seeking books, sparing her from having to respond to Aunt Chun's remark. "Aunt Chun, I need to get back to work," Lu Lezhi said as she retreated into the shop. Observing Lu Lezhi, Aunt Chun silently chuckled, bemused by the younger generation. It was clear both had feelings for one another, yet neither dared to express them. Moyang and Moyu's hometown was called Yingshan Village, not too far from the bookstore. A motorcycle ride would take approximately 40 minutes. As they entered the village, they encountered several familiar elderly faces along the way. "Ah, Yang and Moyu are back. Yang, stop for a moment. Grandma has some food for you." The elderly greeted the siblings with warm smiles, to which they responded with cheerful nods. After riding a bit further into the village, Moyang finally parked the motorcycle in front of a large courtyard. Moyu promptly leaped off the bike, removed her helmet, and exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, we're home. You needn't shout. We already knew you were back. You frightened the birds away from the trees," came a somewhat exasperated voice as a middle-aged man emerged from the courtyard. He appeared to be around 48 years old, with a slightly portly figure and many features resembling those of the siblings. Moyu smiled warmly and immediately rushed to give him a big hug. "Dad, I've missed you so much." The expression on Mu Qingshan's face softened a bit. "Well, a little cotton jacket is still a jacket, isn't it?" In contrast to the embrace of Moyu, Moyang appeared considerably more composed, merely calling out "Dad." At that moment, Li Lingxin and the two elderly individuals emerged from the courtyard, receiving the same warm welcome as Mo Qingshan. The siblings' grandfather, Mo Fugua, aged 73, exhibited a slight hunch yet retained a robust constitution, having retired as a primary school teacher, perhaps due to his past strict demeanor while teaching. The old man often bore a stoic expression. After acknowledging his grandson, Mo Fugua glanced behind Mo Yang, seemingly searching for something. "What are you looking for, Grandpa?" Mo Yang inquired curiously. "Is it just the two of you who returned? Who else would it be?" Mo Yang found it peculiar. In previous instances, they always returned together, and he had never seen his grandfather pose such a question. Mo Fugua merely pursed his lips, opting not to elaborate further. "All right, come on in," called out their grandmother, Sulan, as she removed the latch from the door and opened it to allow Mo Yang to wheel in the motorcycle. Mo, linking arms with Li Lingxin and Sulan, entered the house amidst laughter and chatter. Observing this, Mo Yang felt a twinge of exasperation, suspecting that the girl had orchestrated this to have him assist her with her backpack. Fortunately, at that moment, Mo Qingshan approached and took over Mo's bag. Upon grasping it, he furrowed his brow, taken aback by its weight. "How many snacks did you cram in here?" Mo Yang followed his father into the yard, where he noticed a set of fishing gear leaning against the wall, appearing quite professional. "Is that yours, Dad?" "Indeed. Your mother often complains that I laze about the house on weekends, so I decided to go fishing with a colleague." "Can you really sit still for that long?" Mo Yang understood his father's disposition. Their personalities were quite alike, and if he himself struggled with patience, it was likely his father did as well. In the beginning, it's challenging to stay still, but once you find your rhythm, it becomes quite enjoyable. "The fish we'll have for dinner tonight was caught a few days ago," Mo Qingshan replied. Mo Yang mused that he might never grasp the pleasure of fishing. Initially, he had taken up fishing on a whim, and had it not been for encountering Lu Lezhi, who was about to jump into the river, he might have succumbed to boredom and dozed off on the tiny stool. After parking the motorcycle, Mo Yang washed his hands and headed to the kitchen to assist Mo Qingshan in preparing dinner, but was promptly shooed away. "You come home only once every few months. Don't just linger here. Go out and take a stroll." With his father's insistence, Mo Yang acquiesced and turned to leave. As he stepped outside, he spotted his grandfather returning with a handful of garlic sprouts. Mo adored scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, prompting Mo Fugua to gather some from the field. He seated himself on a round log by the door and began to prepare the sprouts. Noticing this, Mo Yang immediately rushed over to lend a hand. Mo Fugua retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and Mo Yang cast a glance at it. Hometown Mountain, the most commonly smoked brand in rural areas, merely a few yuan per pack. "Grandfather, smoke this," Mo Yang suggested, producing a pack of purple tree from his own belongings and exchanging it for the Hometown Mountain. He then lit it with a lighter. Mo Fugua took a puff, squinting his eyes in appreciation of his grandson's filial piety. "Grandfather, we receive several thousand yuan in retirement funds each month. Surely we can indulge in better cigarettes." As it is not a question of affordability, Mo Yang was well aware of the health risks associated with smoking, but given that his grandfather had smoked for a lifetime, it was unrealistic to expect him to quit at his age. Instead, it was preferable for him to smoke something of higher quality, which would mitigate the adverse effects on his health. Mo Fugua chuckled lightly, returning to his usual brand, having smoked Hometown Mountain for so many years. "I am accustomed to it. There's no need for any upheaval." The grandfather and grandson then began to sort garlic sprouts. "Do you remember your grandpa?" Mo Fugua inquired. "I do. Why?" Mo Yang responded. With a sidelong glance at his grandson, Mo Fugua continued. "A couple of days ago, he called me, mentioning that his granddaughter is about to graduate from university and is hoping your grandmother could assist in introducing her to a potential partner. I've seen that girl. She is quite lovely. What do you think?" "Grandfather, stop." Mo Yang interjected before his grandfather could finish. "I'm only 23, still quite young. There's no rush to find a partner." "Is she indeed beautiful?" Mo Fugua pressed on. For some reason, as Mo Yang heard this, the image of the striking figure he had been spending his days with recently, Lu Lezhi, floated into his mind, causing him to momentarily daze. Noticing his grandson's distraction, Mo Fugua waved a hand in front of his face. Lost in thought, Mo Yang snapped back to reality and shook his head. I'm certain, had he not met Lu Lezhi, he might have been tempted to consider the proposition upon hearing the girl was attractive. However, having spent so much time with Lu Lezhi, who appeared more stunning without makeup than others did with it, had refined his taste considerably. Chapter 44. I seem to have developed affections for someone. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Mo Fugua's eyes as he remarked, since you're not interested, then you should swiftly bring someone back for us to meet. Mo Yang was momentarily taken aback before responding, Grandfather, please don't listen to that girl. Mo. My relationship with my employee is entirely innocent, nothing untoward. Unbeknownst to him, there was a certain lack of conviction in his words. Don't misrepresent Xiaoyu. She said nothing. It was your mother who mentioned that you two are living together. Mo Yang felt somewhat exasperated. His mother had only met Lu Lezhi once. How could she possibly divulge everything? And his grandfather, merely by hearsay, was already trying to arrange a match. In reality, Mo Fugua was not attempting to play matchmaker. Men understand men best, particularly when it comes to their own grandsons. When a man and woman live together, sharing daily life, it is nearly impossible for something not to develop between them, unless both parties' inclinations are decidedly abnormal, and have been roommates for nearly 2 months now. Given's understanding of his grandson, he anticipated that something should transpire soon, which is why he expressed such sentiments. Grandfather, please refrain from meddling in matters of the heart, remarked as he finished preparing the garlic shoots and returned to the courtyard. Observing his retreating figure, shook his head and murmured, I wonder from whom this boy inherited his emotional ineptitude. He is so oblivious. As night swiftly descended and prepared a sumptuous feast, comprising dishes that delighted both siblings. In the presence of the bounteous spread, inexplicably found his thoughts drifting towards. I wonder if she has had her meal yet, and whether it was satisfactory. With that thought, he retrieved his phone and sent her a WeChat message. Have you eaten? Promptly replied, I am currently eating. Followed by a photo of a bowl of instant noodles adorned with 2 eggs. Seeing this, smiled, pleased that she seemed to have taken his advice about eating well to heart. Stop playing with your phone and eat, S voice chimed in. The family enjoyed their meal together, and afterward, took the initiative to clear the table. As for, he was somewhat better in his presence, but at home, he was the sort who wouldn't even lend a hand if a bottle fell over, so expectations were low. After washing the dishes, settled on a log at the entrance. Gazing at the luminous moon above, he suddenly thought of. Typically, at this hour, he would be browsing the internet while she would be studying, both in proximity yet undisturbed. Embodying a serene and tranquil existence. Took out his phone and initiated a voice call to. After a few rings, she answered hello. Prior to the call, he had yearned to hear her voice, yet upon actually hearing it, he found himself at a loss for words. It was hardly appropriate to confess, I miss you. I long to hear your voice. Their relationship had yet to reach a point where such sentiments could be openly expressed. Make sure to lock the doors and windows. Be cautious while alone at home, and don't forget to turn off the gas. Sought to maintain the conversation. On the other end, hearing his words, felt an inexplicable surge of happiness and chuckled softly, Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old. I certainly know these things. Whether it was merely his imagination. Thought he detected a hint of playfulness in her tone, evoking an indescribable feeling within him. And don't study too late, get to bed early. Yes, I understand, she replied. After hanging up, absently placed his hand over his heart and muttered to himself, It seems I truly ought to visit a doctor for a checkup. At that moment, emerged from the courtyard and called out, Come help me change a light bulb. With that, he made his way to the courtyard opposite, where 3 modest houses stood, built by the elderly couple a few years prior. After all, the grandchildren have grown up, and it is no longer convenient for them to live with their son's family. All right, Moyang replied with a shake of his head, rising to follow his grandfather. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Moyang awoke. Except for winter when he got up at 7:30, he consistently rose at 7 o'clock during the other 3 seasons. The siblings' rooms were located on the 2nd floor. After dressing and stifling a yawn, Moyang descended to the 1st floor. Upon reaching the ground level, he noticed a figure bustling at the dining table. Still somewhat groggy, he instinctively opened his mouth to call out. Just as he was about to utter the name Lezhi, he realized something was amiss. This was at his family home, and the one who was busy was not Lu Lezhi, but rather his own mother. As the image of Lu Lezhi flickered in his mind, Moyang found himself momentarily stunned. In that instant, he comprehended the unusual feelings he had experienced the previous night and the indescribable sensations that had been surfacing in his heart of late. At that moment, Li Lingxin noticed him. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face, then wake up Moyu. We need to have breakfast before heading to your grandparents' house. Mom, I think I've developed feelings for someone. Is it Lezhi? Li Lingxin smiled, clearly unfazed. Lu Lezhi was a good girl, and having spent so much time together, if Moyang hadn't fallen for her, she would have questioned her son's orientation. Realizing his feelings, Moyang felt an urgent desire to see Lu Lezhi. He quickly made his way to the courtyard, freshened up briefly, and then returned to the house to grab his motorcycle keys and helmet before pushing the bike out. Upon reaching the entrance and preparing to start the engine, he encountered his father and grandparents. "Where are you off to so early? Aren't you having breakfast?" Su Lan inquired. "I want to eat. I have something urgent to attend to," Moyang replied, starting the motorcycle and speeding away. Su Lan's intention to urge him to eat was left unvoiced. At that moment, Li Lingxin emerged. Mo Qingshan glanced at his wife. "What has got this kid in such a rush? If I didn't know better, I'd suspect he was off to pick a fight, given his demeanor." "He's off to pursue a girl," she remarked knowingly. When Moyang arrived at the bookstore, the clock had just struck 7:40, and the shop had yet to open. Killing the engine, he removed his helmet. Throughout the ride, he had longed to see Lu Lezhi. Yet upon arrival, his emotions settled into a calm tranquility. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Moyang dismounted his motorcycle. Just then, the sound of the lock being turned echoed from within the bookstore, followed by the rolling up of the exterior shutter. The radiant figure he had yearned to see appeared before him. Chapter 45. Temptation. Lu Lezhi lifted the rolling door and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mu Yang at the entrance. "Muyang, what brings you back?" Muyang rubbed his nose. "Well, I suddenly remembered I had some matters to attend to, so I returned early." Although he had come to understand his feelings, he hesitated to declare his affection outright. He recalled Lu Lezhi mentioning that she wasn't interested in a romantic relationship at the moment. What if he frightened her away with a confession? There was no need to rush. Patience was essential. Oh, Lu Lezhi did not notice the subtle difference in Mu Yang's demeanor. Do you have anything to eat?" "I haven't had breakfast yet. I have a bowl of soy milk left, but nothing else to eat. How about I make you a bowl of noodles?" "No need. I can just boil 2 eggs myself. You go ahead and keep busy." With that, Mu Yang entered the bookstore, heading towards the 2nd floor. As he boiled water and placed the eggs inside, he sat down at the dining table, his mind beginning to whirl with thoughts. He was now entirely certain of his feelings for Lu Lezhi. The next question was how to make her his girlfriend. He was unsure of Lu Lezhi's feelings, but he was confident she did not harbor any aversion towards him, or she wouldn't be staying at his place. However, he was not egotistical enough to assume she had feelings for him as well. This was not a novel, and the likelihood of mutual affection in reality was slim. Mu Yang suspected that Lu Lezhi still held onto the gratitude for his life-saving deed. Was he to charm her into a debt of love? He shook his head at the thought. That was a tactic more suited to Wang Haoming, and he could not emulate him. At that moment, the eggs were done. Breaking his train of thought, he retrieved the eggs and poured out the now cool soy milk. The motions of peeling the eggs mirrored the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. Despite Mu Yang's appealing appearance, he had nearly zero experience in this realm. His only previous relationship had been initiated by the girl pursuing him. Should he consult Wang Haoming? That fellow changed girlfriends more frequently than he changed clothes, undoubtedly possessing a wealth of experience in courting. Yet, as soon as this idea surfaced, Mu Yang dismissed it. The women Wang Haoming had been with were more like convenient arrangements than genuine relationships. They might profess it to be true love, but everyone understood the reality. It was merely self-deception. Consulting anyone was out of the question, especially not Wang Haoming. Just as Mu Yang was mired in his inner turmoil, his phone suddenly chimed. He popped a peeled egg into his mouth and glanced at the screen to find a message from his father. Pursuing a girl isn't as complicated as it seems. The essence is 5 words: brazen, sincere. As long as she doesn't show disdain, you have a chance. And remember, act swiftly, for wolves are many and meat is scarce. Understanding his son's lack of experience, Mu Qingshan had sent this message with care. After reading these words, Mo Yang's previously restless heart calmed down. No one is born to pursue others. Each individual has their own unique way of seeking fulfillment, and there are no definitive answers. There is no need for oneself to suffer because of this. One should simply follow their own inclinations. The most pressing matter now is to discern Lu Lezhi's attitude towards him and towards love, which would then facilitate the next steps. With this resolution in mind, Mo Yang ceased his self-imposed worries, quickly consumed 2 eggs and a bowl of soybean milk, washed his bowl, and then descended the stairs. Lu Lezhi sat behind the cash register, engrossed in a book. Glancing at the cover, Mo Yang noticed it was Jules Verne's The Mysterious Island. It seemed this girl had quite an affinity for Verne's works. Mo Yang mused that he should stock up on more of his books next time. Mo Yang go. Lu Lezhi called out upon seeing him come downstairs. Mo Yang nodded and took a seat at the small table next to the cash register. He opened his notebook but found himself unable to focus on writing, his gaze frequently wandering towards Lu Lezhi. At that moment, Lu Lezhi was entirely absorbed in her book, oblivious to Mo Yang's furtive glances. After a while, Mo Yang cleared his throat and casually remarked, "Lezhi, may I ask you a question?" Lu Lezhi shifted her attention from the book. "What question?" "If a well-rounded young man confessed his feelings to you and you did not find him disagreeable, how would you respond?" Lu Lezhi pondered for a moment before replying. "It would depend on the specific feelings involved. If the vibe is off, no matter how good his qualities, I wouldn't accept him." Upon hearing this, Mo Yang's heart stirred, and he said, "I recall you mentioned you weren't interested in dating at the moment. Has your stance changed?" Lu Lezhi shook her head. "No, that was merely in general terms. However, if I were to encounter the right person, regardless of the circumstances, I would seize the opportunity. After all, while it's easy to wish for a boyfriend, finding the right person is a rare fortune." Mo Yang had initially intended to inquire about Lu Lezhi's feelings towards him, but the words caught in his throat. The connection between these questions was so evident that even a fool could discern his intentions. Although Mo Yang did not subscribe to the notion of secret crushes, he was reluctant to reveal his feelings too soon. What if he frightened her away before understanding how she felt about him? "Mo Yang go, why are you asking this?" Lu Lezhi finally sensed something was amiss and inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I stumbled upon a video that sparked my curiosity," Mo Yang replied with a chuckle. "Oh." Lu Lezhi acknowledged and returned to her reading. Yet, she began to feel puzzled. Hadn't he said he had business to attend to? Why was he sitting here? Shouldn't he be out fulfilling his obligations? Meanwhile, Mo Yang began to contemplate finding an opportune moment to clarify Lu Lezhi's feelings towards him. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Sun Zhao, sending him a selection of wedding attire for the role of best man. Upon receiving the message from Sun Zhao, Mo Yang's eyes brightened. It was as if a pillow had been offered just when he yearned for slumber. The opportune moment had indeed arrived. He raised his head to gaze at Lu Lezhi and said, "Lezhi, would you accompany me to Yun City on the 3rd? Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend immediately. She recalled Mo Yang mentioning that one of his roommates was to be wed on May 4th. Yet, what purpose did her presence serve? She was not acquainted with his roommate. Observing Lu Lezhi's somewhat naive expression, Mo Yang could not help but chuckle. "You see, the other 3 in our dorm are now all paired off, leaving me as the solitary one. I would like you to accompany me to bolster my presence. Rest assured, there will be compensation." Having spent considerable time together, Mo Yang understood how to appeal to Lu Lezhi. After all, this young lady was in need of funds, and the mention of remuneration was sure to entice her. As anticipated, upon hearing the word compensation, Lu Lezhi's interest was piqued. It is often said that the only thing more daunting than a ghost is a penniless individual, and regrettably, Lu Lezhi fell into that latter category. Seizing the moment, Mo Yang pressed on. "Not only is there compensation, but you will also enjoy a complimentary meal. How delightful. Think of it as a little adventure. Missing a day or two of study is inconsequential." After some contemplation, Lu Lezhi ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, this was not her first time masquerading as Mo Yang's girlfriend, and another instance would not be detrimental to her. However, did he intend for her to perpetually play this role? Did he harbor no other intentions? With this thought, Lu Lezhi instinctively cast a glance at Mo Yang, who was currently absorbed in a smile while fixated on the computer screen, lost in his thoughts. Just then, footsteps echoed through the space. "Welcome," Lu Lezhi said as she looked up, unable to suppress a smile upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Song Lianga. With a radiant smile, Song Lianga exclaimed, "Lele, have you missed me?" Lu Lezhi nodded. It had been several days since the two friends had last seen each other. "Didn't you say you were returning home? What brings you here?" Song Lianga sighed. "I had indeed planned to return, but my mother mentioned arranging a blind date for me upon my arrival. So, I concocted an excuse about working overtime to remain here." Following this, Song Lianga greeted Mo Yang, who acknowledged her with a nod. For some inexplicable reason, Song Lianga felt that Mo Yang's gaze towards her had shifted from its former indifference. Could it be that he harbored intentions towards her? She pondered silently. If Mo Yang were aware of Song Lianga's thoughts, he would surely respond with, "You are overthinking it." Previously, Song Lianga was insignificant to him, but circumstances had changed. He was fond of Lu Lezhi, and Song Lianga was her sole confidant, making her importance abundantly clear. Thus, he aimed to cultivate a good rapport with Song Lianga, hoping she would ally with him or, at the very least, refrain from causing him any trouble. The dynamics of friendship are indeed multifaceted. Mo Yang recollected the days of university when Sun Zhao was infatuated with a girl, and it seemed they were on the verge of becoming a couple. However, the girl's close friend vehemently opposed their union, causing turmoil that ultimately thwarted their budding romance. Because of her, the girl had spent 4 years in college without experiencing love, as every time the opportunity arose, her friend would create a scene. Mo Yang found it utterly incomprehensible. After all, she was merely her friend, not her guardian. What business did she have meddling in her romantic affairs? How fortunate it was to have such a friend. Fortunately, Song Lianga appeared to be quite normal and unlikely to be one of those peculiar types. Song Lianga wrapped her arm around Lu Lezhi, who had just emerged from behind the cash register, and said to Mo Yang, "Boss Missouri, I'm taking our dear Lele out for a day of shopping. You have no objections, do you?" Mo Yang chuckled, "Of course not. She has been cooped up in the store all day. She might as well go out and enjoy herself." Upon hearing this, Lu Lezhi instinctively wanted to protest, asserting that she didn't spend all her time indoors. After all, she visited the market every other day for groceries. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Song Lianga whisked her away, exclaiming, "Don't resist, little beauty. Today, you belong to me, ha ha ha." At that moment, Mo Yang felt a twinge of regret for granting Lu Lezhi a day off. Her words sounded akin to a bandit claiming a bride. He wondered if Song Lianga would engage in any bizarre antics with Lu Lezhi. Although they claimed to be going shopping, Song Lianga didn't so much as glance at the shops or boutiques. She merely led Lu Lezhi around, occasionally stopping to buy some bubble tea. Her motivation was simple. Like Lu Lezhi, she was also financially constrained, leaving them with little choice but to wander aimlessly. After a while, the two friends found a bench to rest upon. Lu Lezhi was sipping on a cup of red bean milk tea. Ever since Mo Yang had introduced her to that flavor at the police station, she had developed a fondness for it. However, she found herself puzzled. Despite the brand being the same, this cup seemed less delightful than the one Mo Yang had given her previously. Song Lianga stuffed a piece of fried stinky tofu into her mouth and said, "Lele, let us go to Luoyang together. I've heard it's particularly beautiful now." "I can't go to Luoyang. I have to accompany brother Mo to Yunqing," Lu Lezhi replied. Song Lianga paused, bewildered. "What's in Yunqing? Are we going to see monkeys at Huabo Mountain?" Lu Lezhi recounted the situation to Song Lianga. After listening, Song Lianga felt a strange sensation. Although she had little interaction with Mo Yang, she sensed he was not the type to seek a pretend girlfriend merely to save face in front of his roommate. Lu Lezhi suddenly sighed. "What's wrong?" Song Lianga asked. "Brother Mo has been asking me to pretend to be his girlfriend, and ever since he mentioned it today, I've felt an inexplicable discomfort that I hadn't felt before." Song Lianga raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you angry or happy?" Lu Lezhi shook her head. "Neither. It's hard to articulate. Just thinking about the phrase pretend makes me uneasy." A faint smile graced Song Lianga's face. For it is often said that those embroiled in a situation may be oblivious, while the onlookers perceive the truth clearly. Lu Lezhi remained unaware of the undercurrents. Yet she had discerned them. However, she had no intention of revealing her insights, for ultimately, this matter belonged solely to Lu Lezhi and Mo Yang. She would remain a mere spectator. Yet, one could not help but wonder what was on Mo Yang's mind. After swallowing the last piece of fried stinky tofu and discarding the wrapper into a nearby bin, Song Lianga clapped her hands together. "If you can't figure it out, take your time. There's no rush. Let us find a place for lunch. Have you not had your fill after all those snacks? I am utterly stuffed. You know my appetite well. This is just the beginning. I can still eat quite a bit. Let us go." They strolled until the sun began to set, and the two friends finally returned to the bookstore. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of freshly cooked dishes. Song Lianga's nose twitched as she exclaimed, "It smells divine." Mo Yang's culinary skills are impressive, aren't they? Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement, silently awarding Mo Yang extra points in her mind. Regardless of the occasion, a man's ability to cook is always a commendable trait. Just then, Mo Yang descended from the second floor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "You've returned just in time. The meal is ready." He directed his gaze at Lu Lezhi first, and then turned to Song Lianga. "Miss Song, do stay for a meal." As he spoke, he subtly gestured to her. "I'm merely being polite. Don't take it seriously." Song Lianga understood the meaning behind Mo Yang's glance and felt an urge to chuckle. Previously, even if she had grasped Mo Yang's intentions, she would have insisted on staying. However, knowing that her dear friend harbored feelings for him changed everything. Chapter 47. Well, here's the thing. During this period, she found herself frequently visiting this place. And through her observations, she realized that Mo Yang was not the insincere scoundrel she had initially believed him to be. On the contrary, he turned out to be rather decent, and if Lu Lezhi could forge a relationship with him, she would feel much more at ease. No, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang secretly sighed in relief, glad that this young woman grasped his unspoken invitation and was willing to assist. Lu Lezhi saw Song Lianga off to the taxi. Watching her leave before returning to the bookstore, where Mo Yang leaned against the cashier counter awaiting her return. As she entered, a smile appeared on his face. Let us go, it's time to eat. Lu Lezhi nodded and followed Mo Yang upstairs, sensing that his smile seemed to carry a hint of something more than usual. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the dining table laden with an array of dishes. Typically, when it was just the two of them, they would share a meal consisting of merely 2 stir-fried dishes. However, this time, Mo Yang had prepared 6 dishes, 3 meat and 3 vegetarian, each of which was among Lu Lezhi's favorites. Mo Yang, are we expecting guests today? She inquired, looking at him. No, it's just the two of us. Then why so many dishes? Mo Yang smiled slightly. Let me ask you, what day is it today? May Day, Labor Day? Are we considered laborers? He inquired. Indeed, came the response. Mo Yang, a mere writer, can barely be considered a mental laborer, and as for Lu Lezhi, she is even less so. If a working girl isn't deemed a laborer, then who truly qualifies? With a snap of his fingers, Mo Yang declared, since we are all laborers, today shall be our celebration. It's only fitting to prepare a few dishes in honor of this occasion, don't you think? Rest assured, I won't be making excessive portions, nothing will go to waste. Lu Lezhi, genuinely convinced by his words, responded with an "oh" and proceeded to wash her hands. Observing her retreating figure, Mo Yang silently chuckled. Although his primary agenda lay ahead in Yun City, he saw no harm in subtly gauging Lu Lezhi's sentiments towards him today. Once she returned to the dining table, Mo Yang brought forth a bottle of cola and a bottle of Sprite, querying, which would you prefer? Lu Lezhi pointed at the Sprite, and he promptly handed it to her. Typically, such occasions would call for alcoholic beverages, yet given the modest amount she would consume, he hesitated to offer any, fearing she might become intoxicated before he could ascertain her feelings. He vividly recalled her previous inebriated antics. As they commenced their meal, though Mo Yang's culinary skills were not on par with Lu Lezhi's, they were still commendable, and she savored each bite. Suddenly, her chewing paused. She swiftly turned her head aside and began to cough. Mo Yang quickly seized the Sprite beside her, twisting it open and offering it. Are you all right? He asked. Lu Lezhi waved her hand dismissively while taking a sip. I just accidentally inhaled some chili powder. I'm fine. Sensing the moment was ripe, he ventured, Lu Lezhi, may I pose a question? What question? She replied. What kind of person do you perceive me to be? A good person, gentle, kind-hearted, and attentive, Lu Lezhi answered without hesitation. And what do you think would become of me if I were a boyfriend or husband? Just as she was about to respond, a realization struck her, causing her to freeze. Observing her reaction, Mo Yang mentally chided himself. He had intended to take things slowly, yet he had been too hasty. Well, you see, during my visit home, my grandfather intends to arrange a match for me, he quickly added, seeking to mitigate the situation. Uncertain of Lu Lezhi's feelings towards him, he feared that an outright confession might frighten her away. Throughout his life, he had always approached matters with thorough preparation and confidence. Oh, I believe you would undoubtedly be a wonderful boyfriend and husband, she replied, though her previously buoyant mood had dimmed. Her gaze fell, and she resumed eating in silence. His inquiry had seemingly indicated his intent to pursue an arranged match, casting a peculiar atmosphere over the meal. Mo Yang, too, became acutely aware of the shift in mood. Which of his words had inadvertently upset Lu Lezhi? He opened his mouth, intending to utter something to alleviate the tension, yet the words caught in his throat, swallowed back with great effort. Perhaps it was wiser to remain silent. What if his words only served to further displease her? In truth, Mo Yang possessed a commendable intellect and emotional intelligence, yet he exhibited an inexplicable clumsiness when it came to matters of the heart. Were Wang Haoming to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of frustration akin to kicking Mo Yang for his foolishness. The potential for a promising connection was swiftly being squandered by his blunders. The two of them finished their meal in this peculiar atmosphere, exchanging not a single word. Afterward, Lu Lezhi silently cleared the dishes and proceeded to wash them. Mo Yang yearned to engage her in conversation, yet he could not find a suitable opening. He sighed, realizing he might need to enlist outside assistance. He retreated to his room, retrieved his phone, and dialed Wang Haoming's number. The line was met with a message stating that the number had been disconnected. Apologetically, he hung up. Once Wang Haoming powered down his phone, it signified he was likely entangled in another situation, possibly until the following morning. He could not rely on him for help. Contemplating his options, Mo Yang decided to call Yi Qing. Lezhi, have you eaten? Meanwhile, Lu Lezhi, having completed the washing up, noticed that Mo Yang was no longer in the living room. She pressed her lips together and retreated to her own room. Sitting on her bed, she began to daydream. When she had heard Mo Yang mention that his family had arranged a blind date for him, an indescribable emotion had welled up within her. Lu Lezhi herself could not discern the nature of this feeling, only that she was engulfed in a profound melancholy. After a while, she gradually regained her focus and reached for a photograph resting on her bedside table, a picture of her and her mother taken on her high school graduation day. She tenderly brushed her fingers over the image, murmuring, "Mom, we will be moving in a couple of days." Should Mo Yang succeed in his blind date, there would be no need for her to voice it. Lu Lezhi would naturally move out. If both were single, cohabitation would be acceptable. But once one of them entered a relationship, it would become rather inappropriate to continue living together. Not only did Lu Lezhi plan to vacate the premises following Mo Yang's successful blind date, but she also intended to resign from her position at the bookstore. As for the reason behind her decision, she could not articulate it clearly. It simply felt that remaining at the bookstore might lead to heartache. After gazing at the photograph for a while, she set it down and picked up her phone to call Song Lianga. Song Lianga answered promptly, "Hello, Lele. Lianga, do you know of any affordable apartments available for rent near your place?" On the other end, Song Lianga, who had been drinking water, nearly choked upon hearing the question. "What's wrong? Aren't you living quite comfortably at Boss Mo's?" Chapter 48. Confirming the relationship that night, Mo Yang experienced an unusual bout of insomnia. After hearing his account, Yi Qing was filled with exasperation. Just from Lu Lezhi's reaction, she could tell that she had feelings for Mo Yang. Yet, why did he have to complicate matters by mentioning that his family had arranged a blind date for him? Was he not merely adding to his own difficulties? After enduring a scolding from Yi Qing, Mo Yang felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Had he known better, he would have simply confessed his feelings instead of testing the waters. After hanging up the phone, he intended to clarify matters with Lu Lezhi, but upon knocking, he was met with the response, "I'm already asleep." With a resigned scratch of his head, he realized that he had initially wished to discuss everything via WeChat. Yet he reconsidered and deemed a face-to-face conversation far more appropriate, ultimately deciding against it. Thus, Mo Yang spent a restless night tossing and turning, finally drifting off to sleep just as dawn began to break. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and a glance at the clock revealed it was past 9. After dressing, he exited his room to find a bowl of soy milk and 2 boiled eggs waiting for him on the dining table, unmistakably left by Lu Lezhi. After a brief wash and a light breakfast, he made his way downstairs. In the bookstore on the first floor, Lu Lezhi was, as usual, seated behind the cash register, engrossed in a novel. Upon hearing his footsteps, she lifted her gaze and greeted him. "Good morning, Mo Yang." Her demeanor was unchanged, as though nothing had transpired the previous evening. "Good morning," Mo Yang replied as he approached the cash register. "I wanted to talk to you about." His sentence was abruptly interrupted by the entrance of Song Lianga. "Lele," she exclaimed, and upon seeing her, Lu Lezhi stepped out from behind the counter and walked over to her. Song Lianga instinctively wrapped her arm around Lu Lezhi's, saying, "Let us go." She then turned her attention to Mo Yang. "Boss Missouri, I'm going to help Lele take a day off." Mo Yang couldn't shake the feeling that Song Lianga's gaze held a certain hostility towards him. He had a vague idea of the reason behind it and managed a bittersweet smile. All right. Unlike her usual routine, Lu Lezhi did not exchange pleasantries with Mo Yang before departing with Song Lianga, and it was evident that her spirits were low. With a sigh, Mo Yang sensed that an invisible barrier had arisen between him and Lu Lezhi since the previous night, and he knew the fault lay solely with his own indiscreet words. Realizing he could not prolong this any further, He resolved to clarify his intentions promptly. With that thought, he took out his phone and sent Lu Lezhi a WeChat message. Come back early. I have something to discuss. At the moment she received the message, Lu Lezhi was in a taxi. After reading Mo Yang's text, she pressed her lips together, suspecting he intended to discuss her moving out. What's wrong? Inquired Song Lianga, sitting beside her. Nothing, Lu Lezhi shook her head. Half an hour later, they arrived at the residential complex rented by Song Lianga. The area was rather old, with outdated infrastructure, yet it boasted affordable rent and proximity to the subway station, making it convenient for tenants, most of whom were financially struggling individuals like Song Lianga. A young man was already waiting for them at the entrance. The agent Song Lianga had called. One morning, the two of them accompanied an agent to view several houses. Although the rent here was relatively inexpensive, it still seemed somewhat costly to Lu Lezhi. Of course, not all the properties were unacceptable to her. There were two that she found quite satisfactory, albeit requiring a shared arrangement. This, however, made Song Lianga reluctant, as the current tenants of those two houses were all male. It was not that Song Lianga harbored any ill feelings towards men. Rather, the thought of a group of spirited young lads cohabitating with her beautiful best friend raised concerns about unforeseen circumstances. Not every man was like Mo Yang. Apologies for wasting your morning, Song Lianga said as she handed the agent a bottle of iced tea. The agent accepted the drink with a grin. No worries. It's all part of the job. I'm used to it. After bidding farewell to the agent, Song Lianga turned to Lu Lezhi and suggested, how about you move in with me? My room may be small, but we can manage, and my roommates are all girls, ensuring safety. Lu Lezhi, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing Song Lianga's words. All right. Observing her distracted demeanor, Song Lianga sighed and remarked, you don't really want to move, do you? Faced with her closest friend, Lu Lezhi felt no need for pretense and nodded in acknowledgement. Song Lianga turned her shoulders to face her, saying, Lu Lezhi, you should confess your feelings. Huh. Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback. He was preparing for a blind date, not celebrating a successful match. Both were still single, so what was the harm in confessing? Lu Lezhi, this is your first crush, isn't it? I don't want you to have regrets. Regardless of the outcome, at least you will have made an effort, won't you? Seeing Lu Lezhi in such a state made Song Lianga genuinely uneasy. Mo Yang was not on the verge of marriage. He was still single and had yet to meet his blind date. Statistically speaking, Lu Lezhi had a greater chance of success. Considering they had spent nearly 2 months in close proximity, and with Lu Lezhi's beauty, it was hard to believe Mo Yang felt nothing at all. Lu Lezhi was no fool. After Song Lianga's gentle nudge, she fell into contemplation and quickly arrived at a realization. Indeed, since she harbored feelings and the other party was also single, why not confess? If rejected, it would undoubtedly be painful, but doing nothing would likely lead to regret in the future. By confessing, there was a chance of success. Without action, nothing would transpire. Having come to this understanding, Lu Lezhi's spirits lifted. Thank you, Lianga. I must be off now. Without waiting for Song Lianga's response, she dashed towards the entrance of the community. Run slowly. Don't fall. I await your good news. Watching Lu Lezhi grow increasingly distant, Song Lianga couldn't help but chuckle, humming a tune as she made her way back to her rented home. Lu Lezhi alighted from the taxi near the bookstore and proceeded to purchase some delicacies along with a few steamed buns before making her way toward the shop. There exists a saying, theoretical masters, practical fools, and Lu Lezhi found herself embodying this notion at that moment. Despite having resolved to confess her feelings, an involuntary wave of anxiety washed over her. Her pace slowed, transforming a mere 2 or 3 minute journey into an arduous 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the bookstore's entrance, she noticed several customers perusing books within, while Mo Yang was occupied and unaware of Lu Lezhi's presence at the door. Taking a few deep breaths to steady her emotions, she stepped inside the bookstore. Upon hearing footsteps, Mo Yang turned to look, momentarily startled to see Lu Lezhi, but he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile appearing on his face. Why are you back so early? Didn't you want to stay longer? Lu Lezhi placed her food on the counter and replied, Lian had an unexpected matter to attend to, so I returned earlier. Oh. After setting down her food, Lu Lezhi moved behind the counter to collect the payment. Although she had mentally prepared herself at the entrance, her nerves resurfaced within the shop, preventing her from making direct eye contact with Mo Yang. He noticed her peculiar demeanor but, with customers present, felt it inappropriate to inquire further. After a brief period, the last of the customers departed. Mo Yang took a sip from his cup to moisten his lips and turned to Lu Lezhi, saying, "Lezhi, before he could finish. Lu Lezhi abruptly stood from her chair, gathered her food, and headed to the second floor. "It's lunchtime. Let us eat first." Mo Yang scratched his head, puzzled by her apparent unwillingness to engage in conversation. "What a mess my mouth has created." With a resigned sigh, he descended to the entrance and lowered the rolling door before following her upstairs. Having purchased half a pound of pig's head meat and a cold dish, Lu Lezhi had already arranged the food on a plate by the time Mo Yang arrived. "Wash your hands before eating," she calmly instructed. "Okay." Mo Yang quickly washed his hands and took a seat at the dining table, glancing at Lu Lezhi, who had already begun her meal. Observing her demeanor, he thought to himself that they could discuss matters after lunch. He then picked up his chopsticks and a steamed bun, joining her in silence. An air of tranquility enveloped them, reminiscent of the previous night. Lu Lezhi occasionally stole glances at Mo Yang while eating, though she appeared composed. An undercurrent of tension surged within her. At nearly 23 years of age, this was her first time contemplating a confession, and she had made the decision on a whim, devoid of any preparation. It was only natural to feel anxious. As time ticked away, the words she longed to express remained lodged in her throat, unvoiced. Internally, she berated herself for her lack of courage. As Mu Yang was about to satiate his hunger, Lu Lezhi, disregarding everything else, resolutely rose and made her way to the kitchen. Mu Yang, intrigued by her sudden movement, wondered what she was up to. Soon enough, Lu Lezhi returned with a can of beer, a remnant from when Wang Haoming had dined at their home last winter. Observing her choice of drink, Mu Yang slightly furrowed his brow. "Are you going to drink?" He was well aware of her capacity for alcohol, having witnessed her down a glass of baijiu effortlessly, but he was uncertain about her ability with beer. Lu Lezhi nodded. "Is that a problem?" As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid, and at this moment, Lu Lezhi felt particularly timid. Without a little external encouragement, she doubted she could articulate her feelings. Of course not, Mu Yang thought, knowing there was no reason to oppose her desire to drink, especially since they were at home, where getting intoxicated wouldn't pose any issues. With a swift motion, Lu Lezhi popped the tab on the can and took a generous swig. Mu Yang could only hear the sound of her swallowing. Unable to restrain himself, he cautioned, "Drink slowly." Witnessing her in such a state weighed on him. It was his fault for bringing up the topic of blind dates. Lu Lezhi set the beer can down, letting out a belch, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. She gazed at Mu Yang, sporting a silly grin, having consumed nearly half the can in one go. Seeing her in this condition, Mu Yang could tell without asking that she was intoxicated. He stood and approached her, intending to guide her back to her room for rest, but Lu Lezhi unexpectedly pushed his hand away, slurring, "I'm perfectly clear-headed right now." She then stood up, fixing her gaze on Mu Yang. Her mind was indeed clear, but she suspected she wouldn't maintain that clarity for long. Thus, she felt compelled to express her thoughts before losing her grasp on them. "Lezhi, let us not be foolish. How about we go to sleep?" Mu Yang suggested, stepping closer once more, only to be rebuffed by Lu Lezhi. "I told you, I'm perfectly clear-headed," she proclaimed loudly. Mu Yang was certain this was the loudest she had ever spoken since he met her. She stared intently at him and declared, "Mu Yang, do you know that I like you?" Mu Yang nodded. "Yes, I know." Upon hearing this, Lu Lezhi's face lit up with joy before swiftly transforming into a sorrowful expression. "If you already know, then why did you tell me you were going on a blind date? Do you have any idea how heartbroken I've been all night?" "Lezhi, I'm sorry. There's no blind date. I like you too. I just didn't know how you felt about me, and it inadvertently led to this misunderstanding." Mu Yang had no desire to justify himself. It was true he had mentioned the blind date, which caused Lu Lezhi distress. However, when she heard Mu Yang confess his feelings, she momentarily froze. Then her face broke into a radiant smile. "Really? You like me?" Mo Yang nodded thoughtfully, expressing uncertainty about when he had developed feelings for her. Perhaps it was a case of love blossoming over time. "Lezhi, I wish to treat you well, to cherish and care for you, as your boyfriend. Would that be acceptable?" With such earnest words spoken, it would indeed be a shame if Mo Yang did not seize this opportunity to confess, for he would deserve a life of solitude. Lu Lezhi beamed radiantly. Of course, upon hearing her affirmative response, a smile illuminated Mo Yang's face. However, before he could utter another word, Lu Lezhi's body leaned forward uncontrollably. Having established their relationship, she could no longer maintain her composure. Quick as a flash, Mo Yang caught her in his arms. Inhaling the delightful scents of her shampoo and body wash, he wore a foolish grin. He then cradled Lu Lezhi in a princess carry and gently transported her to her room. After placing her on the bed, he removed her shoes and tucked her under the covers. As he gazed at her serene sleeping face, Yang found himself momentarily entranced. The adage that love reveals beauty held true. Previously, he had merely considered Lu Lezhi attractive, but now that he recognized his affection for her, she appeared more ethereal than ever. After a brief internal struggle, he settled on the edge of the bed, leaned down, and planted a soft kiss on her cheek. She is my girlfriend now. A secret kiss is entirely natural, he mused silently. With that, Yang retrieved his phone and captured a photo of Lu Lezhi's peaceful visage, subsequently setting it as his screensaver. Chapter 49. May I steal a kiss? After taking the picture, he stole a few more glances at Lu Lezhi before quietly exiting the room. Descending to the bookstore on the first floor, he raised the rolling shutter, allowing the sunlight to pour in. Taking a deep breath, a smile graced his face. His mood felt as radiant as the sunshine itself. Why the joyful expression? Did you win the lottery? At that moment, Zhang Yu from the neighboring optical store happened to pass by the bookstore and couldn't resist teasing him. More than that, I'm happier than winning the lottery, Yang replied, his exuberance palpable. Zhang Yu chuckled, thinking how swiftly young people could adjust their emotions. He had appeared so troubled in the morning, yet here he was, brimming with happiness in the afternoon. After exchanging a few words, Zhang Yu returned to his shop. Yang stretched lazily, preparing to return to his writing when his phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his mother. Hello, Mom. A mother knows her child well. Upon hearing her son's cheerful tone, Li Ling felt assured that something good had transpired. It seems you've managed to settle things. Yang smiled, indeed. Relieved by his words, Li Ling had worried about her son's lack of experience in romance and had called to offer guidance. But it seemed there was no longer a need for such concern. Well, now that you're together, make sure to treat her well. This girl has had her share of hardships. You must not mistreat her. Rest assured, Mom, your son is not that kind of person. Well, when you have the time, take her home for a visit. All right, I understand. After ending the call, Yang sat down at the small table, opened his notebook, and began to type away. Lu Lezhi, who quickly succumbed to intoxication, also awakened just as swiftly. By 4 in the afternoon, she stirred from her slumber, gradually shaking off the lingering haze in her mind, as memories began to resurface. A smile inadvertently graced her face as she recalled that she and Yang had embarked on a romantic relationship. Initially, she had intended to confess her feelings to Yang while under the influence of alcohol, but he had taken the initiative before her. Nonetheless, the outcome was ultimately favorable, and that was all that mattered. At that moment, her phone chimed with an incoming call from Song Liango. Hello, Lian. After concluding the conversation with Song Liango, Lu Lezhi noticed that it was already 4:30. She slipped on her shoes, rose from the bed, exited her room, drank a glass of water, and made her way downstairs. Yang was busy arranging newly arrived novels on the bookshelf. Upon seeing Lu Lezhi descend, a smile formed at the corners of his mouth as he quickly approached her. You're awake. How do you feel? Is your head still spinning? Lu Lezhi nodded, then lowered her gaze slightly. Contemplating the notion of confessing her feelings was one thing, but navigating the reality of being in a relationship was quite another. Having never been in love before, she found herself at a loss for words with Yang. Sensing her discomfort, Yang took her hand and led her to a chair at the door, encouraging her to sit. Wait here for a moment. I'll prepare a detox soup for you. He refrained from uttering empty promises such as I will cherish you forever or I will love you for a lifetime. He firmly believed that 100 sweet words could never compare to a single act of kindness. Affection and love manifested not through mere words, but through actions in everyday life. Watching Yang ascend the stairs, Lu Lezhi couldn't help but smile, revealing 2 deep dimples. After a short while, Yang returned with a bowl of detox soup. Lu Lezhi remained seated, seemingly waiting for him. A sweet sensation filled Yang's heart. It was a delightful feeling to be awaited by someone you cherished. He knelt before her, and as Lu Lezhi reached out to take the bowl from him, he gently intercepted her hand. Let me feed you. Okay, Lu Lezhi replied without hesitation. Yang scooped a spoonful of the soup, lightly blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to her lips. Lu Lezhi opened her mouth and swallowed the soup, feeling her ears flush with warmth. This was her first experience being fed by a boy, and despite him being her boyfriend, she couldn't help but feels shy. Is it too hot? Mo Yang inquired. Lu Lezhi shook her head. Thus, they continued this intimate exchange, with him feeding her and her drinking, until the bowl was nearly empty. Just as Lu Lezhi began to acclimate to the moment, a sudden cough disrupted the atmosphere. Aunt Chen stood at the shop's entrance, wearing a warm smile. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Lu Lezhi swiftly snatched the bowl from Mo Yang's hands, lowering her head and silently drinking. Naturally shy, she wished she could disappear like an ostrich when caught in such situations. In contrast, Mo Yang's demeanor was far more relaxed. He rose cheerfully and replied, Not at all. Not at all. Aunt Chen glanced at Lu Lezhi, who was quietly sipping her soup, and her smile widened. She thought to herself that she had won this bet and would soon retrieve her prize from old Zhang, a box of sweet, crispy cookies. Xiaomo, could you fetch me a pencil sharpener? My grandson broke the first one I bought just days ago. Mo Yang nodded and turned to retrieve a sharpener. Even though his store primarily sold books, it also offered stationery, qualifying it as a half-stationery shop. Aunt Chen accepted the sharpener without inquiring about the price, producing a 10 yuan note, indicating that she was no stranger to buying such items. I won't disturb you any longer, she said with a smile before departing. At that moment, Lu Lezhi finished her hangover soup, placing the bowl on the counter. Feeling better? Mo Yang asked. Lu Lezhi nodded, unsure if it was the soup's efficacy or merely a psychological effect, but she felt significantly less dizzy. Mo Yang squatted down in front of her again and said, It's best if you avoid alcohol in the future. The drunkenness is secondary. It's the headache afterward that is the real issue. I understand. I won't drink again, she replied. Mo Yang smiled gently, rising to affectionately ruffle her hair. Mo Yang, Lu Lezhi stood up, gazing at him earnestly. This is my first time being someone's girlfriend, and I have no experience. If I do anything wrong, please let me know. Seeing her serious demeanor, Mo Yang felt a chuckle rising within him. Her words sounded less like romance and more like a work-related discussion. What a coincidence. I also lack experience in being someone's boyfriend. We can improve together. Lu Lezhi nodded, a smile spreading across her face. As he beheld her joyful expression, Mo Yang suddenly felt an irresistible urge to kiss her. May I kiss you? Although they had already shared a kiss while she was asleep in the afternoon, this time felt different. In theory, as a couple, it would be entirely normal for them to kiss openly. However, knowing Lu Lezhi's shyness, especially in broad daylight and within the shop, he feared that a sudden advance might cause her to retreat upstairs, avoiding him altogether. Thus, he decided to ask first. Indeed, upon hearing his question, Lu Lezhi's face flushed crimson. She slightly lowered her head and whispered, Is it all right if we wait until evening? While she wasn't an old-fashioned prude, she believed that such intimate moments deserved a more private setting. Mo Yang chuckled softly. All right. My girlfriend possesses many admirable qualities, yet she is somewhat overly introverted and struggles with social anxiety. I remain uncertain if she will improve in the future. Just then, a customer arrived, and Lu Lezhi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the timely interruption, as she was at a loss for words with Mo Yang. She swiftly approached the customer, exclaiming, Welcome. Observing her bustling figure, Mo Yang scratched his head, suddenly struck by an idea, and retrieved his phone. Yesterday, it was his turn to cook, and today it was Lu Lezhi's turn. She picked up her skateboard, preparing to head to the market. At that moment, Mo Yang called out to her, transferring 1,000 yuan to her. Lu Lezhi was taken aback, inquiring, What is this? Now that we are a couple, there's no need to separate our expenses, he replied. This 1,000 is for your grocery shopping. Let me know when you need more. Their relationship had evolved from mere roommates to a couple, and maintaining such clear divisions would only create distance between them. Besides, Lu Lezhi still relied on his salary, which ultimately was still her own money. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Lezhi accepted the money, stating, We can continue to take turns cooking, but I will handle the grocery shopping alone. Mo Yang nodded in agreement. All right, I shall defer to your wishes. With that, Lu Lezhi set off, gliding on her skateboard towards the market. As he watched her leave, Mo Yang intended to sweep the floor, but was interrupted when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his other university roommate, Jia. He answered, Hello. Hey, big guy, have you eaten yet? Mo Yang was the eldest among the four in their dormitory, naturally assuming the role of dorm leader. While Jia was the youngest and came from a less fortunate background, the other three had always looked out for him. Not yet, and you? Neither have I. Big guy, I wanted to ask how much I should give as a wedding gift for Lao Sunday. Are you attending? Of course. I'm currently on the train. Lao Sun helped me a lot during our university days, so I must go. Their camaraderie remained strong even after graduation. Mo Yang had initially considered giving 2,000, but with He Jia planning to attend, he needed to reassess. He Jia hailed from a small village in Yunnan province during their sophomore summer. Mo Yang had visited his home, which was in dire straits, so impoverished that even thieves would feel compelled to donate. He Jia's mother was blind in one eye, and his father was a welder with health issues. Additionally, the family supported elderly grandparents and 2 younger siblings in middle school. Before He Jia graduated, the family survived on the meager earnings from his father's welding job and their 2 acres of farmland. After He Jia returned home post-graduation, their living conditions improved somewhat. Yet they were still far from comparable to the other 3 roommates. The distance from Yunnan province to Su province, where Peng City and Yun City are located, was considerable, and the travel expenses were substantial. Initially, Mo Yang and the others believed He Jia would not attend, yet surprisingly, he expressed his intention to come, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Let it be 1,000 then. It would be inappropriate to contribute less, and contributing more would place undue pressure on He Jia. 1,000 is just right." Having concluded the call, reached out to his other roommate, Lu Lezhi, who was ranked 3rd in their dormitory. "Hey, what is up? Missing me?" Lu Lezhi's voice carried a rustic charm, immediately revealing his origins. Recounted the details of his conversation with He Jia, then added, "Third, let us both contribute 1,000. We shouldn't make it difficult for the 4th, it's already quite a feat for him to come." Lu Lezhi chuckled, "No problem, I'll follow your lead. Big brother, being in the same room, we ought to share both the joys and burdens." Once they had agreed on the contribution, the 2 began to engage in casual banter. Lu Lezhi exclaimed, "I've started seeing someone. She is incredibly beautiful. When I bring her over, you and the 4th will be envious." "I don't know if the 4th will be envious, but I certainly am not." "It's not as if I'm without a partner," replied. "Oh really? Big brother, you've also found someone? When did that happen? You didn't tell your brother." "We just confirmed our relationship this afternoon." "Is she pretty?" "You'll find out tomorrow." With that, ended the call and began sweeping the floor. As he finished, Lu Lezhi returned, carrying some cauliflower and eggplants. "Brother, let us have braised eggplant for dinner. We still have a few pounds of pork belly in the fridge, and I'll add a stir-fried cauliflower." "Sounds good. You decide how to prepare it. I'll head upstairs first." Lu Lezhi ascended the stairs, starting to steam rice before attending to the vegetables she had bought. As made his way upstairs, he found Lu Lezhi peeling the eggplants. Observing her, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if they were an old married couple. Shaking his head with a smile, he approached the kitchen. Hearing footsteps, Lu Lezhi turned to look. She noticed with his hands clasped behind his back, as if concealing something. Before she could inquire, revealed the surprise. "This is for you." Lu Lezhi focused her gaze and was taken aback to see a large bouquet of roses. The delivery man had just brought them, despite his successful confession. Felt something was still lacking. While presenting roses may seem cliché in contemporary times, the act of giving flowers has become deeply associated with declarations of love. Cliché or not, he felt it was necessary. If others had it, so should his girlfriend. Lu Lezhi was momentarily stunned, but soon her expression transformed into one of joy as she quickly wiped her hands on her jeans and accepted the roses. While she had received flowers before, Wang Rui had given her at least a dozen. She had never accepted them. Seeing those flowers had left her feeling quite indifferent. This overwhelming joy and excitement was a first for her. Perhaps this was the distinction between receiving affection from someone you liked versus someone you didn't. She mused. Observing her radiant smile, couldn't help but smile back. "Lezhi, I understand that you are still somewhat adjusting to the transformation of our identities, but there's no rush. I shall accompany you through this." Lu Lezhi nodded, then softly inquired, "Do you want to kiss now?" Upon uttering these words, Lu Lezhi felt an unprecedented warmth suffuse her cheeks. After over 20 years of life, this was the first time she had spoken such words to another. Although he was her boyfriend, the sentiment still carried a hint of embarrassment. Mo Yang was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a declaration from Lu Lezhi. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile gracing his face. This was a promising beginning for Lu Lezhi. Perhaps she would become a bit more open in the future. Since his girlfriend had broached the subject, he felt no hesitation, raising his hands to rest upon her shoulders. Lu Lezhi closed her eyes, awaiting what was to come next. Originally, Mo Yang intended to kiss her, yet upon witnessing her bashful demeanor, he reconsidered. This girl was quite shy. He could only imagine how flustered she would become if he actually kissed her. After all, she was already his girlfriend, and such moments would come in due time. There was no need to rush. He possessed an abundance of patience. Ultimately, Mo Yang planted a gentle kiss on Lu Lezhi's cheek. A peculiar sensation surged within her heart. Was this the feeling of a kiss? She pondered what the experience of an actual kiss might be like. Instinctively, Lu Lezhi glanced at Mo Yang's lips, but quickly diverted her gaze. Lu Lezhi, you are becoming quite mischievous, she silently mused. Unaware of her thoughts, Mo Yang assumed she was merely shy. He chuckled softly, saying, you should rest. I will prepare dinner. Lu Lezhi blinked, responding, you cooked yesterday. So it's my turn today. Silly girl, he replied. We are now a couple. Why should we differentiate so distinctly? It matters not who cooks. Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement and took a seat on the sofa while Mo Yang returned to the kitchen to continue preparing the ingredients she had left unfinished. Watching Mo Yang's diligent figure, Lu Lezhi felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Glancing at the roses in her hands, an idea struck her. She promptly took out her phone to capture a photo of the flowers, followed by a snapshot of Mo Yang washing vegetables. She then posted these two images on her social media, captioning it, I have a boyfriend now. I am very happy. Please take care of me moving forward. Despite being somewhat socially anxious, Lu Lezhi had a considerable number of WeChat friends, including university classmates and relatives from her hometown, as well as colleagues from her part-time job during her studies. Before long, her post became quite lively. During her school days, she was regarded as a campus belle, drawing admiration from many, not just Wang Rui. Consequently, some comments were accompanied by crying emojis or expressions of lament, such as my goddess has been taken away. However, these comments represent merely a fraction. The majority are filled with blessings and congratulations. Upon reading them, Lu Lezhi couldn't help but smile, finally experiencing the delightful sensation of showing affection. Mo Yang first sought the cauliflower, then added the prepped eggplant and pork belly to the pot, seasoning it properly before covering it to simmer. With a moment of respite, he pulled out his phone and, upon entering his circle of friends, immediately spotted Lu Lezhi's post. He chuckled softly, liked the post, and then turned his gaze toward her. At that moment, she was engrossed in a novel, feeling Mo Yang's eyes upon her. She looked up and smiled back. Mo Yang approached her, capturing a selfie together, which he set as his wallpaper before sharing it on his social media as an announcement. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Mo Yang, a cheerful and sunny young man, had significantly more friends on WeChat than Lu Lezhi, and before long, his comment section became lively. However, he had no time to peruse his social media at the moment, as dinner was ready, and the young couple was about to enjoy their meal. Perhaps it was the effect of love, but Lu Lezhi found Mo Yang's cooking today to be more delectable than ever. Their pace of eating unconsciously quickened. As a pragmatic individual, she could never feign restraint by taking dainty bites in front of her boyfriend. Mo Yang adored her genuine and unpretentious demeanor. Seeing her appetite flourish because of his cooking filled him with a sense of accomplishment. After finishing their meal, they washed the dishes together. Lu Lezhi let out a slight burp, blushing with a smile. I accidentally overindulged. Mo Yang chuckled. Shall we go for a walk to aid digestion? He typically preferred to stay in during the evenings, but today was different. With such a beautiful girlfriend by his side, he felt compelled to show her off. Lu Lezhi sensed his intentions and nodded in agreement. Sure. They descended the stairs, with Mo Yang locking the shop door, then walked hand in hand towards the nearby public square. Along the way, they encountered several acquaintances, to whom Mo Yang greeted with a smile, with Lu Lezhi nodding in affirmation. After more than a month of holding hands with Mo Yang again, Lu Lezhi felt that inexplicable sensation return. But this time she finally understood what it was. Had I fallen for him so early? The public square was bustling that evening, filled with people of all ages. Being a holiday, it was more crowded than usual, with numerous vendors selling various goods. Upon arriving at the square, the socially anxious Lu Lezhi instinctively wanted to retreat upon seeing the throngs of people, but then she remembered that Mo Yang, as her boyfriend, was right beside her, giving her newfound confidence. Instead of retreating, she took a half step forward. Mo Yang noticed her subtle shift and smiled silently, asking, "Where would you like to go?" Lu Lezhi glanced around and noticed nothing piqued her interest, so she remarked, "Let's just wander aimlessly." Mo Yang nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, the two strolled about the square without a specific destination in mind. As they approached a group of elderly individuals dancing in the square, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was Uncle Zhang, who was making his way towards them. "Good evening, Uncle Zheng. Are you here to dance?" Mo Yang greeted him. "Indeed." Uncle Zheng replied, nodding. He then scrutinized the two and inquired, "Have you two started dating?" "Yes, we just began today," Mo Yang admitted candidly. "How did it happen so quickly?" Uncle Zheng murmured softly. "What did you say?" Mo Yang asked, slightly unclear, faced with the two involved parties. Uncle Zheng had no reason to conceal the truth. "Before you two were together, I made a bet with Old Chun about when you would start dating. Old Chun wagered it would be within 2 months, while I predicted at least 6 months. It turns out she won." Upon hearing this, both Mo Yang and Lu Lezhi were at a loss for words. No wonder Aunt Chin seemed so cheerful when she visited the shop earlier. "What did you lose to Aunt Chin?" Lu Lezhi couldn't help but ask. "Oh, it was nothing significant, just a box of cookies, hardly worth much." Uncle Zheng waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Mo Yang. "Now that you are dating, make sure to treat her well and don't bully little Lu." Having operated the bookstore for nearly a year, Mo Yang had become quite familiar with the local neighbors, aided by his affable nature and smile. The elderly folks nearby held him in high regard, even seeking his help to change light bulbs on 2 occasions. Thus, Uncle Zheng expressed his hope for Mo Yang's happiness. Mo Yang, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Why does everyone think I would bully her? Is my reputation that poor in your eyes?" Uncle Zheng ignored his protest and shifted his gaze to Lu Lezhi, saying, "Little Lu, if this rascal dares to mistreat you, just let Uncle Zheng know, and I will teach him a lesson." It must be said that throughout history, good looks have always been an advantage. Despite Lu Lezhi having only been there for 2 months, her standing among the elderly had already matched or even surpassed Mo Yang's, who had been there for almost a year. This was undoubtedly due in part to her serene demeanor, but her attractiveness also played a significant role. Lu Lezhi smiled and nodded. "You all have fun. I'm going to dance now." Uncle Zheng waved his hand grandly and turned to join the throng of dancers. The young couple continued their aimless wandering around the square. The evening market was bustling with many food stalls, the aromas intertwining delightfully. Unfortunately, both had already eaten their fill and could not indulge in anything else. This was Lu Lezhi's first time visiting the square at night, and as she observed the stalls around her, she curiously asked, "Mo Yang, don't the city officials regulate the vendors here?" "They usually do. But given the large crowds at night, these vendors continue to set up shop even if they face fines," he explained. "The city management here is quite reasonable. Coupled with the principle that the law does not penalize the masses, over time, they tend to turn a blind eye. This place can actually be considered a small night market. I heard that the neighborhood committee is planning to charge for stall fees, officially transforming this area into a night market." Oh, suddenly, Lu Lezhi had a thought. "What if I set up a stall at night? My mother used to fry rice cakes, and I learned to do it as well." She looked excited, as if she had discovered a new business opportunity. Mo Yang shrugged. "Not really. There are already 2 stalls selling fried rice cakes at night. You wouldn't be able to compete with them." Oh. The grand idea of selling fried rice cakes was abruptly halted in its conceptual stage, leaving Lu Lezhi a bit disheartened. Seeing her expression, Mo Yang smiled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "If you really want to set up a stall, we should go home and plan it out properly. To see what we could sell." Lu Lezhi nodded, a smile blooming on her face. "Thank you, Mo Yang. Silly girl, what is there to thank? I'm your boyfriend. Of course, I'll support you." As they chatted and strolled, they unknowingly finished exploring the entire civic square. After satisfying their appetites, the two prepared to head back. Just then, Lu Lezhi was suddenly captivated by a small toy stall. Following her gaze, Mo Yang noticed she was fixated on a little cat-shaped roly-poly. A smile crept onto Mo Yang's lips as he led Lu Lezhi to the stall, pointing at the roly-poly and asking the vendor, "Auntie, how much is this?" 20. "Too expensive, 10. "No way, the lowest is 18. "Then I want to buy it." "All right, I'll give it to you at cost, 15. With that, Mo Yang finally smiled and paid with a scan, then picked up the roly-poly and handed it to Lu Lezhi. "Here's your little cat." Lu Lezhi accepted it with a radiant smile, though it was merely a trinket of little value. It was the first gift Mo Yang had given her since they were together, holding profound significance. "Let us go home." Lu Lezhi nodded, and the two, hand in hand, walked towards the exit of the civic square. As they passed through a patch of grass, a rustling sound suddenly reached their ears, accompanied by the sound of human gasping. Lu Lezhi looked puzzled. Did someone get bitten by a snake? Mo Yang, should we go take a look? However, Mo Yang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Is it that desperate for fun? Are they too broke to rent a room? He had heard similar sounds a dozen times during college, and he was curious if these people were indeed that reckless, unable to wait to find a hotel room and opting to resolve things on the spot. Upon hearing Mo Yang's words, Lu Lezhi also realized the implication, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly pulled Mo Yang away from the scene. She couldn't comprehend how someone could be so brazen. She had just suggested going to see what was happening, and now she felt utterly embarrassed. As Lu Lezhi, who remained silent while pulling herself forward, caught Mo Yang's eye, he couldn't help but smile. His girlfriend was truly adorable. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Lu Lezhi placed the roly-poly toy on the coffee table. Mo Yang, will you be like that in the future? She asked, her words somewhat hesitant. However, Mo Yang understood her implication and felt an urge to chuckle, suppressing the smile. What are you thinking? Although I have a thick skin, I'm not that thick-skinned yet. Hearing this, Lu Lezhi let out a sigh of relief. Her own skin was rather thin, and if Mo Yang ever behaved that way, she wouldn't know how to handle it. Wait a moment. Their relationship had only been established for less than 12 hours. They had merely held hands and kissed each other's cheeks, and yet she found herself contemplating such matters. There must be something awry. Mo Yang, oblivious to Lu Lezhi's chaotic thoughts, glanced at the time and said, "All right, go take a shower. Sleep early tonight. We need to rise early for Yun City tomorrow." Lu Lezhi suppressed her jumbled thoughts, nodded, retrieved her clothes from her room, and stepped into the bathroom. Shortly after, the sound of running water filled the air. Mo Yang settled onto the sofa, feeling quite elated. The sensation of having a girlfriend was indeed delightful. After about 10 minutes, Lu Lezhi emerged from the bathroom. Her hair damp. Mo Yang had already prepared the hairdryer. Upon seeing her, he offered, "Let me dry your hair." Lu Lezhi nodded and took a seat on the sofa. Mo Yang plugged in the hairdryer, switched it on, cradled Lu Lezhi's long hair with one hand, and began to dry it with the other. His movements were gentle yet meticulous, ensuring each strand was dried thoroughly. Initially shy, Lu Lezhi gradually relaxed, closing her eyes and savoring the warm breeze on her hair. Having a boyfriend was truly wonderful. Chapter 53, Departure for Yun City. Neither of them spoke. One quietly dried her hair, while the other reveled in the moment. Soon, Mo Yang turned off the hairdryer. "All done," he announced. Lu Lezhi ran her fingers through her silky hair and said, "You should wash up too. I'll help you dry your hair afterward." "All right." Mo Yang nodded, a smile gracing his face. Lu Lezhi's shower speed was already considered quick among girls. But compared to Mo Yang, it was still somewhat slow. He finished his shower in half the time it took Lu Lezhi. His hair, neither too short nor too long, dried quickly with just a casual blow. Lu Lezhi turned off the dryer and unplugged it. "It's getting late. Let us go to bed early," she said, starting to head toward her room. However, Mo Yang stopped her, a smile playing on his lips. "Don't you think we should do something before we sleep?" At his words, Lu Lezhi instantly grew tense. He couldn't have succumbed to his primal instincts after that incident at the Civic Square, could he? Although they are now in a romantic relationship, and engaging in such activities seems entirely reasonable, Lu Lezhi is not mentally prepared for it at all. Moreover, they have only just started dating. She is still uncertain whether her relationship with Mo Yang will endure. "Mo Yang, could you please grant me some time? I am not ready yet." Her nervousness caused her to stutter slightly. Observing her demeanor, Mo Yang realized that she had misunderstood his intentions. Yet he could only blame himself for not articulating his thoughts clearly. "What are you thinking? I merely wished for a kiss from you." As he spoke, Mo Yang raised his finger to point at his own cheek. Upon realizing her misunderstanding, Lu Lezhi's ears flushed crimson. Yet she felt a twinge of relief that she hadn't expressed her thoughts aloud just moments before. Otherwise, she would likely be sprawled on the ground, searching for a crevice to hide in. Lu Lezhi composed herself, rose onto her tiptoes, and swiftly planted a kiss on Mo Yang's cheek. "Good night." With those words, she dashed back to her room. Watching the door close behind her, Mo Yang chuckled and shook his head. He truly was a gentleman. After having lived together for so long, it was only now that they shared a kiss. If it had been Wang Haoming living with a beauty, he would have likely swept her off her feet within 3 days. The following day, Mo Yang awoke early, glancing at the clock to find it was nearly 6:30. After freshening up, he ventured out to procure some breakfast, returning just as Lu Lezhi was waking up. "You're awake. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Then we can eat." Lu Lezhi nodded sleepily, still rubbing her eyes. Noticing her state, Mo Yang approached and gently kissed her cheek. Immediately, Lu Lezhi became alert, her ears reddening once more. "What was that for?" A good morning kiss. You look too adorable just now. I couldn't resist. Lu Lezhi playfully punched Mo Yang's chest before turning to head into the bathroom. When she emerged, her expression had returned to normal. After finishing breakfast, Lu Lezhi retreated to her room, selecting a light green dress to wear and retrieving a set of cosmetics that Song Lianga had gifted her some time ago. Typically, she didn't even apply sunscreen and always presented herself barefaced. However, today was different. She intended to accompany Mo Yang to a classmate's wedding as his girlfriend and certainly did not wish to embarrass him due to her appearance. Yet, staring at the array of bottles and jars before her, Lu Lezhi was at a loss for where to begin. Having never applied makeup before and not knowing the first step, after some contemplation, she picked up her phone and dialed Song Lianga for a video call. It rang for a full 30 seconds before Song Lianga answered, lying in bed with her hair disheveled, clearly having just awakened. You better have a really important reason for calling. It was evident that she was slightly irritable from being roused. Lian, teach me how to do my makeup. Huh? What? As Song Lianga regained her senses after realizing what Lu Lezhi had just said, an invigorating energy surged through her, prompting her to sit up abruptly from the bed. Was the sun rising in the west today? Her friend, who had never even dared to apply makeup before, was now eagerly requesting to learn how to beautify herself. Under Song Lianga's remote guidance, Lu Lezhi managed to apply a subtle layer of makeup. After expressing her gratitude, she ended the video call and exited the room. At that moment, Mo Yang was seated on the sofa, waiting. When he saw Lu Lezhi stepping out of the room, he was momentarily entranced. Even without makeup, Lu Lezhi was far more captivating than the average girl adorned with cosmetics. Now, with just a hint of makeup, she resembled a star from the television screen. Mo Yang instinctively swallowed hard. Mo Yang, were you waiting anxiously? Snapped back to reality, Mo Yang shook his head. No, I haven't been waiting long. The two of them checked their belongings to ensure nothing was forgotten before heading downstairs. As they reached the bookstore's entrance, Mo Yang began to lock the door. Are you going out for fun? A familiar voice chimed in. It was Aunt Chen. No, we're headed to Yun City for a classmate's wedding. Mo Yang replied while securing the locks. Aunt Chen nodded. Then her gaze shifted to Lu Lezhi standing beside him, her eyes lighting up. You look truly beautiful today, little Lu. In response to Aunt Chen's compliment, Lu Lezhi smiled shyly. Just then, Mo Yang finished locking the door and handed the keys to Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, we won't be back until the 5th. When Mei Yu returns in the afternoon, please give her the keys. I'll send her a WeChat message shortly. Originally, Mo Yang intended to return right after the wedding, but now that he and Lu Lezhi were together, he wished to seize the opportunity to explore Yun City with her. Aunt Chen accepted the keys with a warm smile. All right, you two enjoy yourselves. They donned their helmets and hopped onto the motorcycle. Mo Yang waved goodbye to Aunt Chen, started the engine, and they sped away. Lu Lezhi wrapped her arms around Mo Yang's waist. It was not her first time riding on his motorcycle. However, perhaps due to the difference in their relationship this time, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Yun City was adjacent to Peng City, making it feasible to arrive by motorcycle from morning to afternoon. Since motorcycles were not permitted on highways, Mo Yang navigated the national road instead. Though it was a national road, his speed was brisk, slowing only when he encountered traffic or surveillance cameras. At noon, Mo Yang stopped at a small restaurant along the roadside, intending to have lunch before continuing their journey. After sitting for an extended period, Lu Lezhi's legs had gone numb. As she dismounted the motorcycle, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Mo Yang was quick to catch her. Are you all right? Lu Lezhi rubbed her legs and shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit numb. I just need to stretch a little. Chapter 54. Sun Zhao. Mo Yang supported Lu Lezhi for a while at the restaurant entrance until she regained her composure. A young couple stepped into a quaint restaurant, seeking a table to settle down. In such an establishment, there was no option for ordering via scanning a code. All dishes and their prices were prominently displayed on the wall, visible upon entry. A somewhat plump middle-aged woman approached, presumably the proprietress, greeting them with a cheerful demeanor. What would you like to eat? Mo Yang glanced at Lu Lezhi. I'm fine with anything. You can order, she replied. With her encouragement, Mo Yang felt no hesitation in ordering 2 dishes, politely requesting the proprietress to use less chili. Before long, the 2 dishes accompanied by rice arrived at their table. Mo Yang then stood to retrieve 2 bottles of beverages from the fridge. Despite being a modest eatery, the chef's culinary skills were commendable, and the couple relished their meal. Suddenly, Mo Yang's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw it was a video call from Lin Lixian. As he answered, Lin Lixian's face filled the screen. Boss. Mo Yang noticed a large character of happiness behind Lin Lixian. Have you arrived? He inquired. Yes, both I and Lao Si are here, Lin Lixian replied, turning the camera to capture the two individuals seated across from him. The person on the left, robust and wearing glasses, was Sun Zhao, the groom for the wedding tomorrow. The one on the right, with dark skin and an innocent demeanor, was He Jia. Upon seeing Mo Yang, they promptly swallowed their food and greeted him. Old Mo. Boss. Mo Yang nodded, noticing a band-aid on He Jia's forehead. Lao Si, what happened to your head? Before He Jia could respond, Lin Lixian interjected. He sat too long on the train, his legs got a bit wobbly, and he bumped his head when getting off. Although high-speed trains now connect most parts of the country, the fares remain rather steep. The journey from Yunnan province to Yun City alone costs over 1,000 yuan. He Jia, reluctant to spend, opted for a regular train, enduring a long journey of several days and nights. Sun Zhao, sitting next to He Jia, rolled his eyes and remarked, Lao Si, you've been working for a while now. Why are you still so stingy? I've already said I'd reimburse your travel expenses, yet you still refuse to take the high-speed train. He Jia merely smiled sheepishly, saying nothing in response. Mo Yang added, we've known Lao Si for quite some time. If he ever stops being frugal, I suspect he is possessed by a ghost. Among their cohort, He Jia's penny-pinching reputation was well known, surpassing even that of some elderly folks. Lin Lixian chuckled, Boss, where's your girlfriend? Bring her out to meet us. At his words, both Sun Zhao and He Jia turned their attention to the screen. They had seen the announcement Mo Yang made on social media yesterday. Indeed, she was stunning, explaining why she had captured their boss's heart. Lin Lixian propped the phone against an object and then joined Sun Zhao and He Jia, eagerly awaiting the moment. Observing their excitement, Mo Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Lao San, what about yours? She was somewhat fatigued and is currently asleep. Mu Yang glanced at Lu Lezhi, who was seated opposite him, silently inquiring for her opinion. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lezhi stood up, despite feeling a bit anxious. Realizing that they would have to meet sooner or later, she approached Mu Yang and greeted the individuals on the screen, saying, hello to all of you, and greetings to my sister-in-law. Although instructed to greet her sister-in-law, the sight of the three individuals still felt rather formal. By the way, boss, when will you arrive? Lin Lixian redirected the conversation back to Mu Yang. Checking the time, 12:30 p.m., Mu Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Around 3:30 p.m., I suppose. All right, take your time on the road. We'll chat once you arrive. Okay, I'll hang up for now. After ending the video call, Lu Lezhi returned to her seat opposite Mu Yang. He reached for the orange juice beside her, twisted the cap off, and handed it to her. Don't be nervous when you meet them this afternoon. They're all quite nice. Lu Lezhi accepted the orange juice and nodded. After finishing their meal, they rested for a while before setting out again at 1 p.m. At 3:20 p.m., Mu Yang arrived at the entrance of Sun Zhao's residential complex, a high-end community where outsiders and vehicles could not enter freely. Left with no other choice, Mu Yang pulled out his phone to call Sun Zhao. Shortly after, he spotted two familiar figures, one tall and one short, approaching him. Upon seeing them, Mu Yang couldn't help but smile. The tall one was Sun Zhao, and the short one was He Jia. Boss. He Jia, with keen eyesight, waved at Mu Yang from a distance. In the realm of male camaraderie, hugging was not customary. Mu Yang playfully punched Sun Zhao's arm, teasing, you've gained weight after a few months. That's called getting robust. Can you not be so rude? Mu Yang ignored him and turned his attention to He Jia, giving his shoulder a light pat. He noticed that He Jia appeared darker than during their school days, though he had also become a bit sturdier. Allow me to introduce, this is my girlfriend, Lu Lezhi. Lezhi, this is Sun Zhao, and this is He Jia. Mu Yang formally introduced them. Hello. After a day of mental preparation, Lu Lezhi surprisingly felt less nervous upon their actual meeting. Sun Zhao and He Jia were momentarily taken aback. While Lu Lezhi looked stunning in photos and videos, her real-life beauty surpassed all expectations, radiating star-like allure. Greetings, sister-in-law. They quickly regained their composure and greeted Lu Lezhi, aware that her beauty was irrelevant to them, and they were far too discerning to utter any inappropriate remarks. Lu Lezhi nodded, and for reasons she could not quite fathom, felt inexplicably joyful when they referred to her as sister-in-law. By the way, where's the third one? Why hasn't he come to pick me up? Mu Yang inquired. Oh, he is busy setting up the wedding house for me. Let us not linger here. We should head home. Just like Wang Haoming, Sun Zhao was also a privileged second-generation heir, yet he did not indulge in the same lavish lifestyle as Wang Haoming. Similar to the residential community where Yi Qing lives, the neighborhood where Sun Chao resides also features a one-entrance, one-unit structure. After commencing his university studies, Sun Chao's parents purchased the apartment above theirs, intending it for Sun Chao's future marriage. By the way, what has Lao Long been up to lately? Sun Chao inquired while walking. Although they were not in the same major during university, due to Mo Yang's influence, Wang Haoming maintained a good rapport with the other 3 members of Mo Yang's dormitory, particularly with Sun Chao, whose family background was quite similar. Mo Yang shrugged. I have no idea. I haven't seen him in ages, but it should be nothing serious. Otherwise, he would have called me for help by now. That makes sense. As they strolled along, Mo Yang and his companions engaged in conversation, while Lu Lezhi quietly accompanied Mo Yang, listening to their dialogue. Suddenly, Lu Lezhi felt that had she exerted a little more effort to gain admission to Peng University, being classmates with Mo Yang would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Unfortunately, reality isn't like a novel. There is no rebirth to the past, and all she could do was ponder over it. Sun Chao lived on the 18th floor, in a spacious apartment of at least 180 square meters. This was Mo Yang's first visit to Sun Chao's home. Upon entering, Mo Yang immediately noticed a statue of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva placed on a table nearby. He turned to Sun Chao and asked, "When did you start believing in Buddhism?" Sun Chao responded with a casual, "Oh, that's my grandmother. She is quite superstitious and believes that living on the 18th floor is not auspicious. So she specifically requested a statue of the Bodhisattva to bless our home. Well, although I don't subscribe to these beliefs, I must advise you to consider replacing it with another protector." Sun Chao paused. Why? The 18th floor is fine, and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is also fine. The issue is that these two should not be placed together, as Ksitigarbha presides over the 18th level of hell. Your grandmother has been misled, hasn't she? Upon hearing this, Sun Chao involuntarily shivered. I'll replace it after I get married. Although he did not fully believe in such matters, the notion of residing in the 18th level of hell was still somewhat unsettling. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted their conversation. The boss has arrived. Lin Lishuan emerged from within the house. Upon seeing him, Mo Yang smiled slightly and proceeded to introduce him and Lu Lezhi to one another. Hello, sister-in-law. Lin Lishuan greeted with a smile, then called out into the house. Pingzi, a girl, who appeared to be at least 170 centimeters tall, walked out from within. Mo Yang quickly assessed her. She was indeed quite beautiful, which explained Lin Lishuan's pride during their phone conversation yesterday. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Yang Pingping. Pingzi. This is my university dormitory leader, Mo Yang, and beside him is his girlfriend. The 3 exchanged greetings, thus becoming acquainted. Sun Chao adjusted his glasses, just in time. Old Mo is here. Let us go. I'll take you to try on the groomsman's suit. Mo Yang glanced at Lu Lezhi, who nodded in response. You go ahead. I'm fine on my own. Mo Yang finally released his grip on Lu Lezhi's hand and followed Sun Chao. Lu Lezhi found a chair and sat down. Before she could settle in, Yang Pingping approached with a radiant smile, exclaiming, Sister, you look stunning. Upon witnessing her cheerful demeanor, Lu Lezhi internally lamented. This was yet another social butterfly, a type she found particularly challenging to engage with. Meanwhile, Sun Zhao led his 3 roommates into a guest room, where a standing clothes rack displayed 3 suits. These were purchased according to your measurements. Try them on to see if they fit, Sun Zhao suggested. Mo Yang and Lin Lishuan wasted no time and walked over, while Wei Jia lingered hesitantly at a distance. Brother, perhaps I should reconsider being the best man tomorrow? He proposed, grappling with feelings of inadequacy and being overly concerned about others' perceptions, stemming from both familial influences and his own appearance. Among the 4 in their dormitory, Mo Yang was the most handsome, Sun Zhao was passably attractive, and although Lin Lishuan didn't quite match their looks, his towering height of 6 feet 3 inches compensated for it, providing a sense of security. In contrast, Wei Jia, shorter and darker, standing at only 5 feet 5 inches with an unremarkable appearance, felt somewhat out of place beside the other 3. He feared that being the best man would embarrass Sun Zhao. Mo Yang quickly grasped Wei Jia's concerns. He set down the suit he was holding and walked over, draping an arm around Wei Jia's shoulder. Old 4, do you remember what we agreed upon? In the future, no matter who gets married, those of us who remain unmarried must take on the role of best man. You wouldn't be backing out now, would you? Lin Lishuan chimed in. Old 4. Don't overthink it. Since the second brother chose you to be best man, it shows he doesn't care what others think. Why should you? Indeed, old four. We understand our bond better than anyone else. Why worry about others' opinions? Besides, I've already purchased the suit, which wasn't cheap and is non-refundable. If you don't wear it, it would be a waste. Touched by their unwavering support, which echoed their school days, Wei Jian nodded. I will be the best man. That's the spirit. Despite Sun Zhao's seemingly burly exterior, he was quite attentive, having memorized the sizes of Mo Yang and the others, ensuring the suits fit as if tailored specifically for them. By the way, what time are we departing to pick up the bride tomorrow? Mo Yang inquired. The customs in Pengcheng dictated that the bride should be brought home before noon, while he was uncertain about the customs in Yunqing. However, given the proximity of the two cities, he assumed the traditions would not differ significantly. Sun Zhao replied, we will leave at 6:30 in the morning. So early? Lin Lishuan expressed his surprise. Sun Zhao nodded. Her family lives in the east of the city, which is quite far. With the holiday traffic, it's best to leave early to avoid delays. All right, I understand, Lin Lishuan responded, gritting his teeth, determined to set multiple alarms to ensure he would rise on time. Moyang cast a glance at him and leisurely remarked, indeed, we shall depart at 6:30, but we must rise by 5. Lin Lishuan was taken aback. Why? Are we not simply getting up to fetch the bride? Is there no preparation required? Observing Lin's demeanor, Moyang could only shake his head in resignation. During their university days, Lin was notoriously lazy, capable of sleeping until the afternoon whenever there were no classes. Hopefully, he would manage to awaken on the morrow. After trying on the groomsman attire, the group emerged from the room. At that moment, Lu Lezhi and Yang Pingping were still engaged in conversation, primarily with Yang speaking while Lu listened, interjecting occasionally. Upon seeing Moyang, Lu finally exhaled in relief, excusing herself from Yang before walking towards him. This woman was truly formidable. How could she maintain such a lengthy discourse with only a casual exchange? We're all Northeasterners like this. The sight of Lu Lezhi made Moyang want to smile. He could discern a hint of a hasty retreat in her gait. As dusk fell, the wedding venue was nearly prepared. At this juncture, mother-son ascended from the 17th floor, beckoning everyone to dine at a nearby restaurant. The establishment was quite upscale, not far from Sun Zhao's residential complex, where the wedding banquet would also take place the following day. The dishes served were a selection of local specialties from Yunqing and various seafood delights. The young people gathered at one table, and due to the early rise required for the next day, none indulged in alcohol. Lu Lezhi silently concentrated on her meal, striving to minimize her presence. She was unaccustomed to such unfamiliar and crowded environments. Moyang raised a glass of cola in lieu of wine, clinking it with the other 3 roommates, then turned to glance at Lu Lezhi. He noticed she was solely consuming vegetables, without touching any meat or seafood. Why not eat the seafood? Are you allergic? He inquired softly. Lu Lezhi shook her head. No, it's just that peeling the shells is too troublesome. She had an innate aversion to all shell-bearing foods except for eggs. She believed that food should be savored in large bites to be truly enjoyable. The prospect of peeling shells only to discover a minuscule amount of edible content was simply unsuitable for her. Chapter 56. Remarkable luck. Moyang chuckled softly, procuring a small bowl and a pair of disposable gloves. Donning the gloves, he commenced the task of peeling shrimp shells. Boss, don't you only need to remove the head and tail when eating shrimp? When did you become so meticulous? Now you're even peeling shells, Lin Lishuan inquired with curiosity. Moyang chose to ignore him, continuing his task with diligence. His speed in peeling was impressive, and soon the bowl was filled with succulent shrimp meat. He then pushed the bowl towards Lu Lezhi. She was momentarily taken aback. Moyang smiled. Take your time eating, I'll peel more for you once you finish. Lu Lezhi did not dislike seafood. She merely found the peeling process excessively bothersome, and Moyang's assistance alleviated that annoyance. As she gazed at the shrimp meat before her, a wave of gratitude washed over her, accompanied by a sweet sensation. Her aversion to shell-bearing foods was instinctual, yet even her own mother had never helped her peel shells. Never mind, just eat quickly, she urged. It's fine, I've eaten quite a bit already. You should indulge more. When in a coastal city, one ought to relish the seafood. As Moya spoke, he picked up a crab and began to extract the succulent meat within. Opposite him, Yang Pingping cast an envious glance at Lu Lezhi. Observing her friend's boyfriend, so considerate and warm-hearted, she couldn't help but compare him to her own, who merely focused on his own meal. Initially, she had thought her boyfriend was quite admirable, But now, in contrast to Moya, he seemed somewhat lacking. Indeed, one should refrain from comparing oneself to others. With a sudden impulse, she pinched Lin Lishuan's thigh. Startled by the unexpected pain while eating a crab leg, Lin Lishuan nearly cried out, but managed to suppress his reaction, though his expression contorted slightly. "What's wrong, third brother? Did the crab pinch you?" Sun Zhao inquired. Lin Lishuan shook his head. "No, it's nothing." After being pinched by Yang Pingping, he began to peel shrimp shells for his girlfriend, yet his gaze towards Moya was tinged with a hint of resentment. Just when they were enjoying their meal, why did he have to start this? Moya, feigning ignorance, had already surmised what had transpired through Lin Lishuan's changing expressions and subsequent actions. However, he chose to remain silent, understanding that it was a matter between the two of them, and as an outsider, he had no say in the matter. After finishing their meal, Sun's parents and other relatives departed. Sun Zhao then escorted Moya and the others to their hotel, which was a mere few dozen meters from the restaurant, a 4-star establishment. Given that there were 2 couples among the 5, Sun Zhao naturally reserved 3 rooms. Moya felt it inappropriate to comment, as it was Sun Zhao who covered the expenses. Lu Lezhi lowered her head slightly, her ears flushed. Although she and Moya were dating, they had only recently begun their relationship, and she wasn't quite ready to share a room. After arranging the rooms, Sun Zhao returned the identification cards to everyone and suggested, "Shall we play something?" He Jia chimed in, "Aren't you going to rest, second brother? You have a busy day ahead tomorrow. It's still early. Even if I return, I won't be able to sleep. It's rare for the 4 of us to gather, so let us commemorate my last night of singlehood together." Moya pondered for a moment before proposing, "How about playing Do Diju?" He and He Jia were not particularly fond of games, but Do Diju was one they could all engage in, and he had even taught He Jia how to play. This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement from the others. Lin Lishuan declared, "I'll go buy some cards." Soon, he returned with 2 decks of playing cards, and the 4 settled down in Moya's room to start the game. After watching for a while, Yang Pingping found it uninteresting and nudged Lu Lezhi with her elbow. "While they play, how about we try playing a mobile game?" "I don't know how to play," Lu Lezhi replied. "That's all right. I'll teach you." Lu Lezhi pondered for a moment, then shook her head, saying, "You carry on. I will review for a while." With that, she retrieved a study guide from her bag and began to immerse herself in it. Yang Pingping opened her mouth as if to speak, but upon witnessing Lu Lezhi's earnest dedication to her studies, she swallowed her words. She began to admire Lu Lezhi, who could attend a celebratory feast while still remaining focused on her preparation for the postgraduate entrance examination. If only she had possessed half of Lu Lezhi's resolve and perseverance back in her own day, surely she would have easily secured a place at Tsinghua or Peking University. After casting a few glances, she donned her headphones and launched a mobile game. 6 individuals, engaging in both card games and studies, formed an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Before they knew it, over an hour had elapsed, and the 4 players, including Mo Yang, were all adorned with white slips of paper. He Jia had the most, while Lin Lishuan had the least. He Jia seemed to possess an inexplicable obsession with the role of the landlord, determined to seize the opportunity regardless of the quality of her hand. As for Lin Lishuan, Mo Yang harbored doubts about whether he had stumbled upon a stroke of extraordinary luck, as he consistently drew remarkable hands. "I say, third brother, you haven't secretly purchased 3 decks of cards, have you?" Mo Yang inquired. "Eldest brother, how could you unjustly tarnish my reputation? Am I that kind of person? It's not my fault if I have good luck." During their banter, the cards for the next round were dealt, and the bidding for the landlord commenced, ultimately resulting in Lin Lishuan winning the roll. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Lin Lishuan's mouth as he surveyed his hand. 3 twos. He played his cards. 3 twos accompanied by 2 others. Mo Yang raised an eyebrow at this turn of events. Could his luck truly be that extraordinary? Should they perhaps drag him out to see if there were any open lottery shops nearby? For 3s. For 6s. It was evident that Mo Yang's suspicions were well-founded. Lin Lishuan's luck was nothing short of miraculous, tossing bombs onto the table as if they were free. As the game progressed, Sun Zhao utilized 4 cards to counter Lin Lishuan's 4 tens, thinking he had finally gained the upper hand. However, Lin Lishuan calmly discarded 4 kings in response. At this moment, Sun Zhao was genuinely flustered. "Third brother, you must have cheated." Lin Lishuan discarded his last card, retorting, "What kind of person are you? If your luck is poor, don't go accusing others of cheating." Mo Yang laid down his cards, declaring, "Stop wasting time. Second brother, fourth brother, let us search him." All right. Lin Lixuan, sensing the impending trouble, attempted to flee, but it was too late. The three pounced upon him. The four of them tumbled into chaos. Help! This is harassment. Lu Lezhi glanced at the commotion, silently chuckling. Yang Pimping shook her head in exasperation, remarking, boys really are quite immature when they gather together. The ruckus eventually culminated with Lin Lixuan's forehead plastered with slips of paper. You are merely envious of my luck. Mo Yang turned to Sun Zhao, asking, second brother, are there still any lottery shops nearby? Sun Zhao shook his head, probably not. What a pity. One could only wonder if third brother's miraculous luck would still be with him the following day. Lin Lixuan let out a snort. Even if I were to do it, I wouldn't assist you in buying a lottery ticket. Chapter 57. I trust your character. After some playful banter, the four resumed their card game. This time, however, Lin Lixuan's luck was not as favorable, which brought a sense of equilibrium to the other three. As he cast away his final card, Sun Chao yawned and glanced at the time. It was already 11:30. It's getting late. I should head back. He then turned to Lin Lixuan. You better not oversleep tomorrow morning. Do you really think I'm that unreliable? Lin Lixuan replied with a hint of exasperation. Once Sun Chao returned home, the other three also retired to their respective rooms for rest. Mo Yang closed the door behind him and walked back. Lu Lezhi, unbeknownst to him, had already fallen asleep in bed, curled up like a small cat. Mo Yang chuckled at the sight and took out his phone to capture a photo of his girlfriend's serene sleeping face before putting away the playing cards. Mo Yang go. Lu Lezhi sleepily opened her eyes and called out. Did I wake you? Rubbing her eyes, Lu Lezhi shook her head. No, I woke up on my own. Mo Yang tidied up the cards and asked, would you like to wash your feet? I can get you some water. They had bathed just yesterday, and with the weather not particularly warm and no sweat to speak of, skipping a bath was entirely acceptable. Upon hearing this, Lu Lezhi's mind suddenly conjured an image. Mo Yang kneeling down gently to wash her feet. The thought made her ears involuntarily flush with warmth. No need. I can do it myself. With that, Lu Lezhi stood and walked towards the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Yang couldn't help but smile. He could easily discern that Lu Lezhi had been shy just moments ago, curious about what thoughts had crossed her mind. After about 10 minutes, they both finished their grooming. They then faced a dilemma. Sun Chao had booked them a room with a king-sized bed. Though they were a couple, having just started their relationship, sharing a bed so suddenly made them both feel somewhat awkward. Especially Lu Lezhi, whose bashfulness caused her cheeks to flush as she realized the situation, her gaze dropping slightly. Mo Yang scratched his face. How about I sleep on the floor? He was not the type to be driven solely by desire. Yet he found it difficult to maintain decorum in such close quarters with Lu Lezhi. He worried that if they shared the same bed, he might act on impulse. While it was normal for couples to engage in such activities, both of them were still unprepared for that, be it emotionally or otherwise. If he were to act recklessly and accidentally cause Lu Lezhi to become pregnant, he couldn't even begin to fathom the consequences. His grandfather would surely give him a sound thrashing. The Mo family prided itself on its scholarly lineage. An unwed pregnancy would be a scandal of the highest order. With that thought, Mo Yang prepared to lay down on the floor. Just then, Lu Lezhi grasped his arm and said, let us not sleep on the floor, let us share the bed. She spoke with her head bowed and her voice barely above a whisper. Mo Yang questioned whether he had misheard her. Aren't you afraid of what I might do? I trust your character, Lu Lezhi replied, her tone resolute despite its softness. Ever since Mo Yang had saved her for the second time, she had placed her faith in his integrity. Otherwise, she would not have moved to the bookstore to live with him. With her words hanging in the air, Mo Yang felt it unnecessary to express any doubts about himself. He simply nodded in agreement, acknowledging her invitation. All right then, let us sleep. Lu Lezhi's voice dropped even lower, revealing her shyness. Observing her demeanor, Mo Yang refrained from teasing her, nodded again, removed his jacket, turned off the light, and lay down beside her. Mo Yang lay stiffly, afraid to move for fear of causing an incident. Lu Lezhi, while not as rigid, was nonetheless nervous. It was her first time sharing a bed with someone of the opposite sex. They lay in silence, neither speaking nor falling asleep. After a while, Lu Lezhi noticed Mo Yang's unease. She bit her lip, as if steeling herself, and said, Mo Yang, if it's truly unbearable for you, I can accommodate. Although uncertain of what their future might hold, one thing was clear to her. She did not wish to part ways with Mo Yang and desired to remain together. If they were to be together, they would eventually confront that aspect of their relationship. Thus, the timing mattered little. Her words startled Mo Yang, and he turned to her, asking, "Are you prepared?" Lu Lezhi shook her head. "Not yet, but I don't want you to spend the night being so cautious." Her sentiment touched Mo Yang profoundly. He shifted to face her and gently tousled her hair. "Silly girl, love is mutual. I wouldn't want you to compromise your own comfort for my sake." Some people view such matters with casual disregard, engaging with strangers, like Wang Haoming. Despite having grown up alongside Wang Haoming, Mo Yang's perspective was entirely different. He was a champion of pure love, devoted to his affections unless his partner chose to leave. He believed that both parties should prepare adequately for their first intimate experience, rather than treating it casually. To do otherwise would be irresponsible to one another and to oneself. However, seeing her like this also stirred discomfort within him. Mo Yang smiled and reassured her, "Just hearing you say that is enough for me. Don't worry, I have adjusted my mindset." His spirits lifted. He realized he had underestimated Lu Lezhi's feelings for him. To his astonishment, Lu Lezhi, the shy girl, had the audacity to voice such sentiments, merely to alleviate her own discomfort. Truly, she was adorably foolish. At this moment, Mo Yang felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. This naive girl cared for him so deeply. If he could not restrain his primal instincts, how could he ever be worthy of her affections? He pressed a gentle kiss on Lu Lezhi's forehead and said, "Stop overthinking, it's time to sleep." After pondering for a moment, Lu Lezhi willingly nestled into Mo Yang's embrace. "Is this how it is? Will this ease your discomfort?" Mo Yang chuckled softly, realizing that calling her a silly girl was indeed fitting. Little did he know that this situation could stir his more animalistic urges. "So, shall we sleep like this?" Lu Lezhi's face flushed a deep crimson, though the darkness concealed it from Mo Yang's view. Trying to maintain her composure, she nodded, "Good night." "Yes, good night." Chapter 58. The journey to fetch the bride. The following morning, at precisely 4:40, Mo Yang awoke languidly. Lu Lezhi was curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. As he felt the softness of her form, he smiled. He cautiously attempted to shift Lu Lezhi from his embrace. Whether it was his somewhat clumsy movements or her state of slumber, he had not succeeded in his endeavor, as Lu Lezhi stirred awake. "Mo Yang, go," she called out in a sleepy haze. "I apologize for waking you unintentionally. Please, go back to sleep. I must go to fetch the bride." Lu Lezhi nodded, preparing to drift back into slumber. Just then, her hand accidentally brushed against something firm. Mo Yang froze instantly. Lu Lezhi, now fully awake, sat up abruptly. First glancing at the source of her surprise, her cheeks flushing a vivid red. It's a normal physiological reaction. I can't help it," Mo Yang explained. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Lu Lezhi nodded, "I understand." She was socially anxious, not ignorant. As an adult, it was perfectly normal for her to possess some knowledge on such matters. However, having never encountered the phenomenon before, she was momentarily taken aback. Stealing another glance, she quickly diverted her gaze elsewhere. "It's quite substantial," Mo Yang remarked while putting on his shoes and socks. "There's still time. You should sleep a little longer. Once you awaken, you can join Lin Lixuan and his partner for breakfast. If you prefer solitude, you may go alone." "Understood." Mo Yang swiftly dressed, contemplating giving Lu Lezhi a kiss, but refrained, remembering he had yet to brush his teeth. After a brief wash, he felt fully awake. Exiting the bathroom, he noticed that Lu Lezhi had fallen asleep once more. Seeing this, Mo Yang smiled quietly, tiptoeing out of the room and closing the door gently behind him. As they stepped into the corridor, they happened upon Lin Lixuan and He Jia, who had just risen from their slumber. He Jia appeared relatively composed, while Lin Lixuan wore a distinctly yawning expression. "How are you, third brother?" He Jia inquired. "No worries. I'm fine," Lin Lixuan replied, producing a box of mints and popping one into his mouth. Instantly, he felt invigorated. "Let us not keep second brother waiting," he added, glancing at Mo Yang. What he admired most about Mo Yang was his ability to awaken at will, without the necessity of an alarm clock, as if a program were embedded in his mind. Unlike himself, who relied solely on mints for a boost of energy, the trio arrived at Sun Zhao's residence, which was already bustling with activity. Sun Zhao sat at the table, enjoying breakfast. Upon noticing the three, he beckoned, "Come join me for breakfast." They did not hesitate and promptly approached him. Mo Yang took a bite of a bun and observed that Sun Zhao bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. "Did you not sleep well?" he asked. Sun Zhao nodded, admitting, "I had insomnia." Though his feelings for his fiancée were not particularly profound, The anticipation of their impending marriage stirred excitement within him. Hijia glanced at him and remarked, "Second brother, it would not be ideal to greet your bride-to-be with those dark circles." Sun Zhao reassured him, "Do not fret. I will have makeup applied later to conceal them." Just as the four had finished their meal, the makeup artist arrived and promptly began her work. Not only was the groom, Sun Zhao, to be made up, but the three groomsmen, including Mo Yang, were also to be beautified. However, the makeup process for men was considerably less intricate than for women, and with several makeup artists working simultaneously, they were soon ready. "Fourth brother, you've become quite fair. I'm still getting used to it," Lin Lishuan chuckled, observing Hijia's transformed appearance. Hijia turned to the mirror and, to his surprise, even he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the change. Mo Yang glanced at the time. It was just past 6. He clapped his hands and announced, "Let us change into our groomsmen attire." The adage clothes make the man held true, for with their makeup and groomsmen outfits, the trio's attractiveness had significantly increased. Even Hijia, who was ordinarily the most unassuming in appearance, now looked somewhat dashing. Mo Yang pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and snapped a selfie, sending it to Lu Lezhi. Inspired, Lin Lishuan also retrieved his phone to capture a picture. At that moment, one of Sun Zhao's uncles approached to brief the three on the important considerations upon arriving at the bride's home. Before long, it was 6:30, and the wedding procession was set to depart. Despite Sun Zhao's affluence, the vehicle lineup for the procession was surprisingly understated, lacking any ostentatious luxury cars. Among the 8 vehicles, 4 were Mercedes-Benz S, and 3 were of other makes, with Sun Zhao's own BMW leading the convoy. Originally, he had intended to use another vehicle, a certain Model 7, as the lead car, but due to some recent unfavorable news surrounding it, he deemed it inauspicious to do so. Mo Yang shared a vehicle with Sun Zhao, taking the role of chauffeur. Upon entering the vehicle, Sun Zhao activated the navigation system, while Mo Yang started the engine, guiding the wedding procession towards the bride's residence. It was only at this moment that Mo Yang discovered that Sun Zhao's wife hailed from a rural background. This revelation took him by surprise, not due to any disdain for rural folk. After all, he himself was a child of the countryside. Rather, he was astonished that Sun Zhao's parents had deemed a rural girl worthy and were so eager for the couple to wed. Though the Sun family was not particularly affluent, they were relatively well off, and Mo Yang had initially assumed that his fiancée's family would be on par with his own. Expressing his bewilderment to Sun Zhao, the latter chuckled and replied, "My family is not so traditional. During one of their mountain excursions, my father sprained his ankle and happened to encounter my wife, who diligently assisted him. Otherwise, my father might not have managed to descend until nightfall. So, your parents appreciated your wife's kindness?" Sun Zhao nodded. "That's about right. My wife is exceptionally kind-hearted. My parents and grandmother believe in marrying someone virtuous, as it can bless 3 generations. Fortunately, my compatibility with her was immediate, and we clicked." After listening to this, Mo Yang couldn't shake the feeling that this scenario, of a privileged second-generation heir being saved by someone and subsequently marrying them, seemed rather familiar. Upon reflection, he realized it mirrored the standard opening of many romantic novels. He could readily cite several books featuring such a plot. However, unlike those domineering male protagonists, Sun Zhao's family was not wealthy enough to rival nations. He himself was neither overbearing nor a corporate magnate. Rather, he was a bright and cheerful young man. 2 hours later, the wedding procession entered a village, and as they approached the entrance, Mo Yang noticed numerous grand arches. A glance revealed at least 20 or so, positioned every few meters. "It seems your wife's family is quite well off," Mo Yang remarked. Sun Zhao nodded. "Her parents own land in the countryside that is considered quite prosperous. No wonder there are so many arches." Originally, Mo Yang had intended to ask Sun Zhao for directions once they entered the village, but it became evident that such guidance was unnecessary. Following the arches would lead them directly to the bride's home. The bride's residence was a 3-story building, standing out prominently amidst a cluster of 2-story houses. The procession halted at the entrance, and everyone disembarked. The bride's parents were already waiting at the door. Sun Zhao adjusted his suit and approached the couple, addressing them, "Mom, Dad." A smile graced the faces of the elder couple, clearly indicating their satisfaction with their son-in-law. However, meeting the in-laws was merely the beginning of the wedding festivities. The true test lay ahead. The bride resided on the 2nd floor, and as the group reached the base of the stairs, they encountered 3 of the bride's close friends, who formed a barrier across the staircase. Among the three groomsmen, Mo Yang was tasked with managing the red envelopes, and upon seeing the situation, he reached for the envelopes in preparation. One of the young ladies raised her hand, interrupting his actions, and declared, "We are the first line of defense. The barrage of red envelopes will be of no use against us. We shall not make things difficult for you. Simply pass our test, and we shall allow you to proceed." It was then that the group noticed that each of the three young women held a large bottle of Sprite. They had 3 minutes to finish these bottles to pass the test. Sun Xiao turned to Mo Yang and the others, saying, "Brothers, it's up to you now." Mo Yang and his companions said nothing. The role of the groomsman was to pave the way for the groom. He just stepped forward, took one of the bottles of Sprite, twisted off the cap, took a deep breath, and began to chug. He drank with remarkable speed, finishing the entire bottle in about a minute, and he did so in one breath. He couldn't help but let out a burp that carried the taste of Sprite. The three girls stood in shock. This segment was merely an appetizer, and they had no intention of truly challenging the others. However, they were astonished that someone could actually finish a large bottle of Sprite in one go. Mo Yang, witnessing this, shook his head in mild exasperation. The fourth one was too honest. They only said to finish it, but never specified that one had to drink it all. After He Jia finished his bottle, it was now Mo Yang and Lin Lishuan's turn, and they were less scrupulous. After taking a few symbolic sips, they inadvertently turned the bottle upside down. The three young ladies said nothing and graciously stepped aside. Mo Yang then produced 3 red envelopes, one for each of them. On this joyous occasion, they might as well partake in the festivities, especially since it wasn't his money. "I say, old fourth, you're far too honest. Did you really down so much carbonated drink without a care for your teeth? And we still have to help old second fend off drinks at lunch. Can you handle any more?" Lin Lishuan remarked as they ascended the stairs. He Jia chuckled innocently. "I wasn't thinking that far ahead. I knew it." Lin Lishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Upon reaching the second floor, they were greeted by a group of children, the next challenge they were to face. The eldest among them appeared to be no more than 10 years old, while the youngest looked to be merely 4 or 5. Mo Yang suddenly felt a headache coming on. Children of this age could be quite troublesome, often problematic. However, dealing with them could be straightforward as well. Mo Yang and Lin Lishuan employed a strategy of red envelopes, candies, and snacks, and soon managed to win over the children. Yet, Mo Yang was struck by an ominous premonition. The first 2 challenges had been a breeze, but surely this third challenge wouldn't be overwhelmingly difficult? In no time, they arrived at the door of the bride's room, which was indeed locked from the inside. Sun Xiao called out, "Wife, I've come to fetch you. Please open the door." The door opened just a crack, and 4 sheets of paper were passed through before it was shut again. "If you wish to marry my sister, it won't be that easy. First, achieve a score of 80 or above," a voice from within declared. Sun Xiao recognized it as his sister-in-law's voice. Looking down, he was taken aback to see 4 exam papers: English, advanced mathematics, physics, and chemistry, each one awaiting his attention. Sun Xiao twitched his lips, having never heard of a wedding ceremony that required answering questions. At that moment, his brother-in-law approached, smiling as he handed over 4 pens. His sister-in-law's voice echoed once more. "You have a total of 15 minutes to answer the questions, and no using phones or any aids. My brother will supervise you." Mo Yang sighed. He had mentioned that this third round would not be easy. He reached over to take the English exam paper and a pen from Sun Xiao, saying, "Stop dawdling and get started. We only have 15 minutes. He never anticipated that nearly a year after graduation, they would still be taking exams. The other 3 resignedly took their respective papers and sat down. Fortunately, all 4 had performed adequately during their school years, and since they had graduated not long ago, their knowledge had not entirely faded away. Although the process was somewhat nerve-wracking, they managed to complete the exam within the allotted time. Among them, Mo Yang found it the easiest. After all, his mother was an English teacher, and he had been steeped in the language since childhood, making the high school English exam a breeze for him. The other 3 handed their completed papers to Sun Xiao, who then slipped them through the gap in the door. After a while, the door swung open, revealing the broad smile of Sun Xiao's sister-in-law. "Congratulations on passing, brother-in-law." Sun Xiao entered the room with the 3 groomsmen. The bride sat on the bed, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown. At first glance, she was not extraordinarily stunning, but the more one looked, the more beautiful she became. She possessed a timeless charm. Upon seeing Sun Xiao, a smile graced her face. gazing at his bride's beaming expression. Sun Zhao felt something swell within his heart. Originally, they had prepared dozens of red envelopes, fearing they might encounter obstacles during the wedding procession, but until now, they had hardly used many. Just when they thought the remaining envelopes would go unused, the ensuing shoe-finding process led them to toss all the envelopes away. It wasn't until Mo Yang produced the last envelope that a bridesmaid raised her hand and pointed to the ceiling. Mo Yang was at a loss for words. Who would have thought to hide them in such a place? Lin Lishuan quickly fetched a stool, climbed on top, removed a section of the ceiling, and discovered the shoes. Sun Zhao helped the bride put on her shoes before carrying her downstairs. While Mo Yang had driven them to the venue, Sun Zhao would be the one driving them back. At the entrance, Sun Zhao gently set the bride down. From now on, you must not bully Xiao Hui, or I shall not spare you, Sun Zhao's father-in-law stated. Sun Zhao nodded. Rest assured, Dad, I will take good care of Xiao Hui. Sun Zhao's father-in-law patted his shoulder. Live well. At that moment, Sun Zhao's mother-in-law was beside the bride, holding her hand and whispering soft reminders. Both mother and daughter's eyes glistening with tears. All right, it's time to set off. Let us not miss the auspicious hour. Chapter 60, The Wedding. Sun Zhao's father-in-law approached, patting his wife's shoulder, and addressed his daughter. As the moment of parting drew near, it was time to send the daughter off to embark on her new journey. The bride, Yu Hui, nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she were on the verge of breaking down. Sun Zhao opened the door of the passenger seat, allowing Yu Hui to take her place. Mo Yang tossed him the keys and settled into the back seat alongside Lin Lishuan. Once inside, Sun Zhao fastened the seat belts for both himself and Yu Hui. A long string of firecrackers erupted ahead of the procession, their crackling sounds seemingly heralding the beginning of the couple's blissful life together. Sun Zhao started the vehicle, leading the convoy out of the village. Watching the cars recede into the distance, Yu's mother could no longer contain her tears. Her sorrow was not born of discontent with the marriage, but rather from the reluctance to part with her daughter. The young woman in the wedding gown seemed only yesterday to be a clumsy child prone to falling while learning to walk. How had she grown up so quickly in the blink of an eye? During the holiday season, the urban landscape was choked with traffic. Even the elevated highways were no exception. The journey there had been manageable, but the return was mired in congestion. Today appeared to be a particularly auspicious day for weddings, as Sun Zhao was not the only groom caught in the snarl of traffic on the overpass. In the past 20 minutes, Mo Yang had witnessed 5 other bridal processions. Yet, even with 100 wedding cars, the congestion remained inevitable. The once swift highway now saw vehicles inching forward at a snail's pace. Sun Zhao was relatively patient, in contrast to another groom nearby, who was vocally expressing his frustration. The 2 processions were closely aligned, and Mo Yang and his companions heard every word of the man's expletive-laden tirade. Mo Yang resolved that when his own wedding day arrived, he would avoid holidays and weekends, thus ensuring a smoother journey and perhaps fewer banquet tables to arrange. It seemed as if even the heavens wished to spare the newlyweds the annoyance on their joyous occasion. Before long, the previously congested highway suddenly flowed freely. By 11:30, the convoy arrived at the hotel, where Sun Zhao's parents and other family members awaited at the entrance. Sun Zhao exited the vehicle, opened the passenger door, and helped Yu Hui out. Dad, Mom, Yu Hui greeted Sun's parents, her voice a touch stiff, as it was her first time addressing them in such a manner. Upon hearing their daughter-in-law's new address, Sun's parents were delighted, and Sun's mother promptly produced a large red envelope, placing it into Yu Hui's hands. It was evident that this was a renaming fee. The envelope was thick, suggesting it contained at least 50 to 60,000 yuan. With some time still before the wedding ceremony commenced, Mo Yang quietly slipped away. Having not seen Lu Lezhi all morning, he found himself missing her. At that moment, Lu Lezhi was diligently arranging balloons and flowers with others, her dedication making her appear as if she were a member of a wedding planning company. Upon entering, Mo Yang's gaze immediately found her, and he waved, calling out, Lezhi. Upon seeing Mo Yang return, Lu Lezhi's face lit up with a smile as she hurried over, exclaiming, Mo Yang, you're back. Are you tired? Mo Yang chuckled, ruffling Lu Lezhi's hair. I haven't done much, so why would I be tired? But tell me, have you missed me? At his words, a faint blush crept onto Lu Lezhi's cheeks as she softly replied, I have. Hearing this, Mo Yang's smile blossomed even brighter. By the way, the wedding is about to commence. Why is the venue still being arranged? Lu Lezhi explained, the wedding planning company miscalculated the quantities, but fortunately, we caught it in time. Is there still enough time? He inquired. Yes, it's almost ready now. Just then, Yang Pingping's voice chimed in. You too. Stop your lovey-dovey talk. Lezhi, hurry and lend a hand. Hearing the phrase lovey-dovey, Lu Lezhi's ears flushed deeper red. Mo Yang, I need to help now. Mo Yang nodded. Go ahead. As Lu Lezhi turned to walk towards Yang Pingping, Mo Yang glanced at her for a moment before departing to join the others. As he was the best man and had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Upon his return, Lin Lixian sidled up to him, draping an arm over his shoulder in a conspiratorial manner. What is up? Mo Yang asked. Boss, you and your girlfriend aren't planning to get married yet, are you? No. Why do you ask? Mo Yang responded. He and Lu Lezhi had merely begun their relationship. Marriage felt far too distant, and the future remained uncertain. However, Mo Yang believed that given their personalities, as long as no unexpected events occurred, they would likely remain together, and marriage would eventually follow. Then you want to try to snatch the bouquet from me later, right? Lin Lixian queried. Surprised, Mo Yang replied, you want to get married? Lin Lixian nodded earnestly. I truly care for Pingzi. Mo Yang regarded Lin Lixian, recalling how he had once insisted that any relationship without the intent of marriage was frivolous. It seemed this time, Lin Lixian had encountered true love. He chuckled, all right, but how can you ensure you won't be outpaced by someone else? With a confident grin, Lin Lixian replied, Boss, with my stature, who could possibly outdo me? Indeed, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, he made Mo Yang, who was 6 feet tall, appear petite in comparison. At noon, the wedding officially commenced. As the wedding march played, Yu gracefully linked arms with Sun Zhao, slowly making her entrance, with Mo Yang and the other groomsmen following closely behind. The ceremony unfolded seamlessly, including the exchange of vows, ring exchange, and a kiss, all conducted in an orderly manner. The officiant was a renowned host from Yunqing Television, known for his commanding presence and emotional intelligence, ensuring that no uncomfortable questions were posed. As the wedding progressed smoothly, it soon reached the segment where family members were invited to speak. The groomsmen and bridesmaids, momentarily free, gathered at the side of the stage. Mo Yang settled beside Lu Lezhi, casting a glance her way, wishing to engage her in conversation. However, she remained intently focused on the stage. As if absorbed in a significant report, Mo Yang silently chuckled, choosing to remain mute. As he observed Yu Hui adorned in a wedding gown, a flicker of envy glimmered in Lu Lezhi's eyes. Most girls inevitably envision how they would appear in a wedding dress, and Lu Lezhi was no exception. Surely, there would come a day when she too would don a wedding gown. With this thought, she unconsciously glanced at Mo Yang, feeling an inexplicable shyness envelop her. Following the family speeches, the bouquet toss was set to commence. Lin Lixian rolled up his sleeves, exuding an air of determination. Lu Lezhi had mustered the courage to join in the excitement, yet upon witnessing the throng eager to seize the bouquet, her resolve dissipated, prompting her to remain seated quietly. Mo Yang, aren't you going? Lu Lezhi inquired, noting his stillness amidst the eager crowd. I harbor little interest in such matters. I prefer to observe, he replied. What about you? Do you wish to partake? The bouquet toss embodied a ceremonial gesture, a playful opportunity for the youthful attendees to revel in the festivities. Mo Yang's disinterest was genuine, yet should his girlfriend desire to participate, it would be a different matter altogether. Regrettably for Lin Lixian, he would have to excuse himself, for his girlfriend's wishes took precedence. Lu Lezhi shook her head. Not at all. To be frank, she felt no inclination towards the bouquet toss. Finding the white flowers far less appealing than the red roses Mo Yang had gifted her on a previous occasion. The outcome of the bouquet toss was predictable. Lin Lixian, leveraging his height advantage, successfully claimed the bouquet. With a broad grin, he presented it to Yang Pingping, inciting a wave of cheers from the onlookers. Yang Pingping appeared genuinely delighted, rewarding Lin Lixian with a kiss in front of the gathered crowd. Observing this scene, Mo Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He discerned that Lin Lixian was sincere in his affections, and his concern lay in whether Yang Pingping reciprocated those feelings. After all, it would be Lin Lixian who suffered should his affections be unrequited. Fortunately, it appeared that Yang Pingping harbored feelings for Lin Lixian as well. Her gaze upon him after receiving the bouquet spoke volumes of mutual affection. Lu Lezhi smiled as she watched the couple, feeling happiness for Yang Pingping without a trace of envy. She believed she possessed something far greater. As the banquet commenced, The newlyweds began their rounds, toasting each table. The groomsmen and bridesmaids also stepped in to shield the couple from excessive drinking. The Sun family, while connected in Yun City, hosted a grand affair with 30 tables laid out. Each table required a toast, and refusal was not an option. Consequently, the groomsmen and bridesmaids found themselves quite inebriated, with the least resilient already feeling the effects of the alcohol. At long last, the toasting concluded. Moyang secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that those with poor tolerance for alcohol truly should not serve as groomsmen. Although his own capacity for liquor was not lacking, he felt his face flush slightly. Among the group, Lin Lixuan possessed the greatest ability to drink. He remained remarkably composed, his face devoid of any redness, as if he had merely sipped water moments before. He and He Jiao walked with a slight sway, yet his mind remained alert. Moyang and Lin Lixuan each took one of He Jia's arms, guiding him back to their table. When you get married, I shall undoubtedly replace the toasting wine with water. Otherwise, you'll be too inebriated to consummate your marriage, Lin Lixuan remarked as they walked. He Jia chuckled foolishly in response. Thank you, third brother. Do shut your mouth. Your breath is nearly suffocating me. At their table, besides the three of them, there were Lu Lezhi and Yang Pingping, along with 3 bridesmaids and 2 of Sun Zhao's cousins, making a total of 10. All were in their 20s, sharing numerous common interests. Apart from the socially anxious Lu Lezhi and the somewhat introverted He Jia, the group quickly grew comfortable with one another. As they engaged in conversation, Moyang peeled shrimp for Lu Lezhi, who was engrossed in her meal, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Yet in truth, she was simply too timid to lift her gaze. This time, Lin Lixuan had wised up and began to peel shrimp for Yang Pingping as well, which left the 3 bridesmaids envious. Moyang, handsome, and Lin Lixuan, tall and imposing, were undoubtedly the type that contemporary young women admired. Had they not both been in relationships, the bridesmaids would have eagerly sought their WeChat contacts. As for He Jia, he was entirely overlooked by them. He was indifferent, recognizing that this fleeting encounter with the young women would be the only one in his lifetime. Being ignored mattered little to him as long as he could enjoy the feast. After the banquet concluded, guests began to depart, and the newlyweds returned home. Upon arrival, they performed several customary rituals in accordance with the local traditions of Yun City before finally being ushered into their bridal chamber. As representatives of the new generation, neither Moyang and his fellow groomsmen and bridesmaids nor Sun Zhao's immediate relatives engaged in the customary raucous antics often associated with such occasions. It was a day of great joy, and they felt it best to allow the couple their intimate moments, refraining from intruding. Following their departure from Sun Zhao's home, some guests left, as their ties to the family were not particularly close, feeling no obligation to linger after the couple had been settled. Moyang, Lin Lixuan, and the other groomsmen and bridesmaids who were more closely connected to Sun Zhao returned to the restaurant to assist with the cleanup. Initially, He Jia helped Moyang and Lin Lixuan with the tidying up, but after consuming a fair amount of alcohol at lunch, he found himself somewhat fatigued. Consequently, Moyang suggested that Lin Lixuan escort him back to the hotel. Thank you both, Xiaomok and Xiaolin, for your help these past couple of days, Sun's father said as he approached Moyang and Lin Lixuan, producing 2 cigarettes and offering them. Lin Lixuan accepted one, while Moyang waved his hand, indicating that he abstained from smoking. Uncle, you exaggerate. We and Sun Chao are brothers. It is only right for us to assist him on his wedding day. Sun's father chuckled and remarked, there are still several tables to attend to this evening. Do not forget to come. After exchanging a few more words, he turned to attend to other matters. The group busied themselves until nearly 4 o'clock before they finally finished. Lin Lixuan tossed a bottle of cola to Mo Yang and suggested, shall we take a stroll nearby? I heard from air that there's a vibrant cultural street close by. Mo Yang twisted off the cap and took a sip, replying, I think I'll pass. You go with your partner. I'll return to the hotel. After the banquet concluded, Lu Lezhi mentioned she needed to study and excused herself to the hotel. Having not seen her for several hours, Mo Yang found himself missing her. All right, he said. As they exited the banquet hall, Yang Pingping was already waiting at the entrance. Lin Lixuan approached, took her hand, greeted Mo Yang, and then departed. Upon leaving the restaurant, a gentle breeze greeted Mo Yang, bringing a sense of comfort. He glanced up at the clear blue sky and made his way toward the hotel. Upon returning to his hotel room, he found Lu Lezhi engrossed in her book. Noticing his arrival, she closed the book and stood up, asking, finished with your tasks? Mo Yang nodded. Are you tired? A bit, he admitted. Lu Lezhi, upon hearing this, moved to pour him some water, but he stopped her, saying, "I just had some cola. I can't drink anymore." She then relented. "I'll go take a shower first." The weather in Yunqing had been rather warm, and after a day of activities, Mo Yang was feeling quite uncomfortable. Lu Lezhi nodded in acknowledgement. "You go ahead." Mo Yang opened his bag and retrieved a fresh set of clothes, heading toward the bathroom. In a short while, the sound of running water filled the air. Listening to the sound, Lu Lezhi felt her face flush. Chapter 62. This development seems rather off, doesn't it? Although they had been living together for some time. Such a situation, Mo Yang bathing inside while Lu Lezhi sat outside, was not entirely unfamiliar. However, the soundproofing in Mo Yang's home bathroom was exceptionally good once the door was closed. Even the loudest noises could not be heard outside. Unlike now, where the sound of water was distinctly audible. Whether this was intentional on the hotel's part or simply a flaw in soundproofing remained unclear. Lu Lezhi forced herself to concentrate, diverting her thoughts from Mo Yang, and resumed reading. After a while, the bathroom door swung open, and Mo Yang emerged, tousling his freshly dried hair. Curiously, he leaned closer to Lu Lezhi to glimpse the book she was holding. Mo Yang initially assumed she was reading a novel, only to discover she was reviewing study materials. He pursed his lips. His girlfriend was indeed a natural at studying. Previously, when they weren't together, he had wanted to encourage Lu Lezhi to take breaks from her studies, but now that they were together, he felt less restrained in expressing his thoughts. He directly extended his hand and took the book from Lu Lezhi, saying, "Now that we are all here, let us take a moment to relax. There is no need to dwell on studying. The postgraduate entrance examination is still a ways off. Sharpening your sword too soon may not be wise." Lu Lezhi understood this reasoning as well. However, she lacked other hobbies. Her phone was devoid of videos, and without studying, she had little else to occupy her time. "Let us not discuss this any further. Tomorrow, let us spend the day in Yunqing and have some fun." Fun. Huaihua Mountain. Thanks to Journey to the West. Huaihua Mountain had long been a popular attraction in Yunqing. When outsiders thought of sights in Yunqing, they would likely think of Huaihua Mountain first. Mo Yang scratched his head, wishing to offer a different suggestion, but after searching his mind, he realized he wasn't particularly fond of outings either. He was unaware of the local attractions in Pengcheng, let alone those in Yunqing. After contemplating, he could only think of Huaihua Mountain. Oh, the beach might qualify as well. Being a coastal city. Wait a moment. Mo Yang took out his phone and typed, "Are the monkeys at Huaihua Mountain polite?" This was crucial. If the monkeys there were as unruly as those at May Mountain, it would be better to stay in Pengcheng and manage the store, as visiting would only lead to distress. The results were varied, and as Mo Yang scrolled down, he found that 8 out of 10 results were advertisements. He frowned. It seemed that Baidu was becoming increasingly cumbersome to use. Not only were the search results often irrelevant, but they also incessantly featured ads. Unbelievable. Exiting the browser, Mo Yang opened QQ and searched for the same query. The results indicated that the macaques at Huaihua Mountain, while not as courteous as golden-haired monkeys, were far superior to the raucous monkeys of May Mountain. It was still worth a visit. However, instead of immediately suggesting they go, he put his phone away and looked at Lu Lezhi, asking, "Do you want to go?" Now that he was no longer single, it was prudent to consider her opinion before making plans, thus fostering a longer-lasting relationship. Lu Lezhi pondered for a moment before nodding. In her childhood, her family owned only a small television, and unlike today, there was no cable. They had merely a broken antenna. The children's channels were out of reach. They could only receive a few local channels and CCTV-1, along with a provincial station from Su. The clarity was not high. To watch cartoons, she relied on the afternoon cartoon block on CCTV-1. As a result, while her peers reminisced about various animated series, her childhood memories were primarily filled with dramas, with Journey to the West being her favorite. Thus, she held a keen interest in Huaihua Mountain, even though it was not the same as the one depicted in the classic tale. Mo Yang smiled. "All right, we shall visit Huaihua Mountain tomorrow." With their plans for the following day set, both felt a sense of anticipation. This would be their first date since becoming a couple. Lu Lezhi reached out to retrieve the book from Mo Yang's hands, but he swiftly intercepted her. "What are you doing? We're not going out to play until tomorrow." "I have nothing to do today." Mo Yang felt somewhat speechless, curious about what this girl would occupy herself with now that she no longer needed to study after passing her exams. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Who said there is nothing to do?" Lu Lezhi paused, her eyes widening. What do you want me to do? Mo Yang extended his thumb and pointed towards the bed behind him. Lu Lezhi's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. Hadn't he said otherwise yesterday? How could he change his mind so quickly? Although Lu Lezhi had no qualms about engaging in such activities with Mo Yang, his swift shift in demeanor had taken her completely off guard. Observing her expression, Mo Yang realized that she had misinterpreted his intentions. He felt somewhat helpless. She appeared quite innocent, yet her thoughts seemed to wander into inappropriate territories. How to put it? In the slang popular during his high school days, it was rather risque. Meanwhile, Lu Lezhi clearly embodied the archetype of a well-behaved girl, while Song Lianga seemed more like the type to entertain chaotic thoughts. Could it be that Song Lianga had influenced her? Mo Yang pondered. He cleared his throat a couple of times and said, "You've misunderstood. I didn't mean that at all, so don't overthink it." At that moment, Lu Lezhi wished for a crevice to hide in. Why did she always entertain such thoughts? How embarrassing. Mo Yang couldn't help but want to laugh, but he stifled it. Otherwise, he feared that if he laughed, she might truly seek a hole to crawl into. "I'm a bit tired and would like to nap, but I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep." Lu Lezhi looked at him curiously. She wasn't a sleeping pill, so why was he seeking her out? Was he expecting her to sing him a lullaby? She certainly couldn't do that. Therefore, I'd like to hold you while I sleep. Perhaps that would help me drift off more easily. Mo Yang spoke these words with an impassive face and steady heart. How audacious. Upon hearing this, Lu Lezhi, who had just lifted her head, quickly lowered it again. Was he suggesting she serve as a human pillow? Seeing her reaction, Mo Yang couldn't suppress a chuckle. He had merely intended to tease Lu Lezhi and hadn't expected her to acquiesce. However, just as he was about to speak, Lu Lezhi preemptively responded, "Okay." Mo Yang. This development seemed rather unexpected. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Then I shall not hold back." Since she had agreed, it would be unmanly of him to back down now. Upon hearing this, Lu Lezhi lowered her head even further but said nothing more. After removing her shoes, she lay down on the bed. If she was to be a human pillow, so be it. After all, he was her boyfriend, so she had nothing to lose. Chapter 63. Thank you, boss. Mo Yang smiled, finding his girlfriend increasingly endearing. "Then I shall not hold back." Mo Yang removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, enveloping Lu Lezhi in his embrace. At this moment, Lu Lezhi was no longer as bashful as before, though her cheeks still bore a rosy hue. Mo Yang was undoubtedly a paragon of virtue. When he said he was merely holding her to sleep, he meant exactly that, engaging in no other activities. Before long, he drifted into slumber. Feeling the steady rhythm of her boyfriend's heartbeat, Lu Lezhi suddenly found herself at ease. She gazed up at Mo Yang's face, leaned in, and bestowed a quick kiss upon his cheek. The sleeping Mo Yang stirred slightly, which startled Lu Lezhi. She had stolen a kiss from him while he slept, and to be caught in such an act was quite embarrassing for her. Fortunately, Mo Yang remained in deep sleep, undisturbed. Lu Lezhi sighed in relief. Soon, weariness overtook her as well. After a yawn, she nestled against Mo Yang's chest and gradually succumbed to sleep. It was uncertain whether it was due to their mutual exhaustion or the comfort of sharing a bed with someone they cherished. But the couple slept soundly from just past 4 until after 7, enjoying a peaceful slumber. Had they not been roused by the sound of Mo Yang's phone ringing, they likely could have enjoyed an additional hour of rest. "Hello, who is this?" Without checking the caller ID, Mo Yang answered the phone. "Old Mo, come over for a meal. We've been waiting for you too," came Sun Zhao's voice from the other end. "Got it, I'll be there shortly," Mo Yang replied before hanging up. "What's the matter?" Lu Lezhi, still a bit groggy, inquired. "Sun Zhao invited us for a meal." "Oh, then let us go," she said, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Mo Yang couldn't help but kiss her forehead, finding her adorable in her sleepy state. Lu Lezhi, still not fully awake, was momentarily taken aback by the kiss. The young couple put on their shoes, and Mo Yang extended his hand to her, saying, "Let us go." The dinner they were heading to was different from the midday feast. It was a gathering specifically arranged by the host to express gratitude to the relatives and friends who had come to assist. By the time Mo Yang and Lu Lezhi arrived, others had already begun their meal. The gathering was modest, consisting of only 3 tables. "Over here, old Mo." Sun Zhao beckoned upon seeing them. The 4 from the dormitory and their families sat at a separate table, making conversation more convenient. Mo Yang took Lu Lezhi's hand and led her over to sit down. Lin Lishuan picked up a bottle of liquor to pour for Mo Yang, but was stopped by him. "I drank too much at noon, So I won't be drinking tonight. A soft drink will suffice. Although Mo Yang had a decent tolerance for alcohol, he did not particularly enjoy drinking. All right, Lin Lixuan acknowledged, understanding Mo Yang's preference, and proceeded to pour a drink for Sun Zhao instead. As Jia also abstained, the bottle would only be shared between him and Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao handed Mo Yang a bag, which he opened to find the clothes he had changed out of at Sun Zhao's house that morning. After sipping his drink, Sun Zhao glanced at the other three from the dormitory and asked, "What are your plans moving forward? Are you planning to stay here for a few days or head back?" He Jia remarked, "I have a ticket for tomorrow morning. I need to return to work. We won't linger either. We made a rare outing, and we're planning to visit Suzhou. Who knows when we will have the chance to go out again." Lin Lixuan added. He and Yang Pingping were both preparing for civil service examinations, and if they succeeded, opportunities for leisure would indeed diminish significantly. Mo Yang sipped his coconut juice and said, "Lu Lezhi and I intend to stay an extra day. Tomorrow we will explore Huahua Mountain." Sun Zhao smiled and said, "All right. My wife and I are flying to Hainan tomorrow for our honeymoon, so I won't be accompanying you." After Sun Zhao's words, a silence fell over the dining table, thickening the atmosphere with a hint of melancholy. Graduation and the passage of time would alter many things, and unbeknownst to them, the four friends who once shared a dormitory were gradually becoming busier. Although none spoke it aloud, they all understood that this gathering might very well be their last chance to convene in such completeness. The promises made to be best men at each other's weddings now hung in uncertainty. Years later, perhaps only a simple greeting during the holidays would remain among them. Lu Lezhi glanced at Mo Yang and couldn't help but nudge him. Mo Yang came back to his senses, smiled faintly at Lu Lezhi, and then raised his glass, addressing the others, "A toast to us." By the end of the meal, Lin Lixuan was intoxicated, and Sun Zhao was also somewhat tipsy. Hui exchanged farewells with the others, and then called upon Sun Zhao's two cousins to assist in taking him home. With Sun Zhao gone, Mo Yang looked at Lin Lixuan, who was sprawled drunkenly on the table, and sighed. Back in school, the other three roommates dreaded Lin Lixuan getting drunk. If he Jia was inebriated, any one of the remaining three could easily carry him back. Sun Zhao was manageable as well. As for Mo Yang, he was always prudent and never allowed himself to get drunk. However, Lin Lixuan posed a challenge, standing at nearly 6'3" and weighing around 200 pounds. He was not one to carry easily and had to be supported. The complication arose when he got drunk. He tended to act out, and one wrong move could topple even those attempting to support him. What should we do? He Jia glanced at the inebriated Lin Lixuan, instinctively seeking Mo Yang's advice. Mo Yang rubbed his temples. "There's no choice. The two of us will have to carry him back to the hotel. We can't just leave him here to sleep. That would be a disservice to him." Upon hearing this, Yang Pingping immediately expressed her gratitude to Mo Yang and He Jia, fully aware of how troublesome Lin Lixuan could be when intoxicated, which always left her feeling exasperated. Together, Mo Yang and He Jia exerted tremendous effort to transport Lin Lixuan back to their hotel room, both slightly out of breath. Carrying a 200-pound man was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in his antics while walking. One moment he would want to be a bird, the next a frog, and then a flower. Most frustratingly, he only exhibited these antics while walking, as if he were deliberately tormenting Mo Yang and the others. Felt an overwhelming urge to bring his size 43 shoe heel into intimate contact with that person's face. After carefully placing Lin Lixuan on the bed, and his companions took their leave, the next task fell to Yang Pingping. As they stepped into the corridor, turned to He Jia and inquired, "When do we depart tomorrow?" "The ticket is for 8:40, He Jia replied. Nodded, "Understood. I shall escort you in the morning." "Thank you, boss," He Jia responded. Gave his shoulder a gentle pat. "No need for such formality with me." After exchanging a few pleasantries, He Jia bid farewell to and Lu Lezhi before retreating to his room for rest. "Let us return to our room as well," suggested to Lu Lezhi. Lu Lezhi nodded, and the young couple, hand in hand, made their way back to their room. Chapter 64, Flower and Fruit Mountain. The following day, rose early. He had thought he was being sufficiently quiet, yet to his surprise, he still roused Lu Lezhi from her slumber. "Brother," Lu Lezhi mumbled sleepily. S face displayed a hint of remorse as he crouched down to stroke Lu Lezhi's hair. "Sleep a little longer. I will take He Jia to the train station." Lu Lezhi softly replied before drifting back into a dreamy state. After completing his morning routine, exited the hotel. He first ventured to Sun Chao's residential complex to retrieve his motorcycle. To his astonishment, Sun Chao was already waiting for him at the roadside, appearing as if he had been expecting him. "Hey, you're up early on your first day after the wedding?" Sun Chao yawned. "I have a flight at 9 in the morning and need to see off the fourth brother. I had no choice but to rise early." He then plopped down onto the back seat of his motorcycle. "Let us go." "Get off. It's not far. Do you still want me to take you?" Retorted. "I drank too much last night, and my head is still throbbing," Sun Chao complained, pressing his forehead. Rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage in further banter. Instead, he swiftly kicked Sun Chao off the back of the motorcycle, turning away while pushing the bike forward. "Wait, you really kicked me off? This is new clothing," Sun Chao called out, quickly trailing after him. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, they found Hijia already prepared and waiting with his luggage. "Boss, second brother." Sun Chao nodded, glancing behind Hijia. "Is the third brother still asleep?" Shrugged. "Are you not familiar with him? He struggles to wake up normally, much less after last night's revelry." "True enough," Sun Chao conceded. The three engaged in conversation for a while at the hotel entrance. As the time drew near, Hijia bid farewell to Sun Chao, donned the black helmet handed him, and climbed onto the back of the motorcycle. Did not give Hijia the pink helmet intended for Lu Lezhi. Instead, he donned it himself. Starting the engine, he rode off with Hijia towards the train station. It was only when the motorcycle became a mere speck in the distance that Sun Chao turned and made his way back to his own residential complex. Upon arriving at the train station, Mo Yang halted the vehicle. He and Hijia disembarked, with Hijia returning his helmet and stating, "I'll head in first." Mo Yang nodded, gently patting Hijia's shoulder, and said, "Send me a message when you get home." "Understood," Hijia replied, turning towards the station while Mo Yang silently watched him depart. The farewells between men require no excessive words. Everything is conveyed in silence. On his way back, Mo Yang decided to purchase breakfast. He returned to the hotel precisely at 8 o'clock, where Lu Lezhi was already awake. "You must be hungry. I bought breakfast. Eat it while it's warm," he said, placing the meal on the table. The young couple began their meal, with Lu Lezhi assisting Mo Yang by inserting a straw into the soybean milk and handing it to him. Mo Yang smiled and expressed his gratitude, accepting it with a nod. After a leisurely breakfast, Mo Yang disposed of the plastic bags in the trash, while Lu Lezhi retreated to the bathroom to change. Since they planned to visit Huaihua Mountain today, Lu Lezhi donned casual attire, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, complemented by a baseball cap and sneakers, exuding youthful vibrancy. Originally, Lu Lezhi had not intended to bring this outfit. It was suggested by Song Lianga, who anticipated that Mo Yang would likely take Lu Lezhi to explore Yin City. Seeing Lu Lezhi in this ensemble left Mo Yang momentarily speechless. It was the first time he had seen her dressed this way, and it presented a completely different allure, brimming with youthful energy. Noticing Mo Yang's prolonged gaze, Lu Lezhi felt a tinge of shyness. "Mo Yang, do I look all right like this?" she inquired. Mo Yang snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head, reassuring her, "No, you look wonderful. I really like it." Hearing this, Lu Lezhi felt a wave of relief, as long as Mo Yang appreciated it. That was what mattered. "Shall we set off?" Lu Lezhi nodded, and together they exited the room. As they walked, Mo Yang retrieved his phone to send a message to Lin Lishuan, informing him that he was leaving. Given that Lin Lishuan typically arose around 10, Mo Yang surmised that the latter's plans to visit Suzhou with Yang Pingping likely involved an afternoon train, so there was no need for concern about delays. By 10 o'clock, the young couple arrived at the base of Huaihua Mountain. Given that it was still the May Day holiday and Huaihua Mountain was a popular tourist destination, the scene was one of throngs of people. Upon witnessing this, Lu Lezhi instinctively recoiled, feeling a bit apprehensive. Mo Yang, surveying the sea of visitors, regretted not choosing the beach instead, where he might have caught a glimpse of his girlfriend in swimwear. "Shall we ascend the mountain?" Mo Yang inquired, placing the decision in Lu Lezhi's hands. After taking a deep breath, she replied, "Since we're here, we should at least check out the water curtain cave." She was acutely aware of her tendency to become anxious in crowded situations, and she yearned to alter this flaw. Today presented an excellent opportunity for such transformation. Moreover, it marked her inaugural date with Moyang, and she was determined not to disappoint him. Upon hearing Lu Lezhi's sentiments, Moyang tucked away his reservations, suggesting, "Let us procure tickets then." Adult tickets were priced at 90 yuan each, which was quite reasonable. After purchasing 2 tickets and acquiring 2 bottles of electrolyte drinks, the young couple began their ascent up the mountain, panting as they went. Indeed, despite the throngs of people, the scenery of Huagua Mountain was quite splendid, making it no surprise that it served as the inspiration for the abode of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Most visitors were busy capturing photographs while climbing. Yet Lu Lezhi kept her gaze lowered, ascending as though she were on a mission rather than enjoying a leisurely outing. Moyang couldn't help but chuckle. Since she was not photographing, he would take it upon himself as her boyfriend to capture the moments. With that thought, he retrieved his phone and began snapping pictures of Lu Lezhi beside him. "Brother Moyang, why are you taking pictures of me?" she asked, slightly taken aback. "Dear girl, how could we venture out without taking photographs? Allow me to assist you. Rest assured, my photography skills are quite commendable." Lu Lezhi felt a flutter of warmth at his attentiveness. She then pulled out her phone to reciprocate, stating, "You take my picture, and I shall take yours." They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Their first destination was the Water Curtain Cave, located halfway up the main peak of Huagua Mountain, Yanu Peak. A must-visit site for all who came to this enchanting locale. The name Water Curtain Cave held significant allure. Yanu Peak, being the highest point in Huagua Mountain, also claimed the title of the tallest peak in Sioux Province, though it stood at just over 600 meters. Chapter 65, Is This Really Possible? After departing from the mountain gate, the couple arrived at the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave after approximately an hour's trek. The crowd here was even denser than at the mountain gate, prompting Moyang to grimace. Truth be told, had it not been for his desire to accompany Lu Lezhi, he would have retreated long ago. No matter how breathtaking the scenery, it lost its charm amidst a sea of people. Seeing the multitude also unsettled Lu Lezhi, and she contemplated descending. However, reflecting on the hour-long climb to reach this point, she realized abandoning now would be too much of a loss. Summoning her courage, she straightened her posture. At that moment, the sound of monkeys echoed, capturing Lu Lezhi's attention. Following the noise, she spotted a few rhesus monkeys nearby, surrounded by tourists who were eagerly snapping photos and recording videos. Of course, Huagua Mountain would not be without its monkeys. While the monkeys here were rhesus, and the legendary Monkey King's prototype was a golden monkey, they were still monkeys nonetheless, which was better than having none at all. The monkeys, accustomed to the presence of visitors, did not shy away from the cameras. Some even approached for interaction. Naturally, the tourists were generous, offering fruits and snacks as treats. The macaques displayed a modicum of politeness, far superior to their relatives residing on Mount Ame. It is evident that comparisons cannot be drawn between individuals, nor can they be made among monkeys. Lu Lezhi stood and observed for a while, refraining from approaching. "Why not go over?" Mo Yang inquired. Lu Lezhi shook her head, expressing her disappointment. "It's best to let it be. The macaques are hardly endearing, at least, not in my eyes. I find the golden snub-nosed monkeys truly adorable." Mo Yang chuckled softly, capturing several photographs of Lu Lezhi with his phone, and subsequently requested a fellow tourist to take a picture of them together. In the photo, Lu Lezhi wore a gentle smile, revealing her two delicate dimples. Upon seeing it, Mo Yang's spirits lifted, and he set the picture as his wallpaper. "Mo Yang, shall we explore the cave?" Lu Lezhi suggested. Although a tinge of apprehension lingered, they had come this far, and it was essential to venture inside. After all, one cannot allow trepidation to govern their experiences. As social beings, they must learn to adapt over a lifetime. Mo Yang smiled slightly. "Let us go?" To reach the Water Curtain Cave, they had to traverse a waterfall. However, the young couple had not brought any rain gear, and their clothes would undoubtedly get soaked if they proceeded unprotected. Fortunately, there were umbrellas available for purchase nearby. Mo Yang hurried over, spending 40 yuan on 2 transparent umbrellas. He silently lamented the exorbitant prices of the tourist area. Upon entering the Water Curtain Cave, Mo Yang felt a lack of enthusiasm. Most of the attractions inside seemed artificially constructed, likely less impressive than the natural wonders of Muyu. However, Lu Lezhi was quite animated. Observing her delight, Mo Yang smiled, content that his girlfriend was happy. After about an hour of exploration within the cave, the couple emerged, with Lu Lezhi scrolling through the photos Mo Yang had taken earlier. She selected a few that she found particularly appealing and posted them on her social media, which seemed to be a customary part of their date. Mo Yang checked the time and realized it was already noon. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "A little," she replied. "Then let us find something to eat." They located a noodle shop for lunch. The food was decent, though the prices caused Lu Lezhi a moment of financial discomfort. The cost of a single meal here could purchase her several days' worth of groceries. Mo Yang, however, was indifferent. After all, They were out to enjoy themselves, and happiness was paramount. As for the restaurants in the tourist area, as long as they were not overtly exploitative, he could scarcely be bothered to quibble over the prices. After their meal, the young couple exited the noodle shop. To be honest, their first date was not particularly romantic. It was rather mundane. Nevertheless, both found this simplicity quite agreeable, as their lives were not akin to those depicted in idol dramas. A tranquil and unpretentious existence is the reality for the vast majority of ordinary people. What truly matters is not the journey itself, but rather the company one keeps while embarking on such endeavors. Where else would you like to explore? Ying inquired. Their visit to Huahua Mountain had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, devoid of any prior planning. I'm not sure. It's up to you, Ying. Lu Lezhi expressed a mild interest solely in the water curtain cave, and now that they had concluded their visit, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Her knowledge of Huahua Mountain was limited to just the water curtain cave. Ying scratched his head and pulled out his phone, searching for options with a penguin-themed app. How about we head to the summit of YNV Peak to watch the sunset? This notion was swiftly dismissed by Ying. While it sounded romantic, it was ill-suited for him and Lu Lezhi. Both were ordinary individuals without the refined leisure to appreciate sunrises or sunsets. They would rather indulge in a little more sleep. Moreover, several hours remained until sunset. So what was the point of rushing to the peak just to stare blankly at each other? After a moment of contemplation, Ying suggested, "Let us visit the Synyu Palace." All right, Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. Established during the Ming Dynasty, the palace boasted several centuries of history and was indeed a historical site. However, it had suffered damage from invaders decades ago and had undergone renovations, which somewhat diminished its ancient charm. Upon arriving at the main hall, they offered a brief prayer. Although neither of them was particularly devout, they figured that since they were already there, a small gesture wouldn't hurt. As for the incense money, apologies, but that was not something they could part with. I don't believe in you, so why would I contribute financially? Let us discuss that once you fulfill a wish of mine. Exiting the main hall, the couple noticed a Taoist priest interpreting fortunes under a sunshade nearby, surrounded by a considerable crowd. Ying glanced over. It was a mere 2 yuan per attempt, not too steep. Shall we take a look? He proposed. Since they had time to spare, it would serve as a pleasant diversion. Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. Hand in hand, the young couple made their way over, standing in line for about 5 minutes until it was their turn. The fortune teller appeared to be in his 50s, exuding vitality. Ying handed over 2 yuan and drew a fortune stick from the container. Upon inspecting it, he found it to be a poor fortune. Instantly, his expression soured. Although skeptical of such practices, he felt discontented at having paid for a disappointing result. Was this not a case of spending money to invite discomfort? Despite his unease, Ying handed the stick to the fortune teller, having already paid. He expected some insight in return. The fortune teller, with a warm smile, accepted the stick and then executed an unexpected action. He tossed the stick onto the ground and retrieved an auspicious stick from the container, presenting it to Ying. "This is truly yours." The young couple stood there, momentarily stunned. "Is this really acceptable?" Ying questioned, bewildered by the fortune teller's actions. Chapter 66. The Unrequited Love. Left with nothing, the master stroked his beard, chuckling softly, and remarked, "My dear lad, one should not be overly superstitious. We ought to place our faith in science. Such matters primarily serve an emotional purpose. You have drawn the worst fortune, naturally affecting your mood. I bring you positive emotional value. That seems quite reasonable, does it not?" Ying felt somewhat speechless. While the master's statement held truth, the manner in which this emotional value was dispensed seemed rather simplistic. He thought he could just don a robe and set up a stall on the roadside. At that moment, the master extended his hand and took the fortune slip from Ying, feigning an examination. "Master, is there really a need to interpret this slip?" Ying asked, bemused. "Ahem." The master cleared his throat and replied, "Since you've come and paid, what kind of master would I be if I didn't interpret it?" Ying fell silent, recognizing the master's adherence to principle. After a few moments, the master placed the slip down, his expression turning serious. "You shall not become immensely wealthy in this lifetime, yet you will live comfortably, free from financial worries. You and the young lady beside you are quite compatible. Your relationship may not be passionate, yet you will journey through life together in mutual support." His words rang with conviction. Had it not been for the earlier antics, the young couple might have genuinely believed him. Suddenly, Ying realized something was amiss. This interpretation seemed more akin to fortune-telling than the traditional reading he had expected. However, it mattered little. The master before him was capable of such antics. So could he truly be expected to provide an accurate interpretation? It was merely a $2 purchase of emotional value. Despite his internal skepticism regarding the master's authenticity, Mo Yang expressed his gratitude before departing with Lu Lezhi. Although such matters are often a matter of belief, the couple found it difficult to convince themselves of the master's claims. After leaving the San Yuan Palace, Mo Yang took Lu Lezhi on a tour of several other attractions around Flower and Fruit Mountain, capturing numerous photographs. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they began their descent. Upon returning to the hotel, night had fully enveloped the sky. "What would you like for dinner?" Mo Yang inquired. "You decide. I'm fine with anything," she replied. After pondering for a moment, Mo Yang took out his phone and searched. There's a night market 3 kilometers away. Shall we go explore? Mo Yang was well aware of his girlfriend's discomfort in crowded places. Although she had managed to shop alone at the market for quite some time, her aversion remained only slightly improved. Thus, he aimed to take her to busier locations, hoping she would soon overcome this apprehension. Lu Lezhi considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. For a motorcycle, the 3-kilometer distance would take only a few minutes. Mo Yang parked the bike at the entrance of the night market. The market buzzed with life, a splendid display of activity. Upon seeing the multitude of people, Lu Lezhi instinctively shrank her neck. Mo Yang noticed her subtle gesture and gently took her hand, reassuringly saying, "Do not be afraid. I am here." His words seemed to possess an extraordinary charm, instantly calming Lu Lezhi's previously anxious heart. The young couple strolled hand in hand into the night market. They had already caught a whiff of enticing aromas at the entrance, and upon entering, the scents became even more pronounced. The amalgamation of various delectable fragrances stirred Lu Lezhi's stomach, which had not been particularly hungry before, into a gentle protest. "What shall we eat, Mo Yang?" she inquired. Mo Yang smiled in response. "No rush. The night market is filled with delightful treats. Let us explore and savor at our leisure." Upon hearing this, anticipation blossomed within Lu Lezhi, partly due to the array of mouth-watering options, and partly because this marked her first official visit to the night market with Mo Yang. Mo Yang first procured 2 cups of fruit tea, one for each of them, and then they commenced their leisurely adventure. Sipping the refreshing beverage while being led by Mo Yang's warm hand, Lu Lezhi felt a delightful sensation enveloping her heart, sweet and enchanting. This feeling allowed her to temporarily forget the crowd surrounding them, rendering her much more at ease than when they first arrived. On either side of the path, an array of snacks awaited them, some of which were entirely new to Lu Lezhi, leaving her momentarily dazzled. Mo Yang, with a flourish of his hand, disregarded the prices and purchased a selection of treats, ensuring that if Lu Lezhi enjoyed something, he would acquire extra. Observing her boyfriend's somewhat extravagant demeanor, Lu Lezhi parted her lips to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words. It was their first outing to the night market together, and she decided to refrain from uttering anything that might dampen the mood. Let him indulge. After all, such occasions are not an everyday occurrence. Thus, they continued to wander and taste, and before long, Lu Lezhi felt pleasantly sated. Suddenly, her nose twitched as she turned her gaze towards a stall selling fried meat pies, the aroma alone promising deliciousness. Noticing her interest, Mo Yang chuckled. "Let us buy 2. But we shouldn't eat too much at night," she replied. "Silly girl," he retorted. "When one is out to have fun, there is no need for such concerns. It is not an everyday indulgence. A little extravagance now and then is perfectly fine." Lu Lezhi nodded, and hand in hand, the young couple approached the stall. "Excuse me, how much for your pies?" Mo Yang asked the vendor. For pork." "5 for beef," replied the young man behind the stall, who had been sitting and engrossed in his phone. As he lifted his gaze upon hearing Mo Yang's inquiry, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Lezhi. The couple shared a moment of surprise as well. "Wang Rui, what are you doing here?" Lu Lezhi asked. To be honest, the sight of Wang Rui instantly diminished her appetite. His relentless pursuit over the past few years had fostered a sense of distaste within her. Wang Rui regained his composure, responding, "I am from Yin City. This is my family's stall. If I'm not here, where else would I be?" Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to the 2 hands entwined together, pursing his lips in reluctant inquiry. "Are you 2 together?" Last time, after Lu Lezhi had rejected Wang Rui, she had directly blocked him, leaving Wang Rui unaware of her official announcement on social media. "Indeed," replied Mo Yang, who also felt a twinge of discomfort. Wang Rui had pursued Lu Lezhi for several years without success. Who could fathom whether this fellow might deliberately add something extra to his fried meat pie out of jealousy? This was not mere paranoia. Back in university, Lin Lishuan had encountered a similar situation, enduring it for an entire night. A perfectly decent young man, standing at an impressive 1.9 meters, had been reduced to a state akin to Lin Daiyu. One must remain vigilant. Wang Rui snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as he said, "Allow me to treat you both. Consider it my blessing." Mo Yang raised an eyebrow, silently thinking, a lovesick fool, utterly devoid of merit. Lu Lezhi pondered for a moment before nodding. With her approval, Mo Yang felt it inappropriate to voice any dissent. He observed Wang Rui's actions with the meat pie, contemplating reporting him if he dared to tamper with it. Let the mutual harm commence. Chapter 67. A matter to discuss. Wang Rui's movements were swift, and soon he had fried 2 pork and 2 beef patties. He packaged them neatly in a paper bag and handed it to Lu Lezhi, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." After accepting the bag, Lu Lezhi handed it to Mo Yang and then took out her phone to scan the nearby payment code, settling the amount of 18 yuan. Although Wang Rui had offered to treat them, Lu Lezhi's lingering entanglement over the years had dulled her desire to maintain any connection with him. They could only remain ordinary classmates henceforth. Wang Rui observed this scene in silence, a bitter taste swelling within him. There is no fault in harboring affection for someone. Yet one must not persist in pursuit after a clear refusal, otherwise, one cannot blame the other for developing aversion. Such persistence is not a sign of deep devotion. It is, in essence, mere self-indulgence. After completing the transaction, Lu Lezhi politely greeted Wang Rui before turning to leave with Mo Yang. Watching their departing figures, a wry smile crept upon Wang Rui's lips. It was time to let go. Once they had left Wang Rui's stall, Mo Yang retrieved a meat pie from the paper bag and offered one to Lu Lezhi as well, taking a bite himself. The beef was surprisingly fragrant. As for the pork variant, who could say? 4-5 yuan each, claiming they were 100% pure beef seemed implausible. Nevertheless, it mattered little. They did not indulge daily, merely sampling delicacies occasionally, and their bodies could surely handle it. Technology is technology. Mo Yang only consumed one, for his stomach was somewhat sensitive. If he ate too much meat at night, it would lead to unfortunate consequences shortly thereafter, though he could not fathom why. The remaining 2 pies were entirely devoured by Lu Lezhi, her cheeks slightly puffed with oil from the indulgence. As Mu Yang observed, he smiled gently and took out a tissue to dab the oil from Lu Lezhi's lips. Slightly embarrassed, Lu Lezhi smiled back, her ears tinged with a hint of red. "Are you full?" Mu Yang inquired. Lu Lezhi nodded. "I'm feeling a bit stuffed." "Then let us take a stroll before heading back to the hotel." The couple meandered aimlessly through the night market, refraining from buying any more food since they were already satiated. At that moment, a girl walked by in the distance. Her figure was alluring, dressed in a rather revealing manner, and her long legs, encased in black stockings, captured the attention of several nearby men, including Mu Yang. However, he merely glanced at her before diverting his gaze. In his single days, he had behaved similarly. Now, with a girlfriend, he was even more restrained. The fleeting glance stemmed from a man's nature, while averting his gaze was a matter of decorum. Mu Yang, an admirer of beauty, might not have taken Lu Lezhi in had she not been so striking herself. Nevertheless, his upbringing guided him. One glance sufficed. Staring longer would not lead to any narrative unfolding, and there was always the risk of being labeled as a little sweet potato. Moreover, his girlfriend was already exceptionally attractive. Why not steal more glances at her instead? At least it was done with pride. Lu Lezhi noticed Mu Yang's behavior and regarded the girl with a contemplative expression. "What's on your mind?" Mu Yang's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. Shaking her head, she replied, "It's nothing." After wandering enough through the night market, the young couple returned to their hotel. Lu Lezhi went to take a shower first, and once she was done, Mu Yang used the hotel's hairdryer to dry her hair. "Mu Yang, you should go wash up too," she suggested. "All right." He planted a kiss on her cheek, retrieved his clothes, and headed towards the bathroom. Upon hearing the sound of the door locking, Lu Lezhi discreetly took out her phone, opened a certain app, and began to search. When Mu Yang emerged from his shower, he noticed Lu Lezhi holding her phone, her cheeks flushed. "Are you secretly looking at something inappropriate behind my back?" he teased. Startled, Lu Lezhi quickly shook her head. No. Mu Yang, let me help you dry your hair." Not wishing to delve into the previous topic, Mu Yang nodded and approached her. His hair dried swiftly, and once finished, Lu Lezhi set down the hairdryer and said, Mo Yang, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Go ahead, he encouraged. Lu Lezhi gathered her thoughts and began, I still wish to set up a stall at the night market to sell some items. With several months remaining before the graduate entrance exams, I currently have debts amounting to tens of thousands. If I manage to get on solid ground, the tuition fees will also be a significant expense. I am working at a bookstore and tutoring Muyu in English at night, which brings in around 3,000 to 4,000 each month. However, this income is merely theoretical, since Lu Lezhi had advanced her salary for 3 months at the outset. She has yet to receive any wages. Previously, Lu Lezhi thought little of it, but now that her boss has become her boyfriend, relying on him for her salary feels somewhat peculiar, as if she were being kept. If given the choice, she would prefer to be independent. Mo Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Lu Lezhi's remarks at the civic square were casual, but it seems she was quite earnest. It appears that her recent visit to the night market has solidified her resolve. He quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, I naturally support your aspirations as your boyfriend. Let's discuss what we can sell when we return. Having spent so much time with Lu Lezhi, Mo Yang was well aware of her current financial needs. In truth, if Lu Lezhi were to ask, he would readily assist her in repaying the tens of thousands she owed. However, he also understood his girlfriend's character. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, she was quite stubborn and principled. Even if they were to marry, it was unlikely that Lu Lezhi would allow Mo Yang to settle her debts, as they were incurred by her and were not his responsibility. Moreover, if he were to do so, their relationship would inevitably change, becoming less pure. Thus, even though he harbored such intentions, he refrained from voicing them. Lu Lezhi nodded. Thank you, Mo Yang. Initially uncertain about her endeavor, she felt a wave of reassurance with his support. Mo Yang reached out to tousle her hair, for reasons unknown. Since they became a couple, he found himself particularly fond of this gesture, repeating it several times a day. Silly girl, as your boyfriend, supporting you is only natural. There's no need for thanks. You've already expressed gratitude to me many times before we were together. Let us refrain from it in the future. All right, I understand. Mo Yang glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Well, it's getting late. Let's head to bed. We need to rise early tomorrow. MHM. The two of them lay down, and as in the previous days, Lu Lezhi eagerly nestled into Mo Yang's embrace, seeking his warmth as they drifted into slumber. Chapter 68. I have received good news after a couple of days of adjustment. Lu Lezhi was now quite accustomed to this intimacy, no longer feeling shy. Mo Yang smiled gently, leaning down to place a kiss on her forehead. Although they were not yet indulging in physical intimacy, the comfort of being held was quite satisfactory, serving as a delightful compensation for what was yet to come. Good night. Good night. The young couple exchanged their farewells, after which Mo Yang reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. The following afternoon, the couple returned to Pengcheng. Mo Yang first sought out Aunt Chen to retrieve the keys that Mo Yu had left with her that morning. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Aunt Chen jested. It seems that the wedding banquet is quite delightful. When a young couple attends a wedding banquet together, it is highly probable that they share the same room, whether at a hotel or a friend's home. Aunt Chen, unconvinced that nothing untoward transpired between them, harbored her doubts. Mo Yang, perceptive to Aunt Chen's insinuations, chose not to respond. Instead, he retrieved a handful of wedding candies from his pocket, saying, Aunt Chen, please enjoy some sweets. Not lingering too long. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mo Yang took his leave. As the couple entered the bookstore, Lu Lezhi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her despite their absence of merely 2 or 3 days. She realized she had developed a sense of belonging to this place. Mo Yang noticed that the shop was even cleaner than when they had left. The bookshelves and floors were immaculate. He surmised that his father had tidied up the store after returning with Mo Yu the previous day. Due to work commitments, Mo Qingshan seldom visited Mo Yang's store, but whenever he did, the premises, including the second floor, would be revitalized, and the refrigerator would be replenished with fresh produce and meats. Lu Lezhi retrieved a bag from the motorcycle, containing the clothes they had changed out of during their trip. Mo Yang, I'll head upstairs to do the laundry. You just got back. There's no rush. Rest for a bit, he replied. It's fine. I'm not tired, she insisted, shaking her head before ascending the stairs with the bag in tow. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Yang felt a twinge of helplessness. His girlfriend truly could not sit still for a moment, and he had never witnessed her daydreaming. While Lu Lezhi busied herself with the laundry, Mo Yang also kept occupied, transporting the local delicacies that Sun's parents had brought from Yuncheng back to the store. It was uncertain whether Sun Zhao had given them specific instructions, but the quantity of specialties was considerable, and thankfully, Mo Yang's motorcycle was spacious enough to accommodate them. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge. After unloading, Mo Yang turned his gaze to his motorcycle, deep in thought. He had purchased this motorcycle with his own earnings during his senior year, and it had not been particularly expensive, costing a few thousand yuan. Having ridden it for nearly 2 years, it had sufficed for him alone, occasionally transporting MOU. However, with Lu Lezhi now part of the equation, it seemed inadequate. With the upcoming college entrance examinations, MOU and the younger students would have a 3-day break. He anticipated his parents would seize this opportunity to have him take Lu Lezhi back to their hometown. Yet, how could 3 people fit on a motorcycle? Would he be expected to have MOU ride back on foot? If that were the case, Mo Yang figured he would have to sleep with one eye open in the future. Perhaps it was time to consider purchasing a car. While motorcycles offered convenience, they could not compare to the advantages of a car, especially for highway travel or during inclement weather. Furthermore, once Lu Lezhi obtained her driver's license, she could also drive. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Yang had already begun to incorporate Lu Lezhi into his future plans. Mo Yang is not one to dither. He quickly reached a decision. A car is indeed a necessity, and he can afford one now. Sooner or later, he must purchase it. So why not now? With his resolve firm, Mo Yang took out his phone, deftly locating Wang Haoming's number and dialing it. Wang had acquaintances at the dealership, and he could inquire about suitable models, perhaps even securing a discount. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. At this time, one would think he'd be wary of indulging to the point of demise. Mo Yang muttered to himself, disconnecting the call. Wang Haoming hadn't been in touch lately, and both of Mo Yang's attempts to reach him had gone unanswered. However, Mo Yang was not overly concerned. Although Wang was a wealthy heir, he usually maintained a low profile, making the likelihood of him being kidnapped quite slim. As for anything else, that was even less likely. Despite his carefree demeanor, he would not dare engage in any illicit activities. Moreover, if anything were amiss, both Mo Yang and Yiqing would have been informed long ago. Most likely, he was off somewhere with yet another supposed soulmate. This was not the first time, and he would resurface in a few days. There was no need for concern. Mo Yang tucked his phone away, sat at a small table, and opened his laptop to begin typing. After about half an hour, Lu Lezhi, having finished washing her clothes, descended from the second floor, brushing her hands against her jeans. Wang, I'm heading out. Where to? He inquired. I'm accompanying Aunt Chen to a lecture. A lecture? Mo Yang paused, then recalled that the classes Aunt Chen attended were likely those that offered gifts upon completion. Wait, are you sure you can manage? He cast a doubtful glance at Lu Lezhi, who tended to feel anxious in crowded, unfamiliar places. I should be fine. Aunt Chen will be there with me. Besides, I need to get accustomed to the crowd since I plan to set up a stall at the night market. This time, Lu Lezhi was eager to attend the lecture with Aunt Chen, not so much for the free items, but to overcome her discomfort around large groups. Although she had made significant progress in this regard while shopping at the market alone, she had yet to fully conquer her anxiety. Mo Yang pondered for a moment. Then go ahead. Don't worry about the shop. I can manage alone. Lu Lezhi nodded and left the bookstore to find Aunt Chen. Mo Yang was not concerned that Lu Lezhi might be swayed into extravagance, purchasing unnecessary items like expensive candies. She was quite frugal, and with the astute Aunt Chen by her side, even if she considered spending, Aunt Chen would surely rein her in. Mo Yang recalled a time when Aunt Chen's son had complained about the abundance of umbrellas and cups at home, all amassed from various lectures and classes Aunt Chen had attended. When applause was required, she was the loudest. When it came time to spend, she would feign emptiness in her pockets, emphasizing the essence of companionship. With Lu Lezhi accompanying her, Mo Yang felt at ease. Nearly 40 minutes later, Lu Lezhi returned, carrying a basket of eggs, estimated to contain around 20. Albeit on the smaller side, she appeared to be in excellent spirits, her steps almost buoyant. Observing her demeanor, Mo Yang chuckled. Is a basket of free eggs enough to bring you such joy? Not solely because of that. I have received some splendid news, she replied. Chapter 69. Sister-in-law, what news? I heard from Aunt Chen that Aunt Qin, one of the 2 vendors selling fried rice cakes, is getting on in years. Her son does not allow her to continue working and intends to take her away for a life of leisure. Lu Lezhi expressed her delight. She was adept at making fried rice cakes. Initially, she had contemplated selling them, but with 2 others already in the vicinity, she abandoned the idea. Now, With one vendor no longer in the game, it seemed she could seamlessly step into that role. As Lu Lezhi spoke, Mo Yang recalled Aunt Qin. Although referred to as Aunt, given his age, it would be more appropriate to call her Grandma. The elderly lady was in her 70s, a retired cadre from the Economic Development Zone, receiving a substantial pension each month, ensuring she lacked for nothing. Her venture into frying rice cakes stemmed from sheer restlessness. Seeing Lu Lezhi's happiness, Mo Yang couldn't help but smile. How about this? Let us visit the civic square tonight to assess the situation before making a decision. He wholeheartedly supported his girlfriend's desire to earn money through a small business. After all, even if it incurred losses, they would be minimal. Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. That evening, after finishing dinner, the young couple strolled hand in hand to the civic square. They discovered that only one of the original 2 stalls selling fried rice cakes remained. They approached the remaining stall. Though referred to as a stall, it was essentially an electric tricycle equipped with a cooking stove, appearing somewhat rudimentary. "NAI, we would like 2 fried rice cakes," Mo Yang spoke up. "Certainly." NAI, appearing to be in her 50s and wearing a mask that concealed her features, had a gentle demeanor, suggesting she was quite approachable. She also resided nearby. And although Mo Yang knew her, he was not as familiar with her as he was with Aunt Chun. This was not Mo Yang's first experience with Aunt Ai's fried rice cakes. She operated her stall at the civic square every evening, relocating once the 3rd middle school let out. Mo Yang had purchased them on several occasions, always bringing one back for himself. They were quite delicious. Mo Yang glanced over the electric tricycle and noticed that Aunt Ai not only sold fried rice cakes, but also a variety of other items, including starch sausages, meat sandwiches, and ice jelly. Aunt Ai, you are certainly skilled in many areas, offering such a diverse selection, Mo Yang remarked. Aunt Ai chuckled. It's all about making a profit. Having a wider variety allows for greater earnings. That makes sense, he replied. In the midst of their conversation, 2 rice cakes were fried to perfection. Aunt Ai skewered them and handed them to the young couple. 2 for 4 yuan. Mo Yang scanned the payment code nearby and transferred the 4 yuan. Subsequently, she took a bite of the rice cake in her hand. Delicious, Aunt Ai. I will come back for more tomorrow. Mo Yang was quite adept at providing emotional value. Otherwise, he wouldn't have garnered so much affection from the elderly. Upon hearing this, Aunt Ai's face, hidden behind her mask, beamed with joy. If you love eating it, you should indulge while you can. In a few days, it will be gone. The young couple paused in surprise, and Mo Yang inquired, "Why will it be gone in a few days?" "My daughter is about to give birth soon," Aunt Ai explained. "Without a mother-in-law to assist, I must help with the child care, at least until she starts kindergarten, which means there will be no more rice cakes to fry." Upon hearing this, the young couple exchanged glances. Surely, this was a stroke of luck. 2 people who fry rice cakes were no longer able to do so. One was prohibited by family, and the other had childcare duties. Did this imply that Lu Lezhi would face no competition after she took over? It was akin to finding a pillow just when one felt drowsy. Lu Lezhi pondered for a moment, mustering the courage to ask, "Aunt Ai, do you sell these things?" Aunt Ai was momentarily taken aback. "You want to do it?" Lu Lezhi nodded. "It may seem simple, but it is quite laborious. The smoke from the fire can be overwhelming, and you must occasionally deal with the city management. Can a delicate girl like you handle it?" "I can manage. My mother used to do this, and I learned alongside her." Lu Lezhi's high school and university tuition and living expenses were all earned through her mother's rice cake business. Seeing the earnestness in her expression, Aunt Ai became serious. "All right, I have used this equipment for several years. It isn't worth much. If you wish to take it, I can let it go for a mere 2,500, including the cart. How does that sound?" Lu Lezhi quickly calculated in her mind. This price fell within her acceptable range, and acquiring an entirely new set would cost significantly more. Thus, purchasing secondhand was indeed the wiser choice. "Okay, but I only know how to fry rice cakes and starch sausages. I cannot do anything else. Will you teach me?" "Rest assured, I will pay for the lessons." Lu Lezhi, with her fair complexion and typically quiet demeanor, exuded an air of a well-behaved girl, naturally endearing herself to the elders. Aunt Ai waved her hand, smiling. "It's not a technical skill that requires tuition. If you want to learn, I will teach you, but there are only a few days left. Will you be able to learn it in time?" "I can manage." Lu Lezhi was a woman of action, instantly moving beside Aunt Ai to learn. She completely set aside thoughts of her boyfriend. Mo Yang, witnessing this, shook his head in mild exasperation and squatted down to eat the rice cake while watching Lu Lezhi. After about an hour of learning, Lu Lezhi bid farewell to Aunt Ai and left the civic square with Mo Yang. Before departing, they exchanged WeChat contacts. Hand in hand, the young couple walked under the streetlights. Sorry, Mo Yang. I got too absorbed in learning and forgot about you, Lu Lezhi said apologetically as she turned to him. Mo Yang smiled. It's all right. This shows you are taking your learning seriously, which is a good thing. To speak candidly, Mu Yang initially felt a twinge of discontent regarding Lu Lezhi's dedication to her craft, seemingly neglecting herself. However, as he held her hand and heard her apologize, his fleeting annoyance dissipated entirely. After all, who could resist such a charming temperament? At 9:40 p.m., Muyu returned home from school. The first thing she did upon entering was to exuberantly greet Lu Lezhi with a heartfelt sister-in-law, which caused Lu Lezhi's cheeks to flush. Despite having been called sister-in-law numerous times by Lin Lishuan and others in Yun City over the past few days, being addressed this way by her boyfriend's classmate felt distinctly different from being called so by her boyfriend's sister. The term for Muyu not only made Lu Lezhi shy, but also filled her with a sense of joy. After all, Muyu was Mu Yang's biological sister. Her calling her sister-in-law might signify familial acceptance, wouldn't it? After the greeting, Muyu approached and wrapped her arms around Lu Lezhi's, playfully stating, "Sister-in-law, we have the best relationship. If my brother bullies me or cuts my allowance, you must stand up for me." This clever girl understood well whom to align with at this moment. At that moment, Mu Yang emerged from the kitchen with a steaming plate of food. Upon hearing Muyu's words, he felt somewhat exasperated. It was as if he frequently bullied her and withheld her allowance. He placed the dishes on the dining table and instructed, "Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Okay, Muyu obediently complied, washing her hands before sitting down at the table to begin her meal. Meanwhile, Lu Lezhi took out a high school English textbook in preparation for tutoring Muyu. Observing her, Mu Yang suddenly had an idea. He approached Lu Lezhi and whispered a few words to her. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Mu Yang moved to sit beside Muyu, pulling out a chair. "I have something to tell you," he said. Muyu quickly swallowed her food and inquired, "What is it?" "Your sister-in-law will soon begin selling fried rice cakes at a stall, so she won't have time to tutor you," he announced. "Does that mean I won't need to attend English tutoring in the evenings anymore?" Muyu asked eagerly, looking hopefully at her elder brother. "What are you thinking? Your tutoring will now fall to me, so be prepared," Mu Yang replied. In truth, he was reluctant to take on the task of tutoring Muyu in English, primarily because her proficiency was quite poor, making it difficult for her to learn. Nevertheless, he had no other choice. Lu Lezhi would not only be opening a shop, but also selling fried rice cakes and occasionally visiting the market for supplies. It would be too strenuous for her to continue tutoring Muyu. Thus, Mu Yang had to step in. However, he reasoned that thanks to Lu Lezhi's efforts over the past few days, Muyu's English skills had improved significantly, so teaching her might not be as arduous as before. "I understand," Muyu replied, continuing her meal. Although she often appeared carefree, she was quite perceptive and responsible. At that moment, Mo Yang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wang Haoming. "Young Master Wang, you finally decided to reach out to me. Lao Mo, come out for a drink." Wang Haoming's voice sounded somewhat weary. Mo Yang detected a hint of distress in his tone and refrained from further teasing, instead responding, "Send me the address. I'll head over immediately." His intuition suggested that something was amiss. After hanging up, Mo Yang informed Lu Lezhi and Mo before descending the stairs to leave. Seeing Mo Yang depart, Mo gleefully sidled up to Lu Lezhi, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you sell fried rice cakes in the future, can I eat for free?" Lu Lezhi chuckled in response, "Of course," setting aside the relationship between Mo and Mo Yang. Lu Lezhi had already come to regard Mo as a sister through their interactions over time. After all, with a sister, one could indulge without concern for the cost. "Couldn't they? I knew you'd treat me the best, dear sister-in-law. Can I skip my tutoring session today?" This girl had begun to push her luck. "No." Lu Lezhi shook her head. Mo's playful demeanor instantly faded. Following the location Wang Haoming provided, Mo Yang arrived at a bustling street stall. Yi Qing arrived nearly simultaneously. "What is going on? Why does it seem like old Wang is off?" Yi Qing inquired, having just finished working overtime. She sensed something was off with Wang Haoming when he called, prompting her to rush over. Mo Yang shrugged, "I'm not sure. He hasn't been in touch for a while." "Lao Mo, Yezi, over here." A familiar voice called out, and they turned to see Wang Haoming. Their expressions faltered upon seeing him. He appeared disheveled, sporting a scruffy beard and heavy dark circles under his eyes, with unwashed hair that looked greasy, likely untouched for several days. Drinking beer while skewering meat, he exuded an air of despondency, a stark contrast to his usual vibrant self. He resembled a middle-aged man in financial ruin. Mo Yang and Yi Qing approached, each taking a plastic stool to sit. What happened? Did Wang Shu go bankrupt? Yi Qing asked. This was also what Mo Yang wished to inquire, for it was their first encounter with Wang Haoming in such a state. Transitioning from a wealthy heir to someone in debt was beyond their comprehension, leaving them curious about what could have led to this transformation. Wang Haoming remained silent, grabbing a bottle opener to crack open beers for them. Yi Qing quickly intervened. I drove here. I can't drink. I can't either. I rode my bike. Mo Yang added. Wang Haoming shrugged but said nothing, turning to request several bottles of a local brew, and soon resumed drinking beer. Mo Yang scrutinized him. What on earth is going on? Is there anything we can't discuss among the three of us? At that moment, Yi Qing picked up a skewer of lamb and nodded in agreement with Mo Yang's inquiry. Wang Haoming finished a bottle of beer and placed the empty bottle on the ground, calmly stating, I am getting married. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. The same words, uttered by different mouths, carry entirely different weights. If Yi Qing had proclaimed, I am getting married, Mo Yang would have genuinely wished her well, rejoicing in her good fortune. However, when those words emerged from Wang Haoming, Mo Yang could only perceive it as a ghost story. Yi Qing pointed her skewer at Wang Haoming, asserting, whoever you are, get off my brother this instant. Mo Yang reached out, touching Wang Haoming's forehead. You're not feverish. Wang Haoming swatted Mo Yang's hand away, insisting, I am not possessed, nor am I speaking nonsense. I am serious. Observing his demeanor, the two grew solemn. Speak up. What transpired? Wang Haoming opened another bottle of beer and began his tale. It was not a complicated affair. 3 months prior, Wang Haoming had met a sultry woman at a bar, leading to a typical night of passion. He had assumed he would never see her again, but unexpectedly, a few days ago, she confronted him with a hospital test report indicating her pregnancy, demanding he take responsibility. Naturally, Wang Haoming was skeptical and sought a paternity test at a familiar private hospital, only to confirm that the child indeed belonged to him. Initially, he proposed that she terminate the pregnancy, offering compensation, but she refused, claiming a rare condition that would make future pregnancies nearly impossible should she abort this one. To complicate matters, a director at that private hospital happened to be friends with Wang's father and inadvertently revealed the situation to him. Although Wang's father disapproved of women who frequented bars, he was traditional in his beliefs. Having fathered a child, Wang Haoming was obligated to take responsibility, even if it meant a future divorce. The woman's family also pressed the matter relentlessly. Reluctant to marry her, Wang Haoming resisted for several days, but ultimately succumbed. After hearing Wang Haoming's account, Yi Qing took a sip of her drink and remarked, so, because she has a rare condition, you didn't use protection? Wang Haoming, feeling a bit vexed, scratched his head. That method has a 98% success rate. Who would have known I'd be the unfortunate 2%? Thus, it is due to this impending marriage that you find yourself in such a disheveled state? Mo Yang inquired. Yi Qing also gazed at Wang Haoming with curiosity. Having grown up together, they understood each other well. Both knew that, given Wang Haoming's nature, a mere obligation to marry would not elicit such a reaction. Clearly, he was withholding the full truth. Wang Haoming offered a wry smile. Being overly familiar is indeed a flaw. I see I cannot conceal anything from you two. He paused for a moment before continuing. I can't help but feel that fate has played a cruel joke on me. Why did it not allow me to encounter such matters sooner? It had to wait until I found true love before presenting this situation. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang nearly spewed his soda. Wang Haoming, in his essence, could be described as a charming vagabond, yet one might more harshly deem him a mere human teddy bear. Could someone like him truly experience genuine love? Mo Yang would sooner believe in the resurrection of Qin Shi Huang. Yi Qing shared a similar sentiment, unable to stifle her laughter. However, upon witnessing Wang Haoming's countenance, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and suppressed her mirth. Do you truly believe in such a thing as true love? Wang Haoming cast a glance at the two of them. You may find it hard to believe, but I am serious this time. Noticing that his expression bore no trace of jest, Mo Yang reflected momentarily and inquired, could it be the girl you mentioned when you called me from the CAF that day? Wang Haoming nodded in affirmation. He conceded that the concept of true love had previously been as commonplace to him as the act of eating or drinking. However, upon meeting that girl, He was struck with the desire to spend a lifetime with someone. He believed she was his true love. Thus, he abandoned his former ways and earnestly pursued her. The heavens are known to reward those who are diligent, and after some time, she was finally moved by his efforts and agreed to be his girlfriend. Yet, just a few days into their relationship, calamity struck. Any reasonable girl would not tolerate such circumstances, and she decisively ended their relationship. Aware of his own lack of dignity, Wang Haoming did not attempt to plead for her return. Despite this, he initially refused to accept his fate, leading to a period of disappearance as he rebelled against his family. He sought to prove that he could thrive without their support, believing that this would allow him to disregard their plans and gradually win back the girl. Unfortunately, aspirations often soar high while reality remains starkly grounded. Though Wang Haoming was not as spoiled as many of his wealthy peers, he had never truly faced hardship. Delivering takeout often resulted in delays or theft, and the same went for courier services. Even manual labor left him with blisters in no time. Most critically, he had been accustomed to waking naturally each day, contemplating only where to indulge himself. But now he found himself toiling from dawn until dusk, meticulously budgeting even for a bowl of noodles. It was at this juncture that Wang Haoming began to comprehend the essence of his character. His childhood friends, Moyang, had not asked their families for a single penny since their second semester of university, achieving their dream of opening a bookstore through the income from writing novels. Yi Qing, a brilliant scholar, had studied abroad for 5 years, earning a master's degree in law, and merely needed to pass the bar exam to become a lawyer. With a promising future ahead, both of them thrived independently of their families. In stark contrast, Wang Haoming realized he possessed no particular talent and had not taken his studies seriously during his university years. Without the support of his family, he felt like a failure, a mere shadow of what he could have been. Recognizing this, although reluctantly, Wang Haoming returned home to reach a compromise with his family. He lacked the courage to start anew, remaining a timid soul who depended on his family for sustenance. After listening to Wang Haoming's recent emotional journey, Mo Yang and Yi Qing fell into silence. They lamented the fact that Wang Haoming had missed an opportunity to be with someone he truly cherished. Yet they did not feel pity for him. After all, he had lived a carefree life as a dandy for many years, and it was time for him to face the consequences. Mo Yang even thought this was his just deserts, after all, who encouraged his reckless behavior. Despite these thoughts, Mo Yang reached out and patted Wang Haoming on the shoulder, opening a bottle of beer. "I'll keep you company." Yi Qing pondered for a moment before also grabbing a bottle of beer. "I'll join you too. We can always call a designated driver on the way back." After downing a bottle of beer, Wang Haoming seemed to revert to his former self, laughing. "I never imagined I would be the first among our trio to marry and have children. When's the wedding?" Mo Yang inquired. "On the 11th day of the 5th lunar month." Mo Yang took out his phone, opened the calendar, and discovered it was precisely a month away. "Old Mo." Wang Haoming slapped Mo Yang on the shoulder, slightly inebriated now. "You must be my best man. We are the best of brothers." He couldn't help but burp. Mo Yang waved his hand to disperse the lingering alcohol aroma before responding. "Rest assured, who else could be your best man but me?" Wang Haoming beamed. "Truly, you are my good brother." He then opened another bottle, exclaiming, "Let us keep drinking." Yi Qing initially intended to suggest moderation, but Mo Yang halted her, whispering, "Let him drink. He needs to vent his emotions rather than bottle them up." The trio consumed over 20 bottles of beer, the vast majority of which found their way into Wang Haoming's stomach. It was evident that he harbored a sense of resentment. He laid his head on the table and fell into a deep slumber. Observing him, Yi Qing sighed. "I never thought you would one day fall for someone else, alas. Fate can be cruel." Mo Yang's face flushed, yet his mind remained clear. He had a strong tolerance for alcohol, but had the peculiar trait of turning red when drinking. He stood up to settle the bill with the food stall owner before returning. Yi Qing shook her phone, stating, "I've called a designated driver. Since you've been drinking, you shouldn't ride. I'll take you home, and you can retrieve your motorcycle tomorrow." Mo Yang nodded and approached his motorcycle. Unlocking it securely, Yi Qing arranged for 2 designated drivers, and soon the first one arrived. Mo Yang, along with the driver, helped Wang Haoming into the car and provided the address to his home. As Yi Qing watched the vehicle drive away, she remarked, "Today, old Wang seems rather pitiable." "Pitiable?" Mo Yang let out a cold chuckle. "This is all his own doing. If he hadn't acted recklessly, how could he find himself in such a predicament?" Although the two grew up together like brothers, this did not mean that Mo Yang condoned some of Wang Haoming's behavior. In truth, he had always disapproved of Wang Haoming's antics, resembling a human teddy bear. However, this was the lifestyle that Wang Haoming had chosen for himself, and it was not illegal or immoral, so Mo Yang felt reluctant to criticize him. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Mo Yang took out his phone, edited his earlier remarks, and sent them to Wang Haoming. This is your own doing. You cannot blame others. However, since you have decided to settle down, let go of frivolous thoughts and refrain from your previous reckless behavior. Focus on living a good life. Chapter 72. Our car. By the time they returned to the bookstore, it was nearly 2 o'clock, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Thank you, Miss Yi, for escorting me home. Mo Yang expressed his gratitude to Yi Qing. She tossed her hair back and replied, Old Wang is getting married. What about you? When will you introduce your significant other for a formal dinner? I've been a bit busy lately. Let us plan for a time in the near future. And I shall treat, he replied. Very well. Mo Yang unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door, and stepped out, telling Yi Qing, it's getting late. So I want to keep you from visiting. You should head home and get some rest. After seeing Yi Qing off, Mo Yang turned and approached the store entrance, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. He quietly ascended to the second floor and discovered that the living room light was still on. Lu Lezhi was curled up on the sofa, already fast asleep. Momentarily taken aback, Mo Yang realized that Lu Lezhi must have been waiting for his return. But having waited too long, she succumbed to slumber. A warm feeling spread through his heart. It felt wonderful to know someone was waiting for him at home. No matter how late he returned, he walked over, intending to carry Lu Lezhi to bed. However, before he could fully lift her, she awakened, rubbing her eyes sleepily. She murmured, Mo Yang, you're back. Sorry for waking you, he replied apologetically. It's all right. Have you been drinking? Lu Lezhi caught the scent of alcohol on him. Yes, just a little. I'll go warm some congee for you, she offered, rising to head toward the kitchen. Recalling his habit of having a bowl of congee after drinking, Mo Yang stopped her. It's too late now. Let us not fuss about it. He sighed, adding, You silly girl, why didn't you just call or text me? Why wait here foolishly and fall asleep on the sofa? What if you catch a cold? Lu Lezhi scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. I forgot. Mo Yang gently ruffled her hair. Next time, if this happens again, don't wait for me like this. Go to bed or call me to come home earlier, understood? She nodded. I understand. A smile finally graced Mo Yang's face. All right. Go back to your room and sleep. He wished to lean down and kiss Lu Lezhi, but he feared that the alcohol on his breath would overwhelm her. So he refrained. Good night, brother Moyang. Good night. Lu Lezhi rose and returned to her room. Moyang, meanwhile, went to the bathroom to wash away the remnants of alcohol before heading to the kitchen to warm the leftover porridge from dinner. After consuming a bowl, he finally retired to his room for the night. By the time he lay down, it was already past 2 o'clock. Due to his late slumber, Moyang did not awaken until nearly 9. Upon opening the door, he beheld breakfast that Lu Lezhi had left for him on the dining table, and a faint smile graced his face. How had he once thought so? To have no interest in romance was absurd. Being in love was truly wonderful. After freshening up, Moyang sat at the dining table and began his meal. Although breakfast had cooled, the weather made it quite acceptable to enjoy it nonetheless. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Wang Haoming. The message contained only 6 words. I understand, don't worry. Wang Haoming was neither upset nor felt that Moyang was meddling. As an adult, he could discern who was genuinely sincere and who offered mere flattery. If Moyang did not regard him as a true brother, he would not have sent such a message. In fact, during their high school days, Wang Haoming had been rather reckless. Had it not been for Moyang's guidance, he might have ended up in a detention center. Seeing Wang Haoming's message, Moyang's spirits lifted. Surely, he would refrain from reckless antics in the future. This was a promising start. Just then, his phone rang again. It was a video call from Wang Haoming. Moyang promptly accepted. On the other end, Wang Haoming appeared more composed than the previous night. He had shaved and washed his hair, though dark circles still lingered under his eyes. He seemed to have reverted to his carefree demeanor. Both men, in unspoken understanding, chose not to mention the events of the previous evening. Old Moyang, are you planning to buy a car? Wang Haoming inquired. Moyang nodded. He had attempted to call Wang Haoming the day before without success, so he had sent a message regarding this matter. What kind of car do you wish to purchase? Moyang pondered for a moment before responding. A hybrid around 100,000. He had no extravagant demands for a vehicle. As long as it functioned, he had no desire for anything overly expensive. Given that such assets depreciated the moment they were acquired, there was no need for something worth several $100,000. All right, let us go out today and pick one together. Moyang was taken aback. Today? There's no time like the present. Besides, I'm about to get married, and there is a mountain of tasks ahead. Today happens to be convenient. Given his reasoning, Moyang felt no need for formality. Send me the address. I will come after I finish my meal. After ending the video call, Moyang hastened his eating. Once finished, he washed the dishes and retrieved the necessary documents from his room before descending the stairs. Arriving at the first-floor bookstore, he found Lu Lezhi, as usual, seated behind the cash register, engrossed in a novel. Good morning, Brother Moyang. Good morning. As he descended, Lu Lezhi closed the novel and approached him. Moyang, do you have a headache? After rising early and preparing breakfast, Lu Lezhi had checked on Moyang in his room, but seeing him still asleep, she refrained from disturbing him. Moyang smiled lightly. I'm not drunk. I want to have a headache. Relieved, Lu Lezhi inquired, have you eaten? I have. Satisfied that the wine from the previous night had no adverse effects on Moyang's health, Lu Lezhi was about to return to her novel. Moyang rubbed his nose and said, Lezhi, accompany me to a place. What place? It's a secret for now. You'll find out when we get there. Oh, all right. Although curiosity stirred within her, Lu Lezhi chose not to press further, acknowledging that she would eventually learn the truth. The young couple exited the bookstore, where Moyang locked the door and hailed a taxi. Their first stop was the street vendor where he had drunk with Wang Haoming and Yi Qing the night before, retrieving the motorcycle parked there. Subsequently, Moyang activated the navigation and led Lu Lezhi towards a dealership. Upon arriving at the dealership, the couple disembarked. Lu Lezhi removed her helmet and glanced at the imposing facade of the store, asking, Moyang, are you planning to buy a car? Indeed, it's our first car. Upon hearing the term our, Lu Lezhi felt a flush of warmth. Referring to our car feels a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? What is inappropriate about it? Do you wish to break up with me in the future? Lu Lezhi hastily shook her head. Of course not. Then it's settled. Since we want to part ways, we will eventually become a family. What is wrong with saying our car? Chapter 73. Buying a car. Upon hearing this, a sweet sensation enveloped Lu Lezhi's heart. Though the future remained uncertain, Moyang's words conveyed his feelings toward her. But I don't know how to drive, she admitted. Moyang chuckled. No one is born knowing how to drive. You will learn in due time. Lu Lezhi nodded, already contemplating obtaining her driver's license once she earned enough from her fried rice cake venture. Are you two planning to love each other right here at the entrance? A languid voice interrupted. Wang Haoming emerged from the dealership, directing a smile at Lu Lezhi as he greeted, Hello, sister-in-law. You, hello. Lu Lezhi felt a hint of unease in Wang Haoming's presence, having only met him once before. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Haoming turned his gaze to Moyang, saying, Let us go inside. The sales staff is waiting. Moyang, not one to be overly polite, nodded and took Lu Lezhi's hand as they entered the store. Observing the couple's intertwined hands, Wang Haoming felt a pang of envy. Yet, he quickly shook his head, acknowledging that Moyang was right. Today, as circumstances were the result of his own choices. Once caught in fleeting romances without emotional investment, he now faced the prospect of commitment, suddenly seeking depth in relationships. Wang Haoming found the situation rather amusing. A young couple entered the shop, and a sales representative approached them with a warm smile. Hello, sir and madam. I'm the car salesman here. My surname is Li. You may call me Shaoli, Moyang observed Shaoli, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his amusement at the young man's attempt to address them as brother and sister. Despite appearing to be in his late 20s or early 30s, it was evident that salesmanship required a unique skill set, one that Moyang humbly acknowledged he did not possess. At that moment, Wang Haoming strolled over, his demeanor exuding a sense of entitlement. Shaoli, just so you know, Lao Mo is my best buddy. You can't take advantage of him. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I wouldn't take advantage of my own people, Shaoli replied, leading Moyang and Wang Haoming to explore the vehicles. Lu Lezhi, lacking any knowledge of automobiles, opted to wait in the lounge. Shaoli kindly arranged for some desserts and coffee to be brought to her. After a thorough inspection, Moyang settled on a reasonably priced hybrid model. I'll take this one, in black. Certainly, Shaoli affirmed. Just as Moyang was about to return to the lounge to find Lu Lezhi, Wang Haoming stopped him. Wait a moment, Lao Mo. What is it? Moyang inquired curiously. Just a moment, Wang Haoming said, stepping aside to make a phone call. After a brief conversation, he returned and handed his phone to Shaoli. The exchange seemed favorable, as Xiaoli repeatedly affirmed, yes, yes. Once the call concluded, Xiaoli returned the phone to Wang Haoming and said, please hold on, gentlemen. I will prepare the contract. What is going on? Mo Yang asked. Wang Haoming, with his hands in his pockets, replied, wasn't your budget around 100,000? The top model of that car retails for over 150,000. Luckily, the owner here is a friend of my father's, so I called to secure a discount for you, allowing you to purchase the top model for 100,000. All right. Please extend my gratitude to Uncle Wang. Mo Yang was pragmatic, believing one should seize opportunities. Moreover, the bond between the Mo, Wang, and Yi families was akin to that of kin, with Wang's father treating Mo Yang as a quasi-son, making this arrangement feel entirely natural. It's my effort that secured the discount. You should thank my father instead, Wang Haoming retorted. They offered the discount out of respect for Uncle Wang. Your influence isn't that extensive. Wang Haoming instinctively wanted to argue but found himself at a loss for words, as Mo Yang's point was undeniably valid. By the way, my father asked me to convey something to you. What is it? He wishes for our families to recognize each other as godparents. I spoke to Lezhi about it this morning. Mo Yang paused, taken aback. What is Uncle Wang thinking? Wang Haoming shrugged. I have no idea. He just comes up with these ideas. Wang's father's intentions were quite straightforward. With only one child, Wang Haoming, while not unintelligent, often lacked the sharpness of mind to navigate such matters efficiently. Now, they find themselves entangled in yet another matrimonial affair, one that is likely to culminate in unhappiness. While the couple is alive, they can offer guidance and support, but what will happen once they depart? They genuinely fear that this individual may squander their hard-earned wealth or offend the wrong people. However, Mo Yang and Yi Qing have grown up under their watchful eyes, instilling a sense of trust in these two youngsters. Thus, they contemplated establishing a kinship, allowing them to look after their inept son in the future. Mo Yang could provide counsel, while Yi Qing would ensure that Wang Haoming remains unscathed from contractual pitfalls. Of course, he would not neglect the two of them in return. After some contemplation, Mo Yang remarked, this is not a trivial matter. I must discuss it with my family. Wang Haoming nodded in agreement, and Yi Qing echoed his sentiments. Xiaoli swiftly returned with the printed contract. Mo Yang readily affixed his signature and transferred 100,000 yuan. From this moment forth, he officially joined the ranks of car owners. By the way, Xiaoli, when can I expect the sports car I ordered? Wang Haoming inquired. Brother Wang, don't rush. I've already been pressing for it. It should arrive by the end of the month, Xiaoli replied. Taking the documents Mo Yang handed him and rising to complete the necessary procedures. Are you purchasing a sports car? When did your taste change? Mo Yang questioned. Wang Haoming sighed. It's all due to my fiancée. Besides the 300,000 yuan dowry, she insists on a sports car as well. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang frowned. Old Wang, are you certain this is merely an accident and not a scheme against you? If it were truly a scheme, it would be preferable. My father has had someone investigate, and it genuinely was an accident. Mo Yang found himself at a loss for words, as he had already envisioned what Wang Haoming's married life would likely entail. Wang Haoming glanced at Lu Lezhi, who sat quietly beside Mo Yang, then looked back at Mo Yang, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. Given his own tumultuous romantic escapades, he felt unworthy to advise others to cherish those present in their lives. All procedures were swiftly completed, and the temporary license plate was affixed. I have a friend working at the vehicle management office. I've already spoken with him. You just need to bring the materials tomorrow, and by next Monday, you'll have your license plate, Wang Haoming informed him. Thank you. Mo Yang expressed his gratitude, tossing the car keys to him. I'll entrust this first drive to you. Wang Haoming caught the keys. That sounds rather peculiar. Chapter 74. Truly a debt from a past life. This is your own issue, with a mind laden with frivolous thoughts, perceiving everything through a tainted lens. Mo Yang rolled his eyes, disregarding him, as he took Lu Lezhi's hand and exited the store. I secured you a discount, and now I must also serve as your chauffeur. What a character! Wang Haoming muttered under his breath. Mo Yang mounted his motorcycle, taking Lu Lezhi back to the bookstore, with Wang Haoming driving closely behind. The two arrived at the bookstore in succession. Wang Haoming alighted from the car, secured the doors, and tossed the keys back to Mo Yang. Mo Yang received the keys and remarked, "It's getting late. I want to keep you here for dinner." This prompted Wang Haoming to roll his eyes. After helping you obtain discounts, assisting with your license plates, and even driving your car back, I end up being unceremoniously cast aside. You heartless scoundrel. Mo Yang appeared oblivious, retrieving the bookstore keys, opening the door, and entering with Lu Lezhi. Wang Haoming, however, did not leave but followed them inside, plopping down onto a chair. Lu Lezhi recognized that Mo Yang's earlier comment was made in jest and suggested, "I'll go prepare dinner." Mo Yang nodded in agreement. Lu Lezhi ascended the stairs, and when Mo Qingshan returned Mo, he also took the opportunity to stock the refrigerator. Thus, Mo Yang and the others would not need to visit the market for at least a week. Observing Lu Lezhi's retreating figure, Wang Haoming enviously remarked, "Compared to me, a man about to wed, you two seem far more suited for a life together." Next to the cash register was a box of iced tea. Mo Yang took out 2 bottles, handed one to Wang Haoming, and then seated himself across from him. Offering reassurance, "Marriage can be pleasant. You two can enjoy such moments." Wang Haoming smiled wryly and shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Mo Yang twisted off the bottle cap, took a sip of iced tea, then stood up. "Could you watch the store for a bit? I need to go upstairs." "All right." Mo Yang ascended to the 2nd floor, first activating the power grid and applying for the charging station. He then dialed his father's number. The call was quickly answered, and Mo Qingshan's voice resonated. "Hello?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mo Yang got to the point. "Dad, I wanted to discuss something. Uncle Wang wishes for our 3 families to recognize each other as kin." Mo Qingshan responded, "Your Uncle Mo and I are aware of this matter, and we have no objections. It ultimately depends on what the 3 of you decide." Mo Yang rubbed his nose. "I have no objections with Wang Haoming. After all, our families are closer than typical relatives. A change in title doesn't seem significant. I wonder how Yezi feels. I'll ask her shortly." It was essential for Yi Qing to agree, as the matter concerned all 3 families. They had been inseparable since kindergarten. After hanging up, Mo Yang sent a voice message to Yi Qing. Like him, she felt it was merely a change of title and naturally had no objections. Concluding their conversation, Mo Yang headed to the kitchen to assist Lu Lezhi with chopping vegetables. Being perceptive, he surmised the underlying motive behind Wang's sudden proposal. He could not help but reflect. Although Wang's father seemed indifferent towards Wang Haoming, he genuinely cared for him. "Mo Yang, I'm fine here alone. You can head downstairs," came the voice of Lu Lezhi. Leaving a guest alone on the 1st floor seemed inappropriate. Mo Yang chuckled. "It's all right. He is not a guest. No need to be overly courteous to him." After preparing the necessary ingredients for the meal, Mo Yang finally descended the stairs, where he found Wang Haoming engrossed in reading Revive, My Beloved, with great interest. "Can you still bear to watch this? It serves well as a mindless pastime. By the way, I have spoken with my father and Yezi. They both have no objections regarding this matter. That suffices. I shall inform my father immediately. I anticipate he will be so pleased that he might indulge in an extra bowl of rice." Wang Haoming closed the book and took out his phone to message his father on WeChat. During dinner, Moyang watched Wang Haoming devouring rice with great fervor and couldn't help but inquire, "Did you skip breakfast, or are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" "It's all because my sister-in-law's culinary skills are extraordinary. You have no idea what I've been subsisting on these past few days," Wang Haoming replied unabashedly, giving Lu Lezhi a thumbs up. In an effort to save money, he had been eating only the cheapest boxed meals and felt he had lost quite a bit of weight. Encountering Lu Lezhi's exquisite cooking was simply irresistible. Observing this soon-to-be younger brother of his, Moyang felt a tinge of helplessness. Who would believe that this fellow was a wealthy heir? He looked more like a beggar who hadn't eaten for days. "Should I whip up a couple more dishes?" Lu Lezhi quietly suggested to Moyang, glancing at Wang Haoming's voracious appetite, fearful that her 4 dishes might not suffice. "Rest assured, it will be ample," Moyang reassured her. Ultimately, not a morsel of the 4 dishes remained. After finishing the last grain of rice in his bowl, Wang Haoming couldn't suppress a hearty burp. At that moment, he felt a tad embarrassed, scratching his head as he remarked to Lu Lezhi, "Sister-in-law, your culinary prowess could easily launch a restaurant. It would surely thrive." In response to his compliment, Lu Lezhi offered a gracious smile. Wang Haoming had a habit of napping after lunch. Once he was full, drowsiness would inevitably set in. And this occasion was no exception. Just as he was about to ask Moyang for a place to rest, he remembered Lu Lezhi and swallowed his words. Perhaps he would find a short-term lodging instead. "All right, I shall take my leave," Wang Haoming declared as he stood to leave, but Moyang stopped him, saying, "You must wash the dishes before you go. Have you ever seen a guest washing the dishes?" Wang Haoming protested. Moyang chuckled. "Have you forgotten that I will soon be your elder brother? Hence, you are no guest here. It is entirely reasonable for an elder brother to assign chores to his younger sibling. After assisting you so significantly this morning, and after dining at your home, I still have to wash the dishes. It seems I owe you from a past life. Despite his words, Wang Haoming began stacking the dishes and made his way to the kitchen. Let him wash them. We can head downstairs, Moyang said to Lu Lezhi. Lu Lezhi glanced at Wang Haoming, reassured by his skillful handling of the dishes, and nodded in agreement. A short while later, Wang Haoming descended from the second floor after washing the dishes, saying, I'm leaving. As he reached the entrance of the shop, a thought struck him, and he halted, turning back to say, Oh, my father just called. He mentioned that on the Dragon Boat Festival, they will come to my house for a meal and to acknowledge kinship. And he intends to bring Moyu along. Do not forget, in the family, only the couple Mo Qingshan had a second child. It felt somewhat inappropriate for Mo Yang and the others to acknowledge a god sibling without including Mo, so it was decided to bring her along. After all, both Wang father and Mo father held Mo in high regard. In the following days, the lives of the young couple returned to tranquility, filled with managing the store, writing, and studying. Each evening, Lu Lezhi would head to the civic square to learn how to make rujiamo and ice powder from Aunt Ai, with Mo Yang accompanying her daily, quietly observing without interruption. Whether it was Lu Lezhi's innate talent or the simplicity of the skills involved, she had nearly mastered both crafts in just 2 evenings. However, Aunt Ai was exceedingly enthusiastic, and feeling a bit shy, Lu Lezhi chose to visit every night, using the time to familiarize herself with the surroundings. One day, as usual, Aunt Ai was busy in front of the stove, while Lu Lezhi stood by, assisting with the sauces. Xiao Lu, if I were to let you take over now, would you manage? Aunt Ai suddenly inquired. Lu Lezhi nodded, absolutely. That's settled then. Once we finish selling, you can take the cart. I have some items left for you. It should suffice for your sales tomorrow. I will also send you the WeChat contact of the market vendor, from whom I always procure supplies. Lu Lezhi was taken aback. Are you not going to continue? Aunt Ai smiled. My daughter is due to give birth in the next few days, and I truly cannot continue. Xiao Lu, you will do well. I will. After these few days of interaction, Lu Lezhi felt a pang of reluctance at Aunt Ai's departure. At around 9 o'clock, Aunt Ai closed her stall and rode her tricycle to drop the young couple at the bookstore. Lu Lezhi took out her phone and transferred 2,500 yuan to Aunt Ai. With a hint of reluctance, Aunt Ai patted the seat of her electric tricycle, which had accompanied her for many years, forming a bond of affection. Were it not for the pressing need to care for her daughter, she would not have given up this small business. Subsequently, she tore down the payment code affixed to the vehicle. From this moment on, the tricycle and its contents officially belonged to Lu Lezhi. Xiao Lu, you are a good child. Aunt Ai believes your future will flourish, she said. Though Lu Lezhi was shy and reticent, she had always been well-liked by elders. Aunt Ai was no exception. After spending a few days together, she had come to understand Lu Lezhi's background and felt a deep sympathy for her. Turning her gaze to Mo Yang beside them, she remarked, Xiao Mo, you are also a good child. Aunt Ai can see that you must treat Xiao Lu well, for harmony in the family brings prosperity. Upon hearing those words, Lu Lezhi's ears slightly flushed. It felt rather premature to discuss family harmony, given how short a time she and Mo Yang had been together. Mo Yang nodded, rest assured. Aunt Ai did not elaborate further, gathered her belongings from the tricycle, bid farewell to the young couple, and turned to leave. Lu Lezhi gazed at the tricycle before her, feeling an undeniable sense of trepidation. Although she had previously expressed her intention to set up a stall, the reality of doing so made her heart race with anxiety. Mo Yang, discerning his girlfriend's apprehensions, chuckled softly and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, reassuring her. Do not be anxious. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to set up. Upon hearing his words, Lu Lezhi felt an immediate wave of relief wash over her, nodding in agreement. Mo Yang retrieved the keys and unlocked the store, and together, the young couple busily transferred the items from the tricycle into the shop. He then took a spare lock and secured the tricycle. With a satisfied clap of his hands, he declared, that should do it. The following day, after finishing breakfast, the couple descended to open the store. Mo Yang stepped outside, just in time to encounter Zhang Yu from the neighboring optical shop. They exchanged greetings, and Zhang Yu gestured toward the tricycle parked nearby, inquiring, Isn't that the one for frying rice cakes? What is it doing here? Oh, that's because Aunt Ai has ceased operations. My girlfriend has taken over. From now on, she shall reign as the rice cake queen of this area. Little Lu intends to sell fried rice cakes? Can she endure such a demanding endeavor? Please, do not envision my girlfriend as a pampered heiress, Mo Yang retorted. He glanced back into the bookstore, noticing Lu Lezhi seated behind the cash register, engrossed in her studies and oblivious to their conversation. However, he lowered his voice slightly and continued, I must say, aren't you a bit reluctant to let your beautiful girlfriend face the sun and wind daily? What is there to be reluctant about? My girlfriend is earning money. Should I not support her in filling her wallet? Of course, Mo Yang felt a pang of reluctance. While selling fried rice cakes could be profitable, it was undoubtedly laborious. Yet, this was Lu Lezhi's choice, and as her boyfriend, he felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. In truth, Mo Yang would have been more than willing if Lu Lezhi chose to remain a bookstore clerk and tutor him in English, with him providing her salary. However, Lu Lezhi was unwilling. During their time as friends, it was manageable, but now that they were romantically involved, she felt as if she were dependent on her boyfriend for her livelihood. She did not wish for that, which motivated her desire to set up her own stall and achieve independence. Mo Yang understood Lu Lezhi's mindset, thus he wholeheartedly supported her entrepreneurial endeavor. He believed that true confidence stems from one's own hard work and earnings. He hoped for his girlfriend to be a self-assured young woman. After exchanging a few more words, they turned and returned to their respective shops. Just as Mo Yang settled down, preparing to open his laptop and write, his phone suddenly buzzed. He glanced at it before standing up and announcing, Lezhi, I'm going to collect the package. Lu Lezhi, who had been immersed in her studies, lifted her head and replied affirmatively. Mo Yang exited the bookstore and walked towards the express station, which was merely a street away. After a short while, he returned with several packages, the largest of which was long and rectangular in shape. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Lezhi hurriedly stepped out from behind the cash register and took the elongated package from Moya's hands. What have you purchased, Moya? She inquired. Moya smiled gently. Everything is for you. Lu Lezhi was momentarily taken aback. For me? Indeed, Moya affirmed with a nod, gesturing towards the two packages in his possession. One contains sunscreen, and the other is a hydrating face mask. Do not hesitate to use them. I shall procure more once you have finished. He then pointed to the elongated package Lu Lezhi held. This is a large sunshade. Although Moya supported Lu Lezhi's endeavor to be self-reliant by setting up a stall, it did not imply that he wished for his beloved girlfriend to become sun-kissed. If his originally fair and delicate girlfriend transformed into a tan beauty after a period of selling, Moya could only imagine how Song Lianga would feel about it. Where's my Lele? My fair and tender Lele? A wave of emotion washed over Lu Lezhi. Aside from her late mother, Moya was the first person to show her such meticulous care. Chapter 76. Such days are truly delightful. By the way, this is a nice sleeve. You will find it useful for your stall. Moya recalled that he still had 3 more packages tucked under his arm, promptly retrieving one and handing it to Lu Lezhi. She accepted it. I understand. Also, these 2 packages are yours. I brought them back for you, Moya said as he handed her the remaining 2 bags. Lu Lezhi's ears flushed crimson. How could she have forgotten this matter? She had originally planned to sneak away to the courier station in the afternoon to collect them. To her surprise, Moya had brought them home. Thankfully, she had marked her order for discreet shipping. Otherwise, she would be utterly embarrassed now. Moya, I'll head upstairs for a moment. I'll be right down, she said, not waiting for his response before swiftly ascending the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, Moya scratched his head, pondering why she seemed a bit peculiar. Lu Lezhi dashed back to her room, quickly shutting the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she felt her cheeks ablaze. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she attempted to calm her racing heart. Then, she sat on her bed and tore open the 2 packages. Upon seeing the contents within, her face flushed anew. Just as she arrived upstairs, 2 customers entered the shop seeking books. Moya assisted them in finding their desired titles, collected payment, and then sat at a small table to begin writing. After composing a passage, Moya glanced at the clock, noting that Lu Lezhi had been upstairs for half an hour. Growing concerned as she had yet to return, he wondered if something was amiss. Just as he contemplated checking on her, footsteps echoed, and Lu Lezhi reappeared. Moya turned toward the staircase, but upon seeing Lu Lezhi's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Lezhi wore the same white shirt on her upper body as she had this morning, but her lower half was no longer clad in the faded denim jeans. Instead, she donned a short skirt paired with black stockings. As she descended from the 2nd floor, she appeared somewhat flustered. Her previous skirts had always reached her knees at the shortest, When had she ever worn one so short? As for the stockings, it was another matter entirely. This was her first time wearing them. Earlier, she had spent quite some time mentally preparing herself before daring to come down. The gaze of Mo Yang made her cheeks flush, and she found her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Summoning her courage, she finally asked, "Do I look good?" Mo Yang, pulled from his reverie, replied, "You look great." Standing at 168 centimeters. Lu Lezhi had long legs that Mo Yang had previously thought would look lovely in stockings. However, at that time, they were not yet together, and he hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing it might come off as inappropriate. Once they were in a relationship, he refrained from mentioning it, considering her shyness. Thus, he never brought it up. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of regret, as few boys could resist the allure of seeing their girlfriend in stockings, especially the captivating black ones. What surprised him was that Lu Lezhi had taken the initiative to wear them without his suggestion. While he was pleasantly surprised, he couldn't help but wonder what had prompted her to choose this outfit. Upon hearing his compliment, Lu Lezhi sighed in relief, feeling a sense of validation. Mo Yang approached her and inquired, "What made you wear this all of a sudden?" "Well, that day at the night market in Yun City, I noticed you looking at someone's black stockings, and I thought if others could wear them, so could I," Lu Lezhi replied softly. Mo Yang was taken aback. He had merely glanced that day, yet his girlfriend had noticed. He felt genuinely touched, realizing she had dressed this way specifically for him. He opened his arms and embraced Lu Lezhi, saying, "Silly girl, thank you." His gratitude stemmed not merely from her choice to wear stockings, but from the fact that she had remembered his fleeting glance and acted upon it. The feeling of being cared for in such a manner was truly blissful. Lu Lezhi responded with a radiant smile. She then settled behind the cashier to continue her studies, while Mo Yang resumed typing. However, this time, he found it difficult to concentrate. Every few dozen words, his gaze strayed towards Lu Lezhi's legs. He felt shy about looking at other girls. But his girlfriend was a different story. He could gaze at her for as long as he wished. Lu Lezhi noticed his lingering glances, although a bit bashful. She did not shy away. Instead, she discreetly shifted her chair closer to him. After all, the purpose of her outfit was to catch her boyfriend's eye. So if he wanted to look, she was more than happy to let him. Lu Lezhi had previously been perplexed by the multitude of girls who adored wearing stockings. Today, she finally understood. Not only did they look exquisite, but they also felt incredibly smooth and comfortable against the skin. Even she, upon first donning them, could not resist the temptation to touch them repeatedly. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. If she, as the wearer, felt the urge to touch, what about Mo Yang? At this realization, Lu Lezhi couldn't help but steal a glance at her boyfriend, picturing the scene, which made her cheeks flush once more. If this were depicted in an anime style, she would undoubtedly have to perform a steam girl act for Mo Yang. Mo Yang, noticing her change in demeanor, scratched his head in curiosity, wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. After finishing dinner that evening, Lu Lezhi prepared to embark on her street vendor journey. Of course, before setting off, she changed out of her short skirt and black stockings, opting instead for a pair of jeans. While it was acceptable to dress that way in front of Mo Yang or within the confines of the shop, the thought of venturing out in such attire was utterly unacceptable to her. Moreover, such clothing would hinder her ability to work efficiently. In truth, with Lu Lezhi's looks, if she did wear a short skirt and black stockings while frying rice cakes, there was a high probability she would go viral if someone captured the moment and shared it online, much like that digging trend from a couple of years ago. She might even be dubbed the rice cake, she's sure. However, the young couple preferred to avoid such scenarios. Lu Lezhi's reluctance stemmed from her bashfulness. While Mo Yang wished to protect his girlfriend from becoming a target for the dark motives of certain individuals online or a mere tool for unscrupulous marketing schemes seeking to exploit her for views, the couple loaded their goods onto a tricycle, and Mo Yang locked the shop door before hopping onto the vehicle, saying, "Let's go." Lu Lezhi nodded and settled beside him. Mo Yang turned the key, igniting the electric ignition. A robust startup sound resonated, startling Lu Lezhi. Mo Yang chuckled, starting the vehicle, and the couple rode into the gentle May breeze toward the city square. As the breeze caressed her cheeks, Lu Lezhi glanced at Mo Yang, who was intently focused on riding, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Life was truly delightful. Chapter 77. The first day of vending, the young couple had deliberately eaten dinner a bit earlier. Arriving at the city square while the sky was still only partially darkened and with few people around, they approached the spot where an AI used to set up her stall, and Mo Yang parked the tricycle. Lu Lezhi disembarked, donned her mask, put on the apron and ice sleeves Moyang had bought for her, and began heating the oil. In no time, the oil was sizzling, ready for the rice cakes. One advantage of running such a small business was that customers would naturally gravitate toward her, eliminating the need for her to shout out for patrons, which was immensely friendly for someone like Lu Lezhi, who struggled with social anxiety. "Little Lu, you're officially taking over, huh?" A voice called out, belonging to a familiar aunt who frequented the area with her granddaughter, who was still in kindergarten. Lu Lezhi nodded in affirmation, saying yes. Although her social anxiety has improved somewhat compared to before, she still finds it challenging to engage in extensive communication with unfamiliar individuals. Beside her, Mo Yang chuckled and remarked, "Auntie, you must take good care of our business in the future. Of course, Xiaolu, bring me a fried rice cake. This girl of mine is quite the glutton and insists on buying something to eat every day." All right. Lu Lezhi quickly prepared a fried rice cake, and in addition, she generously offered a starch sausage. Despite being merely a starch sausage, its significance should not be underestimated. Today marked Lu Lezhi's official debut at the stall, and the crowd at the city square is usually quite steady, with only a select few purchasing fried rice cakes. It is essential to leave a favorable impression on them. This way, even if another fried rice cake vendor opens in the future, those who desire a treat will think of her first. Although she suffers from social anxiety, she is not oblivious to the nuances of human interaction, and the cost of a starch sausage is negligible. Indeed, the extra starch sausage brought great joy to the elderly woman. Although a single sausage costs only 1.5 yuan, sometimes receiving a gift feels more gratifying than having something for free. "Don't you want to thank your sister?" the old woman said as she handed the fried rice cake to her little granddaughter. "Thank you, sister," the little girl chimed sweetly to Lu Lezhi. With a slight smile beneath her mask, Lu Lezhi replied, "You're welcome." The elderly lady, unable to use mobile payment, retrieved 2 1 yuan coins from her small purse and handed them to Lu Lezhi before departing with her granddaughter. Lu Lezhi placed the coins into a round cookie tin. This tin had once contained cookies that Mo Yu had eaten, and in the afternoon, Mo Yang had specifically cleaned it out for Lu Lezhi to use for cash. With the first order successfully placed, Lu Lezhi felt a surge of happiness. Although it was merely 2 yuan, it marked a promising beginning. Gradually, more customers began to arrive, seeking fried rice cakes, meat sandwiches, and iced jelly. Observing this, Mo Yang stepped beside Lu Lezhi to lend a hand. His previous days spent alongside her learning the trade had not been in vain. He had picked up some skills, albeit not as proficiently as Lu Lezhi. The young couple began to collaborate, with Lu Lezhi managing the frying of rice cakes and starch sausages, while Mo Yang took charge of the meat sandwiches and also handled the iced jelly. "Oh, is this a couple's stall?" A familiar voice chimed in. It was Zhang Yu, accompanied by his wife and child, who had wandered over. Upon hearing this, Lu Lezhi felt a slight blush creep to her ears, yet her hands continued their work frying rice cakes. With their stalls in such close proximity, Mo Yang had long since formed a friendship with Zhang Yu, who was 10 years his senior. Speaking casually, he said, "Are you here to support our business? We're offering a 10% discount." Zhang Yu had initially greeted them to lend his support, promptly purchasing several fried rice cakes and starch sausages. Originally, he intended to buy a serving of ice powder for his son, but upon noticing that it was being prepared by, he felt a twinge of doubt regarding his culinary skills and decided against it. As time subtly slipped into the early hours of 9, the crowd in the square began to dwindle. The young couple also started to relax, extinguished the fire beneath the pan, and remarked, "Aunt AI's meat sandwich is sold out, and the ice powder is nearly finished as well. We must procure supplies from the market tomorrow." Nodded, contemplating the types and quantities of goods needed, and extracted her phone to send a message to a contact named Wei Go. After sending it, she turned to and said, "Thank you for today. How about we split today's earnings evenly?" Chuckled, ruffling his hair as he replied, "Silly girl, I am your boyfriend. There's no need for such formalities. I don't want your money." However, he suddenly shifted his tone, leaning closer to his ear and whispering a few words. Upon hearing this, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, and she nodded in agreement. Transitioning from modesty to extravagance is effortless, yet the reverse poses a challenge. Previously, favored more conservative attire, a style to which had grown accustomed. However, upon witnessing her today in a short skirt paired with black stockings, he felt irrevocably captivated. What he had just suggested to her was that, if possible, such attire should be embraced more often. After a while, glanced at the time and realized it was nearly dismissal for the students at Sanzhong. She promptly shifted their operations, Selling snacks like fried rice cakes in the square did not yield significant profit to truly thrive. One had to set up stalls during holidays or near schools at dismissal time. This was where the advantage of having a shop directly across from the school became evident. Did not need to seek a location. She simply positioned the tricycle in front of the bookstore. Even if the city management arrived, there was little cause for concern. Did not accompany any longer. He opened the shop door and ascended to the second floor, where he needed to heat food for and prepare for her tutoring session. At 9:40, the gates of Sanzhong swung open, releasing a wave of students, primarily from the first and second grades. While the third graders would not be dismissed for another 20 minutes. Sister-in-law, a familiar voice called out, prompting to look up and find accompanied by two other girls. Allow me to introduce my sister-in-law, the woman destined to become the king of rice cakes. Sister-in-law, these are my classmates and best friends. Hello, sister-in-law. The two girls chimed in unison. Greetings, replied, just as 3 rice cakes finished frying in the pot. She handed one to each of the 3 girls. Please enjoy. Thank you, sister-in-law, the 2 girls said, waving goodbye to before turning to leave. Your brother should have the meal ready. You may head upstairs, advised. Nodded. Took a bite of the rice cake, and then retrieved her phone from her backpack to scan the payment code beside her, settling the amount of 4 yuan. Hearing the notification of the transaction, Lu Lezhi paused in surprise and asked, Xiaoyu, what is this? Chapter 78. Oh, the power of love. Smiled and explained, sister-in-law. Please do not misunderstand. I am not treating you as an outsider. This is for my 2 close friends. Didn't we agree that I would treat? Sister-in-law, this is your first time setting up a stall. How could I bear to see you incur a loss? I'm going to have my meal first. By the way, please keep this a secret from me. Don't let my mother know that I brought my phone to school. With that, stepped into the bookstore. Her reasoning was quite simple. Lu Lezhi was her older brother's girlfriend, and given that connection, it seemed reasonable for her to indulge in free food and drinks from Lu Lezhi. It was also acceptable for her friends to occasionally enjoy the same privilege. However, the crux of the matter was that the 3 of them walked to the bookstore together every evening after school before parting ways. It wouldn't be fair to let them continuously enjoy Lu Lezhi's fried rice cakes without contributing. Over time, even if Lu Lezhi didn't mind, would feel guilty, considering it was a business after all. So, she decided to cover the cost for them. It wasn't a significant amount, and her friends were kind to her, always thinking of her when they had something delicious. She considered it a treat for them. Upon reaching the staircase, she encountered coming down from upstairs. Older brother. Nodded. I've warmed up the food for you. Go eat. I'll help your sister-in-law. Okay. It was unclear whether Lu Lezhi's fried rice cakes were tastier than Aunt Ai's, or if it was simply the better location. Or perhaps it was due to her wearing a transparent mask that allowed others to admire her beauty. Regardless, the business that evening was exceptionally brisk. Before the senior students had even finished their classes, the remaining rice cakes and starch sausages were sold out. Lu Lezhi had no choice but to apologize to the students who still wished to buy, and then closed up shop. The young couple moved the gas can and stove into the bookstore. Are you tired? Inquired of Lu Lezhi. Holding the cookie box containing cash, Lu Lezhi shook her head. Not at all. I'm just thrilled to be making money. Seeing her demeanor, smiled and said, You should go upstairs first. I'll lock up the bike. Lu Lezhi nodded and headed to the second floor, while took the bike lock outside to secure the tricycle before returning to the store to lock the rolling shutter and glass doors. Turning off the lights before ascending to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he found Lu Lezhi and seated on the sofa, engaged in animated discussion. Upon seeing return, excitedly exclaimed, Older brother, guess how much sister-in-law earned today? Before could respond, she held up 3 fingers, 375. If we hadn't run out of stock, we could have made even more. The income from fried rice cakes was indeed quite variable. On some days, it could reach 400 to 500, while on others, it might only be 100 or 200. After years of diligently preparing rice cakes, Lu's mother and her daughter had managed to save a considerable sum of money due to their frugality. Originally, Lu's mother intended to use a portion of these funds to construct a modest 2-story house in their hometown once Lu Lezhi secured employment, and to accumulate a substantial dowry for her daughter in the years to come. However, upon being diagnosed with cancer, Lu Lezhi disregarded her mother's pleas and withdrew all the money for her treatment. Additionally, Lu's mother had opted not to purchase health insurance to conserve funds. Otherwise, Lu Lezhi would not have found herself in a position of poverty, living under a bridge. Seeing Mou's exuberant demeanor, one might mistakenly believe that the money was her own earnings. Indeed, It is true that a family often shares similar traits in terms of providing emotional support. Mou surpasses Mo Yang in spades. Observing her, Lu Lezhi felt an illusion that her earnings amounted to not merely 300, but rather 3 million. Who would have thought that selling rice cakes could be so lucrative? Perhaps I should abandon my studies and pursue this endeavor instead. Mou rubbed her hands together in excitement. Mo Yang cast her a glance and remarked, "If you dare utter that in front of our parents, I would commend you as a true heroine." "Brother, you misunderstood. I said nothing at all," Mou quickly replied, feigning innocence. Mo Yang, aware that she was merely jesting, chose not to admonish her further. "All right, let's head inside and prepare. I will tutor you shortly." "Okay," Mou responded as she retreated to her room. Without the light bulb illuminating the space, Mo Yang settled beside Lu Lezhi and inquired, "Are you adjusting well?" Although Lu Lezhi appeared to handle the stall with ease, Mo Yang remained concerned that she might struggle with certain aspects. Lu Lezhi smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, brother Mo Yang. I often assisted my mother in making rice cakes. How could I possibly find it challenging?" "That's good to hear," Mo Yang replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. "You need to rise early tomorrow to procure supplies from the market, right?" "Yes, I already transferred the money. I will head out at 5 in the morning." "Very well, you need not concern yourself with that. I will go on your behalf. You should rest a little longer." Hearing this warmed Lu Lezhi's heart. She looked at Mo Yang and nodded. "Thank you, brother Mo Yang." "Silly girl, why do you keep saying thank you? This is merely what a boyfriend ought to do," he replied. "Now, go take a shower. I need to tutor Mou." The young couple busied themselves. Lu Lezhi gathered her clothes to shower while Mo Yang proceeded to Mou's room. With an expressionless demeanor, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Mou glanced at him and asked, "Brother, could you perhaps smile a little?" To be honest, she felt slightly intimidated when her elder brother wore such a stern expression. Was it necessary to look so serious just for an English tutoring session? "Because of you, I won't be able to help your sister-in-law with her hair later. Do you still expect me to smile?" Mou thought to herself that she should have refrained from speaking earlier, for not only did she face a retort, but she was also subjected to the clutch of being fed dog food. What a miserable situation she found herself in. The next day, at 5 in the morning, Mo Yang awoke, dressed, and exited his room, coincidentally encountering Mou as she emerged from the bathroom after freshening up. The siblings exchanged a glance and was momentarily taken aback. It was her first time seeing her elder brother at 5 in the morning. "Brother, why are you up so early? Did you get up just to make breakfast for me?" Chuckled lightly. "You think too much. I'm off to the market to fetch supplies for your sister-in-law." "Oh, the power of love." A slight smile of realization flickered across face. Chose not to respond and retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. After his morning routine, he descended the stairs and stepped outside, where he found squatting at the entrance of a nearby bun shop, munching on a bun while scrolling through her phone, with a cup of soy milk resting on the ground beside her. Upon noticing submergence, she waved at him. Observing his sister's rather carefree posture, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why sit at a proper table when one could squat by the roadside to eat? He found it utterly incomprehensible and wondered whom she had learned this from. Nonetheless, he decided to ignore her. She knew her priorities and always arrived at her classroom on time without fail. He unlocked his tricycle and pedaled toward the market. Chapter 79. A delivery. The morning market buzzed with activity, lively and bustling, as vendors prepared for the day's business. Following the address provided by, arrived at a shop devoid of a sign. He dismounted from his tricycle and entered the establishment. "Is Wei here?" "Yes," a voice responded, and a man in his 30s emerged from a back room, sizing up with curiosity. "Who are you?" This small shop had a loyal clientele, and he had never seen this individual before. Adept at navigating such situations, produced a pack of cigarettes and offered one to the man. "I'm here to pick up supplies for my partner. Her surname is..." "Ah," Wei replied. She did mention her partner would come by for supplies today, but how can you prove your relationship? After all, had already paid for the goods, and if they were collected by an unrelated person, how would Wei maintain his reputation in this area? Smiled, noting Wei's vigilance. He illuminated his phone and turned the screen toward Wei. His lock screen displayed a photograph of him and taken during their outing had visited this place with Ani AI a couple of times, so Wei was familiar with her appearance. After viewing the photo, Wei no longer doubted its identity. "The goods are ready. Let me help you load them onto your tricycle." "Thank you," Wei replied. Being Saturday, the weekend promised a busier market than usual, prompting to order a larger supply. They quickly loaded several bags of rice cakes, starch sausages, and plenty of ingredients for meat sandwiches and iced jelly onto the tricycle. Expressed his gratitude to Wei once more, offered him another cigarette, and then rode off. Upon returning to the bookstore, he happened upon who had just descended the stairs. She called, approaching him with a bright smile. "Why did you rise so early? I thought I had advised you to sleep a bit longer. Are you not at ease with me handling the goods?" "No. It's not that I am concerned about you. I simply woke up and found myself unable to fall back asleep, so I decided to get up." Subsequently, the young couple transported the ingredients into the shop. With such an abundance of ingredients, it was clear that they wouldn't sell out in a single day. Therefore, Lu Lezhi divided the ingredients into 2 portions, one for today's sales and the other reserved for future transactions. Then, Lu Lezhi began to organize the ingredients, primarily separating the 2 connected rice cakes with scissors and threading skewers through the rice cakes and starch sausages. Mo Yang felt it inappropriate to let Lu Lezhi toil alone, so he took a new pair of craft scissors and assisted her. By the time they finished, it was already past 7. Mo Yang stood up, stretched his back, and realized how fatigued he was from bending over for so long. Even running a small business like frying rice cakes was no easy task. Lu Lezhi placed the scissors on the counter and asked, "What would you like to eat, Mo Yang?" "I'll prepare it. Let us skip breakfast today. I'll go out and buy something instead." After pondering for a moment, Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. Mo Yang returned with 2 jianbing guozi. Having opted not to purchase any drinks since there was still half a box of breakfast milk at home, 1 box each would suffice. He even requested the lady at the jianbing guozi stall to add 2 eggs for Lu Lezhi. Naturally, Lu Lezhi noticed the extra eggs in her jianbing guozi and discreetly glanced at Mo Yang, offering him a faint smile. Before long, the young couple finished their meal. Lu Lezhi tossed the wrapper into the trash and, with a hint of regret, said to Mo Yang, "I'm sorry, but I won't be able to stay in the shop to help during weekends or after school anymore." It was evident that the peak customer flow at the bookstore coincided with that of the rice cake stall, making it impossible for Lu Lezhi to manage both. Mo Yang chuckled at her words, inserted a straw into the breakfast milk, and handed it to Lu Lezhi. "No worries. Our shop isn't large, and I can manage it on my own. Just focus on being the rice cake queen." Hearing this title made Lu Lezhi blush slightly. "That's just a playful nickname from Xiaoyu. Why are you calling me that too?" Mo Yang merely smiled in response. Once they finished the breakfast milk, the young couple set about loading the ingredients and stove onto the tricycle. Lu Lezhi applied sunscreen, donned her mask, eye sleeves, and baseball cap, and tied on her apron before heading out. Unlike the previous evening, she didn't set up her stall directly at the bookstore entrance, but it was still quite close. Merely a dozen or 20 steps away, remaining within the coverage area. Mo Yang accompanied her, unfurling the large sunshade to shield her from the sun. "Call me if you need anything, and if you feel tired, just return to the shop to rest," Mo Yang advised Lu Lezhi. She nodded in understanding. Mo Yang affectionately patted her head through her baseball cap before turning back toward the shop. He wished to stay and assist Lu Lezhi, yet he found it unfeasible. He was not the type to linger idly, for he had his shop to attend to and words to compose. The scenario where a male protagonist in a romantic novel forsakes all obligations to accompany the female lead is nearly impossible in reality. After all, the wealthy constitute a mere minority, and everyone must earn a living. Due to the weekend, Lu Lezhi's business was thriving far more than the previous night, with scarcely a moment of respite. Despite the unrelenting busyness, she felt a sense of joy. For her, every effort bore fruit in the form of income. After nearly an hour of toil, Lu Lezhi finally seized an opportunity to rest. Moyang approached her, bearing a cup of freshly delivered red bean milk tea and a stool. Presenting the drink to her with a kind, "You've worked hard." "Not at all," Lu Lezhi replied, sitting down and accepting the tea. She removed her mask and took a small sip, instantly squinting her eyes in delight. Indeed, Moyang's choice of milk tea was delightful. At that moment, 2 girls approached, requesting 2 rice cakes and 2 servings of iced jelly. Lu Lezhi intended to set down her tea and rise, but Moyang gently restrained her, saying, "Take a breather. I'll handle it." Nodding, Lu Lezhi removed her apron and handed it to Moyang, who tied it on and began frying the rice cakes. "Hey, are you 2 a couple?" one of the girls inquired. "Indeed, this is my girlfriend's stall. Have you seen the bookstore over there? That's mine as well. If you wish to purchase books, do take a look," Moyang replied eloquently. By the time the 2 girls departed, they were already envious of Lu Lezhi. Not only did her boyfriend possess good looks, but he was also so considerate. They wondered why they had not encountered such a gentleman. By this time, Lu Lezhi had finished her milk tea. "Moyang, can you watch the stall for a moment? I need to use the restroom." "Of course," he replied. Lu Lezhi stood and walked towards the shop when another customer arrived for rice cakes. Moyang swiftly prepared them. Just then, a remarkably familiar voice called out, "I'll have one." Chapter 80. Mother Dearest arrives. Hearing that voice, Moyang was taken aback for a moment before turning to see. Indeed, it was his mother. "Mom, what brings you here? What do you think? You've been dating, and didn't he think to bring her home?" Initially, had intended to come with Li Lingxin. But when the Education Bureau's leadership unexpectedly decided to inspect the school, his role as the director necessitated his presence, leaving Li Lingxin to come alone. "After all, it's only been a short while. I intended to introduce her later." Li Lingxin leaned over to inspect the items on the tricycle, saying, "It looks rather impressive." Whereas Xiaolu, Moyu, known for her candidness, had already informed her mother about Lu Lezhi's venture into selling fried rice cakes the day Moyang mentioned it. As Moyang brushed sauce and sprinkled cumin and chili powder onto the rice cakes, he gestured toward the bookstore, saying, "She's using the restroom." As he spoke, he handed the sauce-coated rice cake to Li Lingxin, saying, "Give it a try." Li Lingxin reached out to take it, inquiring, "You can do this too?" "Of course." Mo Yang replied with a hint of pride, reminiscing about how he had secretly learned the craft while watching Lu Lezhi during her culinary training. "If I find myself unable to write in the future and the shop cannot continue, I can always pursue this." He felt a touch of childlike pride, akin to a young one showcasing a newly acquired skill to their parents. "Indeed, your father and I need not worry about you becoming dependent on us," Li Lingxin remarked, taking a bite of the rice cake, which was delightfully crisp. "It tastes quite good." Mo Yang chuckled. "It pales in comparison to what Lu Lezhi fries. You must try her cooking when she returns." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Lezhi emerged from the bookstore. Approaching Li Lingxin, she nervously greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Although this was not their first encounter, this was the first time she met Li Lingxin as Mo Yang's girlfriend, and the significance of the moment made her heart race. Li Lingxin's face broke into a radiant smile. "Long time no see, Xiaolu." She scrutinized Lu Lezhi from head to toe and remarked, "You've gained a little weight since our last meeting. It seems this lad hasn't been unkind to you." "Auntie, you jest. How could Mo Yang bully me?" Lu Lezhi's defense of Mo Yang only made Li Lingxin's smile even brighter. From their first meeting, she had taken a liking to the girl, and now that Lu Lezhi was her son's girlfriend, her fondness only deepened. Her daughter was destined to be a lively spirit, while her daughter-in-law, being gentle and serene, was equally delightful. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Lingxin called for Mo Yang to assist her in moving some items, which were brought over by Mo Fugua and Su Lan. The elderly couple had intended to come as well, but decided against it, fearing they might startle Lu Lezhi. And with the garlic harvest approaching, they were rather busy. At that moment, another customer approached to purchase rice cakes. Lu Lezhi promptly announced, "We are closing up." "My apologies." Although profit was important, Li Lingxin was her boyfriend's mother and quite possibly her future mother-in-law. It would be inappropriate to focus solely on frying rice cakes while she visited. Cultivating a good relationship with her future in-laws was paramount. As Lu Lezhi wrapped up her business, Li Lingxin led Mo Yang to their car parked nearby. "Is this your car?" She pointed to the black vehicle. "Yes." He confirmed, "Wang Haoming helped me out. I got the top configuration for just 100,000. Li Lingxin nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. He opened the trunk, revealing the items his grandparents had sent for him. The first thing to catch his eye was 2 large bundles of garlic shoots and a bag of pickled vegetables made from them. Every year at this time, their village was abundant with garlic shoots. In season, they were virtually free, costing only a few cents per pound, yet once stored in cold storage for winter, their price could soar to several dollars per pound. Aside from garlic sprouts, there were also 2 chickens, both raised at home, already slaughtered and plucked. It was evident without asking that they had been prepared by his grandmother. Additionally, there were dozens of farm-fresh eggs laid by their own chickens. Suddenly, Mo Yang pondered a rather peculiar conundrum. If he were to consume both chicken meat and eggs, could it be said that they would reunite mother and child within his own belly? In addition to these, there were other common rural delicacies. The mother and son worked together to transport the items to the store. "Mom, the garlic is about to be harvested at home. I sent it?" Mo Yang inquired as they walked. Mo Fugua and Su Lan were both retired elementary school teachers, with a combined pension exceeding 10,000 yuan each month. Yet, Perhaps due to the deep-rooted belief among Chinese people in agriculture, the elderly couple continued to cultivate nearly 4 acres of land even after retirement, planting garlic one season and rice the next. In reality, the profits from their sales, after deducting costs, might not even match a month's pension. Yet they still found joy in farming. Li Lingxi nodded and replied, "It will be happening in a few days. This year we plan to hire someone to help." Given their advanced age, it was impractical for the couple to harvest 4 acres of garlic, and with Mo Qing-shan and his wife preoccupied with work, they decided to hire help to save time and effort. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang quietly dismissed his earlier intention of returning home to assist with the labor. After transporting the goods back to the store, Lu Lezhi had just returned from closing her stall. Li Lingxin immediately pulled Lu Lezhi to sit down and engage in conversation. Naturally, it was primarily Li Lingxin who spoke, while Lu Lezhi listened. Throughout the exchange, Li Lingxin maintained a warm smile, which made her appear approachable, allowing the initially tense Lu Lezhi to gradually relax and become more talkative. Like many mothers conversing with their future daughters-in-law, Li Lingxin eventually steered the discussion toward Mo Yang's childhood anecdotes. Mo Yang, overhearing this, felt a sense of impending doom. His mother was undoubtedly about to recount some of his embarrassing moments from his youth. Mom, it's almost noon. I should head up to prepare lunch." He hastily concocted an excuse to slip away, hoping to avoid further embarrassment. Go ahead. Li Lingxin waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Lu Lezhi, saying, "Let me tell you, when Yang was little upon reaching the 2nd floor, Mo Yang sighed in relief, grateful he had escaped in time. Otherwise, he might have been cornered into recounting his childhood misadventures. Wasn't he concerned that those childhood incidents would tarnish his image in Lu Lezhi's eyes? After all, who hadn't he engaged in childish antics during their youth? Mo Yang doubted that Lu Lezhi had been any different. The next time they visited her hometown, he planned to inquire with Lu Dad and Lu Mom about her childhood escapades as well. Pulling out his phone to check the time, he noted it was nearing 11 o'clock. After a moment of contemplation, he found his class teacher's WeChat and sent a message requesting her to inform Mo's mother that they had returned home for lunch. Chapter 81. Shopping. As the clock approached 11:40, Mu Yang had prepared the meal. Mu would finish school at noon, and they could dine as soon as she returned. After removing his apron, Mu Yang descended the stairs. At that moment, Lu Lezhi and Li Lingxin had ceased their conversation and were attending to customers who came to purchase books. Mu Yang noticed that Lu Lezhi always regarded him with a hint of amusement in her eyes. "What's the matter? I never imagined you had a childhood dream of traveling on a cow," Lu Lezhi remarked. Mu Yang knew all too well that his mother would not spare him any embarrassment regarding his childhood. When he was young, the family had raised cattle, and after reading the illustrated story of Nils Holgersson's adventures, he insisted on riding their little calf for a journey. The two boys ended up being chased for quite a distance by the calf, leaving Wang Haoming with a lingering apprehension whenever he encountered a live cow. Li Lingxin had witnessed the scene and, rather than intervening, had laughed heartily. Had the mobile recording technology of today existed back then, their youthful misadventures would surely have been immortalized in digital memory. Although Li Lingxin often teased Mu Yu for being a carefree, wild monkey, she too had her share of youthful folly. It was only after giving birth to Mu Yang and Mu Yu that she had adopted a more composed demeanor. Were it not for the undeniable resemblance between mother and children, Mu Yang might have questioned whether he was a foundling. "What else did she tell you?" Mu Yang inquired, feeling a sense of relief that he and Lu Lezhi had not known each other since childhood. Otherwise, the memories of his youthful blunders would have certainly altered her perception of him. Lu Lezhi blinked playfully. Guess. It was evident from her demeanor that his mother had shared his childhood escapades with her. His childhood heroics had been unwittingly tarnished by his own mother. Just after noon, Mu Yu returned home and immediately enveloped Li Lingxin in a warm embrace. "Mom, I've missed you so much." Despite her constant teasing, it was clear that Li Lingxin missed her daughter, as she was, after all, a piece of her own heart. She took Mu Yu's school bag and said, "Your brother has prepared lunch. Let us eat." Mu Yang had cooked a stir-fried chicken dish, garlic shoots with pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and shredded potatoes, accompanied by a pot of rice. The meal was enjoyed by all four, with Li Lingxin persistently serving Lu Lezhi with the serving chopsticks, to the point that Lu Lezhi felt a bit embarrassed. "Enough, Auntie. If you keep this up, I really won't have any room left," Lu Lezhi exclaimed, prompting Mu Yu to whisper to Mu Yang, "It seems we are destined to be overshadowed from now on." Mu Yang silently smiled, relishing the scene before him. After the meal, Lu Lezhi offered to wash the dishes, but was promptly halted by Li Lingxin. "Leave the washing to me," she instructed her son. Mo Yang said nothing as he tidied up the dishes and carried them to the kitchen. Mo Yu yawned and exchanged a few words with Li Lingxin before retreating to her own room. Living close to school certainly had its advantages. Not only could one return home for lunch, but afterward, one could also indulge in a brief nap on the bed. "Xiaolu, do you take afternoon naps?" Li Lingxin inquired, glancing at Lu Lezhi. Lu Lezhi shook her head, revealing that she had never cultivated the habit of napping. "Perfect, let's accompany Annie for some shopping," Li Lingxin suggested. Lu Lezhi hesitated momentarily, feeling somewhat at a loss as she looked at Mo Yang, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Mo Yang smiled and encouraged. "Go ahead, it's rather dull to linger around here all day." Initially, Lu Lezhi had hoped to invite Mo Yang to join them, but he shook his head with a smile, stating he needed to tend to the shop. It seemed better for him not to intrude while his mother sought to bond with her future daughter-in-law. Li Lingxin drove Lu Lezhi to a shopping mall, and after parking, they headed straight to the women's clothing section. Lu Lezhi discreetly glanced at her WeChat balance, over 700, which should suffice. She sighed in relief, deciding to set aside any thoughts about whether Li Lingxin would ultimately become her mother-in-law. After all, if her boyfriend's mother was inviting her to shop, it would be exceedingly rude not to show some appreciation. She certainly did not want to leave a poor impression. Unaware of Lu Lezhi's internal musings, Li Lingxin selected 2 dresses and handed them to her. "Go try these on," she urged. "Auntie, I have enough clothes. There's no need to buy more," Lu Lezhi replied. But she knew better than to voice such sentiments. While she had enough clothing, new attire was an entirely different matter. With Li Lingxin's insistence, Lu Lezhi took the dresses into the fitting room. After a while, she emerged wearing a blue dress. Li Lingxin's eyes lit up. "Xiaolu, you look like a runaway princess from Disney." "Really?" Lu Lezhi asked, and Li Lingxin nodded, snapping a photo to send to her son. "Now try on that apricot-colored one." "All right," Lu Lezhi agreed and returned to the fitting room. Shortly after, she appeared in the apricot dress, and once again, Li Lingxin was captivated. This girl was incredibly versatile. Moments ago, she resembled a Disney princess, and now she exuded the charm of the girl next door. Indeed, such beauty could make even a burlap sack look appealing. Li Lingxin mused. "We'll take both of these," she told the sales clerk. "Thank you, Auntie," Lu Lezhi expressed her gratitude, as she had checked the tags in the fitting room and noted that the 2 dresses totaled over 500. She was astonished that Li Lingxin purchased them without a second thought. Li Lingxin smiled. "We will all be family sooner or later. Why be so formal?" Upon hearing the phrase family, Lu Lezhi felt her ears flush with warmth. To complement Lu Lezhi's apricot dress, Li Lingxin also bought her a hat. With a perfect fit upon her head, Li Lingxin subsequently purchased garments for Mo, her mother-in-law, herself, and her own mother. Of course, the total cost of these 4 outfits paled in comparison to the price of Lu Lezhi's 2 dresses. Upon exiting the women's clothing store, Li Lingxin took Lu Lezhi to the adjacent shoe store, selecting 2 pairs of casual shoes for her, amounting to a little over 300. Although Lu Lezhi was initially reluctant, Li Lingxin insisted, "Shopping is all about spending. These are gifts from Annie. You must accept them." With no other choice, Lu Lezhi acquiesced. However, she was not one to forget to reciprocate, purchasing a pair of moderately priced shoes for Li Lingxin at 700. The expense pained her. She vowed that, had it been for herself, she would never have splurged on such costly footwear. Yet, considering the considerable sum Li Lingxin had spent on her today, her discomfort lessened. Chapter 82, Forever 18. Seeing Lu Lezhi buy shoes for herself brought immense joy to Li Lingxin, although she had not expected a return for her purchases. Witnessing Lu Lezhi's thoughtful gesture warmed her heart. A girl who understands the value of reciprocation is far superior to one who only seeks to take. In her elation, Li Lingxin then led Lu Lezhi into a handbag store, where she spent over 100 on a beige crossbody bag for her. Nevertheless, she felt something was still missing and decided to drag Lu Lezhi to the cosmetics counter. Sensing this, Lu Lezhi quickly intercepted her. Realizing that Li Lingxin had already spent over 1,000 on her, any further expenditure would weigh heavily on her conscience. After all, she and Mo Yang were merely dating and not yet married. "Auntie, no need for cosmetics. My best friend gifted me plenty, and I seldom wear makeup, so it would be wasted." With that, Li Lingxin relented, acknowledging that Lu Lezhi's naturally beautiful face needed no adornment. Relieved that the cosmetics shopping was off the table, Lu Lezhi sighed inwardly. Her future mother-in-law's enthusiasm was a delightful, yet daunting pressure. Shall we explore the men's section? Sure. Upon reaching the men's department, Li Lingxin purchased outfits for her son, husband, father-in-law, and father. After all, it was a rare opportunity to visit the mall. Fairness demanded that everyone receive a share. Lu Lezhi had intended to buy something for Mo Yang as well, but upon glancing at her WeChat balance, she abandoned that thought. Perhaps she would fry some rice cakes in the coming days instead. Xiao Lu, is there anything else you would like to buy? Li Lingxin inquired, looking at Lu Lezhi. She shook her head, then contemplated for a moment before replying. Auntie, let me treat you to some milk tea. With just a few dozen left in her balance, she could afford a cup. All right, Auntie will not be polite. Li Lingxin smiled in response. Lu Lezhi headed towards a nearby milk tea shop, while Li Lingxin remained in place. Hello, sister. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence as a young man approached Li Lingxin. She was momentarily taken aback, then glanced around to confirm the absence of others before directing her gaze toward him. Did you call for me? She inquired. The young man nodded, a hint of shyness dancing in his demeanor. Sister, may I add you on WeChat? At the age of 46, Li Lingxin still appeared remarkably youthful, akin to someone in their 30s, thanks to her diligent self-care. Her husband, Mo Shan, was reluctant to burden her with arduous tasks. Amused, she couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this young man, who seemed to be no older than 20, and certainly younger than her own son. The notion of adding him on WeChat was out of the question. Nonetheless, she felt a flutter of joy that a young man had approached her, even as she neared 50. Apologies, my daughter-in-law has gone to buy milk tea, Li Lingxin explained, gesturing toward Lu Lezhi, who was queuing at the milk tea shop. The young man was momentarily stunned, his face flushing crimson as he muttered an apology before hastily departing. Li Lingxin, feeling a swell of pride, playfully tossed her hair. She couldn't wait to share this amusing encounter with old Mo, who often lamented about growing old. How could she be considered old? She felt eternally 18. Moments later, Lu Lezhi returned with 2 cups of red bean milk tea, handing one to Li Lingxin. Auntie, did you wait long? Not at all, she replied, a playful thought crossing her mind as she recalled the earlier encounter. She took out her phone and said to Lu Lezhi, Little Lu, let us take a picture together. Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. Although it was meant to be a single photo, Li Lingxin seemed to have misinterpreted the request, snapping 9 consecutive pictures before finally stopping. She then shared the 9-grid collage on her social media, captioned, Do we look like sisters? Indeed. Li Lingxin's youthful appearance and striking beauty made her and Lu Lezhi resemble a pair of sisters. After a delightful shopping spree, the two made their way back home. At the bookstore, Mo Yang was engaged in conversation with Zhang Yu. Li Lingxin parked the car not far from the store and opened the passenger door, allowing Lu Lezhi to step out. Mo Yang was oblivious to their arrival, but Zhang Yu noticed and nodded toward Lu Lezhi. Your family is back, he remarked. Mo Yang followed Zhang Yu's gaze and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Lezhi in a light apricot-colored dress. She was one of those rare individuals who appeared even more stunning in person than in photographs. Thus, Mo Yang was genuinely captivated, though there was undoubtedly an element of bias in his admiration. Observing his reaction, Zhang Yu chuckled and playfully patted his shoulder. Just be careful not to drool. With that, he stood up and headed back to the eyewear shop. Before long, Lu Lezhi and Li Lingxin entered the store, arms laden with bags. Mo Yang snapped back to reality, rising to help carry the bags. You bought so much. It's been a while since we shopped, and we have to cater to everyone's needs, right? These are for the 3 of you. The others' bags are in the car, and I'll bring them back shortly. Whether as a wife, mother, daughter, or daughter-in-law, Li Lingxin is impeccable in her duties, managing to maintain an equitable balance in every circumstance. After spending some time in the shop, she took her leave. The young couple accompanied her to the door, with Lu Lezhi even frying a few pieces of rice cake for her to take home. It was not until her vehicle had dwindled into a mere speck in the distance that the couple returned inside. Lu Lezhi ascended the stairs to change her attire, as the hour was still early, and she wished to continue her stall business. Meanwhile, Mo Yang, seizing the moment when the shop was devoid of customers, sent a small bundle of garlic shoots over to Aunt Chen. Though these were not particularly valuable, the gesture signified his regard for her, and such thoughtfulness would surely bring her joy. Moreover, Aunt Chen often shared her delectable dishes with him, and it is only courteous to reciprocate. Having exited Aunt Chen's son's computer store, Lu Lezhi rode her tricycle back to their usual spot. Mo Yang hurried over and unfurled the large sunshade, inquiring, "Why not take a break? We can continue tomorrow." Lu Lezhi smiled. "I'm not tired. Why rest? In small business, persistence is key. One cannot afford to fish for 3 days and dry the nets for 2. Mo Yang advised, "If you do feel fatigued, just call me for assistance. Don't strain yourself alone." He gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Rest easy." At that moment, a customer entered the bookstore, calling for the proprietor. "You should return to the shop. I can manage here alone," Lu Lezhi said. "All right." Mo Yang nodded and turned back toward the bookstore, announcing, "I'm coming." As twilight descended, it was time for dinner. Mo Yang reheated the leftovers from lunch, which would serve as their evening meal. After dining, Lu Lezhi replenished the supplies on the tricycle, preparing to set up her stall at the civic square. As usual, Mo Yang accompanied her. Chapter 83. The deepening of stereotypes. Due to the weekend, the foot traffic at the civic square was considerably heavier than usual. Upon reaching their customary spot, just as Lu Lezhi was about to heat the oil, Mo Yang interrupted her, pointing, "Look over there." Following his gaze, Lu Lezhi noticed 4 boys about 50 meters away, bustling with activity, surrounded by a curious crowd. "What are they doing?" she asked, intrigued. Mo Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "They're likely setting up a confession scene. There will surely be a crowd to watch. Let us head over there." Chinese people naturally love a spectacle. And with the enticing aroma of fried rice cakes wafting through the air, it's only sensible to buy one, don't you think? Lu Lezhi nodded and pedaled her tricycle leisurely toward the scene. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the 4 boys were indeed arranging a confession setup, creating a heart shape on the ground with roses. Observing the scene, Mo Yang couldn't help but shake his head. He had always struggled to understand the appeal of such a method of confession. Was it a genuine expression of affection or merely a self-indulgent display for the sake of theatrics? At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to cheer, which undoubtedly added pressure for the girl receiving the confession. "Do you find this method of confession romantic?" Mo Yang quietly inquired of Lu Lezhi. Lu Lezhi resolutely shook her head. "What a joke. As someone with social anxiety, how could I possibly perceive such a declaration as romantic? It would only leave me feeling awkward. Moreover, I find this approach rather ostentatious. While a confession should indeed be formal, there is no necessity to perform it like a spectacle for an audience, akin to a circus act, right?" Although she herself had not been particularly formal when confessing to Mo Yang, the young couple found themselves in a delightful spot, allowing them to enjoy the unfolding drama without hindering their sales of rice cakes, alongside a vendor selling fried stinky tofu. They exchanged nods, acknowledging each other. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky completely, and the confession venue was prepared, with an increasing number of spectators gathering to observe the scene. The youth today certainly have a plethora of ideas. "Back in my day, such antics were unheard of," the stinky tofu vendor remarked with a sigh. Suddenly, Mo Yang had a thought, a smile curving at his lips. "Uncle, do you think he will succeed?" The vendor pondered for a moment before replying. "He should, I suppose. Don't all the young ladies seem to enjoy this nowadays?" This was precisely the response Mo Yang had hoped to hear. "My view, however, is entirely contrary to yours. What do you say to a wager? If I win, you treat us to a serving of fried stinky tofu. If you win, I shall provide you with 2 sticks of rice cake." The vendor chuckled. "All right, but you mustn't back out. Once a promise is made, it is not easily retracted." Lu Lezhi, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of anticipation for the prospect of free fried stinky tofu. She harbored an inexplicable trust in Mo Yang. The number of patrons at both stalls gradually increased. After a while, 2 girls approached. Upon seeing them, several boys who had been squatting by the roadside immediately stood up. Recognizing the arrival of the female lead, Mo Yang silently rejoiced at the unfolding drama. As the 2 girls arrived at the designated spot, a boy clad in white approached them, clutching a large bouquet of blue roses. One of the girls, sensing the gravity of the moment, took a couple of steps back. The boy appeared somewhat anxious. He took a deep breath and, kneeling on one knee, addressed the remaining girl. "Ting Ting, I have liked you since my freshman year." He then retrieved a love letter and began to read aloud. However, the letter was written in a manner that seemed reminiscent of a script penned by a schoolmate, leading Mo Yang to suspect it might have been ghostwritten. Observing Ting Ting's expression closely, Mo Yang noted her evident discomfort as she lowered her gaze. This demeanor was all too familiar. His girlfriend often displayed similar traits when confronted by strangers. It seemed that this girl also struggled with social anxiety. Instantly, Mo Yang's perspective on the boy shifted to one of complexity. Even if the girl were not fond of him, such a confession should not be executed in this manner. For someone already grappling with social anxiety, employing this approach was bound to yield unfavorable results. After the heartfelt confession was recited, the young man paused for a moment before declaring, "Ting Ting, I truly like you. Would you be my girlfriend?" The crowd, as anticipated, erupted in encouragement. The girl kept her head bowed, her fists clenched tightly. After a few seconds, summoning her courage, she raised her head and exclaimed, "I refuse." The words were almost a shout, and without hesitation, she turned and fled. "Ting Ting, wait for me." Another girl hurriedly chased after her. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Then, coming to his senses, he slumped to the ground in despair. The other three boys immediately rushed to offer their consolation. Observing the entire scene, Moya shook his head gently, feeling no sympathy for the young man, even contemplating a bit of mockery. If he truly cared, would he express his feelings to a socially anxious girl in such a manner? What was he trying to prove? Ting Ting clearly harbored feelings for me. Why did she reject me? The boy's eyes were already reddened as he voiced these thoughts. Noticing that his distress seemed genuine, Moya pondered for a moment, took a plastic bag, and requested Lu Lezhi to pack 4 pieces of fried rice cakes before approaching the group with a payment code in hand. "Would you like to know why you failed?" Moya began, drawing the attention of the 4 boys towards him. He waved the rice cakes in front of them. "Buy these, and I'll tell you." As their expressions turned skeptical, Moya pointed towards Lu Lezhi, who was not far off, and added with a hint of pride, "My girlfriend. Isn't she beautiful?" The boy in white promptly took the rice cakes, pulling out his phone to scan the code. 20 in total. Thank you for your patronage." Moya raised the price without a shred of guilt. The boy paid, wearing a somewhat flattering expression, "Please, enlighten us." The other 3 leaned in, eager to glean some wisdom from Moya. He did not hold back, stating, "The reason for your failed confession boils down to 3 words: lack of sincerity. You do know that girl is socially anxious, right?" "Yes," they responded. "Then why choose such a method of confession? If it were that easy, there would be no single people left in the world. Isn't it said that no girl can refuse such a confession?" A chubby boy murmured. Moya shot him a glance. "Whose idea was that? Who taught you?" "An idol drama," he replied. Moya was speechless. Learning to confess from idol dramas was quite a talent. "What is your relationship with them?" "Roommates." Moya turned to the other 2 boys. "Did you not see any issues with this?" Both shook their heads. Moya nearly choked. Understanding why these 4 were roommates, the phrase talented individuals hardly sufficed to describe them. "What are you studying?" "Computer science, 3rd year this year." "Excellent." The stereotype deepens. Chapter 84. Love letter. It was evident that this fellow was serious, albeit somewhat foolish, and his 3 roommates were equally dim-witted. To confess in such a manner to someone afflicted with social anxiety, one would have to be extraordinarily fortunate to succeed. "Master, do you think I still have a chance? I truly adore her." The young man in white grasped at straws, beseeching Mo Yang for guidance. Observing the quintessentially naive and earnest expression characteristic of a university student, Mo Yang sighed and candidly replied, "I cannot ascertain your future prospects, but I can tell you this. If you continue to heed the counsel of your 3 companions, prepare yourself for a life of solitude." Mo Yang surmised that these 4 had likely never experienced love. Enlisting their help to orchestrate a confession was less effective than seeking assistance from a random female acquaintance online. Truly, 3 dared to speak, while 1 dared to believe. Upon hearing Mo Yang's words, the chubby young man instinctively yearned to retort, yet the reality of the impending confession silenced him, as he silently swallowed his words. Perhaps, just perhaps, what this fellow said was right. Mo Yang initially intended to turn and leave, but witnessing the dire predicament in which the young man found himself due to his well-meaning friends stirred his empathy. He gently placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and encouraged, "In truth, the manner of your confession is not of utmost importance. What matters is that the other person feels your sincerity. Best of luck." He refrained from uttering platitudes about unwavering dedication, as it would be detrimental if, after this ordeal, the young woman were to lose all hope in the young man. Returning to Lu Lezhi's side, Mo Yang restored the payment code and addressed the nearby elder. "Uncle, I have emerged victorious." The elder, still jovial, replied, "The thoughts of the young are indeed perplexing. I shall prepare your fried delicacies. Would you like them spicy?" Mo Yang shook his head, saying, "No, my partner cannot handle spice." "Very well." Moments later, a generous serving of freshly fried stinky tofu was handed to Mo Yang by the elder. One must admit, This elder was quite honest, providing a substantial portion. At that moment, Lu Lezhi had just sold 2 skewers of rice cakes and 2 sticks of starch sausages. Mo Yang returned with the stinky tofu and offered it to her, stating, "Allow me to take over for a while. You should rest." Lu Lezhi nodded, accepting the tofu. Retrieving a stool from the tricycle, and seated herself nearby while Mo Yang donned an apron. Naturally, Lu Lezhi did not indulge in the delicacy alone. She would share a piece with Mo Yang, using the same toothpick. The two were destined to take their intimacy to the next level. And sharing stinky tofu with a single toothpick was quite unremarkable, merely an early exchange of saliva. The elder observed the couple's interaction with a smile, his expression shifting to one of nostalgia. "Young man, you certainly know how to care for your partner," he remarked. Upon hearing the term partner, Lu Lezhi slightly lowered her head, feeling a touch of shyness. Mo Yang chuckled. "Indeed, cherishing one's partner is a cherished tradition in my family." This served as a catalyst for a conversation between two individuals separated by more than 30 years. Some girls, despite having just met, can effortlessly engage in conversations as if they have known each other for many years. In this regard, boys are not to be outdone. Within less than half an hour of acquaintance, they seamlessly transitioned their dialogue from mundane topics to international affairs. This left Lu Lezhi feeling quite envious, for she yearned for the same communicative prowess displayed by the Mo siblings. As Mo Yang and the older gentleman conversed, their rapport deepened, culminating in the exchange of WeChat information. During their discussion, Mo Yang learned that the gentleman, surnamed Zhao, had no children and was devoted to his wife. Before they knew it, the clock struck 9, prompting Lu Lezhi to shift her focus back to the bookstore to continue selling. Mr. Zhao also prepared to pack up and return home. "Mr. Zhao, you could sell near the school after classes. You'd likely earn more than here," Mo Yang suggested. Mr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "No need. My wife is waiting for me at home. I must be off." With that, he mounted his tricycle and departed from the civic square. As Mo Yang watched him leave, recalling the joyful smile he had just displayed, she felt certain that Mr. Zhao and his wife shared a deep affection for one another. Turning to Lu Lezhi, a smile graced her face as she said, "Shall we go?" "Yes." Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. At 9:40, Mo finished her classes, once again accompanied by her 2 classmates and close friends. Lu Lezhi intended to share the rice cakes with them, just as she had done the previous day. The 2 young girls, however, were mindful and quickly declined, stating they had already enjoyed them yesterday and felt it would be inappropriate to accept more today, especially since they were free of charge. Unbeknownst to them, Mo had secretly covered the cost of the rice cakes for them the day before. After bidding farewell to Mo, the 2 girls made their way to their respective rented accommodations. Lu Lezhi then handed the rice cakes to Mo, saying, "I have finished the leftovers from dinner with your brother. You should eat well here before heading up." Mo nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I would love to have a meat bun." Lu Lezhi smiled. "All right, I will prepare it for you shortly." Mo dashed into the bookstore to retrieve a small stool and settled beside Lu Lezhi, nibbling on the rice cake while assisting her in calling out to customers. Just then, Mo Yang descended from the 2nd floor. "Brother," Mo called out. Mo Yang responded, approaching to lend a hand. "Little you wants a meat bun. Please take care of that." "Sure." Mo Yang nodded in agreement. Observing the 2 working together, Mo couldn't help but smile affectionately, taking out her phone to capture the moment with a photograph, which she promptly sent to her mother. After sending the photo and placing her phone back in her pocket, Mo suddenly recalled something. "Brother, there is something I need to tell you." "What is it? Did you get into trouble at school?" Mo Yang inquired. Mo shook her head. "No, this afternoon I received a love letter at school." Upon hearing this, the baked pancake Mo Yang was holding nearly slipped from his grasp, and Lu Lezhi paused her actions as well. Mo Yang recalled something. "Last time we had hot pot, we encountered a classmate of yours, namely, perhaps it was her?" Mo nodded. Indeed, it was him. Relieved by his sister's affirmative response, Mo Yang felt a sense of ease. If it were someone else, he might have had reason to worry, but if it were that boy, there was no cause for concern. Mo, even if she were blind, would never harbor feelings for someone so oblivious to her preferences. As siblings born from the same womb, Mo Yang understood his sister quite well. "How did you handle it?" he inquired. "What else could I do? I don't like him, so I returned his love letter without even opening it," Mo replied. Mo Yang nodded, approving of her approach. He hoped that boy would take the hint and cease his pursuit of Mo. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to have a word with the boy's parents. Chapter 85. It rained. Mo Yang did not oppose young love, as long as it did not interfere with academic performance. However, the prerequisite was mutual consent. He prepared a meat sandwich and handed it to Mou, saying, "If he bothers you again, remember to let me know." Mou nodded. "Got it, brother. You can rest assured." Lu Lezhi did not close up shop until after 10 o'clock. Upon returning to the second floor, Mo Yang was in Mou's room, tutoring her in English. After writing a word, Mou scratched her head. "Brother, how much longer until I can stop tutoring?" Thanks to Lu Lezhi's dedicated instruction over the past period, Mou had made significant progress in English, yet she still disliked the subject and wished to avoid further tutoring. "Well," Mo Yang pondered, "as long as you can improve your English score by 10 points in the next exam and maintain that progress, you can forego tutoring." "Really?" Mou's eyes sparkled. "Have I ever lied to you? It's a promise." With that, Mou, fearing Mo Yang might change his mind, quickly grabbed his hand and made a pact. Mo Yang expressed mild disdain. "Aren't we a bit too old for this? How childish. You have lost your childlike spirit, becoming a mundane adult." Watching the siblings' playful exchange, Lu Lezhi smiled silently. She then sat on the sofa and began tallying today's earnings. Not thinking much of it, she was startled when she calculated the total, over 500. After deducting costs, she would make more than 300. The ingredients for rice cakes and starch sausages were not expensive, as long as the technique was decent. Profit was guaranteed, albeit not always stable. Lu Lezhi felt a surge of joy, having been pulled back from the river by Mo Yang. She now not only had a wonderful boyfriend, but also earned a little each day. Life was increasingly promising. She also calculated her current debts, totaling 50,000. At the current rate, she could clear them by next year at the latest. "Lu Lezhi, keep it up." Lu Lezhi clenched her fist, quietly motivating herself. Initially, she had planned to continue her efforts the following day, but plans often yield to unexpected changes. When she awoke that morning, she discovered it was raining heavily outside. Checking her phone, which displayed a sunny forecast, and then glancing out the window, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Such weather would certainly hinder her from setting up her stall. However, her feelings of dismay were fleeting, quickly replaced by a pragmatic acceptance. If she couldn't set up her stall, she could still assist Mo Yang at the shop and perhaps squeeze in some study time. She lifted her covers and reached for her jeans, but paused midway, suddenly recalling something that caused her ears to flush. Mo Yang typically rose about half an hour later than Lu Lezhi. He dressed and stepped out of his room. "Good morning, Mo Yang." "Good morning." Mo Yang greeted her habitually, still somewhat groggy, but his eyes widened with alertness upon seeing Lu Lezhi's attire for the day. She wore a pristine white blouse atop a black pleated skirt, complemented by white stockings. The previous short skirt paired with black stockings had exuded a sense of allure, but today's ensemble radiated purity. Feeling as if he might drool, Mo Yang quickly swallowed to prevent Lu Lezhi from perceiving him as a lecher. "This is the payment I promised you. Do you like it?" The words were difficult for Lu Lezhi to utter, so she merely lowered her head slightly. Mo Yang approached her, affectionately ruffling her hair with a smile, saying, "Silly girl, I like you in any form." Hearing this, Lu Lezhi felt a small surge of happiness. Mo Yang wished to steal a kiss, but remembering he hadn't yet washed up, he abandoned the thought. "I'll go freshen up first." Lu Lezhi nodded. "I made corn porridge, it will be ready shortly, and I boiled a few eggs." Mo Yang smiled and nodded as he entered the bathroom. Once inside, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Externally, he appeared composed, but internally, he was quite flustered. Lu Lezhi in white stockings was undeniably captivating. Not only did she disrupt his thoughts, but she nearly led him to lose control. Previously, he had believed that white stockings paled in comparison to black ones. But today he realized he had been mistaken. It wasn't that white stockings were inferior. It was merely that the wearer had not been right until now. Splashing cold water on his face to regain his composure, he began to brush his teeth. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wang Haoming. "Hello?" His words were muffled by the toothbrush and toothpaste in his mouth. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Haoming guessed his activity. "Brushing your teeth?" "Yeah, get to the point." "Old Mo, when you finish eating, drive over to my place to pick something up." "Pick up what?" "As I am on the verge of marriage, there are numerous items that need to be replaced, although the old ones are still functional. Discarding or selling them seems rather wasteful, and keeping them merely occupies space. Thus, I propose that you and Yezi come over to see if there is anything you would like to take home." Upon hearing this, Mo Yang's eyes brightened with excitement. Wang Haoming's old possessions are far from tattered. In fact, many are barely used, akin to being in pristine condition, while he may be understated in his attire and driving. In other respects, he embodies the true essence of a wealthy heir, showing no interest in anything that does not meet the highest standards. Mo Yang swallowed hard, spitting out the toothpaste. All right, I understand. I will come over after I finish eating. After brushing his teeth, Mo Yang emerged from the bathroom, where the corn porridge was already prepared, and Lu Lezhi had served it. She began to eat alongside the pickles brought by Li Lingxin yesterday. Noticing his girlfriend's legs enveloped in white stockings, Mo Yang took a deep breath to compose himself before approaching and sitting down opposite Lu Lezhi. She handed him a boiled egg. As he peeled the shell, he mentioned, "You'll be watching the store alone this morning. I need to visit Wang Haoming. Call me if you need anything." "All right," Lu Lezhi nodded, refraining from inquiring about Mo Yang's plans, as even in a romantic relationship, it is essential to grant each other a degree of personal space. Suddenly, Mo Yang recalled something. It might rain tonight, and the tricycle will surely get wet. Not to worry, Aunt Chen mentioned yesterday that the weather might change, so I covered the vehicle with a plastic sheet last night. Mo Yang felt relieved and laughed. Aunt Chen's intuition about the weather is more reliable than the forecast. In future, you can consult her regarding the weather. After their meal, Mo Yang drove to Wang Haoming's residence while Lu Lezhi remained behind to oversee the store. Although it was termed as supervising the store, it essentially meant sitting behind the cash register, as few customers venture to purchase books on a rainy day. Lu Lezhi found a copy of Girl's Diary and began reading. It seemed unlikely that they would be able to set up a stall today, so she intended to revert to her previous routine, reading novels in the morning and reviewing in the afternoon. Due to the rain and the weekend, traffic was considerably heavier than usual, and Mo Yang did not arrive at Wang Haoming's neighborhood until after 10 o'clock. The term neighborhood seemed a misnomer. Villa district would be more fitting, as it consisted solely of standalone villas, a renowned affluent area in Pengcheng. Yi Qing arrived almost simultaneously with Mo Yang, and they were in complete agreement regarding the matter of acquiring Wang Haoming's items. Mo Yang called Wang Haoming, who then contacted the security booth, allowing the entrance gate to open. They drove directly into Wang Haoming's garage. Yi Qing stepped out of her vehicle and remarked, "Lao Mo, your car is quite impressive. Is it easy to drive? I think it's decent. I might purchase one like it in the near future." She is currently driving a white sedan that her father lent her, a vehicle that has seen 10 years of service. While it has no significant issues, it has its fair share of minor inconveniences, and she has long desired to replace it. Mo Yang chuckled. "When the time comes, remember to consult Lao Wang. He can secure you a discount." Yi Qing nodded. "Indeed, it's been ages since I last visited his place. I wonder why he hasn't come out to greet us. You still don't know him? He is probably engrossed in a game right now. Let us head over ourselves." Mo Yang expertly guided Yi Qing to the living room, where, as expected, Wang Haoming was present, controller in hand, engrossed in gaming with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "You're here? Make yourselves comfortable. I'll be done with this match soon. There's drinks in the fridge. Help yourselves," he replied without turning his head. Yi Qing glanced at the takeout boxes cluttering the coffee table and the overflowing trash can, a hint of disdain crossing her face. "I can't believe you, on the verge of marriage and fatherhood, still living in such disarray. Can't you tidy up a bit? You don't understand. It's precisely because I'm about to get married and become a father that I want to indulge in this last bit of freedom," he retorted. "I think you're just lazy." Yi Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. While the two were exchanging banter, Mo Yang had already rolled up his sleeves to start cleaning. He was no stranger to this state of affairs at Wang Haoming's home. He had often found himself assisting in the tidying up during his visits. He simply couldn't tolerate the mess, and once he saw it, he felt compelled to restore order. "I must have owed you in a past life." This phrase was frequently exchanged between the two friends, but it was Mo Yang who uttered it more often, especially when he was cleaning up Wang Haoming's space. Wang Haoming chuckled at the remark, but remained silent. Yi Qing, unable to bear it any longer, joined in the cleaning effort. She couldn't fathom how two cleanliness enthusiasts like herself and Mo Yang could have a childhood friend as messy as Wang Haoming. Before long, they had tidied up the coffee table and the trash can. Mo Yang opened the fridge and retrieved 2 cans of Fanta, tossing one to Yi Qing. She popped the tab, took a sip, and said to Wang Haoming, "You'd better have something worthwhile for us. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Wang Haoming had just finished his game and set down the controller. "Don't worry, the three of us are like brothers from different mothers. I wouldn't offer you anything subpar. Follow me. He then stood and led them to the second floor. In a spacious room on the second floor, several large cardboard boxes were stacked. Wang Haoming opened the door and said, "Everything is here. Feel free to choose whatever you like. I'll list the leftovers on a small marketplace." As they entered the room, Yiqing opened one of the boxes and her expression darkened. Gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Wang Haoming, is this what you call good stuff?" Mo Yang also leaned over to take a look. Good grief. Dozens of bags of snow lotus. A rare hint of embarrassment flickered across Wang Haoming's face. "These were all gifts for my ex-girlfriends. They haven't been used yet. I've checked, and they are all within the expiration date." Before he could finish his sentence, a package of snow lotus struck him squarely in the face. "Wang Haoming, have you lost your mind from too much activity? Who in their right mind gifts such items?" While the snow lotus brand is notably expensive, the issue at hand transcends mere cost. Had it not been for their shared childhood, Yiqing would have already deemed him a pervert and dealt him a blow. Wang Haoming refrained from arguing. Indeed, he had erred. His mind had been a muddled mess lately, not allowing for deeper contemplation. "I'm sorry, Lezhi. I'll find time to dispose of these. Such items are unsuitable as gifts and should be destroyed." Mu Yang pondered for a moment and suggested, "What a waste to burn them. Why not donate them to the mountains?" "Excellent idea. You're quite clever, old Mu," Yiqing remarked. "If you know your brain isn't functioning well, why not consume more walnuts to enhance it?" She teased. The two resumed their playful banter. Mu Yang shook his head in mild exasperation. The two of them always ended up bickering, resembling schoolchildren. "What would I do without the Three Musketeers?" he mused. Mu Yang opened a cardboard box, revealing a computer and a complete set of equipment. He paused, turning to Wang Haoming. "Are you not keeping this?" He recalled that Wang Haoming had spent a fortune on this setup 2 years ago. The main unit alone had cost 60,000. Wang Haoming nodded yes. "Since I'm getting married, I naturally need to upgrade. How about you and Lezhi decide who wants it?" "What a luxurious lifestyle," Mu Yang muttered, shifting his gaze to Yiqing. Yiqing shook her head. "I just assembled a new computer recently. It suffices for my needs." "All right, then I'll take it." Suddenly, Mu Yang recalled something. "Old Wang, you don't have any study materials on this computer, do you?" Wang Haoming shot him a glance. "What are you implying? Do you think I still need study materials? Who do you look down upon?" Mu Yang found some merit in his words. However, the next moment, Wang Haoming added, "I've already sealed away the inappropriate content onto a portable hard drive, and the computer has been formatted. Let me bear this burden alone." Mu Yang thought to himself, "What should I do if I want to punch him now? Lezhi, if I were to hit him, would that be illegal?" "Of course not. You two would merely be engaging in a childish scuffle," she replied. "How can you be so sure I wouldn't retaliate?" Wang Haoming questioned. Yiqing regarded him with a look of disbelief. "If you don't even fight back when struck, do you intend to win him over with kindness?" Wang Haoming replied, "This is precisely why he dislikes childhood friends." Chapter 87. I feel awkward to point it out, to be candid. Wang Haoming had quite a few treasures here. Besides the computer, Mo Yang had also brought along a robotic vacuum cleaner and a regular vacuum, both of which had hardly been used. "Old Mo, one might think you were the one about to get married," Wang Haoming remarked as he observed the items Mo Yang had gathered. Mo Yang shrugged. "I have no interest in the handheld gaming consoles you purchased. I can only take what is useful to me." "Old Wang, aren't you keeping this?" Yiqing inquired, holding up the latest high-end smartphone. "Well, I bought it at launch, but after using it for 2 days, I found it inferior to the 15, so I switched back. I couldn't be bothered to sell it on second-hand platforms. If you want it, feel free to take it." Yiqing was not one to be polite. She placed the phone back in its box, unable to resist a quip. "With your attitude, it's a wonder you can even be self-sufficient." Wang Haoming replied lazily. "So I ultimately gave up and chose to return to being a spendthrift living off my luck." Wang Haoming had accumulated an excess of items, and Mo Yang and Yiqing only selected a few before stopping. "What do you plan to do with the rest?" Mo Yang asked. "I'll take them to the CAF and see if my staff wants any. Whatever remains, I will sell secondhand." Suddenly, Wang Haoming had a thought. "Old Mo, come here for a moment." Mo Yang followed Wang Haoming into his room, where Wang Haoming mysteriously produced 2 boxes and handed them to Mo Yang. Mo Yang opened them to find 2 small umbrellas. "What do you want me to do with these?" he asked, somewhat speechless. "I'm about to get married, and my wife is pregnant. If I were to engage in any indiscretions, my father would undoubtedly break my legs. I have no use for these at the moment. Both boxes are brand new and unopened, so consider them a gift." He then lowered his voice, adding, But even if you do use them, be cautious. I am a cautionary tale. Mo Yang was at a loss for words. He and Lu Lezhi were still at the stage of holding hands and exchanging gentle kisses, far from needing the umbrellas. However, he could not explain this to Wang Haoming. You two live together, eat together, and yet you only exchange sweet kisses. Who would believe that? Moreover, even if he explained, Wang Haoming, this personified teddy bear, might misconstrue it as a sign of some issue with his own self. In Wang Haoming's perception, knowing someone for a week without escalating matters was considered a long time. A personified teddy bear could never comprehend the essence of a pure love warrior. Though somewhat exasperated, Mo Yang accepted the 2 boxes of umbrellas. Just because they were unnecessary now did not mean they would always be so. As the two descended from the 2nd floor, they found Yi Qing seated on the sofa, munching on a large apple. Upon seeing them, she inquired, "What secret conversation were you two having up there?" "Nothing much." Mo Yang chuckled. Wang Haoming glanced at his watch and remarked, "It's nearly noon. What would you both like to eat?" On a typical day, Mo Yang would undoubtedly not have been polite to this fellow. However, at this moment, he suddenly recalled Lu Lezhi and her attire from earlier that day. "I won't eat any more. I still have to return to the shop," he declared. Wang Haoming chuckled lightly in response. "You can deceive yourself, but don't try to fool your brother. Are you really thinking about the shop?" I'm almost embarrassed to point it out. Mo Yang disregarded his words. And after they loaded the items onto the car, he drove away. After bidding farewell to Mo Yang, Wang Haoming returned inside. Pulling out his phone as he addressed Yi Qing, "What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." Yi Qing replied, "Have I not visited your home in ages? And you're treating me to takeout?" Wang Haoming shrugged. "What else? It's pouring rain outside, and I have no desire to venture out. Besides, among the 3 of us, the only one who can cook just left." He added, "If you're not keen on takeout, I have a few packets of instant noodles at home." "Forget it, takeout it is. Let us order hot pot." Just as Mo Yang exited Wang Haoming's community, his phone rang. It was Lu Lezhi calling. Upon seeing her name on the screen, a smile crept onto Mo Yang's face as he answered the call. "Hello. Hello. Brother Mo Yang, are you coming back for lunch?" she inquired. "Yes, I'm on my way now." Lu Lezhi responded, "Then I'll go wash the rice. Be careful driving in this slippery rain." "Don't worry," he reassured her before the call ended. Mo Yang felt a warm glow inside. Having someone care for him and wait for him to return home for a meal was a delightful feeling. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 12:30. After parking, he glanced outside. The rain showed no signs of letting up and seemed to intensify. "Well, I'll wait until the rain stops to move the things," he murmured to himself. With an umbrella in hand, he dashed back to the bookstore through the heavy downpour. Lu Lezhi was seated behind the cash register, engrossed in a book. It wasn't until Mo Yang burst into the store that she noticed his return. "Brother Mo Yang, you're back. Were you not drenched?" "Not at all," he replied, folding up his umbrella and shaking off the water. "The rice is cooked, and the dishes are ready. I was just waiting for you." Mo Yang smiled, pulling down the roller shutter as he said, "Next time, if you find yourself in a similar situation, don't wait for me. Feel free to eat first. Just save a little for me. It's fine. I'm not that hungry. Waiting a bit doesn't bother me." She thought to herself, "Besides, sharing a meal with you is much more enjoyable." "Shall we eat?" he prompted. "Yes," she affirmed. The young couple ascended to the 2nd floor, washed their hands, and then sat down to dine. Lu Lezhi had prepared 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried garlic sprouts with ham. If all went as expected, they would be eating garlic sprouts for the next few days. There was no avoiding it. Mo Fugua and his wife had sent over 2 large bundles. And despite having given away quite a bit to the neighbors, there remained enough for several days of meals. "Indeed, Lezhi, I have retrieved a computer from Wang Haoming. Would you like the one currently in my room? It was purchased during our graduation, a branded complete unit. Its performance is quite satisfactory, suitable for light gaming and other tasks. If you want it, I shall move it to your room and arrange for an internet connection." Lu Lezhi shook her head. "I do not need it. I lack the time to play." Mo Yang considered this and agreed. Lu Lezhi was occupied daily with her studies, running the shop, and setting up stalls, leaving her little time to engage with the computer. "All right, I shall take it home next time. My father mentioned wanting to replace his computer before the new year." After the couple finished their meal, Lu Lezhi rose to wash the dishes. Mo Yang refrained from contesting her, instead leaning against the kitchen doorframe, watching her. Primarily, he admired her beauty, while also appreciating the sight of Lu Lezhi's legs enveloped in white stockings. Chapter 88. A true misunderstanding. Those legs. No, this bowl is truly white. Lu Lezhi noticed where Moyang's attention lay and felt a tinge of shyness. Moyang, are you a leg enthusiast? She suddenly inquired. Moyang was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt question. He had not anticipated his shy girlfriend would be so direct. Once he regained his composure, he nodded affirmatively. He did not hesitate to admit it. What was wrong with being a leg enthusiast? It was not illegal. There was nothing to conceal. Reflecting on it, Moyang believed his preference might be hereditary. He was unsure about his grandfather. But his father had always been fond of gazing at his mother's legs. He had even caught his father a few times in his youth, touching his mother's legs. However, as he and Moyu matured, their parents became more discreet in front of them. Moyang's candid admission left Lu Lezhi slightly flustered. Was he not concerned she might think him peculiar? She lowered her gaze slightly. Then you may only admire my legs from now on. Her voice was barely audible, and Moyang almost failed to catch her words. Lu Lezhi was, in fact, quite prone to jealousy. That day at the Yun City night market, even though Moyang had merely glanced at another girl's legs clad in black stockings, she could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Yet, she recognized that causing a scene over it would be unreasonable. Moyang had only stolen a glance before redirecting his gaze, and he had done nothing wrong. To instigate an argument would only harm their relationship, jeopardizing their long-term prospects together. Thus, while Moyang was in the shower, she seized the opportunity to purchase stockings and a short skirt online. In the words of a certain mischievous thought within her, so what if it's legs? I have them too. Let's see if I can captivate you. Once she confirmed she had not misheard, Moyang chuckled. As you wish, my dear wife. Upon hearing the term my dear wife, Lu Lezhi nearly dropped the bowl she was holding. Blushing, she exclaimed, what are you calling me? Moyang, with a serious demeanor, exclaimed, I wasn't just calling out aimlessly. It was you who insisted that I could only gaze upon your legs. You have deprived me of the simple pleasure of admiring other ladies' legs, and yet you still refer to me as your husband? Suddenly, a look of horror crossed Moyang's face. You have taken away my right to behold legs and expect no responsibility in return? How unfortunate is my fate. At that moment, Lu Lezhi confirmed that Moyang and Moyu truly were siblings, as his current demeanor mirrored that of Moyu's. Perhaps Moyu had even learned this behavior from him. It was uncertain whether this was a fleeting whim or a revelation of his true nature. If it were the latter, it could only be said that he had been overly serious in his usual demeanor. With a blush, Lu Lezhi stamped her foot. I never said I wouldn't be responsible for you, but please refrain from calling me your wife. I am not ready for that yet. Very well, Mzong replied, instantly regaining his composure. He had merely intended to tease Lu Lezhi, yet now felt a tinge of regret. The sight of her blushing and stamping her foot was simply too adorable. Had he known, he would have recorded the moment. Wait, that's not right. Lu Lezhi realized belatedly. I haven't done anything to you. What responsibility are you speaking of? Although she had mentioned that Moyang should not look at other people's legs, it was indeed his own eyes that beheld them. He could admire Lu Lezhi without her objection. After all, she was a normal girl, lacking the kind of possessiveness that could be deemed pathological. Moreover, this matter was hardly significant enough to warrant such weighty notions of responsibility. What had they originally been discussing? Moyang smiled slightly as he approached her while she pondered where their conversation had gone awry. With a dominant motion reminiscent of a romantic lead, he tilted her face upward. Lu Lezhi snapped back to reality, locking eyes with the close proximity of Moyang, and instinctively swallowed, her cheeks flushing deeper. She was no fool. She could easily discern Moyang's intentions. At that moment, with everything within reach, his upbringing still compelled him to seek Lu Lezhi's consent. Is it all right? Lu Lezhi gently nodded in agreement. Seeing her acquiescence, Moyang lowered his head and tenderly pressed his lips against hers. Lu Lezhi closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in the experience of her first kiss. They lingered together for a full 5 minutes before parting ways. To be honest, both were quite inexperienced, lacking any technique, entirely fueled by emotion. Now can you be responsible for me? Moyang softly inquired. Lu Lezhi, blushing, nodded in response, feeling as though Moyang resembled a great gray wolf, destined to devour her completely. Although, she found herself willing to succumb. Please step outside. I still have dishes to wash. All right, Moyang replied, turning to leave. Just then, with a sudden clatter, an object fell from Moyang's pocket. The young couple instinctively glanced down at the ground. S' expression suddenly changed. How could he have forgotten the 2 boxes of small umbrellas that Wang Haoming had given him? Just after their kiss, they had fallen out of his pocket, tarnishing his reputation irreparably. Meanwhile, Lu Lezhi's face turned even redder than before. Though she had never seen the small umbrellas, she recognized the prominent characters on the packaging. Was he attempting to take things to the next level? What was she supposed to do? How should she react? As Lu Lezhi's thoughts spiraled, swiftly bent down to retrieve the small umbrellas, tucking them back into his pocket. Do you believe me if I say Wang Haoming forced these on me? Adeptly used Wang Haoming as a shield, though it proved futile. Lu Lezhi stammered, please wait a moment. I need to prepare myself mentally. This is a significant matter. Felt a surge of emotion, understanding that clarification would be futile. Yet, he did not want their first time to be so hasty. He decisively removed the rubber gloves from Lu Lezhi's hands and gently pushed her out of the kitchen. All right, don't worry about this anymore. Go downstairs and tend to the store. I've told you, until we are both mentally prepared, I won't engage in such acts. This is truly a misunderstanding. Was not a person like Lu Xiaohui, but for him, as a pure-hearted warrior. Engaging in such acts with someone he cherished represented more than mere physical attraction. It symbolized a responsibility. Regardless of others' perceptions, this was his conviction, albeit one that seemed somewhat naive in today's society. It was only when she was pushed out of the kitchen that Lu Lezhi began to believe it was indeed a misunderstanding. Her face was now as crimson as a ripe apple. She cast a glance at and quickly made her way downstairs. Chapter 89. The woman in the rain completed washing the remaining dishes that Lu Lezhi had started before returning to his room to place the small umbrellas in the drawer of his bedside table. And then he descended. Upon entering the bookstore on the first floor, he found Lu Lezhi already immersed in her studies, appearing perfectly normal, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. When she noticed arrival, she greeted him with remarkable ease. Observing this, tactfully refrained from mentioning the earlier events. Taking a seat at a small table, opening his notebook, and beginning to write. The rain outside continued to pour, escalating from a heavy downpour to a torrential one, with large raindrops splattering against the ground. Fortunately, the bookstore's glass door offered excellent soundproofing. Once closed, the young couple inside could hardly hear the rain. Much like that day, found his gaze wandering to Lu Lezhi's legs clad in stockings every so often. Lu Lezhi, of course, noticed this, but having become accustomed to it, especially after their earlier encounter upstairs, she was no longer as bashful as she had been previously. She has indeed adapted. But it seems that Mo Yang is having a rather unfortunate time. His girlfriend's alluring legs have significantly hindered his typing speed, transforming what usually takes him an hour into a grueling 1.5 hours. At last, after striking the final punctuation mark, Mo Yang let out a long sigh of relief. With a charming enchantress beside him, his resolve had nearly faltered several times. Fortunately, his willpower remained steadfast. Lu Lezhi, may I sit beside you? Mo Yang could no longer contain himself and tentatively inquired. As a leg enthusiast, mere observation would never suffice. Lu Lezhi, sensing his intentions, felt her cheeks warm, yet she did not decline. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Mo Yang was overjoyed and promptly seized a nearby high stool. Positioning himself next to Lu Lezhi, I shall not be impolite. Rest assured, I will not disturb your reading. Lu Lezhi replied, her voice as soft as a kitten's. Soon after, she felt a large hand resting on her thigh, causing her face to flush even deeper. She hastily diverted her gaze to the book before her, avoiding Mo Yang's eyes. Mo Yang, having fulfilled his desire to touch Lu Lezhi's leg, was not greedy. He withdrew his hand after a few gentle caresses. His girlfriend was shy, and prolonged contact might cause her to blush even more. Not to mention it could give off an impression of lewdness. He was content. That was a splendid beginning. They had already kissed, and all other intimacies would eventually follow. There was no need to rush. He could take his time. Subsequently, Mo Yang stood up and closed the book in front of Lu Lezhi. Once you start reviewing, forget to take a break. Set it aside for now. Let your eyes and mind rest. Lu Lezhi nodded. As she too felt a tad weary, she stood up, preparing to stretch. Mo Yang, feeling somewhat parched, intended to head upstairs for a glass of water. However, just as he turned, he was called back by Lu Lezhi. Mo Yang, look. He followed her pointed finger outside. To his surprise, he noticed a woman walking on the road, where vehicles typically passed. Her hair was tinged with gray, and despite the heavy rain, she had neither an umbrella nor a raincoat, braving the downpour unprotected. She remained oblivious as cars approached, prompting several drivers to express their frustration. Mo Yang's keen eye discerned that the woman's demeanor and gaze were somewhat unusual. When she noticed an oncoming vehicle, A flicker of fear crossed her face. Her clothing appeared clean, suggesting she was not homeless. With a sigh, Mo Yang addressed Lu Lezhi, "I need to step out for a moment." With that, he grabbed an umbrella and ventured outside. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, but it seemed irresponsible to ignore a mentally unstable individual wandering in the rain on a busy road. What if an accident occurred? After a moment's thought, Lu Lezhi picked up an umbrella and followed him out. A young couple found themselves on the street, where it became evident that the woman was not in a sound state of mind. After much coaxing and gentle persuasion, they managed to guide her back to the bookstore. Mo Yang fetched a chair for her to sit upon. Lu Lezhi cast a wistful glance at her own white stockings, which, though aesthetically pleasing, were notoriously susceptible to dirt. In the brief time they had been outside, several mud splatters had marred their pristine appearance. However, the moment was ill-suited for such concerns, and Lu Lezhi swiftly redirected her attention to the woman. She retrieved a dry towel to help the woman dry off. Although the woman's hair bore a hint of gray, she appeared relatively youthful, likely in her early 50s. At this juncture, the couple noticed that the woman clutched a plastic bag containing several pieces of peach crisp, which she seemed to treasure dearly. "Annie, what is your name? Where do you live?" Mo Yang inquired kindly. The woman shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. This confirmed their suspicions about her mental state. Mo Yang then altered his line of questioning. "What brought you out in such heavy rain?" "I came to buy peach crisp for my husband. It's his favorite," the woman replied. "And what is your husband's name?" Lu Lezhi asked. Again, the woman shook her head. The couple exchanged glances, and Mo Yang concluded, "It seems we must call the authorities." At that moment, the woman suddenly sneezed multiple times. After a brief pause, Lu Lezhi suggested to Mo Yang, "Brother Mo Yang, I think I should take her upstairs for a shower." She was inherently kind-hearted. In the past, she had often bought buns for homeless individuals, even when her own funds were limited. Mo Yang nodded in agreement. Lu Lezhi turned to the woman, "Auntie, let me help you take a shower. Otherwise, you might catch a cold." In this situation, Lu Lezhi's social anxiety unexpectedly dissipated, perhaps because she perceived no difference between the woman and a child. Upon hearing the word cold, the woman eagerly nodded. Yes, a shower. My husband will be upset if I catch a cold." It seemed the woman's husband was quite affectionate toward her. Lu Lezhi led the woman upstairs and into the bathroom to take a shower. Contrary to Lu Lezhi's expectations, the woman was not unruly. On the contrary, she was compliant and cooperative. After the shower, Lu Lezhi provided her with a set of clean clothes, though she refrained from offering any intimate apparel. Ordinary clothing was manageable, but undergarments were simply out of the question. The woman, standing at around 5 feet 6 inches, found Lu Lezhi's clothes somewhat oversized. Yet such trivialities were of little concern at that moment. When Mo Yang ascended from the ground floor, he found Lu Lezhi using a hairdryer to dry the woman's hair. Upon seeing Mo Yang, the woman beamed at him with a silly smile. However, Mo Yang failed to notice this detail, as his attention was entirely captivated by Lu Lezhi's long and slender legs. Once in the bathroom, Lu Lezhi removed the soiled white stockings from her legs, now clad only in a pleated skirt. This was the first time Mo Yang had seen Lu Lezhi's bare legs, and he couldn't help but think it was a striking sight for someone who had a penchant for legs. Nevertheless, despite the allure, Mo Yang quickly regained his composure. This was not the moment for admiration. "Did you find out anything?" he inquired. At that moment, the woman's hair was also dried, and Lu Lezhi set down the hairdryer, shaking her head. "No, she knows nothing. She's as clueless as a child." Mo Yang furrowed his brow, initially hoping that Lu Lezhi could extract some information from the woman, but it seemed they would need to seek assistance from the police. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call for help, Lu Lezhi suddenly recalled something. "Oh, I found this in her pocket." With that, she handed Mo Yang a piece of paper. The paper was thoroughly soaked, feeling as though it might disintegrate with the slightest pressure. Fortunately, the writing was still legible. It contained a phone number, which Mo Yang promptly dialed. The call connected swiftly, and a voice filled with urgency answered, "Hello?" Mo Yang felt an inexplicable familiarity with the voice, as if he had heard it before. However, this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. "Hello, we found your aunt. You must be her family, right? Please come to the Sunshine bookstore across from Sanzhong to pick her up." The voice on the other end hurriedly expressed gratitude and indicated they would arrive shortly. Mo Yang hung up the phone and turned to Lu Lezhi. "Someone will be here soon. You stay with her while I go downstairs to wait." Lu Lezhi nodded in agreement. Mo Yang made his way to the bookstore on the first floor, and before long, An electric tricycle sped into view. As the vehicle came to a halt, a figure clad in a raincoat leaped out and rushed towards the bookstore. Mo Yang stood to greet them, momentarily stunned when he recognized the visitor, Uncle Zhao. This was none other than Uncle Zhao, the vendor of stinky tofu whom Mo Yang had met at the Citizens Square the previous evening. Zhao Shihua was equally taken aback upon seeing Mo Yang. "Xiao Mo, you were the one who called me?" Mo Yang nodded. "This is my shop. Where is she?" Zhao Shihua inquired impatiently. "She's upstairs. I'll take you to her, don't worry." At that moment, the woman was savoring an apple that Lu Lezhi had given her. Zhao Shihua felt a lump in his throat, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Shuemei," he called gently. Upon seeing him, Wu Shuemei's face lit up with a radiant smile. She discarded the apple in her hand and joyfully ran towards him, grabbing a bag of peach crisps from the coffee table. "Why did you wander off alone?" Zhao Shihua's voice involuntarily rose in volume. Wu Shuemei shrank her neck, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. "I went out to buy you some peach crisps, dear husband. Please don't be angry, all right? I was wrong. And I promise I won't run off again." Zhao Shihua was taken aback by her words, astonished that his wife, whose mind was akin to that of a child, had remembered a casual remark he had made the previous night. Instantly, his eyes turned red, and a wave of guilt washed over him. What if, without the kindness of strangers, his wife had ventured out and become lost? Just the thought of it sent a shiver of fear through Zhao Shihua. Wu Shuemei opened a plastic bag, carefully presenting a piece of peach crisp to Zhao Shihua. "Darling, please don't be upset. Have some peach crisp." "All right, I'm not angry anymore." Zhao Shihua accepted the treat and took a bite. Seeing him eat, Wu Shuemei donned a smile once more and retrieved 2 more pieces, handing them to the young couple nearby. "Brother and sister, you are kind people. Please, have some too." The young couple felt a bit awkward being addressed as brother and sister by a woman with graying hair, but they accepted the offered peach crisps nonetheless. At that moment, Zhao Shihua glanced at his dripping raincoat and apologized to the couple. "I'm sorry, Xiao Mo and Xiao Lu, for getting you all wet." Mo Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, Uncle Zhao. It's just a little water. It'll dry in no time. You should take off your raincoat and sit down to rest." Zhao Shihua removed his raincoat and sat down on a stool. Lu Lezhi stood up, pouring a cup of water into a disposable cup and handing it to Zhao Shihua. Mo Yang settled onto the sofa. "Uncle Zhao, what happened to you and Auntie?" Zhao Shihua sighed and began his tale. He and Wu Shuemei had been neighbors since childhood, growing up as childhood sweethearts. Wu Shuemei lost her parents at a young age and began working after graduating from middle school, while Zhao Shihua pursued his studies all the way to university. The disparity in their education did not hinder the love that blossomed between them. The year he graduated, Zhao Shihua married Wu Shuemei. Although they had not conceived a child, their affection for one another remained unwavering. After their marriage, Wu Shuemei started a small business, while Zhao Shihua secured a position at a company. Despite the absence of children, their life together was blissful and fulfilling. They lived a peaceful existence for nearly 30 years until a tragic incident occurred 3 years prior. One evening, as Wu Shuemei rode her electric bike to sell fried stinky tofu, she was struck by a speeding vehicle. She remained in a coma for over 2 months, during which Zhao Shihua unhesitatingly resigned from the managerial position he had worked tirelessly for over 20 years to attain in order to care for her. During her unconsciousness, for reasons unknown, Wu Shuemei's once lustrous black hair transformed into its current state. After nearly 3 months, she finally awoke, but her brain had suffered irreversible damage, causing her mental faculties to regress to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Perhaps it was the power of love. She remembered nothing but the fact that Zhao Shihua was her husband. Although she is currently oblivious to the meaning of the word husband, after the situation stabilized somewhat, Zhao Shihua brought Wu Shuemei back home. To be honest, caring for someone like her is significantly more challenging than tending to a genuine 4 or 5-year-old child. Nevertheless, Zhao Shihua harbors no complaints. In his own words, "You took care of me during the first half of your life. Now it is my turn to care for you in the latter half." He diligently teaches Wu Shuemei from the very beginning, guiding her in eating, dressing, recognizing characters, and writing, much like a kindergarten teacher. Though this process is arduous, Zhao Shihua remains cheerful every single day. While caring for his wife, he also took over her business, continuing to sell fried stinky tofu. Chapter 91. Progress at 30% after listening to the story of Zhao Shihua and his wife. The young couple felt a sense of admiration for him. In this day and age, It is truly rare to find someone who would go to such lengths for their partner. Wu Xiaomei sat quietly beside Zhao Shihua, focused on eating an apple. After spending some time at Moyang, Zhao Shihua prepared to take Wu Xiaomei home, and the young couple accompanied them downstairs. By this time, the rain had ceased, and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds. Moyang emerged from the shop with a dry towel, assisting Zhao Shihua in wiping the rainwater off the electric scooter seat. As the couple settled onto the scooter, Zhao Shihua turned the key and twisted the throttle, but the vehicle remained motionless, unwilling to accept defeat. He twisted the throttle once more, yet the outcome was unchanged. Observing this, Moyang remarked, "Perhaps water has seeped in somewhere?" Zhao Shihua scratched his head. It seems likely. His eagerness to quickly find Wu Xiaomei had made him neglect the scooter's protection. Exchanging glances, Moyang and Lu Lezhi nodded to each other, resolved to assist further. "Uncle Zhao, shall we help you tow the scooter back?" Zhao Shihua did not refuse. "Thank you. I happen to have a rope." He retrieved a bundle of hemp rope from beneath the seat. They worked together to link the two scooters with the rope. Meanwhile, Lu Lezhi took the opportunity to dash back upstairs, retrieving the key to the scooter and finding a bag to store Wu Xiaomei's drenched clothes. Upon returning downstairs, Lu Lezhi locked the bookstore door and handed the bag to Zhao Shihua before joining Moyang on their own scooter. Moyang greeted Zhao Shihua and started the vehicle. The couple resided not far from there, in an older residential community. Following Zhao Shihua's directions, Moyang ultimately parked in front of an apartment building. Zhao Shihua assisted Wu Xiaomei in disembarking from the scooter and said to the young couple, "Little Moyang, little Lu, I truly appreciate your help today. Please come in for a visit." The young couple initially intended to decline, but Wu Xiaomei cheerfully approached and took Lu Lezhi's hand. Having formed a positive impression of the sister who had helped her bathe and offered her apples, "Sister, come play at my house with my brother. I will treat you to delicious food." Upon hearing someone older than her mother refer to her as sister, Lu Lezhi felt a chill run down her spine. She hesitated to respond, uncertain of the potential consequences. Ultimately, the young couple followed Zhao Shihua and his wife to their home. Their residence, located on the third floor, was modest in size, yet exuded a warm and inviting ambience. The walls were adorned with numerous photographs of the couple, capturing moments from their childhood through to middle age. Once back in her own territory, Wu Xiaomei became noticeably more lively, eagerly leading Lu Lezhi towards her room. Observing Wu Xiaomei's animated figure, Zhao Shihua's face broke into a tender smile. He then poured a glass of water for Mo Yang, who accepted it and settled onto the sofa, gazing at the photos on the wall. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Uncle Zhao, you and Aunt Wu share a wonderful bond." "Indeed," Zhao Shihua replied, pride evident in his smile. "Over the years, we have never had a quarrel or even raised our voices at each other." Such harmony was indeed enviable, and Mo Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. His own parents exhibited a similar relationship, at least in his and Mo's recollections. He had never witnessed them argue, not even once. He pondered whether he and Lu Lezhi would be capable of achieving such a connection in the future. As dusk fell, the young couple prepared to take their leave, but Zhao Shihua and his wife insisted they stay for dinner. Zhao Shihua wished to express his gratitude to the couple. After all, without them, Wu Xiaomei might still be lost. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaomei simply didn't want to part with her new friend, Lu Lezhi. Unable to refuse their warm hospitality, the couple reluctantly agreed to stay. Wu Xiaomei, brimming with joy, once again pulled Lu Lezhi to play with her toys. "We have always wanted a daughter, but unfortunately, we were never blessed with one. Later, we considered adoption, but that too did not come to fruition." Upon hearing this, Mo Yang cast Zhao Shihua a perplexed glance, wondering if he intended to adopt Lu Lezhi as a goddaughter. Zhao Shihua was taken aback by the notion that his casual remark could lead Mo Yang to such a conclusion. Fortunately, he remained oblivious to Mo Yang's thoughts. Otherwise, the situation might have turned awkward. He asked Mo Yang to remain in the living room for a moment while he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Although Mo Yang had intended to assist, Zhao Shihua stopped him, reasoning that guests should not enter the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, Zhao Shihua managed to prepare 4 dishes and called a friend who specialized in cold dishes to have 2 more delivered, resulting in a total of 6 offerings. By the time dinner was ready, Lu Lezhi was nearly full, having been continuously fed various snacks by Wu Xiaomei. With a mentality akin to that of a 4 or 5-year-old, she had lost touch with most of her former friends, and the few she remained close to were often preoccupied, leaving her without companionship. Thus, Wu Xiaomei often felt quite lonely. The arrival of someone who not only accepted her, but also willingly played with her brought her immense joy. He wished to share all his cherished possessions with her. After enjoying dinner at Zhao Shihua's home, the young couple lingered for a while before it was time to depart. Wu Xuemei reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Lezhi, promising to play together again soon. She gifted her favorite rabbit plush toy to Lu Lezhi. The world of children is remarkably simple. Once they identify you as a dear friend, they will wholeheartedly treat you with kindness. Although Wu Xuemei was not truly a child, she was close enough. As they exited Zhao Shihua's home, darkness had enveloped the sky. Following the rain, the temperature had dropped slightly, accompanied by a breeze. The wind brushed against Lu Lezhi's exposed legs, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Observing this, Mo Yang removed his lightweight jacket and tied it around Lu Lezhi's waist. While it did not provide complete coverage, it offered some protection from the chill. "Is that better?" he inquired. Lu Lezhi nodded and replied, "Mo Yang, let us head back. I still need to set up my stall." Initially, she had anticipated that the rain would persist throughout the day, but to her surprise, it ceased by evening. With the weather clearing, Lu Lezhi considered proceeding with her original plan to set up the stall. "I doubt there will be many people out tonight. Perhaps we should skip it. After all, rice cakes can be stored in the refrigerator for a couple of days. Since we need to rest, let us rest thoroughly," Mo Yang suggested. Lu Lezhi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Money could be earned at any time. Today, she would focus on spending quality time with her boyfriend. Seeing her agreement, a subtle smile crept onto Mo Yang's lips. Progress on the plan stood at 30%. Chapter 92. A successful plan. Upon returning to the bookstore, Mo Yang commenced the next phase of his plan. He began by transporting the items he had retrieved from Wang Haoming's house inside, then carried his computer and other belongings to his room, preparing to change his setup. Although the computer had been assembled for 2 years, it was still in relatively pristine condition due to Wang Haoming's infrequent use. Fortunately, he had been considerate. Despite formatting the computer, he had also reinstalled the operating system, saving Mo Yang considerable time. His movements were swift, and soon he had replaced the main unit, monitor, keyboard, and mouse. Although these peripherals were labeled as used, Wang Haoming had specially procured a new set from his collection for Mo Yang, as he had grown accustomed to his original set. Apart from his penchant for intimacy with beautiful women, he harbored a hobby for collecting computer peripherals. After setting his old set aside, Mo Yang clapped his hands together. Progress on the plan had reached 60%. He stepped out of the room, where Lu Lezhi was crouched on the living room floor, examining the vacuum cleaner and the robotic sweeper. Seeing her engrossed in her task, Mo Yang smiled and said, "The computer is ready, dear lady. Might I invite you to watch a movie with me?" Lu Lezhi paused for a moment, then returned to her senses. Sure, watching movies together is an essential experience for couples, yet she and Mo Yang have yet to partake in such an activity. Although they are not in a theater, Lu Lezhi still feels a sense of anticipation. Progress has reached 90%, while Mo Yang goes to wash his hands. Lu Lezhi retreats to her room to fetch some snacks. Since they began their relationship, Lu Lezhi has been continuously supplied with an array of treats. Often before she has even had the chance to indulge, Mo Yang returns with new ones. With everything prepared, Lu Lezhi settles into Mo Yang's computer chair, while he takes a seat on the bed nearby, a mere 30 centimeters apart. The young couple browses the movie category on their video software for quite some time before finally settling on the comedy The Iron Fist of Shame, renowned for its numerous memorable scenes. As they click to play, Mo Yang adjusts the video quality to the highest setting. Indeed, the 4K resolution paired with this 4K monitor is quite a delight. As Lu Lezhi munches on snacks while watching the film, she generously shares some with her boyfriend beside her. However, Mo Yang's attention is entirely diverted from the movie, which he has already seen multiple times. After all, what could possibly be more captivating than his girlfriend? Soon enough, they reach the scene of the iron pot stew, the first notable moment of the film. Unable to suppress her laughter, Lu Lezhi reveals 2 deep dimples. Observing this, Mo Yang seizes the moment and asks, "Lezhi, are you cold with your legs exposed?" With only 10% of his plan remaining, he has been contemplating this since he saw her bare legs in the afternoon. And now he is just a step away from success. Lu Lezhi is momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Mo Yang's meaning, instinctively glancing down at her legs. After being bare for several hours, is this inquiry not a tad late? Fortunately, she is no fool. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly regains her composure. Comprehending Mo Yang's intentions, instantly, her cheeks flush with color. She wonders why they suddenly decided to watch a movie together, only to realize he has been awaiting this moment. With a playful glance at Mo Yang, she hits the pause button and retreats, chair and all, a step back. I'll just go wash my feet. Please wait for me, she states before hastily departing from Mo Yang's room. Mo Yang is momentarily stunned before a smile breaks across his face. His girlfriend is truly adorable. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Lezhi returns, her face still slightly flushed as she lowers her gaze. She repositions herself in the computer chair, placing her legs on Mo Yang's lap. Mo Yang struggles to maintain a neutral expression, determined not to let Lu Lezhi perceive him as a perverse fiend. At that moment, Lu Lezhi softly murmurs, Mo Yang, please use only your hands, and refrain from using other parts, all right? Mo Yang, how could you say such a thing? I recently inquired, and it was mentioned that the leg enthusiast hesitated to express the latter half of her sentence. Mo Yang, perplexed, remarked on the unusually lengthy foot-washing ritual, revealing that she had gone to inquire. Which establishment did you consult so frivolously? However, if only asking about the term leg enthusiast, such responses would not arise. What exactly did this girl inquire about? Rest assured, my sole intention is to caress, nothing more. Mo Yang's tone bore a hint of exasperation. Yet he deemed it inconsequential as long as the plan succeeded. Upon hearing this, Lu Lezhi felt a sense of relief. After all, her Mo Yang could not possibly be that sort of person. Indeed, one must not believe everything. Mo Yang, could you press the play button? I can't reach it. Oh, a film had unwittingly concluded. This posture for watching a movie was something Lu Lezhi had never envisioned, and initially, she felt quite bashful, though she gradually acclimated. Mo Yang also indulged sufficiently. Lu Lezhi removed her legs from his lap, now feeling a tinge of shyness, unable to meet Mo Yang's gaze. Fortunately, at that moment, a robust voice from outside called out, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm back." Lu Lezhi, as if encountering a savior, promptly rose and headed to the living room. Upon seeing Lu Lezhi emerge from her brother's room, coupled with her attire and slightly flushed face, Mo Yu was initially taken aback. Then, as realization dawned, he was struck with astonishment. Surely, they could not have been caught in an intimate moment, could they? Would my brother silence me? Lu Lezhi remained unaware of Mo Yu's wild speculations. She composed herself and said, "Xiao Yu, I didn't prepare dinner. Shall I cook you a bowl of instant noodles?" Mo Yu snapped back to reality and waved his hand. "No need to trouble sister-in-law. I can manage." Mo Yang noticed his sister's unusual demeanor today. Usually, at mealtime, she would chatter incessantly, but today, she appeared remarkably muted, as if silenced, which left him somewhat discomfited. "Are you feeling unwell? Or have you gotten into trouble at school?" Upon hearing this, Mo Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If his brother intended to silence him, he would not pose such inquiries. After swallowing his noodles, he shook his head. "No, just a bit hungry." Only then did Mo Yang relax. Suddenly, Mo Yu recalled something. "Brother, there's a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Don't forget." Chapter 93. Attending the parent-teacher meeting. A parent-teacher meeting? Mo Yang was momentarily taken aback, then remembered that his phone had emitted a sound about an hour prior. However, he had been preoccupied with warming Lu Lezhi's legs and had paid it no mind. He retrieved his phone and indeed found a notification in the class parent group from Mo Yu's homeroom teacher regarding tomorrow's meeting. "Fear not, I won't forget." Mo Yang replied as he set his phone down, responded with a slight hum, lowering her head to continue eating her noodles. Suddenly, recalled something and said, "I remember you had an exam a few days ago. Have the results come out yet? You almost made me forget." Put down her chopsticks, unzipped her backpack, retrieved her report card, and handed it to, a hint of pride illuminating her face. Despite usual carefree demeanor, her academic performance had always been quite stable, ranking above average in all subjects except English. Of course, thanks to the recent tutoring from, her English grades had also seen significant improvement. Scrutinized the report card carefully. This girl had made progress once again, particularly in English, where she had improved by 20 points, finally reaching a 3-digit score. "Brother, I promise my future English grades will at least maintain this level. Shouldn't you also fulfill your promise?" Understood she was referring to the exemption from tutoring, and he did not feign ignorance. "All right, I keep my word. However, let me make it clear, if you slip back, tutoring will be back on the table. And you won't be touching your phone until graduation." "I understand, don't worry, brother." Chose not to elaborate further. He knew was well aware of her responsibilities. He picked up his phone, took a picture of the report card, and sent it to their mother, anticipating her delight upon seeing 3-digit English score. After sending the photo, he noticed the uniform responses in the parent group chat and stroked his chin, contemplating something. The parent meeting, with so many people gathered, presented an excellent opportunity for his girlfriend to bolster her confidence against her tendency to feel intimidated in large groups. Quickly resolved that while interacted with many people daily at her stall, it was entirely different from the atmosphere of a parent meeting. If she were to overcome this challenge, she needed to engage in various scenarios. He glanced at who was engrossed in a book on the sofa and called her name. Yes, looked up, puzzled. Could you attend parent meeting on my behalf tomorrow? Was momentarily taken aback. If memory served correctly, was free the following afternoon. So why did he want her to go instead? Before she could respond, interjected, yes. Sister-in-law, you should definitely go. But I, began, but, having finished her noodles, hastily approached and whispered a couple of sentences in her ear. The words, which had initially left hesitating, instantly solidified her decision to attend the parent meeting for. She then retreated to her room to change and prepare for a shower. What did you say to her? Asked with curiosity. It was astonishing that 2 sentences had convinced. A feat he felt he could not achieve even with 3. Chuckled. I told her that my math teacher has been subtly asking for your WeChat since he met you last time. I recall your math teacher is male, correct? That was in the past. Now, a gentle and understanding older sister figure has taken her place. I did not speak falsely. She genuinely wishes to have your WeChat. Moyang did not linger excessively on the matter of the math teacher. Instead, he glanced toward the restroom door, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems her swift agreement to attend the parent-teacher meeting was indeed for his sake. Observing Moyang's gaze fixed on the restroom door and his subsequent smile, Moyu took a couple of steps back. Brother, your little sister is still here. Please suppress your primal instincts. Go wash the dishes. That unfortunate child should never have been excused from tutoring. The following day, after lunch, Lu Lezhi returned to her room. The clock had just struck 1, leaving an hour until the parent-teacher meeting commenced. She opened her wardrobe to select an outfit. Today, she opted for a pleated skirt paired with stockings, albeit black this time. Logically, such attire would suffice for the meeting, yet Lu Lezhi lacked the courage. She only dared to dress this way in the store, at home, and in front of Moyang. The thought of stepping out in public in such attire would undoubtedly embarrass her. As for her decision to venture out with bare legs yesterday, it was due to unforeseen circumstances, and Moyang had been by her side. After some deliberation in the wardrobe, Lu Lezhi finally retrieved the apricot-colored dress that Li Lingxin had gifted her a couple of days prior, along with a pair of white shoes. Also a present from Li Lingxin. Once she had changed, Lu Lezhi applied a light touch of makeup, donned a hat, and slung her small handbag over her shoulder before descending the stairs. Every piece she wore had been selected by Li Lingxin, and one must admit that her taste in fashion was quite commendable. When Moyang caught sight of Lu Lezhi in her ensemble, he could not resist approaching her and planting a kiss on her cheek. Lu Lezhi's cheeks flushed. We are still in the store. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Moyang chuckled. I am merely kissing my girlfriend. It is not against the law. If someone sees us, it is of no consequence. Lu Lezhi shot him a playful glance. It was proven that one could indeed cultivate a thicker skin. After the intimate moments spent together at Yuncheng Hotel and the rather embarrassing incident from last night, Lu Lezhi felt her confidence had grown considerably. Although she could not quite compare to Moyang in this regard, she was at least no longer deterred by the fear of being seen, allowing herself to kiss him in the bookstore on the first floor without hesitation. After lingering in the store for a while, the time approached 1:40. Lu Lezhi stood up and said, Well then, Moyang, I shall be on my way. Moyang nodded, adjusting her hat. Don't be nervous. Moyu's grades will not subject you to a lecture from the teachers. Be confident. You will undoubtedly be the most beautiful parent at the school. Go for it. Okay. Lu Lezhi exited the bookstore and walked toward the 3rd middle school across the street. Upon reaching the entrance, she paused, took a deep breath, and composed herself to quell her nerves. She must not bring shame to Moyu, nor to Moyang. After registering at the entrance, Lu Lezhi stepped into the school. Shortly after entering, she found herself on the playground. Lu Lezhi arrived beneath a tree, poised to retrieve her mobile phone from her bag to inquire about the class of Mo Yang and MOU. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Hello. The suddenness of the voice startled Lu Lezhi, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that its owner was a young man, seemingly in his mid-20s. I apologize if I startled you, he said,